Huagua Jiangnan City No. 2 High School. Today is the Talent Awakening Day for the senior year. 200 years ago, the land of divine punishment descended monsters invaded Blue Star, and the era of universal awakening began. Inside the awakening chamber, on the high platform sat a row of school leaders. In the middle, the elderly principal with a balding head delivered his speech. Students, ever since one of the 4 human emperors Dugu fell in battle 2 years ago, the demon race has launched a counteroffensive and the situation of our human race has become extremely severe. This is the worst of times and also the best of times. As you all know, our human race has not seen anyone awaken an SS-level talent for 100 years. After Dugu's fall, everyone has been anxiously awaiting the birth of a new human emperor. I hope you can seize this opportunity, awaken your talents with all your might and forge ahead. Perhaps the next human emperor will emerge from among you. When the principal finished speaking, the students were all fired up, itching to slap their deskmates in excitement. Only a handsome boy with short black hair in the last row stared ahead in utter shock. What the hell am I dreaming? Demon invasion talent awakening, all of it. Su Yen reflexively reached down to touch his thigh, about to pinch himself when he suddenly sensed that something was off. Why is my leg so smooth? It actually feels kind of nice to the touch. His gaze shifted and unexpectedly met a pair of resentful eyes. Nonsense, you're touching my leg. His deskmate Tang Xia stared in disbelief. Su Yen, I've always treated you like a brother, and you actually dare to secretly touch me while I'm asleep. His deskmate was a girl, not a fat guy. Su Yen was dumbfounded and couldn't help lowering his head to look under the desk. He saw his female deskmate wearing a breezy short skirt, a pair of long, well-proportioned pale legs completely exposed. Her skin was delicate and smooth, the touch exceptionally pleasing. At the edge of the short skirt, a strip of black safety shorts showed. Seeing this, Su Yen instantly felt displeased. Seriously, you're guarding against gentlemen now? Guarding against your own deskmate too? Before Tang Xia could smack away his salty pig hand, Su Yen quickly withdrew his hand and coughed. Cough, cough, I grabbed the wrong place, my mistake. Wrong place? Then where exactly did you intend to touch? Tang Xia glared at him, fuming. What kind of outrageous words were those? Su Yen conceded defeat, inwardly glanced at her face, and decided to end this absurd dream. He pinched his own thigh hard and yelped in pain as he shot to his feet. The pain was sharp and real. This couldn't be right. This wasn't a dream at all. At that moment, everyone turned to look at Su Yen, faces full of surprise. The principal, who had just finished his speech, frowned and asked, "Student, is there a problem?" Su Yan's mind buzzed. After 2 seconds of bewilderment, he suddenly pointed at the gloating Tang Xia and said loudly, "Reporting to the principal, my deskmate volunteers to be the first to awaken her talent." "Oh, and who is your deskmate? Stand up and let me take a look." Hearing this, the principal's brows relaxed and he asked with a pleased smile, "Damn." Through gritted teeth came a low curse. Tang Xia reluctantly stood up and put on a pitiful expression. "Principal, I was only speaking casually. You don't have to take it seriously." The principal laughed. "I greatly appreciate students with courage. No need to be modest. Why don't you go first?" Snap. The pen in Tang Xia's hand snapped in two. With her high ponytail and school uniform short skirt, Tang Xia was forced to walk onto the awakening platform. Guided by the staff, she placed her hand on the crystal. Soon after, Tang Xia level talent frenzy of flame. As the result was announced, exclamations of admiration echoed through the hall, and the school leaders on the platform all nodded in approval, praising her incessantly. Voices of heated discussion rose all around. Amazing, no wonder she dared to be the first one on stage. Tang Xia actually awakened a level talent, and it's a powerful fire attribute at that. Yeah, a level fire talent. Back in previous years, that would definitely rank in the top 5 of the whole school, and this year her ranking won't be low either. Su Yen slumped in his seat like a salted fish, having just merged with this body's memories, and appearing a bit dazed. This transmigration had come far too abruptly. Still listening to the chatter around him, Su Yen found himself largely in agreement. According to his newly fused memories, awakened talents were divided into distinct ranks. From level up to SS level, the gap in power between each rank was like an unbridgeable chasm. Starting from the weakest level, the higher the rank, the more difficult the awakening. According to authoritative statistics 99.9 of humans on Blue Star would never awaken a talent higher than level. Textbooks also stated that only 1 in 100,000 people could awaken an A-level talent. Only 1 in 10 million could awaken an S-level talent. As for the pinnacle SS level, the probability of awakening it was infinitesimal. To this day, there had only ever been for such people, and no new SS level talent had appeared in a full century. By that measure, Tang Xia's level fire talent was already exceedingly strong. On the awakening platform, "Thank you, teacher." Tang Xia finally let out a long breath, bowed to the staff, and her face blossomed into a smile. With her hands clasped behind her back and her ponytail swaying, she returned to her seat and winked at Su Yen. "Well, isn't Daddy awesome?" Su Yen sat up straight and scoffed. "Tsh, it's just level. In a bit your grandpa will awaken an SS-level talent right in front of you. Phew. After that, Li Chong'd level talent Swift Wind Step. Zhang Tao level talent Strengthened Forging. Su Yan. It was finally Su Yan's turn. He stood up with confidence, instantly drawing every gaze in the room. It had to be said Su Yan possessed an excellent outer shell. At 1.80 meters in height with a clean, handsome face, and a warm, sunny smile, his looks were enough to make any woman's heart skip a beat. Su Yan strode quickly onto the awakening platform. A staff member asked, "Ready? Gently place your palm on the crystal, and keep it there for 30 seconds. All right." Su Yan nodded and did as instructed, pressing his palm against the crystal. In an instant, the crystal emitted a soft, lustrous glow. The radiance split into countless fine threads that seeped into Su Yan's body. After half a minute, the light faded away. Su Yan's level talent, tenfold absorption. The staff member announced the result on the spot. That result, boom! Thunderous cries of shock and envy erupted from the audience. It was actually an S-level talent. The first S-level talent in the history of Jiangnan No. 2 High School had just been born. Yet, in the next moment, uproarious laughter followed. Su Yan was struck speechless. Tenfold absorption level possesses an extraordinary appetite and the ability to absorb nutrients at 10 times the normal rate. Talents were divided into combat talents, support talents, and useless talents. Combat talents were suited for battle and were the rarest and most coveted of the three. Tang Xia's Frenzy of Flame belonged to the combat category. Support talents were suited for logistics and assistance such as priest type and Liffey occupation-related abilities. As for useless talents, as the name implied, their properties held almost no practical value. For example, 100 years ago, someone had awakened an S-level useless talent, Divine Slumber. Rumor had it that he was still in seclusion, sleeping to this day with no function beyond superhuman ability to sleep. Su Yan's tenfold absorption was roughly in the same vein. Aside from being able to eat and absorb more, it seemed to have no value at all. On the high platform, the principal, who had already raised both hands in excitement, froze when he heard the talent's name. His face full of bewilderment, he let out a heavy sigh and said, "This is an S-level talent. It could have added one more top-tier powerhouse to our human race, and finally allowed our school to truly stand tall in Jiangnan City, but who would have thought? Alas, what a pity, what a pity." The one who found it most regrettable, of course, was Su Yan himself. Standing before the crystal, he remained silent for a long time until the staff urged him to step down. "It's not a big problem. At least the S-level foundation is still there. As long as I can endure the early stage later on just by relying on the attribute boost of an S-level talent, I can still become a top-tier powerhouse." Thinking of it that way, Su Yan felt much better. "Thank you, teacher." After expressing his thanks, he accepted reality and turned to walk back to his seat. But he had only taken a couple of steps when, "You have awakened an SS-level talent, Otherworldly Hero. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Chosen of Destiny. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Divine Shackles. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Supreme Authority. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Elemental Conversion. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Divine Progeny. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Ultimate Attributes. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Eyes of the Gods. You have awakened an SS-level talent, Void Rift." What just happened? Su Yan's whole body trembled as boundless joy surged through him. He had actually awakened 9 SS-grade talents. It was real, not an illusion. Calm down, calm down. Su Yan drew in a sharp breath. Meeting his classmates' sympathetic gazes, he forcibly suppressed the surging excitement in his heart and quickly composed himself. When he returned to the last row, his deskmate Tang Xia lounged against the desk, chin propped in her hand, her ample chest casually pressed and reshaped by the edge of the table. Grinning, she said, "Wow, Su Yan, you're amazing. You actually awakened an S-grade talent." "What? It's tenfold absorption." "Then that's fine." She let out a string of odd goose-like chuckles. Ignoring his female deskmates' cackling, Su Yan dropped heavily onto the bench, an odd look on his face. "Stop laughing for a moment. I want to ask you something." "Goose goose. What is it?" Su Yan asked. "Can a person really only ever awaken one talent? What else? Isn't it written very clearly in the books? From ancient times until now, everyone, including the 4 human emperors, has only ever awakened a single talent." It seemed his memories were correct. For him to awaken 9 SS-grade talents was absolutely unprecedented. It was absurd to the extreme, yet his excitement was just as real. Only after a long while did he begin to calm down. Su Yan gradually steadied his emotions and began to examine his talents. Otherworldly Hero, SSS Luck, and all 5 base attributes are raised to their maximum. Chance of fortuitous encounters increases to 100. Heaven's Chosen, SSS Charm, and Growth attributes are raised to their maximum. All classes of equipment can be worn. Divine Shackles, SSS, allows one to place shackles upon a god's avatar and sign a contract. Divine Offspring, SSS, as a descendant of gods you possess mastery over all elemental schools, fire, lightning, etc. A damage against demons is increased by 50, a critical rate by 20. And you receive divine blessings each day. Void Rift SSS possesses infinite inventory space and command over the power of the void. His vision swam for a moment. With Su-Yan's many years of online gaming experience, these SS grade talents could only be described as heaven-defying. No wonder those who awaken SS grade talents all end up becoming human emperors standing at the peak of the human race watching over Blue Star. Su-Yan's heart burned with fervor. He could not help but wonder. What about himself? One SS grade talent was enough to become a human emperor, with 9. What would he become? 2 hours later, the awakening ceremony ended, and the students returned to their classroom one after another. According to the regulations of the Human Alliance, anyone who had awakened a talent was qualified to enter the Land of Divine Punishment. The Land of Divine Punishment, also known as the Land of Descent, was put simply akin to a game. Inside were all kinds of maps, roaming monsters, bosses, dungeons, and more. Each map was equivalent to a stage with a set level cap. After reaching the maximum level on a map, one had to complete a breakthrough quest to unlock the next area. Within that world, players slew monsters and leveled up, unlocking new maps, and all the abilities and items they obtained could be brought back into reality. Seeing everyone rushing impatiently into the Land of Divine Punishment to level up, Tang Xia turned to the dazed Su-Yan. Thinking he was still fretting over his useless grade talent, she smiled and said, "Don't worry, Daddy won't abandon you. Come on, I'll take you to level up." She had no idea that Su-Yan was actually overwhelmed by the sheer number of SS grade talents. He possessed racing against time to study them all. At her words, he looked up comically amused. "You'll take me." At that moment, a line of annotated text appeared beside Tang Xia's. "Pretty face, do not doubt it. She genuinely wants to help you level up." This was the effect of the SS grade talent Eye of the Gods. The Eye of the Gods could see through all things in the world. Offering such information prompts was merely the tip of the iceberg among its myriad functions. Folding her arms, Tang Xia lifted the corners of her lips. "What else can I do? I don't want my desk mate to be unable to even get into university, so I'll just have to reluctantly lend him a hand. If you really want to help me, you might as well let me touch your leg again," Su-Yan muttered under his breath. Tang Xia's face instantly flushed crimson. She had clearly heard him. Su-Yan, get lost. 2 minutes later, Su-Yan placed his hand on the connection crystal at the upper left corner of the desk. The crystal pulsed with a soft, breathing light. His mind reeled and his consciousness began to slip away. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing inside a grand temple. The temple was dazzling with gold and jade. The goddess of dawn, in a flowing snow-white gown, hovered in midair, her entire being bathed in holy radiance. "Traveler, welcome to the Land of Divine Punishment. It has been detected that this is your first time entering. Please create a Divine Punishment ID." Being hopeless at naming things, Su-Yan blurted out without thinking, "Random." Randomization successful. ID Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. To his surprise, the randomly generated ID was actually not bad. "Please choose your class." Classes in the Divine Punishment system were mainly divided into combat support and life professions. Combat classes included warrior, knight, mage, priest, archer, rogue, summoner, and so on. As for his choice, Su-Yan had long since made up his mind. Warrior, he said. A real man naturally had to choose warrior. Class selection successful. Congratulations. Detection shows you possess the SS grade talents Otherworldly Hero, Heaven's Chosen Divine Offspring. Hidden special class triggered Godwrath Mage. Would you like to set Godwrath Mage as your main class? Su-Yan's spirit jolted. Such a blessing. He hurried to take a look. At this moment, the Eye of the Gods popped up a prompt. This class exceeds existing knowledge, or choose with caution. No way, even an SS grade talent can't provide information. Su-Yan was astonished, yet delight flickered across his features. Clearly this Godwrath Mage was shrouded in mystery and anything but ordinary. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-Yan directly chose Godwrath Mage as his main class. Detecting attributes. Attribute synchronization complete. After waiting just over 10 seconds, an attribute panel unfolded before Su-Yan's eyes. ID Demon Slayer level 1 class Godwrath Mage, subclass Warrior talents, 10-fold absorption, grade Otherworldly Hero SS grade Heavens, Chosen SS grade, Void Rift SS grade HP 150, 5000, MP 100, 3000, Attack 20, 200, Spell Power 40, 250, Defense 10, 100 Magic Defense 15, 150, Speed 10, 60 Luck Max, Charm Max, Equipment, None skills, Judgment LV1, Sanction LV1, Purification LV1, Constitution 10, Spirit 10, Strength 10, Intelligence 10, Agility 10. What delighted Su-Yan most was that his class had indeed become Godwrath Mage, while Warrior had been retained as a subclass. A dual class, huh? In the Land of Divine Punishment, the concept of dual classes did exist. If he remembered correctly, many top human experts were dual class professionals. However, he had heard that obtaining a dual class was exceedingly difficult. To possess two classes in the early stages was virtually impossible unless one had awakened the corresponding talents. Except for the dual profession. With the SS level talent of a world-class hero, Su-Yan's initial attributes in all 5 dimensions are a perfect 10. This looks exceptionally impressive. Normally, the initial 5 dimensions range between 1 and 10, and there is no second person like Su Yan, a versatile warrior among the human race. As for the added values in the panel's brackets, they all come from another SS level talent. Ultimate Attribute. Ultimate Attribute can comprehensively enhance character attributes. Su Yan's level 1 attribute panel is all about being flashy and abnormal. Can be said to have redefined what it means to be a level 1 new player. Finally, Su Yan also discovered that 3 skills were already equipped in the skill bar. They should be the exclusive skills of the Divine Fury Mage. Judgment LV1 marks the target for judgment ignoring the target's level. If the target's intelligence is less than his own, the judgment succeeds. The target enters a weakened state for 5 seconds, taking 570 magic power magic damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. Magic cost 100. Sanction LV1 delivers judgment to the target ignoring magical defenses, and all buffs causing 200 magic power magic damage. If the target is in a state of judgment, the sanction effect is added, dealing 1,300 magic power magic damage. Cooldown 20 seconds. Magic cost 200. Cleansing LV1A. This last cleansing skill filled with question marks left Su Yan puzzled. What does it mean that I can't see? Everyone else has skills, but you are special, right? However, just the judgment and sanction skills are already exciting Su Yan. Can be seen that this is a set of combo finishing moves. First judgment, then sanction. Now with 290 magic power at level 1. Once the judgment succeeds, the additional damage from sanction will be terrifying. After confirming the attributes, please adjust your appearance. Su Yan, confident in his looks, said, "No need for adjustments, just let me enter." Then, divine power began to envelop the temple as the goddess of dawn gently inquired, "Traveler, are you ready to cross the star gate to the unknown land of divine punishment?" Without any hesitation, Su Yan walked straight into the star gate, his figure transforming into white light and vanishing. In an instant, Su Yan was transported to the 1996th novice village, Nashi Farm. This is an abandoned farm overgrown with wild grass and moss. The dilapidated giant windmill stands alone under the scorching sun, as if recounting the calamities that once befell this place. This feels so real. In the farm, Su Yan looked at his hands, moved his limbs a bit, and expressed this sentiment. After adjusting slightly, he quickly checked himself. He found that although his main profession is Divine Fury Mage, he was wearing the novice outfit given in the novice package. "It doesn't matter, let's level up first," Su Yan muttered as he raised his head to observe his surroundings. At this moment, new players were constantly pouring in around him. Because the novice village is sufficiently large, and the land of divine punishment has been around for 200 years, it is not too crowded. Is this the world of divine punishment? Wow, this is so realistic, even the tactile sensation is super real. Hey brother, you may be excited, but could you please not touch my butt? I awakened the class combat talent Earth Splitter, a powerful Earth-type output. Is there anyone to level up with? Ing, beautiful knight online looking for a partner. As long as you're willing, I can be your knight. Ignoring the noisy voices around him, Su Yan prepared to go outside the farm to find wild monsters to test his damage and practice a bit. According to the story background of the land of divine punishment, Nashi Farm was originally a foothold for the human race in the novice map. But 200 years ago, it was suddenly attacked by the wolf tribe, causing heavy casualties among the humans, forcing them to retreat from this area. From then on, the novice map completely became the territory of the wolf tribe, and the player's goal is to start from Nashi Farm, break through the encirclement of the wolf tribe, and proceed to the next map, the Forest Kingdom. Moments later, Su Yan arrived at the grass outside the farm. There were large numbers of werewolves wandering here with levels ranging from 1 to 5. Werewolf. Level 2. Health 250. Attack 50. Defense 45. Magic defense 50. Speed 15. Skill Bloodthirst passive. Seeing the werewolf's attributes, Su Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. A level 2 wild monster has an attack as high as 50. A level 1 ordinary player with novice weapons only has an attack magic power of around 2,535. It's even hard to break through their defense. Let alone the werewolf speed far exceeds the average level of novice players. It seems the books were right about teaming up. Let's test the damage first. Su Yan muttered to himself, showing no awareness of the need to team up, and stepped toward the werewolf. Bang! Not far to Su Yan's right, there was a small team composed of a warrior, a summoner, a mage, and an archer, all focused on fiercely battling a level 2 werewolf. After fighting for so long, there's finally only 10 health left. Come on, brothers. The warrior stood at the front wielding the novice greatsword, straining to dodge the werewolf's pounce, excitedly shouting. Due to being level 1 and lacking skills, the summoner, mage, and archer basically did not consider themselves as humans, hiding behind the warrior and attacking like mad dogs. The three of them, hearing this, had flushed faces, constantly repositioning to shorten their attack recovery time. They aimed to deal more basic attack hits in a shorter time. Puff, puff, puff. 3. Miss. 10. After the archer's 6th attack, the 7th will deal an additional 50 of his own attack as true damage. This made the archer one of the most sought-after professions in the early game. At this moment, the 4 were attracted by Su Yan's reckless actions. Seeing him, a level 1 player foolishly charging at a level 2 werewolf, they all exclaimed, "Hey, the one called Demon Slayer, are you crazy? You better run. This werewolf is tough. You should quickly go back and team up." The kind reminder from the passerby players was ignored by Su Yan. Facing the ferocious werewolf charging at him, he calmly drew the warrior's greatsword from behind. Roar! This werewolf stands 3 meters tall with a sturdy build and shiny black fur. Its roar sends chills down the spine. With both hands gripping the greatsword, Su Yan quickly adapted to its weight and assumed a battle stance. Bang! The werewolf rushed forward, its sharp claws striking violently. The attack speed is average, which is not a problem for Su Yan. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, dodging to the left. Successfully avoiding the werewolf's attack, he swung his sword back. Critical hit. 666. Awoo! The werewolf instantly howled in pain, crashing down to the ground. It was an instant kill. Experience 100. You have obtained fresh wolf meat. Wow, I even got a critical hit. Looking at the werewolf's corpse beneath his feet lifeless with a puzzled expression, Su Yan felt very satisfied with his damage. Thanks to the SS level talent of being a descendant of the divine, his damage to demon races is increased by 50 and critical hit rate by 20. But even without critical hits, it was enough to take down the werewolf. If basic attacks deal this much damage, then why bother with novice quests or grinding wild monsters? Let's just rush into dungeons. Soloing dungeons. Having thought this through, Su Yan lost all interest in the werewolf before him. At this moment, not far away, the 4 players witnessed Su Yan's instant kill of the werewolf, all stunned in place, forgetting what they had come for. They didn't even realize they had overgrowed and in an instant were wiped out by the werewolf's rampage. What the hell, my mentality has collapsed. Are we playing the same game? The level cap for novice maps is level 50. Players must complete a breakthrough task after reaching level 50 to unlock the next map. Therefore, Su Yan's goal is to reach level 50 as quickly as possible. In the land of divine punishment, there are many ways to gain experience for leveling up. Running dungeons is undoubtedly the most favored option among players. Not only can one earn a substantial amount of experience rewards, but with a bit of luck, they can also obtain various equipment and items. With over 2 hours left before school ends, Su Yan calculated the time and prepared to visit the strongest dungeon in the novice map, the level 50 Wolf King Valley. For him, this is the fastest way to level up. Let's see how much experience I need to level up to level 2. Su Yan opened his character attributes to check the experience bar. But soon he let out a cry of horror. Damn, how could the leveling experience be so much? The experience requirement for leveling up was clearly marked 1009999999999. Su Yan thought he had misread it and took out a magnifying glass from his inventory. He examined it closely several times before confirming he hadn't made a mistake. Indeed, leveling from level 1 to level 2 requires 9999999999. Cursed could it be because of the divine wrath mage? Su Yan immediately thought of this. His expression changed as he quickly opened the occupation tab to check the introduction of the divine wrath mage. Divine wrath mage time has faded into the river of history, and you will gain immortality. After learning this hidden special occupation, it becomes impossible to level up. When the traveler accumulates enough experience, they can undertake the task to become a deity. Upon completion, they immediately gain divinity and become a transcendent mage. Hiss! Su Yan gasped in surprise. So exhilarating to become a deity directly. This prospect excited him. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry to run the dungeon. Su Yan's heart raced as he stepped forward with unprecedented anticipation towards the Wolf King Valley. Buzz! Suddenly the light flickered ahead. A player in plate armor was rushing towards Nashi Farm with great momentum. Su Yan looked over and saw it was a level 50 knight likely returning to turn in a quest. He hurriedly approached and asked, "Excuse me, how long does it take to get to Wolf King Valley from here?" The knight looked at him, frowning upon seeing that he was only level 1. "What's wrong with you, brother? You're level 1, and I'm level 50, and you call me little brother?" Su Yan smiled and said, "Don't mind the details, just let me know, please. If you go at full speed, it would take about 2 hours. The knight was puzzled. "You just created your character, why are you going to Wolf King Valley?" "Nothing in particular, it's just leveling up here is too slow. I was thinking running a dungeon might be faster." "What? Running a dungeon?" The knight nearly burst out laughing. "Are you going alone?" "Yeah, why don't you join me?" Su Yan earnestly sent a party invitation to the knight, but it was immediately declined. The knight scoffed. "I think you might be out of your mind. The Wolf King Valley dungeon is the strongest dungeon in the novice map. Even someone like me, a level 50 expert with class talent, needs a full party of 5 with comparable strength, including a warrior, mage, and priest. To clear it, you still need a bit of luck. You think a level 1 can just go? Don't dream. I advise you to level up honestly, or else before you even reach Wolf King Valley, you'll be killed by the monsters along the way." Su Yan chuckled. I see, thanks. Watching Su Yan's departing figure, the knight shook his head, muttering, fool. It was as if he could already envision Su Yan dying along the way. In the land of divine punishment, although death can be resurrected, it results in a loss of experience. Additionally, there is a weakness penalty starting with 1 hour of weakness. The duration increases with level. After bidding farewell to the knight, Su Yan hurried towards Wolf King Valley, following the novice map strategy from the forum. As expected, the time was still ample. Therefore, today's goal is tentatively set to attempt to solo the level 50 dungeon. Attention, SS class talent descendant of the divine begins daily blessings. You have received Dragon Phoenix Blood X20. Detected that this is your first time receiving a blessing. A new player blessing package has been issued. Congratulations, you have obtained an SS class weapon, Azura Sword. Su Yan's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of the SS class weapon. This talent is too enticing. Without any hesitation, he quickly opened his inventory to check the rewards from the divine blessing. Dragon Phoenix Blood Advanced restores 5,000 health points and heals 2,000 points of injury immediately upon use. CD 15 seconds. This is an advanced healing potion, and it also has healing effects. On the market, a regular advanced potion that restores 5,000 health costs around 100 gold coins. As the currency of the land of divine punishment, gold coins can be exchanged with real currency. 1 gold coin 100 renminbi. 100 gold coins equal 10000 RMB. And Su Yan has 20 Dragon Phoenix Blood. Exchanging it for RMB means 200,000 RMB. No wonder it's the SS class talent descendant of the divine so generous. Su Yan couldn't help but feel excited. 200,000 is undoubtedly a huge sum for a student like him. He could already buy a fully configured computer. Not to mention Dragon Phoenix Blood offers even more healing than regular advanced potions, so its price would be even higher. Soon Su Yan calmed his excitement and reminded himself to stay composed. He shifted his focus to the SS class weapon Azura Sword. Weapons and equipment in the land of divine punishment range from F class to SS class. Azura Sword SS class Constitution 20, Strength 66, Agility 30, Critical Hit 100. Equipment type Greatsword, Equipment level 1, Special Weapon Skill Azura Slash. Azura Slash. This skill deals 300 attack physical damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius. 30 chance to inflict area slow effects. Effects decrease from 80 to 40, lasting 5 seconds. CD 20 seconds. Consumption no cost. However, after examining the attributes of the Azura Sword, Su Yan couldn't remain calm. It actually comes with a special weapon skill. You must know, in this world, SS class weapons are extremely rare. According to the weapon catalog, only 6 exist to date. The difficulty of obtaining even S-class weapons has exceeded common understanding. It is said that one must defeat a 2000 level boss or have a master level blacksmith personally forge it to have a chance of obtaining one. Valued at tens of millions of gold coins, which converts to billions in RMB. Not to mention SS class weapons, their value is beyond estimation. And for a weapon to possess a special weapon skill is even more challenging. Statistics show that only 1 in every 10,000 weapons will have a special weapon skill. The 6 existing SS class weapons today naturally do not possess special weapon skills. But this Azura Sword does. If one had to point out a flaw in the Azura Sword, it would be its low required level, only level 1. Unless one is obsessed with the Azura Slash special weapon skill, most players will likely leave this SS class weapon in their inventory to gather dust once their level increases. But Su Yan is different. Due to his class change to Divine Wrath Mage, his level will forever remain at 1 until he becomes a deity. The Azura Sword is just perfect for him. Equipping the Azura Sword significantly enhanced Su Yan's attributes. ID Demon Slayer, Level 1, Occupation Divine Wrath Mage, Suboccupation Warrior. Talent, Tenfold Absorption Class, Otherworldly Hero SS Class, Chosen 1 SS Class. Rift in the Void SS Class, Health Points 5450, Magic Points 3100, Attack 352, Magic Power 290, Defense 110, Magic Defense 165, Speed 100, Luck Max, Charm Max. Equipment Azura Sword Novice Warrior Set. Skills Judgment LV1, Punishment LV1, Purification LV1, Azura Slash LV1. This attribute panel, even without counting the SS class talents and the Azura Sword, already surpasses all level 50 players. But it's still not enough. Su Yan knew very well. Just relying on these, it's not quite enough to solo and clear the level 50 dungeon. Soloing a level 50 dungeon at level 1 is inherently absurd and defies logic. To make it happen, a bit of magic assistance is needed. In this regard, Su Yan had already made plans when he decided to run the dungeon. Come forth, Element Conversion. Without any further ado, he pulled out yet another SS class talent while on the move. Element Conversion SS class can be used on weapons or skills to convert any elemental attribute. On the way to Wolf King Valley, Su Yan first drew out the Azura Sword for testing. Its original attribute bonuses were Constitution 20, Strength 66, Agility 30. He activated his SS-Steer talent elemental transmutation upon the weapon. Strength 66, Constitution 66. He confirmed the change. A resonant hum filled the air. A blinding radiance erupted from the sword's obsidian blade. Su Yan immediately checked its updated stats. Azura Sword SS-Steer Constitution 20, Constitution 66, Agility 30. Success. The sword's original 66 strength had been perfectly transmuted into 66 Constitution, a testament to the sheer transcendence of the SS-Steer elemental transmutation talent. In high spirits, Su Yan smiled and said, "Then I shall not hold back." To maximize his damage output, he had already devised a ruthlessly unorthodox method. Without hesitation, he applied elemental transmutation to the Azura Sword once more, this time targeting its signature skill Azura Slash. Originally, Azura Slash dealt 100 physical damage, amplified by 300 of the user's attack stat. Su Yan let his mind wander, and the effect transformed 100, 300 attack, 100, 300 HP. Confirmed. Absolutely. A resonant hum echoed again. Brilliant light flared across the blade. Elemental transmutation succeeded. Azura Slash deals 100 physical damage to all enemies within a 50-meter radius, amplified by 300 of the user's HP. Undoubtedly, HP was the highest among all attributes. According to Su Yan's knowledge, top-tier human cultivators possessed HP values measured in tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Even ordinary high-level players typically boasted HP values dozens of times greater than their attack or spell power. Thus, converting attack-based damage into HP-based damage multiplied his potential output over tenfold. I truly am a genius. Next, Su Yan extended this logic further, and turned his gaze toward two exclusive skills of the Divine Wrath Mage. The Judgment skill was thus remade. Judgment LV1. Marks the target for judgment regardless of level. A judgment succeeds if the target's luck is lower than the caster's. The target enters a weakened state for 5 seconds, suffering 500 spell damage, amplified by 70 of the caster's HP. Here Su Yan had not only replaced the percentage-based spell power modifier with a percentage-based HP modifier, but also changed the triggering condition from intelligence to luck. My luck is already capped at maximum. I dare say no one surpasses me in this stat. He grinned to himself. In effect, the success rate of this judgment had become absolute. 100. Yes, utterly shameless. Likewise, the punishment skill was likewise converted to H-based damage 800, 200 HP, 1000, 300 HP. Su Yan calculated carefully. With his current 5450 HP, and an additional 50 damage bonus against demonic races, a single punishment could unleash a staggering 43575 damage. And on critical strike, damage doubled, approaching 100000. Who in the entire beginner zone could possibly survive such devastation? This should be more than enough for dungeon clearing. Su Yan clapped his hands, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his lips. From now on, his attack and spell power stats would become utterly redundant. Warrior or mage, it no longer mattered. All he needed was to stack HP. Thicker HP bars meant higher damage, and thicker HP bars also meant greater survivability. After all, staying alive was the greatest DPS of all. Wolf King Valley. After over 2 hours of travel, Su Yan finally arrived, dust-covered and resolute, at the dungeon's entrance. Level 50 dungeon recruiting. Party already has knight and priest. 4 slots remain, need 1 DPS class. Speedrun party. Entire team possesses attire combat talents. Seeking attire or higher fire element DPS for full clear ranking. No amateurs allowed. The dungeon entrance teamed with players, all uniformly level 50. Clustered in small groups, shouting recruitment calls back and forth. As Su Yan approached, every gaze converged upon him. His presence was commanding. Nearby players instinctively parted, clearing a path. Su Yan strode briskly to the entrance. A moment earlier, a party had mentioned a full clear ranking, a detail that piqued his interest. In dungeons of the Divine Punishment realm, completing a run granted not only base rewards, but also a time-based settlement. The faster the completion, the richer the bonus. And those who ranked within the top 500 earned exceptionally generous accolades. Yet qualifying for that list was extraordinarily difficult. Forums once analyzed the data. Every listed team averaged at least steer talent across members. Moreover, flawless class synergy and peerless team coordination were mandatory. Each awakening day, a new generation of prodigies emerged worldwide, vying fiercely for these coveted ranks. This year would be no exception. Yet this year's prodigies had only just awakened their talents today. It was their first day in the Divine Punishment realm, still grinding levels and hunting monsters in starter villages. Driven by reverence for masters, Su Yan opened the historical clear time rankings after speaking with the dungeon NPC. There it appeared: first place, Team MO1, 5 minutes 35 seconds. Clearance rating SSS. Second place, Team Yi Jibai, 5 minutes 50 seconds. Clearance rating SSS. Third place, Team Dugu, 7 minutes 17 seconds. Clearance rating SSS. Fourth place, Team Liueching, 8 minutes 36 seconds. Clearance rating SSS. 5th place, Team Shan Xiao. 20 minutes, 27 seconds. Clearance rating SS. 10th place, Team Shui Wuyue. 28 minutes, 9 seconds. Clearance rating SS. As expected, the masters are truly masters. The top 10 are almost entirely dominated by Celestial Sovereign and War God teams. Su Yen's side impressed. Indeed, the top 4 teams, each led by a Celestial Sovereign, held an insurmountable lead, outpacing 5th place by over 10 minutes. This was the most visceral manifestation of the gulf between SS-tier and S-tier talent. Su Yen then scrolled through the rankings more broadly. He observed that while lower ranks saw fierce competition, the top 10, and indeed the top 100, remained astonishingly static. Except for Team Shui Wuyue at 10th place, the list had remained unchanged for over 50 years. Not due to lack of new talent, but because the pioneers were simply too extraordinary. These pioneers, once novices themselves, had long since ascended to become humanity's most elite warriors. It is precisely because they stand guard on the front lines that demonic invasions have been held at bay. Su Yen murmured softly, his expression unusually solemn and reverent. One detail caught his attention: there was no record of a solo clear on this leaderboard. Or rather, no solo clear had yet achieved a time worthy of inclusion. I wonder if I can make it onto the list. Either way, I'll run it once. For practice. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he stepped forward. Warning: your level is far below the dungeon's requirement, and your party size is less than 5. Are you certain you wish to enter Wolf King Valley? Without pause, Su Yen selected confirm. At that moment, players at the entrance finally noticed his level. They froze in disbelief. No way. I must be seeing things. This demon slayer is only level 1. Incredible. Does anyone know how he got here? What does he think he's doing? Surely he isn't attempting the dungeon. Don't be absurd, he's level 1. What dungeon could he possibly clear? Amidst the murmurs, Su Yen, standing before the dungeon NPC, suddenly vanished in a flash of white light. Clatter. A warrior beside him dropped his great sword, eyes wide with shock. Holy, he's gone in? Wolf King Valley. The narrow valley stretches endlessly with cold winds howling and the ground echoing with the sounds of wolf howls. A flashy warrior suddenly appeared in the instance. After slightly adapting to the environment, Su Yen drew the Azura sword from his back and wasted no time launching an attack directly. The strategy for completing this instance had long been thoroughly researched on the forums. Su Yen couldn't say he was very familiar. He was quite familiar with it. However, strategies are just strategies, and the actual results depend on personal strength. Stepping on the slightly damp grass, a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. Su Yen focused his mind and stepped forward. According to the information, there are a total of 60 Silver Wolf minions, 6 Silver Wolf elite monsters, and the final boss Silver Wolf King in this instance. Su Yen gazed ahead. In the misty valley ahead, several huge silver-gray figures could be vaguely seen. Due to the distance, the Eye of the Gods provided additional information. Silver Wolf. Level 50. Health 5200. Attack 503. Defense 463. Magic defense 582. Speed 92. Skills Claw, Bite, Bloodthirst passive. As long as you make good use of the speed difference, you can slaughter them effortlessly. Silver Wolf Elite. Level 51. Health 5700. Attack 551. Defense 477. Magic defense 602. Speed 105. Skills Charge, Claw, Bite, Bloodthirst passive. Be careful of its charge, that's all I'm sure. The reminder from the Eye of the Gods was sharp and to the point. Su Yen had no thoughts at all, charging forward to start aggro. The Azura swiftly crossed the stream, approaching the wolf pack without losing speed. A woo! A 2-meter-tall, ferocious Silver Wolf Elite charged at him. Out of the corner of his eye, Su Yen spotted it and quickly dodged. After a relatively easy evasion, he landed a basic mage attack with empty hands on the back of the charging Silver Wolf Elite, instantly pulling aggro back. Continue to charge forward. Positioning, kiting, pulling monsters, positioning, kiting. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 4 minutes had passed. Su Yen showcased his tremendous skill in the game. With exquisite positioning and operations, as well as an extreme grasp of aggro distance, he managed to pull all the Silver Wolves and elites in the area to a giant rock. Standing on the giant rock, Su Yen admired the vast mass of Silver Wolves jammed against the rock wall, all trying to bash against it. For online game players, pulling aggro is an art. Pulling all the monsters together is an even greater art, a rather impressive skill. It's about how to gather all the monsters without losing combat. Most importantly, he was still lively and hadn't lost a single drop of health. The transcendent player Su Yen had already performed a textbook demonstration. TCH, who wasn't a professional player before. Su Yen smirked at himself. Solid micro-operations and a strong heart. This is the source of his confidence. There was no time to waste. He raised the Azura sword high and unleashed the SS grade special skill. Azura Slash, toward the wolf pack. In an instant, the sword light burst forth, illuminating the dark valley. A shadow wielding a sword jumped into the wolf pack, and the light sword suddenly extended to 50 meters long, sweeping through the wolves relentlessly. Critical hit, 49,556. Critical hit, 48,969. Critical hit, 49668. Countless dazzling red damage numbers popped up, flooding Su Yan's vision. All critical hits. Blood splattered for about 10 seconds. And under the giant rock, once the shadow wielding the sword disappeared, there was not a single surviving silver wolf left. They were all annihilated. I thought it would be difficult. Isn't it just a matter of having hands? Su Yan casually dusted off his sleeves, not a drop of blood on him, and said with a touch of arrogance. Experience 1,100. Experience 1,200. You have obtained fresh silver wolf meat. Experience skyrocketed by over 7,000 in an instant, and he also harvested a truckload of silver wolf meat. Su Yan took out a magnifying glass and looked at the experience bar. He was just a tiny step away from becoming a god. So what are we waiting for? Let's go take down the boss. At the deepest part of the valley, the only place where sunlight can shine, Su Yan took a minute to sprint. Here facing him was a massive creature covered in thick fur, staring at him with its nostrils. Su Yan looked up and let out a SHT. No way, he was a solid 1 meter 80 tall man. In front of this silver wolf king, he couldn't even reach its knees. Do I really have to jump to hit its knees? Silver wolf king. Level 55. Health 59,500. Attack 1,460. Defense 1,155. Magic defense 1,268. Speed 120. Skills: Fierce Wolf Charge, Brutal Bite, Ferocious Roar. The Eye of the Gods revealed the attributes of the Silver Wolf King. Su Yan couldn't help but click his tongue. It was indeed strong. These attributes, not to mention ordinary players, even top-tier level 50 experts, would find it daunting. Once it uses its skills, it would be instantly killed. No wonder it is called the Newbie Reaper. It is said to have killed over 100 billion human players. Roar! Suddenly the Silver Wolf King raised its head and let out a roar. An incredibly violent aura swept through the valley, shaking the rocky walls of the valley. In such a realistic scene, other players would have probably wet themselves in fear, but Su Yan remained still, his expression calm. Damn humans, how dare you trespass into my Wolf King Valley? I will tear you apart. The Silver Wolf King roared in fury, its voice raspy, as if chewing food. Su Yan listened quietly. There was no way around it. This was the boss's forced performance time, akin to a cut scene. He was just waiting for the other party to reveal its health bar. Foolish, insignificant ants, disgusting. This is what you humans are. All humans should die. The Silver Wolf King roared with a fierce expression. Su Yan dug at his ears. Could you please speak faster? I'm in a hurry. The Silver Wolf King was taken aback, its fierce gaze fixed on him, and suddenly said, Human ant, tell me, why are you only level 1? Su Yan immediately became displeased. What is their level discrimination? Ha ha ha. You ignorant fool, daring to come here alone at level 1, are you looking for death? Die, human. As soon as the words fell, the health bar appeared above the Silver Wolf King's head. For ordinary players, the next part would be the most challenging and nightmarish boss battle in this instance. Because the Silver Wolf King has very high requirements for talent and combat skills. This means that the vast majority of players get stuck here, unable to clear the instance for a lifetime. But fortunately, Azura is not an ordinary player. Here it comes. At the very moment the battle started, Su Yan's hands moved swiftly, throwing up a judgment. Above the valley, a golden light thicker than the Silver Wolf King's waist struck straight into its body. Judgment. Starting the assessment. 1 second later. Judgment successful. Roar. The Silver Wolf King, before it could do anything, let out a painful roar. Its mountain-like body was suddenly enveloped in a sickly dark green hue, with the word weakened hovering above its head. What's happening? I feel so weak. Human, aren't you a warrior? What have you done to me? The Silver Wolf King was shocked, looking at Azura with confusion and fear. What the hell? Who can explain to it what just happened? A level 1 human raised his hand and took down the strongest boss in this newbie map. Is there no law, no justice? Is there no one to take care of this? As a warrior, is it reasonable for me to have a side job? Facing the Silver Wolf King's shock, Su Yan raised the corners of his mouth. Without any hesitation, he unleashed another execution. Boom! A giant sword of light 20 meters long and 5 meters wide suddenly descended from the sky, slicing down towards the Silver Wolf King's head. Critical hit. 96,285. The terrifying force shook the valley, causing the ground to tremble. The Silver Wolf King was instantly reduced to ashes. One-hit kill. Just as Su Yan killed the Silver Wolf King with one strike, a celestial and majestic voice suddenly echoed above the entire land of divine punishment. Congratulations to player Azura for solo clearing the Wolf King Valley instance. Time taken 5 minutes and 52 seconds. Completion rating SSS. After the announcement was made, all human players striving within the maps of the divine punishment land were stunned in place. Their expressions looking up at the sky changed dramatically, from initial disbelief, confusion, and bewilderment, eventually transforming into excitement and fervor. Wow, someone actually solo cleared the newbie map's Wolf King Valley instance. And it took less than 6 minutes. Is this a devil? At this moment everyone suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, this person named Azura must have awakened an SS level talent. After the solitary hero, a new emperor was born. On that day, Jeanma burst onto the scene. The Shinfa domain ignited in turmoil, and the entire launching surged in response. A solo clearance. Time 5 minutes 52 seconds. An SS grade completion rating. Any one of these results would be enough to send shockwaves through the human race. Who could have imagined it was all the deed of a single person? Who is Jeanma? What sort of SS grade gift could have awakened to produce such a terrifying solo performance? He even directly surpassed the team led by the human Emperor Dugu and Lai Weking. He vaulted to third on the historical leaderboard ranking, only behind Mo1 and Yi Jibai. At that moment, the Shinfa Domain World channel erupted. The chat was nothing but stunned exclamations. Not out of rudeness, but because that short exclamation most swiftly and truly conveyed their shock. They spammed it for a full half hour. Finally someone spoke sensibly. A level 50 knight stammered. Brothers, something big has happened. 2 hours ago, Jeanma asked me for directions. When I saw him, he was only level 1, and his words may have been a little rough. So I want to ask, what happens if you offend an SS grade powerhouse? Should I hide and lie low? Waiting online, very urgent. Boom. The moment the knight spoke, the world channel, which had just settled, exploded again. What the hell? Jeanma is only level 1. The stunned exclamations resumed for another half hour. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Are you kidding? Level 1 can solo the Wolf King Valley dungeon and still claim third place. What's impossible? A crowd of E and Frank talents are making a fuss. Do you understand how terrifying an SS grade gift is? Too strong. I thought human Emperor Mo1's clear time was invincible, yet Jeanma is even more absurd. He soloed a result matching the Emperor's 5-man team. No hype, no slander. Zamo's result is likely the current limit of humanity, right? Gu Xingxia, looking for a wife online. Today the world channel had never been so lively. Yet compared to that, the protagonist of the incident, Su Yan, had already logged out of Shinfa domain after school. He regrettably missed the spectacle. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the appearance of an SS grade gift swiftly drew the attention of the highest echelons of the human factions. Huagua Daidu Juma Institute headquarters. A fair-featured young man stood respectfully before a digital screen, his gaze shifting constantly. Level 1 solo clear, 5 minutes 52 seconds. SSS rating. The man was incredulous. From what he knew in secret, his master Yi Jibai, the famed first human emperor and founder of the Juma Institute, had once tried a solo clear during the novice period, level 50 full gear, full buffs. His best was 45 minutes, not even reaching the historical list. Yet this person had done it, and with an almost suffocating time. Was Shinfa bugged? The screen flickered, revealing the composed, austere face of a middle-aged man. What followed was that the sky above the Juma Institute, once clear and blue, suddenly filled with black rolling clouds. They boiled and roared, and a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens, cloaking the entire capital. The young man felt crushed, struggling for breath. He straightened at once and asked cautiously, "Uncle Mo, is it true Jeanma soloed a novice dungeon?" The man on the screen closed his eyes lightly and said, "Don't ask." The young man's heart leapt and he fell silent. After a moment, the man reopened his eyes and shook his head. "I cannot see through Zanmo's identity." The young man inhaled sharply. "Hiss. Even you cannot see through him. Who is this Jeanma exactly?" The man on the screen said, 100 years. We have waited a century. The SS grade gift we yearned for has finally manifested. Xior, listen, Juma Institute should not act rashly for now. Let things take their course. I will watch the Shinfa domain and nothing will happen. Yes. The man's image on the screen slowly vanished. At the same time, the terrifying pressure that had shrouded the Juma Institute's skies vanished without a trace. The sky cleared again. Dusk unfurled a streak of blood-red light pointing toward the Shinfa domain. The man relaxed, tilting his head to admire the dazzling imperial sigil in the heavens with envy and reverence. Uncle Mo has grown stronger again. The young man's expression shifted. He could not help but wonder, if Jeanma continues to grow, who will be mightier, him or Uncle Mo? After all, even Uncle Mo once failed to solo his way onto the rankings. After school, Su Yan turned left and took the tram home. Since his parents vanished 10 years ago, he had been living with his uncle. Half an hour later, "I'm back." Su Yan opened the door, called toward the living room and yawned. "You look tired, huh?" A teasing voice to his right, clear, cool, familiar, suddenly spoke. Startled, Su Yan turned to look. He saw a long-haired beauty leaning against the wall with her arms folded, smiling as she stared at him. She seemed 18 or 19, fair and exquisitely beautiful. She wore a slightly revealing white blouse, the collar parted to show a delicate collarbone. The snug shirt accentuated the fullness of her proud bosom. Below, denim hot pants and long legs sheathed in white stockings so pale they dazzled. Su Yan swallowed and blurted, "Sister Shui, you're back." "It's vacation. Where else would I be?" Xiao Panchua smiled, radiating an older sister aura. As she spoke, the beauty spot beneath her left eye was faintly visible. Su Yan remembered that Daidu University had started summer break. Before him was Xiao Panchua, his uncle's daughter, an honor student since childhood and the pride of the family. Last year she awakened and great combat talent, creating a sensation across Jiangnan City. She topped the provincial entrance exam and was admitted to Huaguo's premier university, Daidu University. Come with me. Su Yan was about to speak when a rich fragrance struck him. Before he could react, Xiao Panchua pulled him into her chamber. Bang! The door closed. Sister Shui, what are you doing? Su Yan asked, stunned and trembling. What was happening? This scene did not seem to exist in his memory. Although they addressed one another as siblings, their blood ties were distant. A lone young man and woman in such intimate attire. Was it not somewhat improper? Xiao Panchua closed the door and looked him straight in the eye. Su Yan, today is awakening day. What talent did you awaken? So that's what you meant to ask. Su Yan's face fell in disappointment. His excitement had been for nothing. He had no intention of revealing that he had awakened 9 SS grade talents. The reason was simple: one may be ostentatious in a game, but in reality one must be discreet. After all, in Shinfa, no matter how flashy you are, if you are killed, you can be revived. But in the real world, there is only one life. Keeping a few trump cards is never wrong. Of course, Su Yan did not need to worry about his Shinfa identity leaking. This brings us to yet another of his SS grade talents. Supreme Privilege. SSS enjoy the highest authority beneath a creator god, able to set encrypted information at will. In short, GM privileges. Before entering Shinfa domain, Su Yan had already encrypted his real-world identity. In other words, the link between the real-world Su Yan and Shinfa's Zhanmo had been welded shut by encryption. Without his permission, no one could discover Zhanmo's real-world identity. In response to Xiao Pangshu's inquiry, Su Yan deliberately sighed. Alas, don't mention it, I awakened and level useless talent tenfold absorption. As expected, upon hearing this, Xiao Pangshu's chest heaved and she covered her mouth in surprise. What did you say, a useless talent? Still and level. Su Yan, are you sure you're not lying to me? Su Yan rolled his eyes. What would I gain from lying to you? Am I trying to trick you into getting coconut milk? Yes. To Su Yan's surprise, Xiao Panchua actually took out a bottle of coconut milk from her drawer and tossed it over. Su Yan caught it and said helplessly, Sister Shui, I really am not lying. Do I need to joke about my future? As he spoke, he inserted the straw and gulped down a couple of sips. Xiao Panchua still seemed suspicious, not even noticing when some coconut milk accidentally splashed onto her stockings. Thus long legs, white stockings, and coconut milk. A surge of nosebleed rushed up and Su Yan hurriedly fled through the door. Su Yan, why are you running? Don't ask, just know it's because I'm fired up. Watching Su Yan dash into the bathroom, Xiao Panchua furrowed her brows, feeling that something was amiss. Just before Su Yan returned, she was scrolling through trending news out of boredom, when she was shocked to find that the trending topic was dominated by a user named Jean Mo. It said that this Jean Mo had awakened an SS level talent, clearing the 50-level novice dungeon solo at level 1, and ranking 3rd on the historical leaderboard. After confirming the information was true, Xiao Panchua was greatly shocked. She couldn't help but harbor a sliver of hope, wondering if this Jean Mo could be Su Yan or something, which is why she had blocked the doorway to ask. I really was thinking too much, wasn't I? Xiao Panchua murmured to herself, shaking her head lightly. By dinner time, Su Yan had dispelled Xiao Pangshu's doubts with his performance. His appetite surged, finishing all the dishes that Auntie prepared for Xiao Panchua, and he casually devoured 10 bowls of rice. What on earth happened to this kid today, eating so much? Uncle and Auntie looked on in shock. Xiao Panchua, on the other hand, propped her forehead with her hand, sitting silently at the dining table for a long time. Now she truly believed. Su Yan had awakened a useless talent, and it was an S-level talent just like hers. Tenfold absorption. Is there still hope? Xiao Pangshu's feelings were mixed, not knowing what to think. Having eaten so much, surprisingly, Su Yan's stomach felt no bloating at all. Instead, he felt an immense surge of strength throughout his body. It seems tenfold absorption does have some effect, Su Yan said with a hint of surprise, wondering if his physical quality would strengthen if he continued eating like this. After dinner, he quickly took a shower. While Xiao Panchua was washing up, Su Yan sneaked into the room and locked the door behind him. He had yet to check the rewards for soloing the dungeon due to being distracted after school. The fact that he had held off until now showed he was quite the tough character. It was like having a package arrive, but he refused to open it, insisting on waiting until the new year to do so. Well, something like that. If I'm not mistaken, it seems there's a staff in the rewards. Su Yan sat cross-legged on the bed, filled with anticipation, connecting to the divine punishment package with his mind. In the next moment, the rewards appeared before his eyes. There were 2 in total. The first reward was for defeating the boss Silver Wolf King, 45000 experience, 5000 gold coins, Silver Wolf Boots. Since it was a solo kill, the experience and gold coin rewards were nearly double that of a 5-person team. I told you soloing is the right way to approach dungeons. Su Yan calculated briefly, Each run gave about 120,000 experience, so to reach a total of 999. 9 billion experience. He would only need 830000 runs. Forget it, let's check the next one. 5000 gold coins were equivalent to 500000 Huabei. Su Yan felt quite pleased as it was another considerable sum. Unfortunately, gold coins are only rewarded for first-time clears in dungeons. Otherwise, with my method, I could take down the richest person in Huagua in no time. Su Yan lamented, feeling as if he had lost several billion. As for the silver wolf boots, they were an exquisite level boot for level 50. However, due to the equipment level restriction, Su Yan, this level 1 madman, obviously couldn't use them. He could only sell them, and who knows, he might make a big profit. The second reward was for the ranking. This was the highlight of the evening. Su Yan eagerly checked each one. The first thing that caught his eye was a heavy golden bag of coins. 100000 gold coins. Holy crap, so much! Upon seeing the amount of gold coins, Su Yan's breath caught in his throat. Although he treated money like dirt, it didn't stop him from liking gold coins. This was no joke. 100000 gold coins equaled 10 million Huabei. Based on purchasing power on Blue Star, he could buy a 3-bedroom 1-living-room apartment in the center of the Imperial City without any problem. In Jiangnan City, he could buy 3 luxurious villas. The books say talent changes fate, and I believe it now. Su Yan took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. Behind the gold coins was a golden medal. Golden Glory Medal after wearing all attributes 100. Due to the reason that the God Anger Mage cannot level up, Su Yan's level would forever be fixed at level 1A, unable to gain upgraded attributes. Compared to normal players, the higher the level, the greater the gap in attributes. And this medal that could add to all attributes just happened to compensate for that gap. All attributes 100, that can't be measured by money anymore. Su Yan believed, based on the textbook introduction to all attributes, that if given the choice between all attributes 100 millions of gold coins or even billions of Huabei, he believed all human players would unhesitatingly choose all attributes 100. With this comprehensive attribute boost, players could go further in the land of divine punishment. If luck was on their side, they might even break through their power bottlenecks and enter higher-level maps to face stronger challenges. Su Yan carefully took the medal out of the package and delicately wore it on his chest. Immediately, a golden glimmer lit up on his chest before vanishing in an instant. A warm current appeared at his dantian position, and then slowly flowed out, gently soothing and tingling. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a groan. When he looked again, his 5-dimensional attributes had changed to Constitution 196, Spirit 110, Strength 110, Intelligence 110, Agility 140. Not bad, finally looking the part. Su Yan smiled as he gazed at the final reward: Bloody Dawn, SS-Level Spirit 60, Intelligence 55, Spell Lifesteal 100. Equipment Type Staff. Equipment Level 1. Permanent Affix. This weapon permanently increases the maximum health by 10 points for each hit on an enemy. Wow, a Level 1 SS level staff. The rarity of equipment in Divine Punishment is not only determined by the direct SSS grade. It also depends on whether there are any added suffix attributes. Among the suffix attributes, specialized weapon skills, permanent affixes, set attributes, additional attributes. This Bloody Dawn comes with a permanent affix which is only second to specialized weapon skills. The affix effect is perfect for Su Yan. It can infinitely stack his health limit. Truly, whatever I want comes to me. I, Su Yan, am indeed a man with max luck. Su Yan joked, feeling the benefits of max luck. Bloody Dawn perfectly matched his desire for health. As long as he could endure the solitude and use this staff to grind monsters, wildly stacking his health to hundreds of millions or even billions, then his damage would be like a nuclear explosion. Whoever came would be obliterated. Moments later, Su Yan once again used his SS-level talent Elemental Transformation. He converted all the spirit and intelligence attributes granted by the staff Bloody Dawn into Constitution. Bloody Dawn SS-level Constitution 60, Constitution 55, Spell Lifesteal 100. Now his Constitution had reached 311, and his health had already hit 9,665. With this, the God Anger Mage's exclusive punishment skill could deal up to 70000 damage to the demon race. This will have to do for now. I'll slowly stack health tomorrow when I grind the dungeon. Su Yan flopped backward, his hands behind his head, as he lay on the bed feeling exceptionally relaxed. The reward for third place is so enticing. I wonder what good stuff first place will reward. With such thoughts, Su Yan couldn't help but feel quite envious. He was certainly not satisfied with today's dungeon clear score, as it was merely for practice and he had yet to reach his limit. However, before entering the dungeon tomorrow, Su Yan planned to make a trip to the auction house. He wanted to see if he could find some good items. Now that his output was sufficient, if he wanted to shorten the clear time, he could only find ways to improve his movement speed. The next day, Su Yan arrived at school early. He thought he was early, but the other students had come even earlier. The classroom was bustling with voices. Perhaps it was the first time entering the divine punishment realm that made everyone so excited. They were either boasting about their level-ups from yesterday or discussing the sudden emergence of the Demon Slayer. On the way here, Su Yen learned through his phone that Demon Slayer had gone viral online. Whether it was on the headlines, trending searches, or social media, all the reports were about Demon Slayer. So Su Yen, what profession did you choose, and what level are you at? Su Yen arrived at the last row of seats where his deskmate Tang Xia woke up from a nap. Her ponytail draped over her shoulder as she lazily stretched, revealing a small portion of her snow-white belly button. Su Yen tossed his backpack on the desk, saying, "Let's hear about you first." Tang Xia replied gloomily, "Of course I chose the archer class, but unfortunately as a grade fire element I've only reached level 5. Come on, are you not satisfied with reaching level 5 in just over 2 hours? Su Yen teased. Tang Xia crossed her arms, sulking. "Humph, if I had a good team, my dad could definitely get me to level 7, believe it or not." Sure. Su Yen replied nonchalantly as he took a book out of his backpack. "What about you?" He casually said, "I chose the warrior class and am still at level 1. Eft." Tang Xia immediately burst into laughter, leaning over the desk, covering her mouth with a giggle. "Haha, Su Yen, look at you. You only have level 1. What's wrong with level 1? I can still easily overpower you." The two of them bickered for a while. Su Yen flipped through his textbook, searching for information about the auction house. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted at the classroom door. A proud boy strode into the classroom, flanked by a group of admirers. The boy was not tall, only about 165 meters, and his appearance was quite ordinary. However, he exuded a strong presence, his face full of arrogance, as if he had confidence from nowhere. "Look, isn't that Zhang Hao from class 5? What is he doing in our class 3? I heard Zhang Hao awakened and a grade fire element talent, and even made the Jiangnan news last night. I saw that too. He was reported right after the Demon Slayer, super impressive." A friend said this time the talent awakenings at one high school were underwhelming, with the highest being a grade earth element talent. It seems that this year's top scorer in the Jiangnan City College entrance examination will most likely be Zhang Hao. The classmates whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy towards Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao smirked slightly at their looks. He seemed to enjoy it with his hands in his pockets. He walked straight to the last row of the classroom. "Excuse me, could you please move?" Zhang Hao reached Su Yan's desk, his demeanor haughty. Su Yan was busy studying the auction house and didn't bother to look up, saying, "I can't move, him busy. If you have something to say it here." "You." Zhang Hao frowned, adhering to his principle of not lowering himself to the level of trash. He directly ignored Su Yan, turning his gaze to Tang Xia beside him, smiling as he said, "Tang Xia, do you have time to chat?" At that moment, Tang Xia was still lying on her desk, catching up on sleep, her long ponytail of dark hair spilling over onto Su Yan's arm. Woken up by Zhang Hao, she lazily glanced at him and said, "No time." Zhang Hao was genuinely frustrated with these two. One wouldn't move and the other had no time. But glancing at Tang Xia's youthful and attractive figure, a sense of unwillingness surfaced in his eyes. He got straight to the point and said, "I'll be frank. I'm forming a fire element power team and would like to invite you to be the vice captain. If you, Tang Xia, are willing to join." Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment, then decisively said, "I can give you a link crystal." As soon as he said this, the classroom erupted in an uproar. "No way. Did I hear that right? Zhang Hao is actually giving Tang Xia a link crystal. That's incredibly rich and extravagant. Can one just give away link crystals nowadays? What do you think? Zhang Hao's father is the richest man in Jiangnan, didn't you know? Damn, I was so naive." Su Yan was also taken aback. He didn't expect Zhang Hao to be so generous to recruit Tang Xia into his team. It should be noted that link crystals are the only connectors to enter the divine punishment realm. They are priced extraordinarily high, generally around 100 million huabe, and currently they are in high demand but low supply. Without powerful connections, one simply cannot acquire them. Having a link crystal undoubtedly has its advantages. One could continue battling in the divine punishment realm after school, similar to attending tutoring classes. It emphasizes rolling and overwhelming classmates to achieve victory. Zhang Hao confidently smiled and said, "So what do you think, Tang Xia? Don't you want to achieve good results in the college entrance examination? With a link crystal, given your talent, it's not impossible to get into a top university with a bit of effort." Just as everyone thought Tang Xia would agree, without hesitation, she impatiently said, "I already said, I have no time. Can't you understand human language?" Zhang Hao was stunned, his face turning ashen. In disbelief and anger, he said, "Tang Xia, do you know what you just refused? We are both fire elements, and teaming up with me means you can level up faster. This is your future. I am doing this for your own good. I hope you reconsider. If you change your mind, feel free to come find me." After saying this, Zhang Hao glanced at Su Yan and turned to leave. After Zhang Hao left, Tang Xia yawned and continued to lie on her desk as if nothing had happened. Her charming chest was flattened against the desk, almost spilling out from under her school uniform. Su Yan couldn't bear to look any longer and said admiringly, "I didn't expect, Xia, that you would have such integrity." Clearly she was just complaining about not having a good team yet. When a good team presented itself, she chose to turn it down. Tang Xia buried her face in her arms mumbling, "Humph, who cares about that worthless thing? Without a link crystal my dad can still get me into a top university." Su Yan didn't argue, giving a soft smile. In this world, the college entrance examination primarily assessed one's strength in the divine punishment realm in addition to cultural subjects. To qualify for university, one must reach at least level 40 in the divine punishment realm and pass a simple difficulty exam. Although it is labeled as simple, 99 of students with below grade talent cannot pass. To apply for a top university, one needs to reach level 50 and pass a difficult difficulty exam. Based on previous admission data, only 5 individuals with grade talent have been admitted to a top university in the past 2 centuries. All of them were rich kids. In Su Yan's memory, Tang Xia's family background was not very good. He wasn't clear on the specifics, but after 3 years of high school together, he could feel it. So like him, awakening talent and achieving good results in the college entrance examination was their only chance to change their destinies. Thinking of this, Su Yan turned to look at Tang Xia. The girl breathed evenly, her smooth face slightly tousled by her hair. This face could not be considered particularly beautiful. Among the girls he knew, she could only be rated as above average. She was completely incomparable to his sister Xiao Panxue, who had a star-like dazzling beauty. Well, her chest and her backside were also. But in Su Yan's eyes, Tang Xia had a unique charm. Just like now. The class was about to start, yet this little girl could still sleep. And she didn't seem worried about being exposed. From Su Yan's perspective, if he wanted to, he could easily catch a glimpse of a wave of benefits. There's no helping it, or after school I'll buy a bottle of milk to replenish my body. Su Yan sighed inwardly. 10 minutes later, the class bell rang. The link crystal in the upper left corner of the desk emitted a faint glow, signaling the start of a day in the divine punishment realm. Su Yan eagerly reached out to touch it, preparing to log into the divine punishment realm. Just then, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, suddenly walked into the classroom and clapped his hands, saying, "Everyone please wait a moment. I have an announcement to make." Teacher Wang stood at the podium speaking earnestly. "Now that you have all awakened your talents, you will have to rely on yourselves for the next 2 months. Make good use of the knowledge you've gained over the years in the divine punishment, and strive to improve your levels and strength, aiming for excellent results in the college entrance examination." These words struck a chord, and the students below the podium listened attentively. Teacher Wang continued, "Now I won't waste your time any longer, and will directly announce the matter. You all know about the Demon Slayer, right? A new SS class talent awakener, yet another unparalleled genius born among our human race after a century. The emergence of the Demon Slayer signifies that the human race will rise from its decline and revival is in sight. Therefore, the school leadership held an emergency meeting last night and has decided to provide benefits to everyone in celebration of the human race's revival." The students immediately erupted in excitement, asking, "What benefits?" In a few days, the principal will invite local geniuses currently studying at prestigious schools in the capital to guide and teach at our school. At that time, a substantial sum will also be spent to arrange a practical training activity in the divine punishment area. At this point, Teacher Wang smiled and said, "This is an unprecedented opportunity. With these geniuses personally imparting their experiences, it would be worth half a lifetime of your efforts. You all must seize this opportunity well. Do not let the school's sincere efforts go to waste." After saying this, Teacher Wang looked towards the last row. "Tang Xia, come out with me for a moment." Su Yan, hearing this, woke Tang Xia up. The latter hurriedly fixed her wrinkled uniform and messy hair and left the classroom in a rush under the envious gazes of her classmates. In the corner of the corridor, Teacher Wang stopped, turned to the slightly flustered Tang Xia, and said kindly, "Tang Xia, from tomorrow on you will no longer be a student of class 3. At this moment, Tang Xia was still a bit confused, her high ponytail and short skirt fluttering in the wind. Upon hearing this, her head cleared instantly, and she exclaimed, "Teacher Wang, did I do something wrong? Why am I being expelled?" Teacher Wang chuckled. "What are you thinking? It's not an expulsion but a transfer to the rocket class." "Rocket class?" Teacher Wang explained, "This year, in order to better allocate resources to the outstanding students with class talents like you, so that you can achieve good results in the college entrance examination, the school has decided to form a rocket class, placing all students with class talents or above in one class. Tang Xia, your class fire element ranking is 3rd in the school, so of course you have to go." Tang Xia's pretty face revealed a proud expression, but she quickly thought of something and asked, "What about Su Yan? Is he going too?" "Su Yan?" Teacher Wang frowned. "He cannot go." Tang Xia's expression changed. "Su Yan has an class talent ranking 1st in the school, why can't he go?" Teacher Wang sighed. "Tang Xia, don't you understand yet? And class useless talent would be a waste of the school's resources even if he went." "A waste of school resources? Then I won't go either," Tang Xia declared, resolutely, shocking Teacher Wang. "What nonsense are you talking about? This matter cannot be taken lightly. Your future fate is closely related to it, do you understand?" "So what?" Teacher Wang, exasperated, spoke earnestly. "Tang Xia, do you know what the rocket class means? It means that your chances of getting into a top university can increase by 20%. You must think this through." "I've thought it through very clearly." Tang Xia bit her lip. If even in class can't go to the rocket class, then I am even less deserving to go. Tang Xiaoyu. Teacher, if there's nothing else, I'll return to the classroom first. After bowing to Teacher Wang, Tang Xia left without looking back. This child, how could she be like this? Teacher Wang frowned and shook his head. When Tang Xia returned to her seat, Su Yan was still researching the auction house and casually asked, "Back, what did old Wang want with you?" Tang Xia fiddled with her hair in front of her forehead, absent-mindedly replied, "What else could it be? Just telling me to work hard and strive to bring glory to class 3. She is lying, guess what it is." Suddenly a prompt from the eye of the gods popped up in front of Su Yan, leaving him stunned. He turned to Tang Xia and frowned. "Xiao Xia, are you hiding something from me?" "What a joke, my father has always been upright, how could I hide anything from you?" Tang Xia appeared flustered but quickly huffed. "Let's reveal the answer. Just a minute ago your good deskmate refused the rocket class because of you. How touching, right?" "Because of me?" Su Yan was surprised, his gaze towards Tang Xia turning strange. "Xiao Xia. Su Yan recalled Zhang Hao and said, "Today you rejected Zhang Hao, he definitely won't give up. If one day he pesters you again, just tell him my name." "Pfft, what kind of name do you have?" Tang Xia was immediately amused. "What do you mean I don't have one? Is Demon Slayer not enough?" "You, Demon Slayer? What a joke." Tang Xia certainly didn't believe that the legendary Demon Slayer was beside her and said seriously, "Su Yan, I'm serious, you don't need to get involved in this. I don't want to drag you into it. Otherwise, if Zhang Hao targets you, you'd be in enough trouble already, and you might not even get into university." Su Yan grinned. "That's not going to happen. It's just a university I could get in with my eyes closed." I hope so." At this moment everyone had entered the divine punishment area, and the two began preparing to enter. However, just before touching the connecting crystal, Tang Xia finally asked, "Su Yan, do you really not need me to help you level up?" Su Yan smiled and countered, "I say, Xiao Xia, do you like me? Otherwise, why do you always want to help me?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" I just don't want my deskmate to fail to get into university. You mustn't think too much." Tang Xia's face turned bright red, extending down to her neck, and even her eyebrows were trembling. Su Yan understood this peculiar reaction from his female deskmate. He boldly glanced at Tang Xia's smooth fair legs and softly suggested, "How about this, since we're all brothers, you let me touch your thigh and I'll help you. How about it?" Su Yan get lost. With strength alone he had to rely on Su Yan. With the thigh-touching tactic deployed, Su Yan successfully shook off Tang Xia and embarked on the divine punishment journey alone. "Traveler, are you ready to traverse the Stargate and head to the unknown divine punishment area?" The familiar gentle voice of the Goddess of Dawn echoed from the login interface. However, this time Su Yan did not rush to log in but looked up at the sky. There the Goddess of Dawn bathed in radiant light high above. Her graceful form was barely wrapped in a long skirt made of divine power, while deep snowy valleys were visible between her round peaks. A noble and beautiful divine visage, sacred and inviolable, with a waterfall of white hair flowing endlessly behind her. Every aspect of her radiated, unattainable. At this moment, however, a particularly bold thought arose in Su Yan's heart. That is, he possessed the SS class talent Divine Lock. He could place chains on deities or their avatars, forcing them into a contract. And since the Goddess of Dawn is a deity, should he try? As a super benefit for players logging into the interface, the Goddess of Dawn began her role as the welcoming hostess upon descending from the land of divine punishment. With her extraordinary beauty, stunning figure, and a long dress that seemed almost non-existent, she became the dream lover of countless male players. Right from the start, they show us this kind of thing. How can anyone focus on leveling up? No wonder the human race is becoming more and more incompetent. Su Yan retracted his critical gaze. Even for the future of humanity, he had to give it a try. So Su Yan called out loudly, "Goddess of Dawn, I have a question." The Goddess of Dawn smiled. "Please ask, traveler. Are you really a god?" "Of course I am a god, a middle-level deity with a rank of 12, wielding dominion over dawn and hope." "That's impressive. Do you have any relatives or friends?" Su Yan asked again. Despite the oddity of the question, the Goddess of Dawn remained unperturbed and replied, "Gods exist independently from one another, each governing their own divine domain, so there are no such concepts as relatives or friends." Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. "I see. Just hypothetically, if something were to happen to you, would anyone seek revenge for you?" The Goddess of Dawn seemed to sense something was amiss, yet adhering to her divine demeanor, she patiently responded, "Traveler, your question is quite strange. But rest assured, the gods govern all and nothing will happen." "Understood, I was just asking." Su Yan nodded in acknowledgement, a hint of wickedness glimmering in his eyes. Buzz. A cross-shaped chain of light flickered gently in his outstretched palm. This was the activation of the SS level talent, the Divine Restraint. Though unsure of its success, Su Yan decided to act. He pushed his palm towards the Goddess of Dawn in midair, shouting, "Restraint." Boom! In an instant, 2 blood-red chains shot out from his palm, the chain runes shimmering as they flew towards the Goddess of Dawn. "Traveler, what are you doing?" The Goddess of Dawn exclaimed, her expression finally changing for the first time. However, the rules of creation descended upon this realm, madly suppressing everything. In the sky behind the goddess of dawn, a massive, sacred, and beautiful phantom suddenly appeared. The phantom radiated endless holy light, its divine power surging wildly, yet was soon suppressed and rendered immobile by the rules. At this moment, the chains transformed into two beams of red light, binding the wrists of the phantom, dragging it down towards the ground, while slowly pulling upward. The massive phantom trembled and struggled but quickly fell still. The restraint has been completed. As this notification sounded moments later, the massive phantom vanished, and the goddess of dawn, floating in midair, slowly descended, her divine light rapidly returning to her body. Please command me, goddess of dawn, my master. The goddess of dawn approached Su Yan, crossing her hands over her chest, slightly bowing, and respectfully spoke. Su Yan was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Wow, it actually worked. The divine restraint, amazing. Now the promising young men of the human race could fully dedicate themselves to leveling up. As for being distracted by the allure of the goddess of dawn, Su Yan would bear that burden alone. I really am a self-sacrificing good person. Su Yan was moved by his own words. Just then, as he was about to issue a command to the goddess of dawn, an ethereal voice suddenly resonated overhead. Esteemed travelers, due to anomalies in the login interface, please exit the land of divine punishment immediately, or emergency maintenance will commence in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its final second, darkness enveloped Su Yan's vision, and the surroundings transformed rapidly. In the land of divine punishment, Shura City, located at the entrance, was a place for travelers to receive supplies. With the system undergoing sudden maintenance, all human travelers were forcibly sent here. Su Yan was no exception. What the heck is going on? The land of divine punishment is undergoing maintenance too. If I remember correctly, the last maintenance was over 100 years ago. Why is it happening suddenly? Who cares when it's maintained? I was just about to take down the two-headed serpent boss. Shouldn't there be compensation? There must be compensation. 300 gold coins is barely acceptable. 500 gold coins for cleaning up, 1,000 gold coins for immediate amnesia. At this moment, Shura City was packed with people, the noise rising to a level akin to rush hour on the subway. As the instigator Su Yan squeezed through the crowd, listening to the cacophony around him, feeling a bit anxious. Little did he know that his act of binding the goddess of dawn would trigger this emergency maintenance. Will I be discovered? Su Yan pondered, but thought with his supreme authority it should be fine. Besides, he was merely making reasonable use of the talent rules. He hadn't committed a crime. Quietly opening his palm, Su Yan felt a sense of relief upon seeing a white chain mark appear in his palm. Due to the contract, he could sense the presence of the goddess of dawn at any time. At this moment, the goddess of dawn was within that mark, always ready to respond to his summons. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Wow, the demon slayer. It's the demon slayer. Just then the crowd suddenly erupted in exclamations. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Soon after, brothers, it's really the demon slayer. But wait, didn't the demon slayer solo a level 50 dungeon yesterday? Why is he still level 1? You clearly must be a newbie, right? A character of the demon slayer's caliber must be a hidden profession. It's normal to require a bit more experience to level up. Wow, I'm crying. It's my first time being so close to an SS level talent master. Mom, your son has achieved something. The entire Shura City went wild. Countless players surged towards this direction like a terrifying wave. Su Yan, wielding his staff Blood Dawn, stood amidst the throng, feeling as if he were at a concert. And he was the most dazzling superstar on stage. This feeling of being adored by thousands was unprecedented, yet Su Yan remained calm, smiling and waving. Hello everyone, I am the Demon Slayer. The crowd erupted into cheers mingled with frenzied cries of Demon Slayer, I love you, and Demon Slayer, I want to have your babies. As more and more players gathered in the leisure area, everyone suddenly realized that the Demon Slayer had vanished without a trace. He had hurriedly made his way to the auction house. Just moments ago, Su Yan had stealthily released the divine power of the goddess of dawn. Under the cover of divine power, he was able to escape from right under the players' noses. To avoid causing a stir, Su Yan reluctantly had to temporarily hide his ID. This way, aside from being handsome, he looked just like a level 1 newbie mage. Shura City as a supply hub for players contained an auction house, team-up area, leisure area, bounty section, and a soldier's hall. Su Yan quickly discerned the direction and headed towards the auction house. When Su Yan arrived at the auction house, the usually bustling hall was sparsely populated with only about 10 people. It seemed that everyone had rushed to admire the future emperor of humanity due to the appearance of the Demon Slayer in Shura City. This move is called Sound East Attack West. Su Yan was in a good mood as he stepped into the auction house, aiming to showcase his power and attract more players to trade. The auction hall was extravagantly decorated with gold and brilliance visible everywhere. Su Yan walked on the transparent mirror-like floor, bypassing the queues and heading directly to an unoccupied trading window. Hello, I would like to buy some equipment, he said. A sweet voice from the window replied, Sure, please wait a moment. Su Yan was about to praise the service of the largest trading center in the divine punishment land. Suddenly, the female clerk apologetically said, I'm sorry sir, your level is too low, and we cannot provide trading services to you at this time. Level too low? What do you mean? Su Yan's expression darkened. Aren't we all human? Why is there level discrimination? The female clerk did not explain further but said, if a level 1 player wants to purchase equipment, we recommend you turn right after leaving the auction house. There are people always setting up stalls there and the value for money is quite good. Su Yan was displeased. I've come here to buy equipment. Why would I consider value for money? Just say whether you can sell or not. The female clerk awkwardly said, sir, this is a high-consumption venue and the value of the goods is generally above 1,000 gold coins. You see, 1,000 gold coins, that's 1,000,000 huabi. This consumption is indeed exceptionally high. Although the other party had already said it quite tactfully, Su Yan could hardly fail to notice. Isn't it just looking down on a level 1 player for being broke? Bang! A heavy bag of gold coins was thrown onto the counter by Su Yan, who coldly stated, here are 1,000,000 gold coins, is it enough? Not enough. I can add more. 100,000. The female clerk's face showed shock as she hurriedly said, sir, please wait. She quickly walked to a corner and whispered something to the glowing screen in front of her. In no time, a male manager in a suit with slicked back hair hurried over from inside the auction house. The female clerk followed him, lowering her head. The male manager sized up Su Yan and, noticing that he had hidden his ID, realized this young man was not ordinary. He repeatedly apologized. I'm very sorry, sir. Xiao Zhou is new here and doesn't know the rules. Please forgive her for being rude. He then reprimanded the female clerk. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to our esteemed guest. I'm sorry. The female clerk kept bowing like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to breathe loudly. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of players in the hall. Everyone looked over with curiosity. One by one, they gaped in disbelief as if witnessing the most absurd scene of their lives. What the hell? The auction house manager is actually bowing and apologizing to a level 1 player. What's going on? Who is that level 1 player? Looks pretty awesome. Of course, if you could casually throw out 1,000,000 gold coins, you could be as awesome as him. Damn, 1,000,000 gold coins. Level 1. Players were shocked. They had seen plenty of wealthy people, but a wealthy level 1 player was unprecedented. They all speculated whether this was the young heir of some prominent family who had just awakened his talent and come out to show off. At that moment, Su Yan was equally baffled by the manager's demeanor, marveling at how realistic it was. His expression slightly displeased, he furrowed his brows and asked, I'm in a hurry. Can I buy equipment now? Of course. Please follow me to the office, sir. The male manager displayed a humble demeanor. Su Yan did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Once in the office, Su Yan was seated on an upscale sofa, sipping fine tea and enjoying VIP treatment. May I ask what equipment you need to purchase, sir? The male manager inquired politely from across the table. Su Yan took a sip of tea and set down the cup, saying, is there any SS-level equipment suitable for a level 1 player? The male manager was left speechless, saying, sir, please don't joke. There are only a handful of SS-level divine items known to humanity, and every single one is a rare treasure. How could one possibly be available for sale? And as for SS-level divine items for level 1, I'm afraid I've never seen one. None at all. Su Yan felt quite disappointed. He could only settle for second best, saying, what about S-level equipment? The male manager was startled, thinking he was joking. But upon hearing this, his expression became strange, and he cautiously said, sir, I know you have money, but there's really no need for a level 1 player to buy such good equipment. S-level gear is priced sky high, and even level 1 wouldn't be too cheap. Moreover, the leveling speed for the first 20 levels is quite fast. It wouldn't even be considered transitional gear. Su Yan interrupted. I'm buying, you're selling, just recommend it. All right then. The male manager was a smart person. Having said what he needed to say, he was naturally happy to take this guaranteed profitable business. Before long, the office coffee table was filled with various S-level equipment for level 1. The male manager smiled and said, although we don't have any SS-level divine items, we do have quite a few S-level items in stock for level 1. These are ultra-rare items crafted by forging masters to enhance their forging experience. They are very much in demand and of guaranteed quality. Since you are holding a staff, you must be a distinguished mage. I think these few pieces of equipment would suit you well. Su Yan interrupted again, saying, no need, I'll choose myself. All right, take your time, sir. I'll brew you another cup of tea. While the male manager went to brew tea, Su Yan carefully selected the S-level equipment. He noticed that these items had clearly been polished. The few at the bottom were even covered in dust. Damn, this is hardly in demand. It's clearly just stuff that nobody wants to buy. S-level equipment for level 1 is something that ordinary players cannot afford, while wealthy players have no need for it. After all, who would be willing to spend dozens of times the price to buy something that would be obsolete in 10 minutes? At most they would buy it for display purposes to prove that they once owned an S-level item. But there was no help for it. Who made Su Yan this furious mage? Buying was a certainty. It was just a matter of whether he could negotiate a better price. After a selection, Su Yan decided on a warrior helmet and a mage's boots. Helmet of Hope SS level stamina 20 or strength 15 equipment level, 1 set effect wind of haste 5-piece set wind of haste agility, 200 movement speed, increases to 200 after exiting combat lasting 10 seconds. Wind spirit boots SS level intelligence 18, agility 21 equipment level, 1 set effect wind of haste 5-piece set wind of haste agility, 200 movement speed, increases to 200 after exiting combat lasting 10 seconds. Along with 3 unidentified items gloves, chest armor, and leg armor. The attributes of these 3 unidentified items were not visible aside from their S-level quality. But Su Yan was different. He possessed the SS-level talent Eye of the Gods. He had already seen through the properties of these 3 items. The male manager approached with the brewed tea and seeing the equipment numbers Su Yan had selected exclaimed, "Sir, you truly have a good eye. The Wind of Haste set is our auction house's best-selling set, considered a travel artifact. However, you're a mage. Is it really okay to buy equipment for other professions?" Su Yan replied indifferently, "In matters of trade, don't inquire too much." Yes. How much in total?" The male manager said. "Actually, to celebrate the emergence of the Demon Slayer, our auction house is holding an event. All items are being offered at a 20 discount. The more you buy, the greater the discount." Su Yan listened, feeling intrigued. Wow, yet another event due to the emergence of the Demon Slayer. "That's great, thanks." The male manager smiled. "No need to thank us. You should thank the Demon Slayer." "Thank the Demon Slayer? What the hell? Am I to thank myself?" Su Yan replied coolly. "Just tell me how many gold coins it is. These 2 Wind of Haste sets after the discount are 150000 each. The other 3 unidentified pieces after the discount are 80000 each. A total of 540000 gold coins. I'll round it off for you and charge you 500000. How does that sound? Goodbye." Su Yan's mouth twitched, his expression changing instantly as he got up to leave. Damn, 500000. That's 50 million huabi, why not just go rob a bank? Seeing him walk away without looking back as if already expected, the male manager hurriedly caught up saying, "How about you give us a price?" Su Yan disdainfully said, "For this pile of old antiques, 5,000 gold coins each, not a penny more. Although S-level is rare, it is only level 1. He was confident that aside from himself, there wouldn't be any fool willing to buy. And if no one bought it, it was just a pile of scrap metal. 5,000 gold coins, buy it or not. For Su Yan, this set of Windrunner gear is not a necessity. It's not a big deal. At worst, he could just buy another speed-enhancing skill. The decision to buy this gear was because he couldn't find the blood armor set and he happened to come across it. After all, gathering 5 pieces is no easy feat. In front of the office door, the male manager fell into silence after hearing Su Yan's price. Was there a mistake? A set of gear originally worth over 100,000 was being offered for only 5,000 gold coins. How could he have the face to say that? But these items have been stored here for many years, and 2 of them are even older than I am. Just thinking about this made the male manager's head ache. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Sir, how about this? Let me contact the seller and see what they say." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Su Yan nodded. "I'll give you just 5 minutes." "No problem." After a while, the male manager awkwardly said, "The seller said 5,000 gold coins is too ridiculous and asked if you could raise the offer." "Then forget it. There's no way I'm increasing the price, not in this lifetime. I don't want these items anymore, you can keep them." Su Yan flatly refused and turned to leave. However, just a few steps out of the office, the male manager caught up with him. "Sir, the seller has agreed. And they're also giving you 3 equipment identification tokens." Equipment identification tokens? That means he could save on identification costs. Su Yan immediately turned around and said, "Let's make the deal. The equipment identification tokens crafted by a blacksmith are at least level 100. According to market prices, each one costs 10000 gold coins. Su Yan just got a free 30000. The 2 immediately returned to the office. The male manager operated at his desk, and the order appeared on the light screen as Su Yan chose to pay. Ding! 25000 gold coins were gone. Seeing the money arrive, the male manager smiled, and immediately fetched 3 identification tokens from the warehouse, asking, "Do you need to identify them now?" Su Yan nodded, "Yes, let's identify them." The male manager, having received consent, skillfully used the identification tokens. However, after finishing the identification of the first item, his expression changed. Knight's Handguards SS Grade Strength 21, Intelligence 12. Equipment Level 1. Set Effect Windrunner 5-piece set. Windrunner Agility 200. Increases movement speed to 200 after leaving combat for 10 seconds. Then came the second item. Knight's Armor SS Grade Constitution 18, Spirit 15. Equipment Level 1. Set Effect Windrunner 5-piece set. The male manager swallowed hard, thinking it was truly bizarre that all of them were from the Windrunner set. He looked up at Su Yen, about to say something but hesitated. Finally, he identified the third item. Knight's Leggings SS Grade Strength 12. Agility 16. Equipment Level 1. Set Effect Windrunner 5-piece set. The male manager was completely stunned. All of them were from the Windrunner set. Su Yen got up from the sofa and smiled. Looks like I'm quite lucky. I managed to gather all 5 pieces. Thanks, manager. Su Yen quickly took the 5 pieces of gear from the coffee table and hurriedly left, leaving the male manager in a state of confusion filled with regret and shock. You see, the price of equipment with set attributes varies greatly between individual pieces and complete sets. The price of complete sets can be several times, even dozens of times, that of individual sold pieces. The auction house just lost tens of thousands. But the male manager couldn't think about that anymore. All he could think of was how Su Yen was able to see through the properties of unidentified equipment. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? 3 pieces, all from the Windrunner set. Is that even possible? It must be a talent. The male manager's expression changed, revealing admiration. As far as he knew, those who could see hidden attributes of equipment must be at least S-grade. Incredible, this is a top-tier expert of the new generation of humanity. Equipping the 5 pieces of the Windrunner set, Su Yan's movement speed doubled instantly. He ghosted out of the auction house and headed towards the Shura City Square. Just now, a divine punishment announcement had come from the sky saying maintenance was complete. Without delay, he wanted to start grinding dungeons, madly gaining experience while stacking health and aiming to break the historical clearance leaderboard. Wait a minute. Unexpectedly, the male manager chased after him again. Su Yen asked in confusion, is there anything else? The male manager presented a golden card with both hands, his eyes filled with reverence. You are a valued customer of our auction house. Please accept this auction house pass. Auction house pass? What does that mean? The male manager replied, this is a symbol of your esteemed status, a manifestation of your powerful abilities. Currently, there is no way to purchase this pass except through our voluntary gifts. Owning this pass entitles you to a permanent 20% discount on purchases at this auction house and allows for remote transactions anytime, anywhere. You can also contact me to handle transactions for you. My name is Wang Defa. You can call me Afa. Hearing Wang Defa's explanation, Su Yen felt that the auction house pass was indeed a great item. Most importantly, it can't be bought even with money. Rounding up, this is undoubtedly a priceless treasure. But why have I become your esteemed customer? Because you have S-grade talent. According to our boss rules, anyone who awakens S-grade talent or above is our esteemed customer. So that's how it is. Su Yen understood. The other party had mistaken him for having S-grade talent. Well, one could only say, their judgment is truly poor. Then I'll accept it. Please thank your boss for me. Su Yen calmly accepted the auction house pass. This way, his future transactions would be much more convenient. Next, Su Yen continued to the Shura City Square, returning to the novice map through the teleportation portal there. Soon. Hey traveler, welcome to the land of divine punishment. Just as he entered the login interface, a rough welcome voice suddenly rang above his head. This voice startled Su Yen, nearly scaring him to death. What the hell? Looking up, he saw a burly man with a giant axe and a full beard where the morning dawn goddess used to be. The big man, seeing Su Yen log in, looked reluctant and lazily said, I am Galad. I'm not very happy to serve you. Su Yen felt a headache coming on. What is this? Is it because the morning dawn goddess was taken by him, so they had to switch to someone else? But this is just too blatant. Maintenance. Maintained for nothing. Whoosh. With a sigh, Su Yen re-entered the land of divine punishment, his figure appearing before the Wolf King Valley dungeon entrance. At this time, many players had already gathered around. They were forming teams and calling for others, bustling as usual. The World Channel was also quite lively. Most of the discussions were about how the morning dawn goddess was replaced by Galad after maintenance. What kind of absurd operation is this? The goddess suddenly disappears without a word. Haha, you scared me to death. I thought I was blacklisted for peeking under the goddess skirt. Seeing everyone like this, I feel relieved. Arnhem, bring back my goddess. Bring back my goddess. My mindset collapsed. Without the morning dawn goddess, what meaning does my life have? I might as well just die. Are you serious? Upstairs. My dad is a funeral master. I can provide a full range of services. Want my contact info? Gu Xingxia looking for a wife online. Su Yen casually glanced at the World Channel before turning his attention to the dungeon NPC in front of him. He opened the historical rankings. Sure enough. 3rd place, Demon Slayer solo time 5 minutes and 52 seconds. Clearance evaluation SSS grade. His own ranking had already reached 3rd place. Moreover, he was only 2 seconds behind the 2nd place and 17 seconds behind the 1st place. Attention please, SSS grade talent descendant of the divine begins daily blessings. You have received 20 Dragon Phoenix blood. A new day, a new blessing. Seeing that it was Dragon Phoenix blood again, Su Yen felt no waves in his heart. Time was pressing. His figure transformed into a white light as he entered the Wolf King Valley dungeon. Su Yen entered the instance again. This time he was well prepared and had a clear goal to shorten the completion time as much as possible and claim the reward for being first on the leaderboard. Let's get started. In the narrow, dim valley, the figure of the demon slayer suddenly flickered forward, appearing instantly 30 meters away, accompanied by a faint glow. This was the teleportation skill Fierce Light Flicker that Su Yan had just purchased using the auction house pass. It was a highly popular teleportation skill for all classes. Cost 2,000 gold coins. After teleporting, Su Yan charged forward with his staff to engage the silver wolf pack not far ahead. In this heroic stance, it was hard to tell whether he was a warrior or a mage. A fireball spell was thrown at the leading silver wolf from a distance of 15 meters, instantly engulfing the creature in flames. Boom! The explosion. Fireball, the most basic skill of fire mages. As a god of wrath mage, Su Yan was proficient in all elements and naturally could learn it. Auction house price 10 gold coins. When this fireball was cast, the small fireball probably never imagined it would one day be this powerful. 22,821. The brilliant crimson numbers leapt up. Damage overflowed. The silver wolf, with only 5,000 health, was instantly eliminated. After equipping the gear, the demon slayer's base damage was already terrifying. Of course, whether it was gear or skills, they all underwent the baptism of Su Yan's talent elemental transformation. Faster, even faster. Su Yan muttered to himself. At the same time, after the fireball spell instantaneously killed the silver wolf, the disengagement attribute of the Swift Gale set was triggered. Speed increased twofold on top of the current base speed, lasting for 10 seconds. Whoosh! In an instant, the charge of the demon slayer continued unabated. Traces of afterimages followed behind, moving so fast it seemed as if the body was running ahead while the soul chased behind. Next, the fireball spell entered cooldown, but it didn't matter. Su Yan still had Ice, Arrow, Lightning, Strike, Rock, Burst, Hurricane. All basic skills from various elements that could be learned at level 1. But at this moment, in the hands of the demon slayer, they were all instant kill techniques. Entering and exiting combat. This cycle continued, and Su Yan's movement speed was as fast as lightning. The afterimages behind him flickered wildly, hardly catchable. After several skills were used, the teleportation skill Fierce Light Flicker connected perfectly. After teleporting, the fireball spell was ready again. Su Yan felt exhilarated. For him, the biggest challenge in soloing the instance was drawing aggro. After all, a 5-man team can act separately and a coordinated team can draw aggro in no time. With this set of skills, Su Yan was confident he could achieve the same efficiency as a 5-man team. With sparks and lightning all around, when Su Yan quickly arrived in front of the BOSS, the Silver Wolf King, it only took him a little over 3 minutes. It's stable now. Su Yan's gaze was intense and his heart completely relaxed. Ignoring the Silver Wolf King's show-off performance, it was the moment when the boss's health bar lit up. With a wave of his staff, Su Yan simultaneously cast Judgment and Punishment. Boom! Judgment had not yet reached a conclusion, but the base damage of Punishment had already exploded within the Silver Wolf King's sturdy body. Human ant, this is impossible. The Silver Wolf King exclaimed in shock, unleashing a roar like a tsunami. Mountains collapsed and the earth trembled. The Silver Wolf King was once again eliminated. Meanwhile, a world announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Demon Slayer for solo clearing the Wolf King Valley instance. Time taken 3 minutes and 59 seconds. Completion rating SSS level. As this announcement was made, the land of divine punishment fell into madness once more. All human players were utterly shocked, frozen in place for a long time. Then they erupted into joy, exhilaration, and celebration. They felt honored. Wow, the Demon Slayer is soloing the Wolf King Valley instance again. And the completion time is getting more terrifying each time. This time, it only took 3 minutes and 59 seconds. How did the Demon Slayer manage to achieve this? No one knew. But what everyone knew was that the era of the Demon Slayer had arrived. With this completion, the Demon Slayer officially surpassed the team led by the Human Emperor Mo, when ending Mo wins 198-year dominance over the Wolf King Valley, and forcefully claiming the top spot on the historical leaderboard. Moreover, he set the completion record of this instance to the 3-minute era. The news of the Demon Slayer's ascendance spread rapidly. The Extermination Institute, Shura City, the Red Mansion, the highest command of the Frontline Divine Strategy Corps, and even other countries and the Human Alliance. The top experts of humanity were all stirred, their gazes fixed on the Wolf King Valley. But in the end, they found nothing but emptiness. The Demon Slayer was undetectable and unseen. At this moment, inside the Wolf King Valley instance, having successfully broken the completion record, Su Yan was oblivious to the commotion outside. For him, rankings were just fleeting clouds. The most important thing was the ranking reward. I wonder what great treasure I will be rewarded this time. Su Yan quickly checked the rewards. The basic rewards of the instance were not impressive. Still just experience and a truckload of silver wolf meat along with 2 pieces of level 50 grade equipment. Su Yan couldn't wait to see the first place leaderboard reward. 300,000 gold coins, all attributes 200, Inferno Forbidden Curse LV1. The rewards were very generous. They even rewarded a forbidden spell skill. This is quite surprising. Forbidden spells are the exclusive skills of the hidden class Forbidden Spell Mage. Their power is not inferior to SS level skills. Inferno Forbidden Curse LV1. This forbidden spell casts an inferno explosion on enemies within a 100-meter radius, dealing 270 spell power magic damage. It also inflicts the Heartfire Burn effect on enemies that are not fire-based. Heartfire Burn marks the enemy as weak to fire, increasing fire damage taken by 50th, lasting for 2 hours. Cooldown 100 seconds. Cost 1000 mana. About 2 hours. Upon seeing the duration of the Heartfire Burn, Su Yen almost broke down. This Inferno Forbidden Curse is a bit overpowered. Its AoE damage is comparable to Shuraslash, and it even grants a target that narrowly escaped a 2-hour weak fire status. Isn't that just plain cheating? Very good, I like it. Su Yen unabashedly expressed his fondness for the Inferno Forbidden Curse and immediately learned it without hesitation. Everyone named Yen belongs to the Birth Curse. After learning the Inferno Forbidden Curse, Su Yan's trump card, or perhaps his ace in the hole, increased once more. No wonder the human emperor's rise in history was as fast as riding a rocket. After all, being able to obtain SS-level equipment and skills just by clearing an instance, I could do that too. After joking a bit, Su Yen felt satisfied and patted his backside as he exited the instance. Outside the instance, as the Demon Slayer appeared, the crowd went wild. Look, the Demon Slayer is out. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer, I'm your super fan. Can we be friends? Are you taking disciples? I'd be happy to be your dog. At the instance entrance, countless players rushed to gather around, blocking the entrance completely. These players were all at least level 50. There were also many high-level players who had rushed over from other maps, including several top players at level 1000. All enthusiastically surrounded the only level 1 Demon Slayer, their fervor comparable to that of a celebrity arrival. Su Yen was somewhat taken aback by this scene. He didn't find it as bothersome as he imagined. Instead, he thought the players were a bit cute. He smiled at them and said, "Sorry, I need to farm instances, everyone please disperse." Upon hearing the future human emperor speak, the crowd instantly became excited and thrilled. In their impression, the 4 human emperors with SS-level talents had always been aloof and mysterious. They rarely, if ever, showed their faces, let alone spoke. But the Demon Slayer, so powerful yet so approachable, who wouldn't love that? Demon Slayer, are you going to beat your own completion record again? Does that mean this achievement hasn't reached your limit yet? Demon Slayer, when will you level up to level 2? Countless questions erupted from the mouths of these players. Su Yen could only shake his head helplessly and engage in conversation with the instance NPC disappearing in a flash of white light. These people are really idle. Seeing the Demon Slayer enter the instance, the players did not leave. Instead, they all waited at the instance entrance with excitement and anticipation. The goal was simple: to witness the birth of a new completion record together. Su Yen did not have a private link crystal. He could only access divine punishment at school, so he cherished the time dearly. Next, Su Yen raced against time to gain experience, simultaneously using the staff Blood Dawn's affix attributes to infinitely stack his health limit. With the forbidden spell of flame, he no longer needed to switch classes or weapons. Such efficiency was remarkable. In a state of intense concentration, he could clear a dungeon in just over 4 minutes on average. By the time he finished, it was already noon. He quickly ate 10 bowls of rice at the cafeteria and returned to divine punishment. I really don't get it. Do these people not need to level up? Still hanging around to watch the excitement. He suddenly noticed that many players were still gathered at the dungeon entrance, all eagerly staring at the entry, waiting in vain. In the crowd where Su Yen could not see, a dazzling warrior at level 1352 leaned against a crooked old tree, cradling a broken greatsword, and said with conviction, "It's been so long, and there's still no world announcement. It seems 3 minutes and 59 seconds is the limit for slaying the demon." He smirked. "I told you, even if a person is a freak, there are limits, don't you think?" A Ling, a female player beside him called a Ling, softly replied, "Maybe." The warrior grinned. "Then let's leave it at that. After all, you've already seen the demon slain. Waiting any longer would be a waste of time. The boss is already urging us. We should go." Okay. As soon as the demon was slain, the scene erupted into excitement again. Su Yen had grown accustomed to this. However, from the surrounding noisy voices, he finally figured out why these players weren't leaving. So they were all waiting for me to refresh the record again. Su Yen felt speechless. During the time, he had also tried to see if he could break the historical clear record. But perhaps due to his relaxed mindset, he hadn't been able to bring the clear time under 4 minutes again. But suddenly at that moment, an intense heat surged in the palm of his right hand, emitting a humming sound only Su Yen could hear. Su Yen raised his hand in surprise and saw the shackled mark in his palm glowing with a blood-red light. Is this the goddess of dawn? Su Yen suddenly realized, nearly forgetting that a deity resided within his palm. Remembering something, he quickly focused his divine sense, connecting with the goddess of dawn. "Soon, master." In his mind, the sacred and respectful ethereal voice of the goddess of dawn echoed. Su Yen straightforwardly asked, "Dawn, can you help me clear the dungeon?" After a brief wait of a few seconds, "Of course, my master." The goddess of dawn replied gently. Wow, it really is possible. Excitement surged within Su Yen as he continued to ask, what should I do? My master only needs to release me from the shackled mark, and I will solve everything for you. I see. Ending the conversation, Su Yen felt a moment of daze and quickly rubbed his brow. Currently his strength was still very weak, and directly conversing with a deity using divine sense was quite difficult. Of course, Su Yen had already signed a contract with the goddess of dawn, so he naturally didn't need to worry about her turning against him after being released. Next, Su Yen searched for a method to release the shackled mark. He discovered that a golden skill called Deity had quietly appeared in his skill bar. Called Deity LV1, summon the deity from the shackles and open the divine realm. CD 2 hours. There's still plenty of time before school ends. According to this CD, I can use it twice. Then let's give it a try first. Filled with immense anticipation, Su Yen conversed with the dungeon NPC and re-entered the Wolf King Valley dungeon. Experiencing having a level 12 divine being assist in clearing a dungeon was unprecedented. Moreover, it was an experience unmatched by anyone before or after. Su Yen thought if everything goes well with the Goddess of Dawn's help, he should be able to break the clear record again, right? No matter, let's go. Whoosh! The light flashed by. In the next moment, Su Yen's figure appeared in the Wolf King Valley dungeon. The cold dampness of the valley enveloped him. Without any hesitation, Su Yen thrust his right palm forward, releasing the shackled mark. Come forth, Goddess of Dawn. Boom! In an instant, boundless, overwhelming divine power surged from the shackled mark, quickly becoming overwhelming, covering the entire valley. Countless terrified howls of wolves echoed in the Wolf King Valley as holy light spread, rapidly dispelling the darkness, and the dawn light engulfed every corner of the dungeon. In the next moment, time seemed to freeze as silver flowers wildly bloomed on the valley walls, instantly transforming into a sea of flowers. At that moment, a slender figure as white as jade and dressed in a milky white gown stepped barefoot from the air. A storm swirled around her, her long white hair flowing down to her waist, and her full curves swayed in the wind. Suddenly, the Goddess of Dawn opened her divine eyes, extended her snow-white arm, and with a slight gesture of her finger forward said, Annihilate. The word annihilate was softly uttered from her crimson lips, and Su Yen only felt a surge of divine power. Infinite divine power surged forth like a shockwave, and wherever it passed, silver wolf elites, including the Silver Wolf King deep within the dungeon, were all turned to ashes. Before Su Yen could react then, Experience 1100. Experience 1100. You have obtained Silver Wolf meat. Wow. Looking at the densely packed experience rewards that popped up, Su Yen was stunned, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. No way did it end just like that. He had initially thought that after summoning the Goddess of Dawn, they would at least need to symbolically fight for 2 minutes. But the result was that the Goddess of Dawn merely pointed her finger, and everything turned to ashes. So strong is this the power of a deity. Su Yen swallowed hard, raising his head to look at the Goddess of Dawn floating in midair. With divine light enveloping her, the holy and noble Goddess of Dawn slightly bowed, greeting him. Master Dawn has followed your command and eliminated all targets. Su Yan's expression turned serious as he nodded, saying, You did well. The gaze between the man and goddess began to intertwine. Meanwhile, in the azure and tranquil sky of divine punishment, a sudden ethereal and majestic voice echoed again. Congratulations to player Slayer of Demons for completing the Wolf King Valley dungeon solo. Time taken 4 seconds. Clear evaluation. This world announcement came unexpectedly. At the entrance of the Wolf King Valley dungeon, players who had slowly lost confidence suddenly jolted awake. In front of the old tree on the edge, the warrior who was about to leave suddenly stopped, his eyes bursting with endless light. The female player beside him also raised her elegant neck, gazing in astonishment at the sky. My God, Slayer of Demons actually refreshed the clear record again? The warrior exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. And it only took 4 seconds. 4 seconds? How is that even possible? At this moment, the world channel was flooded with questions. All were bombarded with question marks. No need to ask anything, just question marks. If you ask again, it's Slayer of Demons is awesome. If you ask once more, it's Slayer of Demons is the god of our human race. At this moment, human players collectively reached a climax. They cheered wildly. From now on, a new record for the level 50 Wolf King Valley dungeon has been set: 4 seconds. This clear time made even Emperor Mo when silent and Yi Ji by shed tears. What can you do in 4 seconds? Nothing at all. But Slayer of Demons has already cleared the solo dungeon. This man is terrifying. This is a true man of 4 seconds. After endless revelry, when the world channel finally quieted down, suddenly someone spoke up. Slayer of Demons? Does anyone know the demon god? Please introduce me. I want to talk to the demon god. Text highlighted. Suddenly Jean Mo spoke up in the world channel. Everyone was stunned. After a long pause, they all reacted, exclaiming in astonishment. Look at this, is that even human speech? Demon god, you, a mere level 1 human player, dare speak to me like this? What? It's Jean Mo, then all is well. Jean Mo is incredible. I am willing to hail him as the strongest SS tier talent. Haha, Jean Mo, the very ID makes it clear. He's directly targeting the demon god straight to the point. So what if he's level 1? Even at level 1, he can still cut down the demon god. Gu Xingxia, looking for a wife online, preferably female. Because of Jean Mo's words, the world channel became unprecedentedly lively. Some ancient veterans who had been lurking for over a century couldn't help but surface vocally supporting Jean Mo in the world channel. Today they were all die-hard fans of Jean Mo. No one could stop him. Meanwhile, in Shilua City atop the firmament, a figure in white stood against the raging wind, gazing distantly at another silhouette shrouded in lightning and hidden within the void. I never expected Jean Mo to once again break the record in the Wolf King dungeon, taking only 4 seconds. Is this true? Could such a formidable talent truly exist in this world? The figure hidden in the void said, "The answer is already in your heart. Why ask further?" The figure in white pursed his lips and asked, "But why is Jean Mo still only level 1? Even a mediocre clearing of the Wolf King Valley dungeon should have been enough for him to level up. Jean Mo is unlike us. If my guess is correct, he must have awakened 2 SS tier talents." Hearing this, the figure in white gasped, "Is it truly possible for one person to awaken 2 talents? The mysteries of this world far exceed our understanding. In my view, Jean Mo's future achievements will surpass all, becoming the strongest figure in human history." The strongest? The figure in white murmured, "Such an earth-shattering genius. Does the Demon Hunting Institute truly not need to initiate the Dawn Plan to protect Jean Mo around the clock and ensure his safe growth?" No need. Why? Because even I cannot glimpse Jean Mo's true identity in reality. This means all connections between him and the divine punishment are safeguarded by the laws of creation. This is the will of the gods and also Jean Mo's own will. The path of a strong one's rise is destined to be lonely. We must quietly await that day. The future of humanity rests solely in Jean Mo's hands. Listening intently, the figure in white was shaken to his core, then suddenly looked up to ask, "I have another question." The lightning gradually dissipated into the wind, a faint voice whispering, "Do not ask. If you ask again, you will die." The figure in white was shocked. What does this mean? As a peak war god and an S-tier talent holder, now the head of the Demon Hunting Institute, was he only allowed to ask these few questions about Jean Mo? Ask further and face death. Meanwhile, inside the Wolf King Valley dungeon, after sending his message in the world channel, Su Yan waited briefly before closing the channel. The simplest explanation was that he was showing off. But more complexly, he hoped this arrogant posture would attract the demon god's attention. The demon god, according to textbooks, was the source of humanity's calamity. 2 centuries ago it arrived on Blue Star simultaneously with the divine punishment land, commanding endless demon armies like locusts devouring human territories. Now most countries have become no man's lands. Later, after human nations united and formed an alliance, they gradually stemmed the tide, fighting the demon god with great difficulty under the leadership of the 4 human emperors of Hua Kingdom. So Su Yan thought, since the demon god has caused humanity such misery, why not just use the divine shackles to capture the demon god directly? After all, the demon god is also a god, so it should be feasible, right? But the problem is the demon god has never appeared. No matter how fierce the human-demon wars were, it never showed itself, existing only in legends. Therefore, Su Yan's current goal is to lure the demon god out, drawing it to the divine punishment land. He believes the demon god must have seen his earlier words. "Demon god, dare to face me at the central gate." On the narrow valley path, Su Yan, relying on the dawn goddess by his side, raised his middle finger to the sky. However, the sky showed no reaction, the vast blue firmament remaining perfectly still. Su Yan immediately decided to greet the demon god every day when he logs in. He didn't believe the demon god could endure it. Swish! The sacred form of the dawn goddess beside him suddenly flashed with radiant light, then vanished into the sea of flowers, returning to the shackles imprinted on his palm. "Is it 5 minutes?" Su Yan noted the time. This meant the summon level 1 duration lasted 5 minutes. The only way to extend this duration was to upgrade the skill. Upgrade cost 1999999 experience, 10 blood silver flowers, heart of demon core. Obviously this was far beyond the reach of a level 1 rookie like him. "First I'll figure out the beginner map," Su Yan muttered, stretching comfortably, ready to continue dungeon runs. After all, although the divine shackles are powerful, his own strength was paramount. It's never wrong to strive to improve oneself. Dungeon hidden ranking rewards have been issued, please check. The sudden reward notification made Su Yan's eyes light up. He had thought he already secured first place, and this time he only broke a record, yet there were still rewards. Let's see. Su Yan opened his inventory. 500000 gold coins, all attributes 200, divine domain LV. 1 dungeon eternal seal. Surprisingly, there were as many as 4 rewards. Su Yan exhaled with a smile. Amazing, another 500000 gold coins credited. Combined with the 378000 in his treasury, Su Yan's personal assets neared 100 million. A small goal was nearly achieved. For someone who had only 2 digits in savings 2 days ago, suddenly possessing such wealth was staggering. Su Yan couldn't help but feel a bit arrogant and impulsive about lavish spending. Now is not the time to indulge. Unless absolutely necessary, this money must be spent on strengthening myself. Strength is the true path. But soon Su Yan shook his head, letting his heated heart gradually cool. Settling his mind, he continued examining the rewards. All attributes 200. Yes, this was exactly the reward he desperately needed. Thus Jean Mo's 5-dimensional attributes reached Constitution 842, Spirit 510, the Strength 510, Intelligence 510, Agility 577. These stats should be enough to dominate level 100 players. Still not quite there, must keep pushing. Su Yan pondered, seriously speaking to himself. Divine Domain LV. 1. Opens a domain with a radius of 100 level squared meters. Within the domain self, all attributes increase by 1000 points, critical hit chance doubles, and all targets have their all attributes reduced by 50, lasting 20 seconds. Cooldown 2 hours. Cost 1000 mana points. Seeing this third reward, Su Yan exclaimed, "Good heavens. This divine domain was outrageously powerful." Once the domain activates, enemies are effectively incapacitated without him lifting a finger. In the morning, he got a forbidden spell, and by afternoon another domain. Truly overwhelmed by rewards. Of course, Su Yan knew better than anyone that such rewards were not given to just anyone. You had to be capable of clearing the dungeon in 4 seconds first. As for the final reward, Dungeon Eternal Seal, your strength has surpassed all limits, allowing you to leave an eternal mark in this dungeon for other players to observe and pay respects. Su Yan was bewildered, not fully understanding. Is this like those someone was here marks? But he thought leaving such marks would expose lack of etiquette and invite scolding. Yet this feedback seemed positive. Hesitating briefly, Su Yan drew his Shilua sword from his waist and etched characters onto the stone wall behind the Silver Wolf King. Seeking Demon God's home address urgently. The words were imprinted into the stone wall, emanating a faint glow. Sword seal generated. Each player can observe and pay respects to this sword seal once, after which you will gain 1 experience point. What nonsense, only 1 experience point. A joke for beggars. Su Yan was about to complain. Ding! A world announcement sounded overhead again. Player Jean Mo has left a permanent sword seal in the Wolf King Valley dungeon. Players may enter the dungeon to observe and pay respects, gaining various unexpected rewards. The announcement echoed through every corner of the Divine Punishment, leaving all players in confusion. Permanent sword seal. What is this permanent sword seal? I've never heard of it. For 200 years since the advent of the Land of Divine Punishment, no one has ever mentioned that there could be a sword seal mechanism in the dungeons. Could some expert explain this? I'm completely lost. What exactly is this sword seal? A sincere inquiry from a level 666 newbie player. Level 888 newbie also inquiring. Hiss, you 2 giants above, please stop flaunting your powers. If you are both newbies, what does that make me at level 66? I can't take this anymore. Hurry and summon the 3 emperors. At this moment, not just ordinary players, but even the reclusive elder powerhouses of the human race, beings of battle god caliber, fell into contemplation. What is this? A sword seal can actually be left in the dungeon. Is this the special treatment for completing it in 4 seconds? Meanwhile, as the world channel erupted, a warrior with a broken blade sword, standing by an old crooked tree, raised an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, "Sword seal. Can we observe and learn?" A soft voice from a female player beside him whispered, "Let's go in and take a look." The warrior was momentarily taken aback and chuckled. "Are you kidding me, Ailing? This is just a beginner's dungeon. You really don't think that with our levels simply observing that sword seal would grant us rewards, do you? It's just for a look." The female player spoke softly and gently, her figure as light as a breeze, leading the way toward the dungeon entrance. "We only have 2 minutes. The warrior reluctantly quickened his pace to catch up. That should be enough. At the entrance of the Wolf King Valley dungeon, 2 dazzling figures approached, their steps seeming slow, yet swift, a powerful aura enveloping everything around them. With the arrival of the warrior and the female player, whispers erupted among the crowd of players. "Quick look. Even experts from the Divine Strategy Legion have come. The medals they wear seem to be from the Divine Machine Camp." The Divine Machine Camp, isn't that the legendary star camp that has always been responsible for charging into battle and has established countless feats? Exactly. It is said that the Emperor Dugu emerged from the Divine Machine Camp. Those who can join the Divine Machine Camp are all elites among the human race with at least S-level talents. Wow, this is a true powerhouse. Amid the murmurs, players instinctively made way, their eyes full of admiration and trepidation as they paid their respects. This was a true master forged through countless battles in the real world. A killing machine that strikes without a trace. In the narrow path formed by the crowd, the warrior and the female player walked side by side, their expressions indifferent. Why is that girl only at level 999? I seem to remember that the entry standard for the Divine Machine Camp is level 1000, right? Should you want to die? Hurry up and shut your mouth. At this moment of confusion, the female player's footsteps paused momentarily. But she quickly moved forward until she and the warrior turned into a flash of white light, disappearing before the dungeon NPC. In the blink of an eye, the two entered the Wolf King Valley dungeon. According to the mechanism of the Divine Punishment dungeons, there was no level requirement to enter. However, high-level players entering a dungeon below their level would receive no rewards upon completion. This is why there are no high-level players carrying others through dungeons. At this moment, within the damp and dim valley path, after many years, they were entering a beginner's dungeon once again. The warrior did not show any signs of nostalgia. Instead, he asked with concern due to what the player had said, "Ailing, are you really determined to go alone?" Before he could finish, Ailing interrupted, "You know I have no choice. Is there really no way to break through?" The warrior sighed. Ailing's gentle eyes dimmed as she replied, "If there were, I wouldn't have been stagnant for 15 years. Level 999 is her lifelong pain. She has been stuck at level 999 for 15 years. 20 years ago, she had descended upon the human race like a shooting star shining brightly. In just 5 years, with her powerful talent and hidden class, she soared to level 999. At that time, all the strong players had high hopes for her. They all believed her future achievements would be no less than that of a battle god. But in that year, she failed to break through due to her hidden class, as her power attribute points did not meet the breakthrough requirements. Despair set in when she realized that attribute points were hard to come by unless she entered higher level maps. But the mechanism of divine punishment dictates that only after breaking through can she unlock the gates to higher level maps and upgrade permissions. Otherwise, she would be stuck at level 999 for life. Thus, she has been stuck for a full 15 years. During these 15 years, she tried countless methods, including competing for dungeon completion rankings at level 999. But all her efforts failed. Now the only viable method left is to venture deep into the 9 Nether realm to seek the heart of the demon core. Then she must ask a master-level alchemist to help her refine a stat-increasing potion. Hearing Ailing's words, the warrior, feeling a pang of pity, said, "But this path is fraught with danger and no one has ever returned alive. Do you think you can do it?" Ailing, listen to my advice. With your current strength, you can still look down upon anyone below level 1300. You don't have to be so obsessed. Ailing listened quietly, her delicate shoulders trembling slightly. But soon she lifted her gentle face, squinted her eyes, and smiled softly. "I don't want to live like this anymore. You don't have to persuade me any further. If that's the case, I respect your choice." The warrior pursed his lips, his expression sorrowful. Ailing clasped her hands behind her back, puffed out her chest, and smiled sweetly. "Before I leave, being able to see the future emperor slay the demon, I have no regrets. The sword seal is just ahead. Let's go." The warrior nodded but reminded, "We only have 1 minute left." "I know." Suddenly, with a loud bang, black mist erupted around Ailing, and the gentle and lovely girl instantly transformed into a terrifying shadow of pitch black. The shadow shifted repeatedly, ultimately taking on a misty form, trailing a long tail behind it, emitting numerous eerie laughs. It exuded a dense aura of death, soaring through the air, rushing deep into the valley. Wherever it passed, silver wolves and elite silver wolves all fell dead. In just 10 seconds, the warrior heard the desperate howl of the SSS, the Silver Wolf King, echoing from the end of the valley. "The night charm spirit, it's fragrant." The warrior thought with great envy. Deep within the valley, Ailing and the warrior quickly locked onto the permanent sword seal left by the demon slaying standing before the stone wall. Requesting the address of the demon god family urgently needed. When the two saw the words on the stone wall, they were taken aback simultaneously. "No way is this the sword seal." The warrior couldn't help but laugh, nearly spitting out his drink. "So this is the sword seal that all the human players have been anticipating. Requesting the address of the demon god family. If I had known the address of the demon god family, I would have reported it for money long ago. Enter observation, yes or no." Suddenly this option popped up before him. The warrior immediately pouted, muttering, "This sword seal is not very serious. It doesn't look like something that would grant rewards at all." Even so, the warrior still chose yes. "Observing. Through your focused observation, inspiration has been sparked from the sword seal, and you have comprehended the mysteries of job transition. Congratulations, you have gained a job transition opportunity." Initially indifferent and having no hopes for the sword seal, the warrior's eyes widened suddenly, and he felt a rush of exhilaration. I actually got a job transition opportunity." The warrior turned around joyfully, shouting, but suddenly froze in place. He saw Ailing beside him, standing with her eyes closed. A powerful aura was circulating around her, growing stronger and hotter. Suddenly a flash of golden light enveloped Ailing, illuminating the entire valley with a beautiful golden hue. Half a minute later, Ailing slowly opened her eyes, astonished and joyful, saying, "I have broken through." Before the stone wall, the warrior stood dumbfounded. Ailing had astonishingly broken through. He was delirious with joy, like a child of 375 months, even happier than when he himself had won a class change opportunity. When realization hit, the warrior hurriedly checked Ailing's level. Fengling, level 1000. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed through the valley. The warrior did not know how to express his emotions and could only unleash a venting manic laugh. He laughed until his jaw felt dislocated, and only after slapping his mouth back into place did the laughter finally subside. Wonderful A Ling, after being stuck for 15 years your level, has finally broken through. Wonderful, wonderful. The warrior danced about, utterly lacking the solemnity of a human race luminary. The sudden breakthrough left A Ling, as if in a dream, somewhat dazed and half awake. After a long pause she squinted and smiled gently. Yes, brother. That single brother left the warrior momentarily stunned, his eyes glistening with mist. A Ling, you finally agreed to call me brother again. He turned quickly, wiped his eyes, then gazed at the sword imprint on the stone wall, and exclaimed in Jean Mo's sword imprint is so powerful. If you had not insisted on coming in, A Ling, I would have nearly missed the greatest opportunity of my life. I must say, no wonder Jean Mo possesses SS-level talent. To rise so powerfully on his own is one thing, but to bestow benefits upon the entire human race as well is extraordinary. This is unprecedented in the annals of the human emperors. A Ling nodded in agreement, her eyes fixed intently on the sword imprint, her thoughts inscrutable. The warrior said excitedly, Right, A Ling, let's spread the news quickly, and get all the human players into the dungeon to observe the sword imprint. I believe that with this sword imprint the human race's overall strength will rise considerably. 2 minutes had passed since the sword imprint was announced. The world channel remained in an uproar. Has anyone observed the sword imprint yet? What rewards does it give? If the rewards are good, I'll buy a teleport scroll and fly straight to the newbie map. No idea, our party is still killing trash mobs. Damn, him dead. Level 5 Pretty Knight seeking carry for Wolf King Valley dungeon. Rewards don't matter, I just want to observe the sword imprint. Lady Knight, what talent do you have? A-rank. A-rank won't do, too trash, at least crank to barely catch my eye. But her bust is E as well. What the me. At that moment a message suddenly appeared in the pulsating world channel. Feng Ling, thank you Jean Mo. Your sword imprint gave me rebirth. I will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Those words were quickly noticed by keen players who guessed the sender must have already observed the sword imprint. A level 99 player immediately asked, Miss Feng Ling, can you speak? What kind of rebirth was it? Tell us. But upon seeing Feng Ling's level, he was instantly terrified. Holy shit, level 1000. Aunt Feng Ling, I was wrong. Your grandson will never dare again. The world channel erupted in excitement and envy. So it was a level 1000 powerhouse. No wonder they had observed the sword imprint so quickly. More and more people asked questions. Everyone was eager to learn the details of Feng Ling's rebirth, and exactly what effect Jean Mo's sword imprint had. However, Feng Ling did not answer. Players were left frantic and helpless. They could only wait for other big players to clear the dungeon and provide an explanation. Jen Pa said, Let me briefly explain. The situation is this: A Ling had been stuck at level 999 for 15 years. Just now, by observing Jean Mo's sword imprint, she successfully broke through to level 1000. After I observed it, I also received a class change opportunity. So it is certain that Jean Mo's sword imprint is extraordinarily powerful. Hurry and observe it. And remember, when you drink water, do not forget who dug the well. Be sure to thank Jean Mo. Boom. Jen Pa's words detonated across the world channel and then spread through all of Huagua, the entire Human Alliance, and the whole Lanxing. Human players all rushed en masse toward the newbie map. For a time, teleport scrolls became the hottest commodity on the auction house. 2 minutes later, someone in the world channel exclaimed in surprise, Holy shit, Jen Pa was right. I observed the sword imprint and gained a second chance at talent awakening. Thanks, Jean Mo. Brothers, I also got a class change opportunity. Jean Mo is amazing. Thanks, Jean Mo. Thanks, Jean Mo. Thanks, Jean Mo. More and more people who observed the sword imprint received rewards. In their exhilaration, they all expressed gratitude to Jean Mo. On the forums, the boss in Langwang surged to the top of the 24-hour kill charts. That day became the Silver Wolf King's nightmare. Achoo! Inside the Wolf King Valley dungeon, Su Yan, who had just one-shot the boss in Langwang, sneezed repeatedly. After leaving the sword imprint, he had immediately run the dungeon again without pause. Seeing the world channel filled with thanks to Jean Mo, Su Yan smiled. Honestly, he felt quite accomplished. Especially when a level 1000 ID called Feng Ling said she would be grateful to him for life. Whether it was true, he did not know. His experience bar, however, kept flashing notifications: EXP1, EXP1, EXP1. Su Yan glanced casually and his eyes widened in shock. Holy shit, what is going on with this experience bar? He clearly remembered having just over 6 million experience, and now it had become over 56 million. So that means in just a few minutes 50 million players observed the sword imprint. At that realization, Su Yan drew a sharp breath. No, his earlier view had been shallow. The dungeon's sword imprint was simply the most perfect masterpiece in human history. It deserved to be offered many more times. Wasn't this faster than farming dungeons? So simple and effortless, lying there and earning experience. Yet Su Yan did not lose himself amid the chorus of thanks Jean Mo. His mind remained clear. If he needed to farm dungeons, he would continue to do so. After all, he still needed to stack his health. So Su Yan ignored the external revelry and buried himself in dungeon runs. So talented yet, he worked even harder than others. After farming all afternoon until he nearly reached, Su Yan finally stacked his health to 100,000 before logging off. Level 1 with 100,000 health. His HP rivaled that of top-level 200 players. With the Divine Domain active, a single sanction could deal over 1.5 million damage. This damage can already one-shot level 200 bosses. Su Yan thought, his eyes filled with burning determination. Changing maps had become imperative. At his current damage, running the newbie map's level 50 dungeon would result in massive overflow and would be a true waste. But the problem is, under the Divine Sanction system, to leave the newbie map you must reach level 50, and then break through. Oi, if I cannot level up, what should I do? After exiting the place of Divine Sanction, Su Yan sat in the back row of the classroom and sighed. His deskmate Tang Xia sighed as well. Su Yan turned and said, "What are you sighing about?" Tang Xia fiddled with her ponytail and said with envy, "Isn't it just Zhang Mo's sword imprint left in the dungeon? I really want to observe it, but my level is too low. I got taught a lesson by wild monsters as soon as I left the newbie village. It was just after school and the classroom buzzed with noise. Classmates all discussed the dungeon's sword imprint, lamenting that their levels were too low to go and observe." Su Yan grinned with schadenfreude. "What level? And you think you can observe the sword imprint? That's practically suicide." Tang Xia was offended and kicked toward him in annoyance. Her short skirt threatened to reveal too much, so she hastily pressed it down with both hands, blushing as she stepped back. "Humfim level 12. What about you?" Tang Xia glared. Su Yan pretended not to see, sneering, "I'm level 50. I'm leaving the newbie map tomorrow. How about that?" "Shut up, you big-head ghost." They bantered for a while. Su Yan slung his backpack over his shoulder, refused to be waited on, and walked home with one hand in his pocket. Half an hour later, he arrived home right on time. "I'm back." Su Yan, habitually called toward the living room, slipped off his shoes and entered his room. But as soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to a dazzling crystal on the living room coffee table. "A link crystal?" Xiao Panchua stepped out of the room and said lightly, "Don't be so surprised, this is a gift for you." Su Yan stopped in his tracks, looking a bit bewildered. After all, a link crystal was worth a whopping 100 million huabi, and one needed powerful connections to acquire it. What kind of family does Xiao Panchua come from to have gotten this? But after a moment's thought, Su Yan guessed a possibility. Turning to look, Xiao Panchua was dressed refreshingly today, wearing only a silk camisole nightgown. The nightgown was silky and clingy, accentuating her exposed fair skin, which gleamed like milk. It was indeed very smooth, very white, and very ample. "What are you questioning your sister's abilities?" Xiao Panchua said coldly as she elegantly walked toward the living room. The camisole dress perfectly concealed her alluring figure, while the silk fabric wrapped around her chest made it appear unattainably high, quivering gently as she walked. This deadly allure of a mature woman made Su Yan feel overwhelmed. Luckily, he had already bought some milk, so he could still hold his composure. Xiao Panchua walked straight into the living room and explained while sitting on the sofa, "This link crystal is what I exchanged for with my credits. Consider it your gift for turning 18. Just as he thought. As Su Yan had suspected, he smacked his lips, unable to hide his envy. In his memory, every university would regularly issue various tasks, and upon completing them, one would be rewarded with credits based on the task's level. Credits could be exchanged for various rare items, including materials for skill upgrades and equipment advancements, making them one of the exclusive benefits for university students. This was precisely the motivation for Su Yan's eagerness to attend university. Looking at Xiao Panchua, Su Yan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Shui." His eyes radiated warmth. He could hardly believe that he had obtained this link crystal, which countless people yearned for but could not acquire. With this crystal, he could spend at least 4 more hours each day in the god punishment realm than others. "Come on, wanna compete with me in grinding? I'll outgrind you all." After dinner and taking a shower, Su Yan returned to his room and locked the door. Having spent the entire day grinding dungeons, he was already exhausted. He planned to take a nap to recharge, intending to stay up all night later. He lay back on the soft bed, enveloped in comfort, and slowly closed his eyes, quickly falling asleep. Just as he was dozing off, a sudden cold sensation touched his face. Su Yan opened his sleepy eyes to see Xiao Panchua in a camisole nightgown, sitting beside the bed, reaching out to pat his face, glaring at him with annoyance. "Sister Shui, how did you get in?" Su Yan asked in surprise. But then he remembered that given Xiao Pangshu's strength, breaking in was no challenge at all, let alone picking a lock. The two were very close at that moment, and the atmosphere felt somewhat ambiguous. Her seaweed-like long hair was just inches away, especially her rather eye-catching chest, which pushed the camisole up high and was perfectly positioned in front of Su Yan. That chest must be at least 2 sizes larger than Tang Xia's. Even compared to the goddess of dawn, it was not lacking. Su Yan thought, his mouth watering. He subtly pulled the air-conditioning blanket to cover his awkwardness. Meanwhile, Xiao Panchua was completely unaware of how her seductive appearance could impact an 18-year-old boy. Looking both angry and disappointed, she frowned and said, Su Yan, there are only 2 months left until the college entrance exam. How can you still sleep so soundly? Su Yan scratched his head. It's quite late. Shouldn't I be sleeping? Xiao Panxue was speechless, standing up. Her black hair cascaded like dandelions, and her nightgown fluttered down, revealing her delicate figure like beautiful jade. I gave you the link crystal for extra tutoring. Your talent is already lagging behind. If you don't put in more effort than others, do you really not want to attend university? Faced with this sisterly lecture, Su Yan quickly made a deep self-reflection. Sister Shui, I've deeply recognized my mistakes. I'll go to the God punishment realm to level up now. There was no way around it, as he had always been suppressed. In front of Xiao Panxue, Su Yan had no temper at all. Seeing his attitude was somewhat decent, Xiao Panxue relaxed her brows and crossed her arms, saying, undeniably, not just tonight. You must attend 4 hours of tutoring every day after school. I'll supervise you. Is that a problem? No problem. Su Yan replied decisively. Xiao Panxue's expression improved a lot. All right, you have 1 minute to put on your pants, and then we will go grind the Wolf King Valley dungeon. As she said this, she glanced sideways at the air-conditioning blanket covering his lower body, a faint blush appearing on her stunning face. Upon hearing that she would take him to level up, Su Yan couldn't help but hesitate. He silently complained about what was happening in the world, why one after another wanted to take him along. Xiao Panxue raised her eyebrow. Oh really? Little brother, do you still dare to hesitate? Do you have any idea how many people are dying to grind dungeons with their older sister? Su Yan shrugged. Sister Shui, maybe it's better not to. Yes, I dare to hesitate and I dare to refuse. I, Su Yan, am a man you will never possess. Seeing Xiao Panxue's gaze, as if she could eat him, Su Yan quickly explained, your level is too high. Taking me to grind dungeons would yield no experience or rewards. It's really unnecessary. Xiao Panxue huffed, who cares about taking you to level up? I'm taking you to observe the sword marks in the dungeon. Isn't that the sword mark left by the legendary SS level talent, the Demon Slayer, who is said to be so handsome that the heavens would collapse and so powerful that the universe would tremble? Sister Shui, did you observe it? What reward did you get? Su Yan was already trying hard to change the subject. Xiao Panxue looked at him curiously, her expression filled with longing. Yes, it's indeed the sword mark left by the Demon Slayer. I was quite lucky. After observing it, I obtained an SS level skill, significantly boosting my power. Wow, congratulations. Su Yan expressed his congratulations, feeling a bit envious, as the one who issued the rewards. He also wanted an SS level skill. With sparkling eyes, Xiao Panxue continued, some people have gained the chance for a second awakening of their talent after observing it, which is equivalent to defying fate. That's why I want to take you in to try. Maybe it's better not to. I heard that the higher the level for observing the sword marks, the better the rewards. If I go to observe now, there's a high chance I'll get nothing. After much consideration, Su Yan decided not to tell Xiao Panxue that he was only level 1. Otherwise the atmosphere would surely explode and he might even get beaten up. Is that so? Hearing him say this, Xiao Panxue pondered for a moment and agreed with his reasoning. Then you should level up first, aiming to reach level 50 before the college entrance exam. It'll take you to observe the sword marks in the dungeon then. No problem. Afterwards the siblings chatted for a while until Su Yan repeatedly assured her that he would not slack off and would diligently level up in the God punishment realm. Xiao Panxue patted Su Yan's head and smiled. Our Su Yan is so obedient. Sister is leaving us. See you tomorrow. Su Yan suddenly thought of something and cautiously asked, by the way, Sister Shui, I have a classmate who isn't very bright. He wants to go to the next map at level 12. Is there any way to help him? Su Yan, could it be that this desk mate you mentioned is you? However, Xiao Panxue's eyes were filled with mockery, and she saw through Su Yan's trick at a glance. Su Yan raised his hand and swore, Heaven bear witness, it truly is my desk mate. Xiao Panxue glanced at him with a meaningful look. In theory, low-level players can only enter higher-level maps by reaching the highest level of the current map and then accepting a breakthrough task. Hearing Xiao Panxue say this, Su Yan's heart stirred. So that means there really are other ways, right? Xiao Panxue did not deny it and continued. When I first entered school, my teacher was conducting a research project called the feasibility study on players entering higher-level maps beyond their level. At that time, I was fortunate to participate as the top scorer of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. As the #1 university in the Blue Star in terms of comprehensive strength, the Imperial Capital University boasts the most powerful faculty, and its research results can be equated with authority and official recognition. For the past 200 years, humanity has faced countless challenges under divine punishment. 90% of these challenges have been overcome by teams led by professors from the Imperial Capital University, making outstanding contributions to exploring the land of divine punishment for humanity. So what were the research results? Su Yan asked. Xiao Panxue looked at him, biting her lip, and said, Su Yan, this research project is currently classified as SS level secrecy. Only my teacher and I know about it. Are you sure you want to know? Then let's not talk about it. I was just asking casually. Su Yan hurriedly waved his hand. SS level secrecy, what more is there to say? He certainly did not want to put Xiao Panxue in a difficult position. Well, just go straight to the eyes of the gods. Xiao Panxue smiled charmingly. But if it's you, Su Yen, I can tell you. WWHY. Because you are my dear brother. Xiao Panchua said with a smile that was neither a smile, making the term dear hard not to be suggestive. At this moment, the eyes of the gods had successfully captured the research report from Xiao Panchua. The report only had 5 words at the end: great effort brings miracles. Wow, no wonder Xiao Panchua dared to say it. What difference does it make whether this is said or not? Su Yen complained inwardly, while smiling on the surface. Sister Shui, please don't say anything. I was just joking. Indeed, these research results are simply absurd, and it's impossible for anyone to achieve that. As if talking to herself, Xiao Panchua suddenly frowned and admonished. Su Yen, set aside your unrealistic thoughts. With your talent, you may still be able to break through level 50. Focus on leveling up and stop daydreaming. Yes. Su Yen repeatedly agreed, but quickly realized. Wait, it's my deskmate who's daydreaming. What does it have to do with me? After sending Xiao Panchua off, Su Yen felt wide awake. His mind was filled with the notion that great effort brings miracles. Why not give it a try? Leaning against the headboard, he thought for a while, and decisively took out the linking crystal to enter the land of divine punishment. At this moment, in a rented room, a thin young man wearing glasses exited from the land of divine punishment, his eyes filled with madness. Great! This photo is simply perfect. Not only does it clearly capture the full view of the demon slayer, but it also showcases my 10,000% handsomeness. The young man's hands sparkled with light, and amidst the intertwining shadows, a colorful photo slowly emerged. Today, the demon slayer frequently appeared in public and interacted with players multiple times, igniting excitement in Shura City and the novice map. He was one of the lucky ones who had the opportunity to greet the demon slayer up close. In the land of divine punishment, there were no screenshot or recording functions. However, certain talents could achieve this. The young man's talent was similar to a photo-taking function. At that moment, he decisively took a series of 10 consecutive shots to capture this beautiful moment. Eventually, he selected the most perfect photo. The series of a lifetime, truly a series of a lifetime. As long as I post this photo online, it might even be the first release of the Demon Slayer. Isn't that guaranteed to trend? The young man became increasingly excited, reaching for the already generated colorful photo in his hand. He could not help but hold it under the light to admire it again. Mainly to admire himself with 10,000 times the beauty enhancement, wondering if any flaws could be spotted. Where's the Demon Slayer? Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in disbelief at what he saw. The Demon Slayer was missing from the photo. Only his handsome self remained. What's going on? It was clearly there before the photo was generated. The young man was shocked, his expression rapidly changing. However, what shocked him even more was that when he tried to recall the appearance of the Demon Slayer from the photo, he was horrified to find an empty void. It was as if all memories of the Demon Slayer's appearance had vanished into thin air. Is it because I usually indulge too much that my memory has gaps? The young man's hands began to tremble as he shakily took out his phone, opened a search engine, and searched for what to do if memory degrades from indulging too much. The answer was there's no saving it. It's recommended to go directly to a feast. The young man immediately began cursing quite harshly. Yet among the recommended posts for the same issue, one post caught his attention. Shocking. The Demon Slayer actually looks like this. This post had an astonishing 999 replies. The young man's lips curled into a bitter smile as he muttered, "These animals were indeed one step ahead of me." Feeling depressed, he opened the post only to see a photo that had nothing in it aside from the background. Below, a netizen replied, "There are so many people these days who deceive for food and drink. At least have the decency to mosaic and pretend to be the Demon Slayer. Just posting a background image, what's that about? Wow, is this even allowed? Is it a clickbait title? Report this idiot quickly. I'll come clean. Actually, the Demon Slayer is my friend. This is a photo of us together during a platinum foot bath." Attached is a photo from the foot bath club with the empty spot marked in red, labeling it as the Demon Slayer. It's jokingly referred to as practical learning. The upstairs is bragging. "I am the Demon Slayer's wife. I would never let him go to such places. Here's our marriage certificate. Everyone stop bragging. Actually, I am the Demon Slayer, nicknamed Mr. Chin from Jiangnan." This post ends here. The young man's expression turned strange as he opened trending topics and headlines. He found many articles like this, all claiming to have captured photos of the Demon Slayer, yet when posted there was nothing to show. "I understand now," the young man exclaimed in shock, suddenly realizing there was a powerful force in the dark protecting the real identity of the Demon Slayer. Yes, it must be that way. And just now he had foolishly thought about uncovering this mysterious veil, understanding this layer. In an instant, immense fear surged in the young man's heart. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he felt chills running down his spine. That mysterious force, it wouldn't come through the internet to erase him, would it? No, I have to move. I need to move right now. The young man was frightened, quickly packing his luggage. He bought a standing ticket overnight and fled. At 9 in the evening, in the northern part of the novice map, brilliant lights flashed continuously. The figure of the demon slayer swiftly darted through a group of wild monsters, leaving behind a long shadow. Su Yen was on his way to the entrance of the next map. Taking advantage of the journey, he used the auction house pass to remotely auction all the miscellaneous items in his bag. Mainly some equipment ranging from level 50 grade to Scrade. After checking the market price, he found that due to the lower levels grade and a grade items were not worth much. Only the Scrade could barely sell for 8,000 gold coins. Only worth 8,000 gold coins, what a joke. For Su Yen, whose worth was nearly 100 million, now this amount of money was no longer appealing. Selling it wasn't as good as finding an opportunity to give it to his deskmate Tang Xia. After all, things that were superfluous to him might change Tang Xia's fate. This time what Su Yen mainly needed to clear was the mountain of silver wolf meat. He did not know how others dealt with this garbage. The only solution he could think of was to list it for auction. However, what Su Yen did not expect was that this silver wolf meat was actually quite valuable. One could sell for 100 gold coins. Could it be that the merchants have inflated the price? This seems a bit unreliable. Su Yen was not quite sure. Since silver wolf meat was a drop from the novice dungeon, the unit price was somewhat outrageous. He tried to sell a batch, 20 pieces priced at 100 gold coins each. However, just as he listed it, ding dong! The fresh silver wolf meat X20 you listed has been purchased by the player Gij Wu. 2,000 gold coins have been deposited into your account. As you are a distinguished pass user of this auction house, this transaction is exempt from service fees. Su Yen opened his mouth in shock. Wow, it was sold out in an instant. The low-level materials are so sought after, which makes Su Yen feel a bit dubious. No, it's too dubious. He wanted to check other available silver wolf meat, but the system displayed, sorry, the fresh silver wolf meat you are looking for is sold out. Please check other products. What the hell, they're all sold out. Su Yen halted in his tracks, feeling disheveled in the wind. It must be that someone was refining pills and urgently needed low-level materials, so they swept all the silver wolf meat. Thinking this way, Su Yen couldn't help but feel the logic was sound. So what are we waiting for? Take this opportunity to make a killing. Fearing other players would snatch the chance, Su Yen hurriedly listed all the silver wolf meat in his inventory at the auction house. A total of 6,240 pieces, at a price of 200 gold coins each. With a large quantity, he commanded the market price. A doubling of the unit price is not unreasonable, right? After listing the silver wolf meat, Su Yen continued on his way. With the combination of Lianguang Flash and various basic skills, he triggered the acceleration effect of the Wind of Speed set. It felt like he was riding a rocket. Thus, instead of taking the spacious main road, he charged towards the areas with more monsters. His speed was not hindered in the slightest. In fact, it was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan's eyes never left the auction house. After waiting for a little over a minute, ding dong, the fresh silver wolf meat X6240U listed has been purchased by player Gij Wu. 1248000 gold coins have been credited to your account. As you are a distinguished user of this auction house, this transaction is fee-free. The transaction information suddenly popped up before his eyes, causing Su Yen to shiver all over, nearly losing balance in his sprint. They were all sold. Su Yen gasped, surprise welling in his eyes. Initially, he only thought about how much he could sell the silver wolf meat for, but he never expected that this player named Gij Wu would be so generous, directly buying all the silver wolf meat. He quickly opened his account, and his gold coin balance was now 2125990, with CNY at 53.9. While grinding in dungeons during the day, Su Yen never imagined that silver wolf meat could bring him so much gold. 24 million gold coins, more than the total of the rewards from previous rankings. With this, his total gold amount had already surpassed 2 million. When converted to CNY, that's 2 small goals. Stay calm, stay calm. After a moment, Su Yen calmed himself down. Ding dong. Player Gij Wu has sent you a message. Just then, Su Yen suddenly received a message notification. Gij Wu seller, are you there? Are you there? Su Yen, please open your microphone to communicate. Gij Wu. Gij Wu Daza. I don't have a microphone, can I type? Su Yen, if you have something to say, hurry up. Gij Wu, alright. By the way, how did you get so much silver wolf meat? Are you from a merchant association? With the ability to stockpile so much silver wolf meat, your association must be quite large. Can you reveal how long you've been stockpiling it? Su Yen. I'm not from a merchant association and I didn't stockpile it for long. I just farmed for a day. Gij Wu, you're lying. You're deceiving me. Who do you think you are to farm over 6000 silver wolf meat in just one day? Even Jean Mo would find it impossible. This chat interface is integrated within the auction house to facilitate communication between buyers and sellers. In the chat, to protect the privacy of both parties, IDs are hidden by default, allowing for anonymous transactions. Su Yen quickly realized this and didn't waste words, directly revealing his ID. Jean Mo, why would it be impossible? The chat room fell silent then. Gij Wu, you're actually Jean Mo. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Su Yen paid no mind, typing rapidly. Jean-Mo, from your words, it seems that silver wolf meat is quite hard to farm. Gijwu, yes, not just silver wolf meat. All dungeon materials are extremely hard to farm. The drop rates are disheartening. With this much quantity, if a large merchant association were to farm it, it would take at least half a year. No way it would take that long. But silver wolf meat, isn't it just a matter of having hands? The most I drop is this thing, almost at a 100 drop rate. Suyen thought even if affected by luck, the disparity couldn't be that great. Jean-Mo, are you sure you're not lying to me? Is it really that hard? Gijwu, I wouldn't dare to lie to you. By the way, may I ask, what is your luck value, Jean-Mo? Jean-Mo, don't ask, just know it's maxed out. Gijwu, wow, maxed luck value. It's actually 100 points maxed out. No wonder. If it's maxed luck, it must feel very easy, huh? 100 points counts as max luck. What a small mindset. Have you heard of max? Jean-Mo, this flattery isn't up to standard. Try again. Gijwu. Gijwu, Jean-Mo, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm an apprentice of a master-level alchemist, responsible for purchasing various materials for my teacher. My teacher is affiliated with the Zimoyuan Alchemy Department, serving the frontline Shensu army. The situation at the frontline is quite grim. Many soldiers are injured and in urgent need of various medicines. Fortunately, your silver wolf meat has been a great help. May I ask if we can maintain a long-term cooperation? Upon hearing that they were from Zimoyuan, Suyen felt relieved. No wonder they were so generous. In the current Huagua, Zimoyuan is the highest command center for resisting the demon race established by the first human emperor Yi Jibai. Headquartered in the imperial capital, it has many branches across the country. Zimoyuan represents the official stance. Jean-Mo, sure. After sending this message, Suyen directly closed the chat interface. At this moment, Suyen had already reached the northernmost edge of the novice map at the boundary of the next map. This place is called the Forest of Hope. The vast forest was split in half by a wall of boundary descending from the sky. One half belonged to the novice map, the other half to the forest kingdom. The boundary wall shimmered with flowing light under the sunlight, grand and magnificent, like a transparent high wall connecting to the sky standing amidst the forest. At first glance, Suyen immediately recognized it. Isn't this just an air wall? It is said that when players reach level 50 and complete the breakthrough mission, a stargate will rise on this boundary wall, allowing players to pass through the stargate and leave the novice map to head towards the forest kingdom. Suyen arrived at a very opportune time. Just as a thief was completing the breakthrough mission, preparing to enter the stargate phase, ready to cross the first bottleneck in their life and charge towards a higher level. In front of the boundary wall, dozens of players gathered to send him off. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dark green stargate was slowly rising on the rippling boundary wall. Cough, cough. After 50 years. Exactly 50 years. I, Wang Tung, have finally succeeded in breaking through. The elderly thief knelt before the boundary wall, watching his own stargate rise, weeping uncontrollably. It was too difficult, truly too difficult. For this day, I have lost everything, becoming completely destitute. Fortunately, my life wasn't meant to end. With the help of Jean-Mo's sword seal, I finally succeeded. The thief stood up, excitedly turning to look at the envious friends and family. Brothers Wang Tung will go ahead first, waiting for you in the forest kingdom. After saying this, the thief eagerly crossed the star gate, his figure merging into the dark green star core, disappearing before the boundary wall. Wu Wang Tung is gone. Yes, another one less in the retirement group. If even old Wang has broken through, when will I be able to break through? Alas, I'm afraid there's no hope in this lifetime. Do you think Jean-Mo will still leave a sword seal? This group of old players sighed, watching the slowly closing star gate, unwilling to leave. The star gate had vanished and the players were aging. Behind them, Suyen was striding forward. The novice map Forest of Hope. The arrival of Suyen quickly drew the attention of veteran players. That person is. It's Jean-Mo. It is Jean-Mo. Oh my goodness, it's really Jean-Mo. I've finally seen him in person. I never expected to encounter Jean-Mo here, but why is he still level 1? What is he doing here? The veteran players were filled with excitement, as they whispered among themselves, puzzled about why Jean-Mo had come to this place. By common sense, players who come here usually have completed the breakthrough tasks. Don't be fooled by the starry sky tonight. You should know that the Forest of Hope has long been a forbidden area for humans shrouded in mist year-round. Just approaching the forest's edge could lead to death. Today, however, the mist receded because Old Wang was about to open the stargate, allowing the Forest of Hope to see the light of day again. Therefore, the veteran players were even more confused. Jean-Mo couldn't possibly know about Old Wang opening the stargate, so what was his purpose for coming here? Was he exploring the map and just happened to wander this way? The ancient forest thickly blocked the starlight from entering. A cool night breeze blew from the other side of the barrier, brushing against the backs of the veteran players. In their eyes, Jean-Mo's prominent level 1 badge shone exceptionally bright. Is this the future emperor of humanity? Truly young and handsome, almost rivaling my youth. As Jean-Mo approached and his appearance became clear, one of them exclaimed in admiration. Yet no one stepped forward to greet him. They merely made way. As older players, they had long lost the youthful passion and vigor. At this moment, their hearts had calmed, gazing at Jean-Mo with a tranquil respect reserved for the strong. This was the highest form of respect they could offer in their lives. Su Yen quickly made his way through the crowd and stood before the towering shimmering barrier. He looked up with a serious expression. Warning, you have little time left. In 5 minutes, the forest of hope will be engulfed by poisonous mist. The divine eye of talent provided a prompt. Su Yen furrowed his brows and nodded. I understand. The conclusion of that research report was that great effort yields miraculous results. He vaguely understood the implication, but he wasn't entirely sure. Therefore, his visit this time was not filled with high hopes. He simply planned to sample it lightly. If he succeeded, it would be a huge profit. If he failed, it wouldn't matter much. At this moment, Su Yen took 2 steps back, gripping the Crimson Dawn in his hand. But suddenly he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He turned back and frowned at the gathered veteran players. Aren't you all leaving? In the crowd, a bald old mage hesitated for a moment, then asked in confusion, Geronimo, what are you planning to do? Just standing there, the old mage made Su Yen feel uneasy. His trembling legs seemed to stem from old age. The hand holding the staff also shook, and the grip on the staff had already worn smooth. In the land of divine punishment, time synchronized with reality. This meant that players would naturally age here. The degree of aging was related to individual strength, constitution, and maintenance, among other factors. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary player would undergo a significant change in appearance and quickly age and weaken by the time they reached 60. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, the 4 emperors of humanity, with the oldest being Yi Jibai at 215 years of age. Even the youngest Li Yueqing is already over 100. However, it is said that Li Yueqing remains extraordinarily beautiful, retaining her charm with skin as well maintained as a young girl. Naturally, there are also those in their 20s who are bald with kidney deficiency, and they should reflect on themselves. Returning to the main topic. In response to the old mage's inquiry, Su Yen had no intention of hiding it, calmly stating, I want to see if I can break through this barrier, so it might get dangerous here soon. You should leave. What? Break the barrier? Unsurprisingly, as soon as he said this, the group of veteran players was immediately shocked. The old mage's trembling eyes widened, muttering, Is this for real? Geronimo actually wants to break this barrier. Breaking barriers was something they had never heard of. Over the past 200 years, while some players without hope of breakthroughs had explored some unorthodox methods, it ultimately proved that these methods were all inadvisable. Only through hard work and leveling up was the sole way to enter higher level maps. And now, if it were any other player standing here saying they wanted to try breaking this barrier, they would surely be laughed at and ridiculed, or perhaps even cursed as brainless. But now it was different. The one saying this was the future emperor of humanity, Geronimo. The same Geronimo who cleared the Wolf King Valley dungeon solo in just 4 seconds at level 1, leaving behind a permanent sword mark in the dungeon. In front of the barrier, this group of veteran players felt a long-lost excitement, their gazes towards Geronimo filled with disbelief. The old mage immediately leaned on his staff like a cane, his shaking hand moving more vigorously as he brightly pleaded, Geronimo, we old folks aren't afraid of death. Please allow us to stay. Although they knew it was impossible. Even Geronimo couldn't accomplish it. Yet they still decided to stay and witness this crazy moment. At this moment, Su Yen could roughly understand the mindset of these old players. He stopped talking nonsense and simply urged the veteran players to step back further back. They finally halted after retreating several hundred meters. Taking a deep breath, Su Yen slowly raised his staff against the cool night wind blowing from the barrier. Fireball. First he would try a small fireball. Bang. Instantly the small fireball released crashed into the barrier, exploding. 123,879. A damage number popped up. The barrier remained unmoving, not even a hint of a mark left behind. Yet Su Yan's eyes shone with joy. It seems just as I thought, the saying that great effort yields miraculous results is quite literal. The fireball spell just dealt damage. This meant that the barrier before him could be attacked. Although it didn't show a health bar, as long as it could be attacked, everything would be negotiable. At this moment, there were still 4 minutes left before the mist enveloped the forest. Su Yen hesitated not at all and directly activated his ultimate ability. Help me, Morning Dawn. In his heart, he shouted loudly as he activated the golden skill to summon the goddess. Yes, master. The gentle voice of the goddess of dawn responded to him. In an instant, centered on Su Yen, a terrifying divine power surged outward like a shockwave, quickly enveloping the entire forest of hope. Originally a starry night, the eastern horizon suddenly blazed with the light of dawn. The radiance rapidly expanded, and in a fleeting moment, the dawn pierced through the night, illuminating the world. At this time, Su Yen was enveloped in divine power, slowly floating into the air. Harnessing the divine power of the goddess of dawn, Su Yen frantically gathered energy, and then suddenly punched towards the barrier. Break for me. Boom. Before Su Yan's punched fist, a gigantic fist made of divine power suddenly crashed into the shimmering barrier. In that instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Divine light devoured everything. 99999999999. A terrifying damage figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Boom. As the massive fist of light struck the barrier, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. The once indestructible barrier which had existed for 200 years crumbled like a poorly constructed building before Su Yan's punch collapsing like shattered glass. The dawn's light shone from the east. With the barrier shattered, countless sparkling fragments floated in the air, swirling like petals in a blooming garden. It worked! In the sky, Su Yan clenched his fist, his joy evident in his expression. He hadn't expected to succeed on the first try. This was far beyond his expectations. The fact was great strength indeed could bring about miracles. What of the wall of air? It was reduced to dust. At this moment, the veteran players behind him were utterly dumbfounded, gazing in awe at the crumbled barrier mouths agape, as if they could swallow whole eggs. It's broken. It really broke. The barrier was shattered by a single punch from Jean Mo. In an instant, a wave of shock, ecstasy, excitement, and admiration surged forth, and the veteran players felt as if they were back in the summer of their 18 years. The thrill of entering the land of divine punishment for the first time. At this moment, everyone looked at Su Yan, as if they were gazing upon a deity. They had no idea how a level 1 Jean Mo had accomplished this, but they only knew. Now that the barrier was broken, did that mean they could cross over and enter the next map, the Forest Kingdom? However, just then, the dawn's light in the sky rapidly faded, and the heavens turned back into night. Suddenly, a celestial announcement echoed through the night sky. Player Jean Mo has shattered the barrier of the novice map. The level restriction of the novice map is lifted, and level 50 players may proceed to the Forest of Hope, entering the Forest Kingdom from here. Players who have reached level 50 and completed the novice breakthrough task will receive compensation rewards. The green and healthy environment of the land of divine punishment requires every player to maintain it together. Wishing travelers a pleasant journey and a swift arrival at the sacred capital. This world announcement, even though it was deep in the night, immediately caused an uproar upon its release. The world channel erupted once again. What the heck? What did I just hear? The barrier of the novice map exploded. Jean Mo is incredible. He can even break the barrier. What can't Jean Mo do? So strong. Thankfully, I declined the widow's invitation from the neighboring village tonight, or I wouldn't have witnessed this historic moment. Wu Jean Mo is so great. He even worked overtime to give us benefits. Much love for Jean Mo. Sorry, everyone, my comprehension skills are a bit lacking. Does this mean that when I reach level 50, I won't need to do the breakthrough task anymore, and can directly enter the Forest Kingdom? Of course. Let me announce on behalf of Jean Mo, from now on the level 50 bottleneck has become history. Humanity will enter the era of level 200. As long as you are willing to endure hardship and put in enough effort, everyone can reach level 200. Guxing Xia seeking a wife. Online males, stop private messaging me. Brother upstairs, heed my advice. If you want to live well, don't care too much about gender, or you'll never find anyone. Compared to the world channel that could provide immediate feedback at this moment, the news of the novice map barrier being lifted sent a terrifying ripple through the night. Like a wildfire, it quickly spread across various platforms on the internet, and the hype surged, dominating all trending topics within just a few minutes. At the same time, the higher-ups of the human race and various departments responded urgently. The Demon Slayer Institute summoned leaders from various departments overnight for an all-night meeting. The lifting of the novice map barrier by Jean Mo meant that billions of players trapped at level 50 now had the opportunity to continue leveling up. In the coming months, there might be a massive wave of players returning to the land of divine punishment. In response to this situation, the Demon Slayer Institute required all departments to prepare countermeasures. At the same time, considering that the overall strength of humanity would receive a significant boost, many regulations and systems that had been in place for 200 years needed to be revised and restructured as soon as possible. At the end of the meeting, the man in white sitting at the head raised his head towards the direction of the divine punishment land, feeling deeply emotional. The sky of humanity has brightened. The path to the revival of humanity begins tonight. In the imperial capital, the Wang family, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe, full of excitement, jumped into a luxury electric car and ordered the driver, "Hurry, take me to the old man's bedroom." The driver dared not delay, quickly buckling his seatbelt, and stepping on the accelerator, the electric car instantly sped away. This luxury electric car was limited to 5 units, globally accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 0.29 seconds. In an instant, the car darted through the exaggeratedly large Wang family estate, traversing through cave tunnels and soaring over bridges. After driving for half an hour, it finally stopped in front of an elegantly designed courtyard. The man anxiously exited the car and rushed into the courtyard. Inside, 2 maids heard the commotion and came out. The man asked, "Is the old man sleeping?" The 2 maids were stunned to see the man only wearing a bathrobe. In their impression, the man, as the richest person in China, was always dressed in tailored suits, poised and refined. However, it was so late now, yet he rushed here in such attire, which surely indicated something serious had happened. The maids dared not hesitate, quickly smiling and responding, "Mr. Wang, please rest assured the old gentleman fell asleep around 7:30. Quickly go wake him up. He can't sleep tonight. We need to stay up all night." To their surprise, the man made a shocking remark. The 2 maids exchanged glances, dumbfounded. Did they hear that right? Mr. Wang actually wanted the old gentleman to stay up all night. But the old gentleman was already over 80. Was that suitable? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Forget it, step aside. Seeing the maids frozen in place, the man brushed past them and barged in. Minutes later, he entered the bedroom and shouted at the elderly man sleeping on the bed, "Dad, wake up. Wake up now." The old gentleman's face was gaunt, his complexion poor with sparse white hair on his head, as if he could pass away at any moment. "Son, why are you here?" After a moment, the old gentleman slowly opened his eyes and said with difficulty. From his expression, it was clear he seemed to be saying, "You better have a reason, or otherwise, if you disturb my sweet dreams, it'll make you regret it." The man was filled with excitement. "Dad, get up. We're going to the land of divine punishment all night." "You little rascal, are you joking? Cough, him this old, and you want me to stay up all night in the land of divine punishment?" The old gentleman glared, and upon finishing this sentence, it seemed he was at the brink of death. The man was undeterred and urgently said, "Dad, do you remember the Jean Mo I told you about?" "Jean Mo, the one with the SS-level talent awakening." "That's right." The man's face glowed with excitement. Just now, Jean Mo shattered the barrier of the novice map with a single punch, breaking the novice level restriction. Now the whole country is going crazy. The influence is that, Dad, you who have been stuck at level 50 your entire life can continue to level up. Bang. On the golden Nanmu bed, the old gentleman sat up in shock, his spirits lifted. "What are you waiting for? Bring me my link crystal." Before the shattered barrier, the divine power had already faded, and the aura of the goddess of dawn had completely returned to the shackles in his palm. Su Yan slowly descended, a look of surprise in his eyes. The recent world announcement had caught him off guard. Damn, the damage is actually permanent. The barrier has been lifted. To be honest, Su Yan had only acted to facilitate his journey to the Forest Kingdom. He thought that the barrier would quickly repair itself after being forcibly broken. But he never expected such a result. Su Yan smiled contentedly, his eyes shimmering with light. This meant that the path to the Forest Kingdom from the novice map would be completely unobstructed. Players would no longer face the issue of being stuck at level 50. "Thank you, Slayer of Demons. Slayer of Demons, you are the rebirth of my old Lee's parents. Please allow me to bow to you. I never dared to dream that one day I would also be able to break through level 50 and enter the Forest Kingdom." At this moment, a voice full of gratitude and emotion came from behind. Su Yan looked back and saw that the group of veteran players was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they expressed their gratitude. Some had fallen to their knees, raising their hands high and shouting to the sky. It was as if they were venting the frustration of being stuck at their levels for years. Su Yan pressed his lips together, then smiled in response. "You don't have to thank me. I merely did what I was supposed to do. Fortunately, it is not too late now. You all do your best." With that, Su Yan stopped lingering and stepped into the barrier. He understood very well that the reason these veteran players were so emotional was not just because the level restriction had been lifted. There was a more important reason. They had obtained the opportunity to extend their lifespan. As long as they worked hard to level up in their remaining years, their lifespan would increase accordingly. For example, if this group of veteran players raised their level to 100, even without considering their hard power, just at this level their lifespan could reach at least 90 years. And so on. It seems tonight will be a sleepless night. Su Yan's lips curled up as scenes of elderly players battling through the night flashed in his mind. "Traveler, welcome to the Forest Kingdom." The next moment, a vast expanse of greenery filled Su Yan's vision, and at the grand gate made of jungle, 2 elven guards welcomed him in unison. Even though Su Yan had not experienced the breakthrough mission, upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of achievement and pride. He even nodded in acknowledgement to the elven guards before crossing the jungle gate and officially entering the Forest Kingdom. The Forest Kingdom is the territory of the elf tribe, allies of the human race. The maximum level of the map is 200. The condition for clearing it is also to reach level 200 and then complete the breakthrough mission. At the moment of entering the Forest Kingdom, Su Yan couldn't help but think. In previous years' college entrance examinations, there would be a direct admission channel set up beyond the exams. The admission criteria were whether one had completed the level 50 breakthrough mission and entered the Forest Kingdom map. If so, not only would they be exempt from the college entrance examination, but prestigious universities like Yendu University would also fight to admit them. Of course, the difficulty of this admission standard goes without saying. In all of Huagua, only 1 or 2 would emerge each year, all being geniuses among geniuses. Is it really that hard? It seems just like this. Walking along the forest path, Su Yan made this evaluation. He glanced at the time and found it was still early. Without hesitation, Su Yan swiftly made his way to the depths of the Forest Kingdom. After players complete the breakthrough mission and enter the next high-level map, the first thing they need to do is change their class, because only after changing their class can they continue to level up. Moreover, after changing they will receive overall attribute enhancements, their professional skills can be upgraded, and they can learn new skills among other benefits. This is what the textbooks mention about why players experience a qualitative leap in strength after changing their class. It will create an all-around suppression against players of the same level who have not changed their class. Su Yan was no exception in this regard. The Divine Fury Mage was first and foremost a mage, so he could naturally change his class. Su Yen planned to complete his class change tonight, so he could directly grind level 200 dungeons after going to school tomorrow. Without further ado, Su Yen quickly headed toward the class change NPC located in the forest capital according to the guide. On the way, he encountered many high-level wild monsters. This would be very difficult for other players just entering the forest kingdom. They basically needed to team up or even form groups to slowly advance toward the forest capital. But Su Yen was different. His strength did not allow him to be Loki blazing a trail with sparks and lightning. These wild monsters who were used to bullying new players dared not make a sound before the level 1 rookie Slayer of Demons. They could only become tools for acceleration, continuously providing speed support for Slayer of Demons. No, this is still too slow. After changing my class, I need to buy 2 more teleportation skills. Yet Su Yen still found the speed insufficient and his mood unsatisfactory. Thus, he casually tossed a flame curse into a group of wild monsters on his right that had not provoked him. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Terrifying flames rose into a mushroom cloud, and the jungle instantly turned into a sea of fire. The wild monsters were exterminated. After a full half-hour of travel, Su Yen finally arrived at the forest capital located in the heart of the Forest Kingdom. This was a magnificent royal city built on countless millennia-old giant trees, perfectly combining architectural art with the beauty of the forest, serving as the stronghold of the elf tribe allies of the human race. At this moment, human players were everywhere in the forest capital. Those who could appear here were already considered masters of the human race in reality. Su Yan's arrival quickly caused an earthquake-like sensation. Some cheered excitedly, "Haha, 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west now. It's finally our Forest Kingdom players turn to witness the prowess of the great Slayer of Demons. Everyone step aside, I want to be the first to pay my respects." This could be concluded as the poor who were reluctant to buy teleportation scrolls. Damn, Slayer of Demons is really only level 1. That's incredible. This is the first level 1 to arrive in the Forest Kingdom in history. By the way, didn't Slayer of Demons just break through the novice map barrier? How is it possible that so little time has passed and Slayer of Demons has come to the forest capital? I can only say it's amazing. It's not that fast even by rocket. I spent a whole day following a big group to get here. Su Yen was already used to such scenes of overcrowded enthusiasm. There was nothing he could do. It was all because he was too famous. After all, who would refuse a remarkably powerful and handsome figure? Hello everyone, I am Slayer of Demons. Given the enthusiastic players in the Forest Kingdom, Su Yen briefly interacted with them for about 2 minutes. Then he quickly waved goodbye to the crowd and headed toward the class change NPC. The class change task is much simpler compared to the breakthrough task. Because the breakthrough task can only be completed solo, while the class change task has no limit on the number of players. 10 minutes later, Su Yen received the class change task for the Divine Fury Mage. He didn't know what others' class change tasks required, but his Divine Fury Mage was indeed a bit excessive. It actually required 5 pieces of SSS grade materials. Additionally, he had to defeat the outdoor boss, the 9-headed serpent lurking in the depths of the dark forest. SSS grade materials could be bought at the auction house, although they were expensive, averaging 1,000,000 gold coins each. But as the saying goes, problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Su Yen was not short on money, and the 9-headed serpent with a name that sounded very imposing was actually level 99. Su Yen couldn't help but laugh. Under the cover of night, Su Yen rushed directly towards the dark forest. Without further ado, he aimed to eliminate the 9-headed serpent. The dark forest is located in the western part of the Forest Kingdom. It is infamous for being occupied by the Dark Night Elves for many years. After an hour of arduous trekking, Su Yen finally approached his destination. Continue straight ahead for 500 meters, then turn right at the end. The destination will be on your left. Throughout this journey, Su Yen kept the Eye of the Gods active. Using the Eye of the Gods as a navigation tool saved him from taking many detours. Bang! A swift fireball spell dispatched the approaching wild monsters. Suddenly, Su Yen furrowed his brows and activated the effect of the Windwalker, set quickening his pace. Just moments ago, he had faintly heard shouting. At this late hour, could there still be someone here fighting the boss? Su Yen felt a tightness in his chest. If this boss were killed, he had no idea how long he would have to wait for it to respawn, and his plans to change jobs tonight could very well go down the drain. Hurry over, I should still make it. With that, Su Yen pushed his speed to the limit, his figure transforming into a blur. Soon within the forest filled with dark energy, the Serpent King's pool where the 9-headed serpent resided came into view. The pool was vast, hidden deep within the forest, divided into several parts by dense foliage. The pool's water was thick and black, resembling inadequately ground ink. Su Yen noticed that everything near this deep pool was withered and lifeless. This left the edges of the pool barren, marked only by a foul-smelling charred mire. Roar! Suddenly sharp roars echoed from the right front. There! Su Yen quickly locked onto the position of the 9-headed serpent. He dashed along the edge of the Serpent King's pool and when he reached the largest section of the deep pool, his vision suddenly opened up. Wow, what a massive snake! Su Yen couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the scene before him. In the depths of the pool, a gigantic serpent stood tall, entirely pitch black. It was over 30 meters high, towering like a 10-story building, truly horrifying. The serpent had 9 heads, and at that moment all 9 heads opened their enormous mouths, saliva and gastric fluid splattering everywhere, sending chills down one's spine. One must admit the oppressive presence of this 9-headed serpent was exceedingly strong. Combined with the nighttime light and shadow effects, just a glance could induce a sense of suffocation. In front of the 9-headed serpent, the strongest boss in the novice map, the Silver Wolf King, seemed like a mere child. Su Yen thought to himself and hurried to check the health of the 9-headed serpent. Health 58. Upon seeing the health status, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What luck, I arrived just in time. With a smile returning to his face, Su Yen slowed his pace slightly. At this moment, he finally had time to shift his gaze from the 9-headed serpent downwards. Boom! Suddenly, the black pool water shot up, forming a terrifying wave that crashed against the shore in front of the 9-headed serpent. On the shore, over 20 players of various classes were fighting desperately against the 9-headed serpent. Su Yen glanced over and noted that their levels were approximately around level 90. It seemed that they were struggling greatly. Just moments ago, this massive wave had caused countless exclamations from the crowd. More than half of the players' health instantly dropped by 40. It was uncertain if Su Yan's timing was fortunate. The 9-headed serpent suddenly entered a berserk state without warning, and the health bar above its head turned a flaming red. Its attack speed increased drastically. Suddenly, with a furious dive, the 9 enormous heads slammed down on the shore, launching indiscriminate attacks on the players. Boom! In the terrifying shockwave, the players scrambled to evade. However, the knight at the front made a fatal error and was unfortunate enough to be struck by one of the heads. Buzz! Although the knight reacted instantly by raising his shield, he was still instantly killed. Immediately after, the 9-headed serpent swallowed the knight whole, as if it were a chick pecking at rice. So brutal, the tank just went down like that. Su Yen observed, clicking his tongue in disbelief, and quickly sped up again. The 9-headed serpent suddenly went berserk like this. All the players were stunned, standing there in shock, completely forgetting to unleash their skills. The serpent, having lost its target, dived into the deep pool and vanished from sight. Damn, the boss has disengaged! Someone exclaimed in frustration. According to the setting of the 9-headed serpent, as a wild BOSS, once it disengaged from battle, its health would instantly return to full. This meant that these players had wasted an entire night of effort. At the back of the crowd, a strikingly beautiful female summoner frowned and said, "What's going on? Can we finish this tonight?" The team leader was also in a predicament and replied impatiently, "What are you in such a hurry for? The 9-headed serpent is already extremely difficult to fight. Can't you show a little patience?" "What do you mean? I'm paying you and this is your attitude. And what's wrong with this attitude? If you have the ability, go find another team." "I'm not bragging." Looking across the entire forest kingdom, aside from our team, no one else dares to take on the 9-headed serpent. The commotion escalated along the shore. At this moment, Su Yen finally arrived at the shore and heard the voices, which seemed to indicate a conflict. But it was understandable. After fighting the boss for so long, having it disengage and regain full health would frustrate anyone. Suddenly, the bickering crowd went silent, and all the players looked at Su Yen in surprise. "It's Jean Mo." The crowd instantly became excited, gasping in astonishment, completely forgetting about their earlier quarrel. Holding his staff, Su Yen calmly walked into the fray and smiled. "I'm here to slay the 9-headed serpent. Please allow me to pass." Upon hearing this, the team leader's eyes lit up, eager to speak up. "Jean Mo, we can help you fight. The commission is negotiable." But unexpectedly, the female summoner beat him to it. "Jean Mo, I'm a fan of yours. Can you help me defeat the 9-headed serpent?" Her voice was now sweet and melodic, a stark contrast to her earlier tone. After saying this, she quickly added, "Of course I will pay." Su Yen glanced indifferently at the female summoner. Tisk, this woman is paying to hire a team to fight the 9-headed serpent. She's a wealthy lady. Without a second thought, he politely declined. "Sorry, I'm not in need of money. Moreover, my services are quite costly." "I know it's expensive. Would 10 million gold coins work?" The female summoner asked timidly. "What? 10 million gold coins? That's 1 billion huabei. Is this woman out of her mind?" All the players were stunned. Su Yen nearly twisted his waist and turned back to ask, "Do you have a mine?" "I don't have a mine, but I own over 100 companies." "Listen to that. Does it even sound plausible?" To verify the truth of this claim, Su Yen activated his talent, the Eye of the Gods. "This is a heavyweight player. Her family's house is bigger than your Jiangnan city. I advise you to be polite." "What the heck?" Su Yen gasped in surprise and smiled. "May I know your surname, miss?" "My surname is Wang." "Miss Wang, please join the team." "Sorry, but this isn't his fault. The offer was just too generous." "MMHM." After the female summoner joyfully entered the team, Su Yen strode to the forefront of the shore. The players behind saw his demeanor and assumed he was going to take on the 9-headed serpent alone. They exchanged glances and began to murmur. The team leader crossed his arms and sneered. He must be going crazy over money. I never expected such a figure as Jean-Mo would also be blinded by gold coins. Humph, Jean-Mo can't possibly think this is still the novice map, right? This is a level 99 wild BOSS, the nine-headed serpent. Even a level 200 five-man team would struggle to defeat it. And Jean-Mo is only level 1. This is essentially a death wish. The other players nodded in agreement with the team leader's words. Just wait, it won't be long before this little rich lady comes back begging us. What about Jean-Mo? Since we have to fight anyway, how about we just invite him along for free? I was thinking that way, but now I've changed my mind. Today, I'm laying it down flat. Even if he is Jean-Mo, he can't pass the nine-headed serpent without 100,000 gold coins. That's what I said. On the wall of the Snake King pool. At this moment, under the leader's instructions, all the players stopped thinking about rushing forward to help. They stood still like they were on autopilot, waiting to watch the excitement. Su Yan seemed completely unaware of this as he walked to the very edge of the bank, looking down at the dark, murky water of the pool. Master Slayer, how should I output my damage later? The female summoner appeared extremely excited yet very nervous. At this point, her mind was in a frenzy, and she no longer cared whether the Master Slayer could defeat the nine-headed snake. After all, being able to team up with the Master Slayer was already a huge victory for her. Although 10 million gold coins was a bit much, it was equivalent to her 2 months' worth of pocket money. But the other party was the Master Slayer, so it was absolutely worth it. Su Yan had no idea about the female summoner's inner thoughts, nor did he want to know. After receiving the payment and confirming that the 10 million gold coins had arrived, he calmly said, "Where's your summoned beast? Summon one out." "Okay." The female summoner dared not hesitate for even a second. Perhaps in reality she was a spoiled young lady who commanded others. But in front of the Master Slayer she felt extremely small and humble, even her voice was timid. The female summoner waved her magic wand and a flash of light appeared. With a bang, a plume of smoke erupted and a summoned beast appeared out of thin air. Meow meow. The summoned beast was pure white, resembling a small cat with wings, looking very cute and instantly showing off its charm. Without saying a word, Su Yan picked up the summoned beast and threw it towards the pool. Splash. The summoned beast was instantly thrown into the black water, creating a splash. This action made the female summoner's face turn pale. Roar! From the depths of the pool, the furious roar of the nine-headed snake echoed. As the summoned beast desperately flapped its wings, it leaped out of the water. 9 ferocious heads rapidly rose, appearing indistinctly in the dark currents. Su Yan immediately locked onto the nine-headed snake, casually waved his staff, and unleashed his punishment. Bang! 653,582. A damage number jumped up on the surface of the black water. In an instant, just with that one punishment skill, the nine-headed snake, which had not yet surfaced from the water, let out a chilling howl mixed with 9 others. The destructive force of the skill caused the water to splash, the current to roll back, and waves to surge outwards by 10 meters. It was even more terrifying than the massive waves caused by the nine-headed snake when it went berserk before instantly swallowing the bank. The entire bank trembled and a storm surged on the Snake King pool. At this sight, the female summoner was dumbfounded, covering her mouth to suppress her excited screams. Because that would break her voice. Whoosh! Several rewards flew into Su Yan's inventory. Su Yan revealed a contented smile, disbanded the team, and turned to leave. Behind him, the players who had come to watch almost drowned in the tidal waves, all in a state of shock, hurriedly consuming potions. What happened? Did the nine-headed snake go berserk before it even appeared? It seems Master Slayer had worse luck than us. What should we do now? Should we leave? Otherwise we'll all die here. The players thought the commotion was caused by the nine-headed snake. The leader was the first to calm down, commanding, "Everyone stay calm, and let's see what's going on." At that moment, they suddenly saw Master Slayer walking back. The leader couldn't help but grin, saying, "Did you see? I told you it was impossible to fight right. Humph, in the end, Master Slayer and this little rich girl will still have to come begging us." Facing the handsome figure of Master Slayer approaching, the leader felt a surge of jealousy, raising his head proudly and saying, "I said Master Slayer?" But as soon as he spoke, Su Yan didn't even glance at him, brushing past him, without turning back, walking away from the bank. All the players were stunned. What does this mean? The leader felt his intelligence was lacking, his mind filled with question marks. He turned around and called out loudly to Master Slayer, "Master Slayer, aren't you going to fight the nine-headed snake?" Su Yan waved his hand indifferently, saying, "I already defeated it." "Defeated it?" The leader exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You defeated it just like that? Are you kidding me?" Turning around to look at the female summoner, he saw her trembling all over, a shiver born from extreme excitement. "Master Slayer, you truly are my idol, so strong." The female summoner murmured to herself, "What's going on?" The leader frowned. Hastily, he led the players to tiptoe to the edge of the bank, each stretching their necks to look down. Suddenly, the surface of the pool, which had just calmed down, surged with waves again. "Be careful, spread out quickly." All the players were startled, thinking the nine-headed snake was about to emerge again. Then, in the next moment, the nine-headed snake did indeed come out, but it was floating to the surface. The enormous snake body showed no signs of life, drifting on the murky water, its 9 heads drooping low, completely dead. Hiss! A series of gasps arose from the edge of the bank. Among the rising gasps, the leader was so scared that he fell to the ground. Master Slayer, this is terrifying. But he was only level 1. Yet he instantly killed the level 99 wild boss, the nine-headed snake. The strength of Master Slayer had surpassed everyone's understanding. That night, all the players on the bank were sleepless. After defeating the nine-headed snake, he also made a profit of 10 million gold coins. Su Yen couldn't express how delightful he felt inside. For someone without any idle baggage, this unexpected 10 million gold coins was certainly a deal that couldn't be passed up. With this, his personal savings had reached over 12 million gold coins. To celebrate this windfall, he returned to the forest city and chose not to walk. Instead, he extravagantly bought a teleportation scroll to Forest City from the auction house. Price 1,000 gold coins. Crushing the teleportation scroll, light flickered around Su Yen, and he instantly returned to Forest City. His experience points were maxed out, but it was all bought with money. After that, Su Yen returned to the job change NPC and bought all 5 SS grade materials required for the job change from the auction house. It cost a total of 55,000 gold coins. He immediately felt the pressure on his wallet. Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs. After choosing to change jobs, Su Yen felt a little excited and opened the attribute panel to check. ID Master Slayer level 1 profession, first transition God Fury Mage, secondary profession Warrior talent, tenfold absorption S grade, otherworldly hero SSS grade chosen, 1 SSS grade. Void Rift SSS grade HP 1005001005000 MP 520061100, attack 952 magic power 1490 defense 476 magic defense 615 speed 637 luck max charm max equipment Azura sword blood dawn gale wind set skills judgment LV1 upgradable punishment LV1 upgradable purification LV1 unlockable Azura / LV1 radiant flash LV1 fireball LV1 flame forbidden spell LV1 domain of gods LV1 summon god LV1. It can be seen that in the profession column God Fury Mage has already become a first transition God Fury Mage. With the job change, both exclusive skills of the God Fury Mage could be upgraded. Furthermore, the most exciting part for Su Yen was that the purification skill could also be unlocked. Without any hesitation, Su Yen immediately chose to upgrade his skills. You will spend a total of 3 million gold coins to upgrade the skills Judgment and Sanction from level 1 to level 2. Are you sure? During the upgrade operation, the system popped up this reminder. Su Yen widened his eyes in astonishment. What the hell, it costs 3 million just to upgrade a skill. This can no longer be called exploitation, it's outright robbery. However, considering the prestige of the Divine Fury Mage, it seems acceptable for the exclusive skills to be a bit pricey. So Su Yen felt a slight sting in his heart, but he didn't dwell on it too much and proceeded with the skill upgrade. Skill upgrade successful. Judgment LV2. Ignore the target's level to apply a judgment mark. If the target's luck value is lower than yours, the judgment will be successful. The target enters a weakened state for 5 minutes, suffering 1,500 of health magical damage. CD 15 seconds. Magic consumption 100. Sanction LV2. Execute a judgment on the target ignoring magical defense, and all buff effects dealing 1,200, 2,000 of health magical damage. If the target is in a judgment state, additional sanction effects are applied dealing 1,800, 5,000 of health magical damage. CD 20 seconds. Magic consumption 200. After reviewing the effects of the skill upgrades, Su Yen felt that spending 3 million gold coins was incredibly worthwhile. The damage of Judgment and Sanction after the upgrade could no longer be described as merely doubled, but rather it skyrocketed like a rocket. The skill damage received a tremendous boost. The duration of Judgment's weakened state also increased from 5 seconds to 5 minutes. This isn't just for the elderly. Even someone with severe disabilities could inflict the additional damage from Sanction. What does this mean? In simple terms, under the Judgment state, Su Yen could deal over 20 million damage instantly with a single Sanction skill if it triggered a critical hit. Is this the terrifying aspect of hidden special professions? It's finally starting to feel a bit like a Divine Fury Mage. Su Yen muttered to himself, his eyes burning with excitement. He then checked the unlockable purification skill. You will spend 5 million gold coins to unlock the skill purification LV1. Are you sure? With the previous experience of Judgment and Sanction, Su Yen showed no hesitation and immediately confirmed. Skill unlock successful. Purification LV1. Release basic divine power to purify an unknown area within a 100-meter range, removing all dangerous auras in the area and transforming it into an explorable zone. After purification, any life defense, magical defense, and speed within that area increases by 100, and experience and rewards are doubled. CD 30 seconds. Consumption 3,000 magic points. This purification skill is insane. Su Yan gasped, his gaze fixed intensely on the description of the purification skill. This skill placed within divine punishment could be considered a godly skill, because as he knew there were many unknown areas within maps above level 1000. Textbooks referred to them as nightmare spaces. These areas are shrouded in dense fog, preventing players from entering. Despite the many years of effort by human experts to conquer these areas, none have succeeded so far. With purification, I can easily open the nightmare space. Su Yan couldn't help but feel excited. Without a doubt, as an unexplored area, the nightmare space surely holds abundant rewards. After all, rewards that have been sealed for 200 years must include some good items. This made Su Yan restless, eager to fly to the level 1000 map immediately. Not to mention he could also gain double experience and rewards from it, though the magic cost is relatively high. Using it once requires 3000 magic points. With his current 6100 magic points, he can only use it twice. Looks like I need to stock up on some blue potions, Su Yan said with a grin. This was not an issue for him at all. At this moment, Su Yan checked the upgrade conditions for other skills. To summarize briefly, all his current skills can generally be divided into 4 categories based on their upgrade conditions. First category requires a job change to upgrade. This category naturally includes the exclusive professional skills of the Divine Fury Mage, including Judgment Sanction and Purification. Second category can be upgraded once level requirements are met. This includes basic skills such as Radiant Flash, Fireball, Ice, Arrow, Thunderstrike, Rock Burst, and Hurricane. There is nothing to say about this category. Su Yan directly chose to forego the upgrade. A player forever stuck at level 1 is simply unworthy. Third category requires materials to upgrade. This includes the 3 SS level skills, Forbidden Spell of Flame, Domain of the Gods, and Summon God. However, the materials needed for upgrades are all high-level SSS materials that Su Yan cannot obtain at the moment. He could only think about it for the long term. Fourth category requires weapon advancement to upgrade. This category refers to the special weapon skills attached to weapons. In Su Yan's case, this refers to the Azura Slash that comes with the Azura Sword. However, to advance the Azura Sword, it must be operated by a master-level blacksmith, which Su Yan can only pass on. These 4 methods almost encompass all the skill upgrade methods in Divine Punishment. The benefits of job changes aside from skill upgrades and the ability to unlock new skills also include rewards for all attributes. Su Yan obtained an attribute pill with all attributes 100. Only adding 100 to all attributes is undeniably useless. It's tasteless to eat, but to discard it. Of course, that's not an option. Su Yan complained, but he opened his mouth and swallowed the attribute pill. For someone like him who was used to attributes of 150 and 200, facing this increase of 100 to all attributes naturally felt insignificant. But one must realize that 100 to all attributes is equivalent to the increase in attributes gained from leveling up 20 times. For ordinary players, this is undoubtedly a qualitative improvement. Being able to gain the attributes of level 20 immediately after a job change is why a level 50 job changed player can easily overpower a team of level 50 players who have not changed jobs. After consuming the attribute pill, Su Yan's job change came to a complete conclusion. He then headed to the trial room in the forest capital to test the damage of his skills after the job change. Seeing the damage in the millions explode on the wooden dummy, he felt immensely satisfied. Now as the night fell, Su Yan couldn't help but yawn. He had originally planned to stay up all night, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. After all, he had already exceeded the goal of finishing the novice map tonight. Rewarding himself with a good night's sleep didn't seem excessive. Time to sleep. I'll go farm the level 200 dungeon tomorrow. Murmuring this, Su Yan logged out of the land of divine punishment, and his consciousness returned to reality. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain seams into the bedroom, illuminating Su Yan's handsome sleeping face. Unconsciously dreaming of something, he occasionally let out a chuckle. Bang! At that moment, the bedroom door was suddenly kicked open. Who is it? Su Yan was startled and jumped out of bed, nearly pulling out the Blood Dawn staff. Who do you think it is? Xiao Panchua stood at the door in a domineering pose, wearing a short-sleeved sports outfit that accentuated her perfect figure, making it alluring and attractive. 2 minutes later, Su Yan, still in a state of confusion and drowsiness, was forcibly pulled out of bed by his sister, Xiao Panchua. Listen carefully, Su Yan, starting today you must run every morning for your health. Dressed in sportswear with her hair tied up high, Xiao Panchua appeared exceptionally capable, exuding a strong queen-like aura. Her delicate hands seemed frail, yet the power she unleashed was astonishing. As she spoke, she had already dragged Su Yan to the bedroom door. Come on, Sister Shui, I can understand tutoring, but why do I have to run in the morning? Su Yan groaned in despair. Moreover, it was only 6 o'clock. Did it have to be this early? His fingers gripped the doorknob tightly as he tried desperately not to be dragged out, a man's last stubbornness. Are you really clueless or just pretending? Last night, the Demon Slayer broke through the novice map boundary, and now all players who reach level 50 no longer need to complete breakthrough missions. This is your opportunity. But what does that have to do with morning runs? You little brother, if I say it's related, it's related. Let go or don't blame me for bullying you. The two of them tugged at each other, neither willing to yield. The thin sportswear couldn't hide Xiao Pangshu's alluring figure, her high chest bouncing violently with the tugging. The breathtakingly white peaks continuously emerged from the slightly open neckline, as if they would burst through the sportswear and leap into Su Yan's sight at any moment. No way, this is too stimulating so early in the morning. Su Yan was caught off guard, and at that moment of negligence his grip on the doorknob loosened, and he was dragged into the bathroom by Xiao Pangshu. You have 10 seconds to wash your face and wake up. After throwing Su Yan into the bathroom, Xiao Pangshu leaned against the bathroom door with her arms crossed. Her long hair tied up high in a bun, her teasing eyes fixed on him. From the side profile, her bangs naturally fell at the corners of her eyes, perfectly concealing the faint beauty mark. In this victorious pose, Su Yan couldn't help but be mesmerized. What's wrong, stunned? Xiao Pangshu asked with a smirk. Su Yan quickly shook his head and awkwardly said, Sister Shui, I urgently need to go to the bathroom. You have too many complaints. Xiao Pangshu's face turned slightly red as she straightened up and left the bathroom. Soon Su Yan was ready and reluctantly descended the stairs with Xiao Pangshu to start their morning run. Even though you won't have to do breakthrough missions anymore with your current talent, tutoring alone is far from enough. You must comprehensively improve your physical fitness to have a chance at the college entrance examination. As they jogged along the sidewalk, Xiao Pangshu explained why they had to run in the morning. The morning sun poured over her head, illuminating her healthy fair skin, as if she were draped in a beautiful filter. Her sexy, perfect body lines wrapped in sportswear became even more alluring with each running motion. At this moment, Su Yan lagged behind Xiao Pangshu, mumbling indistinctly, Whether he was actually listening or not was unknown. He was fixated on her perky backside, unable to tear his gaze away. Sister Shui's figure was impressive. He really wanted to squeeze it. It must be at least 2 times that of Tang Xia, right? Unbeknownst to him, Su Yan had already grown accustomed to comparing with his deskmate Tang Xia. And Tang Xia would never know that she had become someone else's unit of measurement. I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Then today, let's run 20 kilometers. Is that a problem? Xiao Pangshu seemed unaware of the commotion behind her and asked after they passed a traffic light. Su Yan quickly snapped back to reality and hurriedly dismissed the wicked thoughts in his mind. With his current strength, his physical fitness had already surpassed all experts of the same age. Even Xiao Pangshu couldn't compare to him. Of course, only Su Yan knew this. So running 20 kilometers was simply a piece of cake for him. Of course, no problem. I'll follow Sister Shui's lead. Having a beautiful sister like Xiao Pangshu accompany him for morning runs was something Su Yan was more than willing to do. It was still early, and there were few pedestrians on the road. The two jogged towards the city center, with their final destination being Jiangnan Park. After running for over half an hour, Xiao Pangshu's running form remained steady, showing no signs of fatigue, indicating her stamina was hardly drained. Unable to resist, Su Yan cast another glance at her alluring figure beneath the sportswear and asked, Sister Shui, what level is your divine punishment now? Why do you suddenly ask this? I'm just curious. Xiao Pangshu replied nonchalantly, Last night, thanks to observing the sword imprint, I successfully leveled up to level 150 with the newly acquired SS level skill. Impressive, you're already at level 150. Su Yan's surprise was genuine, stemming from the heart. In his memory, Xiao Pangshu had only reached level 50 when she entered the Imperial University. He didn't expect that just a year had passed and Xiao Pangshu had skyrocketed by 100 levels. It should be noted that leveling up becomes increasingly difficult beyond level 50, as the experience required for each level continues to grow. Someone on the forum had once statistically analyzed the experience needed for leveling up. The experience required to level up from level 50 to 100 is 10 times that needed to go from level 1 to 50. And leveling up from 100 to 150 is again 10 times that from 50 to 100. Xiao Pangshu's leveling speed was terrifying even within the entire human race. Thinking of something, Su Yan asked, So Sister Shui, have you completed the private soldier assessment? Not bad, you know about the private soldier assessment. Xiao Pangshu was somewhat surprised and slowed her pace to look back at him. I've been studying for so many years. It would be unreasonable not to know, right? When players reach level 50 and complete their breakthrough missions, they can go to the private soldier hall to participate in the assessment. Players who meet this condition are usually college students. Therefore, this knowledge point is only found in university textbooks. In the land of divine punishment, players are directly differentiated by their numerical level. Thus, in reality, a person's strength also needs to be distinguished by level. The private soldier assessment serves to provide such a distinction. The ranks of private soldiers are Private Battle General, Battle King, and Battle God, each divided into 9 tiers with strength progressively increasing. Once a person passes the private soldier assessment, they are automatically registered as a private soldier at the first tier. They begin to enjoy the benefits of being a private soldier, including a monthly salary, housing subsidies, social insurance, and various other benefits. Su Yan was quite curious about what level Xiao Pangshu could reach. 5th tier of private soldier. Soon Xiao Pangshu revealed her answer. A gleam flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "You're already at the 5th tier of private soldier. Sister Shui must be a hotshot at school, right? What's the use of that? I'm still far behind when compared to the demon slayer." Xiao Panxue replied proudly, yet there was an underlying tone of defeat, as if she wasn't joking. Su Yan was slightly taken aback, feeling quite impressed. His sister had quite the ambition. With its grade talent, she still wanted to compare herself to him, who had 9 SS grade talents. Is she crazy? Not long after the two finally arrived at their morning run's destination, Jiangnan Park. Jiangnan Park is located in the center of Jiangnan City, and is the largest park in this small city. Usually many citizens come to jog and exercise before dawn. However, when Su Yan and Xiao Panxue entered the park, they immediately sensed something was off. At this moment, the vast park was eerily empty with not a single person in sight. What's going on? Suddenly Su Yan frowned. He keenly sensed a presence rapidly approaching. His expression changed, and he instinctively moved to protect Xiao Panxue. However, he saw that Xiao Panxue seemed to have sensed it too and quickly moved to position herself behind him. "Su Yan, be careful, there's danger." Xiao Panxue's instinctive movement warmed Su Yan's heart. The judgment skill was clenched in his hand, ready to confront any enemy. At this moment, the air suddenly became restless from the direction of the woods to the right front. A tearing sound erupted from within the forest, followed by a fierce wind sweeping towards them. Wherever the fierce wind passed, it uprooted trees along the way, creating a small but devastating storm. The storm charged directly towards Su Yan and Xiao Panxue, looking for death. However, facing the approaching storm, Xiao Panxue's expression turned cold, her cherry lips releasing a disdainful snort. Boom! As the gale swept through the bushes, just before reaching them, Xiao Panxue flicked her delicate wrist, and crimson flames suddenly ignited around it, slapping towards the storm. Bang! The gust of her palm unleashed endless flames that struck against the storm, exploding with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, the storm vanished. A tall figure was sent flying 100 meters away. Damn, he's actually a master. The figure scrambled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his violent gaze fixated on Xiao Panxue. "Su Yan, are you okay?" However, Xiao Panxue didn't even glance at him, merely releasing her aura to protect her surroundings, turning her face to ask behind her. Su Yan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gently shook his head. "I'm fine. Listen to me, the opponent may be a thug, stay close to me." "Understood." Xiao Panxue instructed, her right wrist flickering once more, a white knight's sword appearing in her hand. "Okay." Su Yan nodded without hesitation. His dark eyes gazed at the injured man 100 meters away, activating his divine eye. This person is preliminarily identified as a killer thug with a divine punishment level of 162, a 4th-tier private soldier. "You don't need to take action, your good sister can easily handle this." After reading the information, he breathed a sigh of relief. Buzzing. Unexpectedly, there was another disturbance in the woods as 2 figures dashed out, racing towards the injured person. "What's wrong with you? How did you get hurt?" "Boss, that beauty is a master, at least a 5th-tier private soldier." "Beauty? Where's the beauty?" "Boss, the focus is not on the beauty." "Of course I know that. So the beauty you mentioned is her." 100 meters away, an ugly man with yellow hair and a white striped shirt gazed excitedly at Xiao Panxue. Upon seeing her alluring figure and exquisite face, his eyes instantly widened with excitement, his face contorted in extreme fervor. "Tsk tisk, that face, that figure, those curves. Brothers, I want this woman. Capture her alive." The yellow-haired man shouted filthy words. Su Yan was infuriated, thinking, where did this yellow-haired fool come from to insult Sister Shui? "I'll blast you to pieces." Yellow-haired man, divine punishment level 169, 4th-tier private soldier. Fat man, divine punishment level 165, 4th-tier private soldier. "Don't act rashly, your good sister can handle it." Just as he almost couldn't hold back from making a move, the divine eye promptly advised him against it. Su Yan quickly calmed down. The divine punishment levels of these 3 were all higher than Xiao Panxue's, yet they were only 4th-tier private soldiers, indicating they were not truly stronger than her. And the judgment of the divine eye was never wrong. Since it said Xiao Panxue could handle it, she definitely could. Even if she couldn't, he could always use his divine domain to assist her secretly. With this thought, Su Yan turned his gaze towards Xiao Panxue. There she stood proud against the morning sun, her chest exceptionally prominent, her eyes filled with disdain, pointing her knight's sword at the yellow-haired man. "Answer me, did you kill anyone?" The yellow-haired man laughed heartily. "So what if we did? The beauty tells you not only did we kill everyone in this park, but we will soon drag you into the woods to show you the might of my shooting skills." Upon hearing that they had indeed killed, Xiao Panxue's brows furrowed deeply, her aura turning cold as she coldly said, "This is your last words? Humph, you're just a 5th-tier knight. Brothers, let's take her down together." The yellow-haired man viciously commanded, immediately taking a fighting stance. With a sudden burst of power, the tiles beneath his feet shattered. "Boss, what about that kid? Just a pretty boy who needs a woman to protect him, just kill him." "Yes. Go for it." The three figures instantly split into three directions, transforming into whistling shadows charging towards Xiao Panxue. These three moved extremely fast, but to Su Yan it seemed as if they were moving in slow motion. Xiao Panxue was enraged. Her previously calm face now bore a look of disgust, her bangs stirring without wind, and her aura suddenly turned wild. Ding! A bright sword light flashed and Xiao Panxue made her move. Who dares to touch Panxue? Just then an angry shout suddenly erupted from a side. Then came the sound of an explosion, a figure in black clothes darting out like lightning blocking in front of Xiao Panxue, his fist radiating brilliant golden light as he struck out. Bang! The heavy punch infused with the power of wind and thunder struck the head of the injured man, instantly exploding it and splattering blood everywhere. Third brother! The yellow-haired man and the fat man exclaimed in shock. In their panic, they quickly halted and retreated to a safe distance. The newcomer could kill a fourth-tier private soldier with a single punch, indicating his strength far surpassed theirs. Panxue, are you okay? However, after delivering this punch, the newcomer did not pursue but turned back to Xiao Panxue with concern. This person was particularly tall, a whole head taller than Xiao Panxue, who was already 1.7 meters tall. He had crew-cut hair, wore earrings, and looked somewhat handsome. Xiao Panxue exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yao, why are you here? What a coincidence, I happened to pass by the park, heard the fighting, and rushed over. I didn't expect it would be you, Panxue. Jiang Yao quickly explained, concern evident on his face. What the hell is going on? Su Yan frowned at this unexpected arrival. He recognized Jiang Yao, or rather the original self recognized him. Last year, he awakened the A-grade talent Thunder Surge and made headlines on Jiangnan TV. Furthermore, Jiang Yao was one of them. Yes, he was Jiang Hao's older brother. Due to his own hard work and a bit of support from his wealthy family in Jiangnan City, he achieved excellent scores in the college entrance examination, second only to Xiao Panxue, and was also admitted to the Imperial Capital University. Of course, that wasn't the problem. The issue was that even back in high school, Jiang Yao had been pursuing Xiao Panxue madly. Although they were not in the same school, one in the first high school and the other in the second, Jiang Yao often lavishly spent money to court Xiao Panxue. And the fact that he just happened to appear now made Su Yan somewhat skeptical of it being a coincidence. Jiang Yao, Divine Punishment Level 160, 6th tier, Private Soldier, Speed of Strength Enhancement, ranks 3rd among all humans. Seeing the prompt from the Divine Eye, Su Yan blinked. This must be fake, right? Is Jiang Yao on drugs? How could he level up so quickly with just an A-grade talent? He was actually faster than Xiao Panxue, who had an S-grade talent. This was too absurd. Just as Su Yan was in doubt, Xiao Panxue said indifferently, "I'm fine, you can leave, a few thugs pose no threat to me." Jiang Yao seemed used to Xiao Panxue's cold demeanor, not leaving but instead glancing at Su Yan with a smile. Panxue, is he your boyfriend? This seemingly casual remark made Xiao Panxue silent, her noble face suddenly showing a hint of blush. What was this situation? Su Yan was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood, standing up calmly and saying, "Yes, I am her boyfriend. May I ask if Senior Jiang has any other matters?" Su Yan, you. Xiao Panxue looked at him with a puzzled expression. Jiang Yao's expression became strange and a barely perceptible coldness flowed in his gaze as he turned to ignore Su Yan, smiling at Xiao Panxue. "Panxue, it seems your boyfriend isn't very capable. When in danger, he still needs you to protect him." As he said this, Jiang Yao glanced at the yellow-haired man and the fat man not far away, cracking his knuckles. "As a gentleman, how could I let a girl fight? Give me 2 minutes and I'll take care of the remaining thugs for you." Damn, this guy is trying too hard. Su Yan felt quite displeased watching. The most important thing was that Jiang Yao dared to say he was not capable. Trying to play the hero, huh? They'll show you what a hero is. As Jiang Yao dashed out, Su Yan decisively activated his divine domain. Wow! In an instant, a transparent domain expanded around Su Yan, like an inverted glass bowl, covering a radius of 100 meters. Without hesitation, he chose Jiang Yao as his target. Jiang Yao's all attributes 50, the debuff instantly attached to Jiang Yao. However, Jiang Yao remained oblivious, charging towards the yellow-haired man and the fat man with his innate confidence. "Two insignificant pests dare to kill in my Jiangnan City. Die!" A surge of thunder roared. Jiang Yao was enveloped in lightning elements, charging forward like a thunderbolt, shouting as he advanced. 100 meters away, the yellow-haired man and the fat guy were already intimidated by Jiang Yao's imposing aura and strength, trembling in fear as they hurriedly prepared to retaliate. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yao closed in on the two with thunder rumbling. From several meters away, he punched down toward the yellow-haired man's head, as if he were venting all his jealousy on these two thugs. He wanted to show Xiao Panxue and that pretty boy what true power was. Only he deserved to possess the celestial beauty Xiao Panxue. Jiang Yao's punch was powerful and forceful, infused with the strength of a 6th rank soldier without holding back at all. Even against opponents of the same rank, he was confident he could disable them. Let alone 2 mere 4th rank soldiers. Boom! However, as his fist struck down, the expected scene of the yellow-haired man being smashed into pieces did not occur. Instead, his punch hit a soil element shield which shattered instantly, but Jiang Yao immediately felt excruciating pain in his fist. Stumbling back, Jiang Yao took several steps, his face pale. The yellow-haired man and the fat guy each took a step back, somewhat disbelief in their expressions. What's going on? Why can't I unleash my strength? Zhang Yao questioned, shaking his hand in confusion, furious and embarrassed. The yellow-haired man, momentarily stunned, suddenly burst into laughter. Is this it? I thought he was a master. I almost wet myself in fear, but turns out he's just a piece of trash. Ha ha ha. The laughter was particularly grating, echoing in the park. Zhang Yao gritted his fists in anger, his eyes wide as he hissed, You seek death. I seek death. You're the one seeking death. Kid, dare to meddle in my business, you're in trouble today. Old 2, unleash your ultimate move, finish him off. Understood, boss. The fat guy replied, a fierce expression flashing across his red-faced visage. At once the yellow-haired man and the fat guy joined forces. The ground suddenly trembled and the stone path in the park exploded with a series of bangs. Dirt flew wildly as sharp earth spikes shot up from the ground, rapidly extending toward Zhang Yao. Sister Shui, what skill is this? Over here, Su Yan, who was watching the battle with Xiao Panxue, found it rather dull and casually asked. Xiao Panxue thought for a moment and replied, It should be in a grade skill, explosive earth spikes. A grade, no wonder it looks so powerful. Su Yan feigned admiration and sighed. Xiao Panxue glanced at him, a glimmer of light rising in her eyes. Look, Senior Jiang seems to be struggling. Her reminder pulled Xiao Panxue's attention back to the battlefield. Zhang Yao faced the explosive earth spikes without retreating or evading, unleashing bursts of lightning that struck the earth spikes. Amidst a series of deafening sounds, the earth spikes exploded one after another, but new spikes emerged from the ground. When the spikes reached beneath Zhang Yao, the power of the earth element concentrated and exploded. Bang! Zhang Yao could no longer resist. His body was suddenly sent flying backward, landing awkwardly on the ground. Pooh! He even spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Xiao Panxue could no longer hold back, exclaiming softly, Zhang Yao's strength seems to have weakened significantly. Su Yan speculated. Maybe it's because Sister Shui is here, he's a bit nervous. Pooh, do you think someone with his personality would be nervous? Xiao Panxue laughed lightly. Su Yan shrugged nonchalantly. Who cares, let's deal with these 2 thugs first. At this point, he intentionally raised his voice just enough for Zhang Yao, who was lying a short distance away, to hear. Looks like Senior Jiang isn't that capable after all. I thought he was impressive, but turns out he's so unreliable, we still have to rely on ourselves. Xiao Panxue face palmed, her lips twitching, and whispered, Su Yan, that's enough. Okay. Su Yan said he understood, immediately shutting his mouth. His eyes filled with mockery as he looked at Zhang Yao. How dare you mock me at such a level? I'll return the favor tenfold. On the other side, Zhang Yao, hearing Su Yan's words, was immediately enraged, spitting another mouthful of blood. Damn, this kid is doing it on purpose, he's definitely doing it on purpose. At this moment, Zhang Yao felt utterly humiliated. He, a 6th rank soldier and a top genius in Jiangnan City, ranked 3rd in the human race's advancement speed. How could he be beaten to the point of spitting blood by 2 4th rank soldier trash? Is this even reasonable? Zhang Yao, who had always been enveloped in glory, had never felt this embarrassed before. He dared not look at Xiao Panxue again, fearing he would see deep disappointment and disdain in her eyes. But from the corner of his eye, he noticed Xiao Panxue seemed ready to take action against the 2 thugs, and was about to warn them of the looming danger. Boom! Suddenly Xiao Panxue pointed, her sword, flames surging from the blade, aimed skyward. In an instant, the Big Dipper appeared over the park, its starlight burning with a terrifying crimson flame. As the yellow-haired man and the fat guy looked up in astonishment, the star flames suddenly descended. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, like meteors crashing to the ground, 7 fiery stars slammed down. In an instant, they engulfed the yellow-haired man and the fat guy, turning the entire 100-meter radius into a sea of fire. The 2 didn't even have time to grunt before being obliterated to ashes. Zhang Yao was left dumbfounded. What skill is this? So powerful. He stood up shakily, his eyes filled with shock and obsession as he gazed at Xiao Panxue. Amidst the flames, Xiao Panxue stood tall and graceful, her sword held elegantly. Her long hair, previously tied up, had fallen loose, billowing in the wind like a Valkyrie descending. Wow, such a strong fire energy. Is this the SS-level skill Sister Shui gained after observing the sword imprint? Su Yan, standing outside the flames, looked at Xiao Panxue's elegance with an appreciative gaze. Her long, straight legs stood amidst the flames, perfectly framed by her exquisite figure. With a calm expression, a full bosom, and a curvaceous figure, holding a knight's sword, she was truly mesmerizing, making any man's blood race. Yet the flames seemed to fear her, swirling around her 3 feet away, not daring to encroach. Su Yan's heart raced, thinking it must be so. Otherwise, no skill other than an SS level could possess such destructive power. Su Yan, let's go. Soon Xiao Panxue stepped out of the sea of flames and walked to Su Yan. Sister Shui, what was that skill just now? It was so domineering. Su Yan inquired. Xiao Panxue smiled. Of course, SS-level skills are powerful, it's called Burning Dipper. But the destructive power exceeded my imagination. She looked at the sea of flames helplessly and urged, hurry, or when the people from the Demon Slaying Institute arrive will be taken in for tea, and you won't be able to attend class today. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run. Jiangnan Park was ablaze. In the sky several figures were rushing over. Jiang Yao ignored the pressure above him and fixed his sinister gaze on Xiao Pangshu's rapidly departing beautiful silhouette. His youthful face gradually twisted, ultimately becoming a fierce grimace. That kid, his name is Su Yan, right? Daring to steal a woman from me, I will make him regret it. Jiang Yao clenched his fists tightly, vowing, Xiao Pangshu, I will obtain you, I will definitely obtain you. After Jiang Yao departed, several figures plummeted from the sky like artillery shells landing across the park. They were all members of the Jiangnan City Demon Slaying Academy, having rushed here the moment they sensed the battle's aura. Soon they gathered together, their expressions grim. A violent criminal murdered people here. The corpses have all been dumped at the lake's bottom. Damn it. Where is the criminal? The criminal's aura has vanished. How could it vanish? By now the flames had died out and the path before the woods lay utterly transformed. Gullies crisscrossed the ground, each scarred black by scorching fire. An elder stepped forward and spoke gravely, no. The criminal's aura did not vanish. It was consumed by this inferno. At his words, everyone crowded curiously around, gazing upon the ravaged, charred battlefield. Hiss! With a casual flick of his finger, the elder sent a pebble flying into the battlefield, only for it to ignite, instantly engulfed by residual fire essence and erupting in blinding conflagration. Phew! Extraordinary fire essence. Clearly a master intervened to obliterate the criminal. One capable of such overwhelming force must rival a battle general in strength. When did Jiangnan City acquire a master of battle general rank? Who knows? Perhaps merely a passerby. The group exchanged speculations, then turned their focus inward, refining their senses. At last they detected 3 faint, almost imperceptible traces of the criminal's aura, woven deep within the dense fire essence. Those traces matched perfectly with the auras lingering on the corpses submerged in the lake. A collective sigh of relief rose among them. It seems certain then. Let us withdraw. The Defense Department will handle this site. But should we investigate the source of this fire essence? The elder shook his head. No, we must not. Their departure signals a clear desire for solitude. And if we provoke such a being, can any of us foot soldiers truly withstand the wrath of a battle general? All nodded, solemnly relieved they had narrowly avoided catastrophe. Very well. Some of you seal off the park. I shall erase all traces of fire essence here as though nothing ever occurred. Yes, sir. As they moved to secure the perimeter, the elder suddenly uttered a soft exclamation. Captain, what is it? He stroked his chin, frowning. Strange. This fire essence conceals 2 additional auras. One is unmistakably lightning attribute essence. Yet the other, I cannot discern it at all. Surely not. Even the captain cannot trace it. The others stared in disbelief. Though their captain ranked only as a 9th rank foot soldier, his awakened talent was uniquely specialized aura detection. With its aid, no aura beneath the rank of Battle King could evade his perception. Yet this very aura eluded him. Could it be left by a Battle King? Someone swallowed hard, voicing the chilling conjecture. A collective gasp echoed. A Battle King. A divine punishment rank of at least 1,000. Among humanity, a legendary sovereign. Jiangnan City had yet to produce even a single Battle King. The elder's eyes shimmered with quiet intensity as he sighed. I cannot say. Perhaps it is simply an unfamiliar essence. One beyond my limited knowledge. Enough. Defense Division will intervene shortly. Go now. I'll cleanse the traces. Understood, Captain. And with that they hurried away. Once alone, a sudden fervent gleam flared in the elder's eyes. He murmured softly to himself, could it be the legendary domain aura? There was no answer. Outside Jiangnan Park, pedestrians already bustled along the streets. Many quickly noticed the anomaly within, and paused at the roadside, staring in stunned alarm. Meanwhile, several kilometers away on another street, Xiao Pangshu held Su Yan's hand, weaving swiftly through the crowd. Her long black hair danced behind her with each step. We can stop here. Moments later she slowed, releasing his hand. Su Yan lingered in the warmth, still lingering in his palm, his expression dazed. Su Yan. Xiao Pangshu suddenly spoke. Su Yan snapped back to awareness. About what I told Jiang Yao. That you're my boyfriend. Su Yan smiled faintly. I know. I'm your shield. Standard procedure. Xiao Pangshu turned fully toward him, her beautiful eyes locking onto his. You're not angry. Why would I be? Truly not angry. Truly not. Then smile for your big sister. Haha. No, that's forced. No, that's too lewd. Jie, you're dead, Su Yan. Side by side, they strolled down the sidewalk as morning sunlight bathed them from behind. The mood gradually brightened. Then, as if recalling something, Xiao Pangshu smiled warmly. Oh. Su Yan, when you get into university, I'll gift you an S-rank skill. Su Yan blinked in surprise. Why suddenly give me a skill? Weren't you envious of that rank skill, explosive earth spikes? Back then, Now I'm giving you an S-Rank one. Aren't you thrilled? What? Envious? Seriously? Su Yen rolled his eyes. I casually unleash SS-Rank skills. I'd envy in a rank trash. Xiao Panchue dismissed his protest as stubbornness and simply smirked. But you must get into university. Any university will do. And if I don't, you'll die horribly. Under her predatory gaze, Su Yen shivered involuntarily. Work hard, young man. Don't disappoint your big sister. Rising onto her toes, she ruffled his hair, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. By the time Su Yen arrived at school, class was nearly about to begin. Yet the classroom buzzed with animated chatter, everyone excitedly discussing last night's demon-slaying feat, the shattering of the newbie village barrier. Incredible. I woke up to the news and dropped my phone in shock. Dropping your phone. Pfft. I smashed my dad's computer and got whipped for half an hour. Respect. I bow. So, the barrier's gone. Anyone can now clear the newbie map. What does that mean for the Gaokao? I'm already level 5. So if I push harder, maybe I'll earn early admission to a top-tier university. Too conservative. I'm aiming for Imperial Capital University. Su Yen listened silently as a group of crank talent holders bragged wildly. Then quietly slipped into the back row. Tang Xia still lay sprawled over her desk, fast asleep as usual. Her ponytail hung messily over her shoulder, coiled in several loops, obscuring her entire face. What on earth did you do last night? Sleeping non-stop. Even pigs sleep less than you. Su Yen tapped Tang Xia's cheek until she stirred awake. What do you know? This is Dad's health regimen. She blinked open weary eyes and glared up at him, her ponytail slipping from her shoulder. And as she lifted her head, Su Yen caught sight once more of her modest chest flattened pitifully against the desk edge, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Humans are no match for furniture. Still, it confirmed one thing at this scale. Her chest measured precisely half of Xiao Panchue's. Xiao Xia, Su Yen. Suddenly both spoke at once. Su Yen chuckled. You go first. Tang Xia huffed. Dad won't go first, you go. Su Yen smiled, then grew serious. The newbie village barrier is broken. It's a rare opportunity. You need to join a strong team. If you reach level 50 before the Gaokao and undergo vocation in the Forest Kingdom, admission to a top-tier university should be assured. Tang Xia froze, then burst into laughter. What's so funny? Su Yen bristled. She grinned mischievously. Su Yen. How dare you lecture me like this? That line belongs to me. It's not too late for me to take you under my wing. With no breakthrough pressure right now, you might even land at a decent university. Again. Still not giving up? Su Yen grinned. Better not. I'd end up at the same university as you. Are you sure? Ugh. No way would I attend the same school as you. Predictably, at those words, Tang Xia instantly crossed her arms and turned away, radiating indignant pride. Then, as always, they fell into their familiar banter, waiting for the bell. Yet minutes later, the homeroom teacher strode in, his expression grave. Sorry to interrupt. Just one more announcement. As the final sprint of the college entrance examination approached, the homeroom teacher generally refrained from occupying class time. When he spoke, it was typically about significant matters. The students were well aware of this, and the classroom quickly fell silent. Teacher Wang stepped onto the podium, his expression serious as he said, This morning, a violent incident occurred in Jiangnan Park, where a group of thugs committed murder. 3 fourth-tier thugs rampaged in the park, killing several students who were jogging. What? Thugs committed murder? How could this happen? Our Jiangnan city has always had good public safety. How could such a thing suddenly occur? The students began to discuss among themselves, fear evident on their faces. Su Yen also felt astonished. Were the victims all students? His expression changed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he clenched his hand tightly under the desk. Damn, how could these people target students? They died just like that, which only benefits them. The victims were all students from the neighboring first and third high schools, and some were excellent students with good grades. Alas, what a pity, such a pity. Teacher Wang shook his head and sighed on the podium, a look of sorrow on his face. Teacher Wang, what about the thugs? Were the thugs caught? The students asked through gritted teeth. Fortunately, the people from the Demon Extermination Institute arrived at the scene promptly and killed the thugs, preventing further casualties. Phew, that's great. The thugs got what they deserved. It's truly satisfying. The students cheered. Teacher Wang's expression grew serious as he said, But what I want to convey is that the matter is not that simple. Just now, the school received news that similar incidents have occurred simultaneously across multiple locations nationwide, and the victims are all high school students. This is no ordinary murder case. What does Teacher Wang mean? Preliminary investigations by the school suggest that this may be a premeditated, organized nationwide terror operation targeting high school students, and it cannot be ruled out that there are demonic forces manipulating this behind the scenes. Demonic forces? The classroom erupted in gasps. Teacher Wang said angrily, Indeed, if it's true, then the demonic forces' intentions are clear. They want to use this method to identify the demon slayers and eliminate them at the cradle. We cannot let that happen. The demon slayer is the hope of our human race, and we must never let them be discovered. Of course. Teacher Wang forced a smile and said, therefore the education department has urgently issued a notice that starting today every student must wear a specially made mask from the Demon Extermination Institute in the Divine Punishment Realm to conceal their identities. Someone said, Teacher Wang, do we really need to do that? I've had cosmetic surgery in the Divine Punishment Realm, so even my mother wouldn't recognize me. Ha ha ha. The tension in the atmosphere eased and the students burst into laughter. Teacher Wang irritably threw a piece of chalk at that student, scolding, laughing still laughing. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Let me tell you, most students can recognize themselves and pursue authenticity. Don't believe me? Come on, those who have had cosmetic surgery in the Divine Punishment Realm, raise your hands. Let me see if more than 5 of you do. As soon as Teacher Wang said this, students below the podium quickly raised their hands, with only Su Yan in the last row not raising his, looking bewildered. At this moment silence spoke louder than words. Teacher Wang puffed out his cheeks. You are the most shameless class I have ever taught. Learn from Su Yan. Why is he so confident? Teacher, if I were half as handsome as Su Yan, I wouldn't need cosmetic surgery either. The students laughed heartily, and the classroom erupted into chaos. Su Yan felt helpless, experiencing a sense of alienation for the first time, and the reason was, he was too handsome. But compared to that, he was obviously more interested in his deskmate Tang Xia's cosmetic surgery. Turning to Tang Xia, Su Yan teased deliberately, I didn't expect you, little Xia, to be such a narcissistic person. You actually had cosmetic surgery. Tang Xia seemed embarrassed, her face turning red as she defended herself. What's wrong with me having cosmetic surgery? Is it forbidden to have cosmetic surgery, or is it illegal? Su Yan rubbed his chin and blurted out. Although your face is still a bit lacking, it doesn't make much difference whether you have cosmetic surgery or not. What do you mean, Su Yan? Are you saying my dad is ugly? Tang Xia was anxious. No, I'm saying I quite like it. You go die. Tang Xia's face turned even redder. Su Yan leaned closer, smiling as he asked, so I'm quite curious, how much did you have done? Tang Xia glanced at him and extended her pinky finger. Just a little bit. After a round of laughter, Teacher Wang called for everyone to be quiet. His expression turned solemn again as he said, you must understand, wearing masks is not to hide your appearances, but to protect the identity of the demon slayers. This is a matter of utmost importance for our human race. Whether the demon slayers can grow up safely relates to the future of humankind, and it closely ties to your fates. The masks will be delivered this afternoon via the teleportation array. The Demon Extermination Institute has spent considerable resources to make these masks, so I will say it again, everyone must strictly adhere to the regulations. Just like the principal said during the awakening ceremony, this is the worst of times, but also the best of times. Students being in the same cohort as the Demon Slayer means you have already beaten 99 of people, an advantage that even S-grade talents cannot enjoy. But opportunities are always for those who are prepared. I hope you can seize this chance to soar higher. Perhaps one day in the future, the companion standing by the side of the Demon Slayer could be one of you. Teacher Wang's words stirred the students' blood, as if they could already envision a future where they stood shoulder to shoulder with the Demon Slayer brothers in arms. By the way, you all heard about the Demon Slayer breaking through the novice village barrier last night, right? A dungeon sword imprint a novice village barrier, which means you were born in a great era. Teacher Wang did not hide his envy, and his smile grew increasingly bright. However, you all still need to work hard for the college entrance exam. Don't think that just because you don't need to break through, everyone can get into college. Let me give you a heads up. I heard that universities across the country are urgently formulating new admission standards, and the bar will definitely be raised, making this year's competition even fiercer. Ah, no way. The classroom immediately erupted in cries of despair. Also, the principal has invited top students from prestigious schools to guide us, and that will take place tomorrow. This opportunity is incredibly rare, so let's all look forward to it. At this point, Teacher Wang looked at the time and finally reminded everyone. During this period, it's quite dangerous outside, so you all should avoid going out alone, especially at night. Be sure to protect yourselves. This world is far less safe than you imagine. After giving this warning, Teacher Wang clasped his hands behind his back, glanced at Tang Xia in the last row, and turned to leave the classroom. The classroom gradually quieted down. The students seemed to be reflecting, but soon, they self-consciously touched their linking crystals and entered the Divine Punishment Realm to level up. In the last row, Su Yan frowned slightly, a layer of frost covering his face. Initially, he thought the park murder incident was simply a case of thugs killing people, but he didn't expect it to be aimed at him. Do they want to kill me? Su Yan clenched his fists, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then let's see who kills whom. Regarding the deaths of the students in the park and similar incidents occurring nationwide, Su Yan felt a deep sense of guilt but found himself powerless. The only thing he could do now was to raise his strength as quickly as possible. Wait for me, it won't take long. Thinking this, Su Yan's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. This instead ignited his fighting spirit. Just then, as he was about to reach out to touch the linking crystal, he noticed Tang Xia staring blankly at her desk, her complexion slightly pale. What are you dazed about? Hurry up and level up in the Divine Punishment Realm. Su Yan nudged Tang Xia's arm, reminding her. At the entrance of the trial room in the forest capital, a beam of light flickered as the most sought-after figure among the human race. Jean Mo made his appearance. Please note the SS level talent descendant of the divine begins its daily blessing. Permanent buff. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the reward buff, Su Yan felt a bit better. An experience boost of 2 seemed small, but in the eyes of a professional player like him it was already quite outrageous. In some penguin game wouldn't you have to spend at least 100,000 to enjoy such privileges? With this buff, every time he gained 1 million experience, he would receive an additional 200,000 experience boost. Quite delightful. Speaking of experience, Su Yan subconsciously glanced at the experience bar. Experience 1, experience 1. Lines of experience notifications continued to pop up. No way is someone still observing the dungeon's sword imprint. Su Yan looked surprised. However, he did not dwell on it too much and directly opened the experience bar to see how much experience the sword imprint had given him so far. Current experience 58936777239 99999999999. Then a long string of experience numbers slapped him in the face. Su Yan's first reaction was to think he had opened it incorrectly, so he hurriedly opened it again. He even took out a magnifying glass to look closely. Current experience 58936777239 99999999999. Immediately afterward, he gasped in shock. Wow, 5.8 billion. He wasn't mistaken. He really had gained a massive 5.8 billion experience. In other words, in less than a day 5.8 billion players have observed the sword imprint. Terrifying. The last trace of gloom in his heart completely vanished and Su Yan couldn't help but smile broadly. It must be said this experience farming was incredibly enjoyable. After one night's sleep he gained 5.8 billion experience without doing anything. With so much experience, leveling up 200 or 300 levels would not be an issue for an ordinary player. 200 to 300 levels overnight. At this speed no one would believe it if he told them. In this case 999 billion experience doesn't seem too much. Feeling invigorated, Su Yan sensed that the day he ascended to divinity was just around the corner. Time was tight and the tasks were heavy. Su Yan didn't dare to waste a moment. He moved his hands and feet a bit at the entrance of the trial room before hurriedly heading out of the city. Then he rushed north, heading straight for the strongest dungeon in the Forest Kingdom. The Level 200 Dungeon. The Level 200 Dungeon was named the Elf Tomb, located in the northeast of the Forest Kingdom. According to the divine punishment setting, this tomb buried the former kings of the elves and night elves. Roughly, it was about the story of how during the invasion of the demon clan into the Forest Kingdom, the elves and night elves put aside their grudges to fight together. Su Yan had already changed his class and his damage had reached a terrifying level of tens of millions. Obviously, the Elf Tomb, this Level 200 dungeon, was no longer suitable for him to farm. The reason Su Yan still wanted to go was simply to obtain the completion ranking reward. This reward was crucial and had to be obtained. If he could receive a similar reward to Eternal Seal of the Dungeon, it would be a huge profit. Lying down and counting experience wasn't that better than farming a dungeon for a month. The map of the Forest Kingdom was several times larger than the novice map. Without being able to use teleportation scrolls, it would take an ordinary player a day or two to travel from the forest capital to the Elf Tomb. But Su Yan was equipped with the Windwalker set, allowing him to move swiftly. It was almost like the difference between a tractor and a Ferrari, so he sprinted all out and ultimately Su Yan arrived at the Elf Tomb just before noon. Very good, just in time. Looking at the time, a smile appeared on Su Yan's face. At this moment, in front of the dungeon, the place was bustling with players. A glance revealed that mostly players were between level 160 and 200. Anyone can join the dungeon. No thieves. No thieves. No thieves. Important things must be said 3 times. The Gale Dungeon team is recruiting specifically for guiding bosses through dungeons. Requirements level 200, a grade combat talent, face-to-face interview, food and accommodation provided with 5 insurances and 1 fund. As long as you're willing to come, making $1 million a month is not a dream. Various shouts mixed together, creating a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a rural market in childhood. In the past, when he played online games, Su Yan loved this feeling. It was the same now. He quickly blended into the crowd and unexpectedly did not attract other players' attention. Taking advantage of this time, he quickly walked up to the dungeon NPC. Su Yan's goal was clear: first to open the historical leaderboard for completion time. First place, Yi Ji by Mo wins team completion time 4 minutes 12 seconds. Completion evaluation SS level. Second place, Dugas team completion time 9 minutes 43 seconds. Completion evaluation SS level. Third place, Li Yu Qing's team completion time 11 minutes 15 seconds. Completion evaluation SS level. Fourth place, Ashun Xiu's team completion time 21 minutes 37 seconds. Completion evaluation S level. 10th place, Shui Wu Yu's team completion time 27 minutes 58 seconds. Completion evaluation S level. He quickly glanced at the leaderboard, which was not much different from the novice dungeon. The top 10 were still these top-tier human experts. But the times had obviously increased, indicating that the difficulty of the dungeon had risen by more than one level. The only difference was that this time the two human emperors had chosen to cooperate, completely widening the gap in completion time with the second place. Isn't this just cheating? Su Yen chuckled, not expecting such powerful human emperors would also need to team up. Truly eye-opening. With the sincere cooperation of the two human emperors, the completion time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds was undoubtedly extraordinary. Their status was unshakable. Let's get started. As noon approached, Su Yen hurriedly spoke to the dungeon NPC. Please note your level is far below the dungeon's level, and your team does not have 5 members. Are you sure you want to enter the elf tomb? Sure. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared, and Su Yen found himself in a dark and eerie tomb. Ahead of him was a long tomb path with walls on both sides. However, Su Yen had already summoned the Dawn Goddess. Wow! The endless divine power instantly resembled a vast sea of stars amidst the sea of flowers. The Dawn Goddess floated barefoot in the air, her silver long hair dancing, pointing forward along the tomb path. Annihilate! Boom! The light of dawn instantly illuminated the entire tomb, causing the air to emit a tangible tremor. Then, before Su Yen even saw what the boss looked like, he received countless. Experience 32000. Experience 32000. Experience 46000. You have obtained the Elf Skull. Congratulations, you have completed the Elf Tomb Dungeon. At this moment, a world announcement rang out in the skies of the Divine Punishment Land. Congratulations to player Jean Mo for solo completing the Elf Tomb Dungeon. Time taken 4 seconds. Completion evaluation. After this world announcement was made, all human players had yet to react. In the world channel, a sentence suddenly appeared. Jean Mo level 1 newbie player single-handedly defeating the Demon God. Demon God dare to fight me. After dropping this bold statement, Su Yen directly logged off. This round belonged to him, showing off and then running away thrilling. Demon God, are you willing to challenge me? The world announcement, along with the words from Jean Mo, sent the human players in the Divine Punishment Land into a frenzy. However, compared to previous occasions, there wasn't much emotional fluctuation among the players this time. They seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Nonetheless, the world channel remained lively and bustling. Players freely expressed their thoughts, discussing how Jean Mo had once again set a record for clearing the level 200 dungeon, the atmosphere reaching unprecedented heights. Awesome, it has finally come. Since Jean Mo broke through the village boundary, I knew the level 200 dungeon would be in trouble, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Another 4-second clear. Haha, I find the system's clearance evaluation amusing every time I see it. Jean Mo is incredible. For such a difficult dungeon as the Elf Tomb, achieving a terrifying 4-second solo clear must be disheartening for the super team of Yijibai and Mo1. No stepping on the upstairs, be careful of the Demon Slaying Institute looking for you. Don't you think Jean Mo's last words sound very imposing? The Demon God is probably bewildered right now. Gu Xingxia said, looking for a girlfriend online, someone help me get off the singles train. Compared to the lively Divine Punishment World channel, Jiangnan No. 2 High School was even more boisterous. As the school bell rang, the campus erupted. Everywhere people shouted Jean Mo. Jean Mo. After exiting the Divine Punishment Land, Su Yen headed to the cafeteria for lunch with Tang Xia. The two naturally discussed Jean Mo. Throughout their walk, Tang Xia's beautiful face was filled with unhidden envy. After all, they were all in the same grade, and Jean Mo had already solo cleared the level 200 dungeon in 4 seconds. Meanwhile, they were still struggling in the novice village to level up. At a table by the window in the cafeteria, Tang Xia, with her ponytail and school uniform skirt, sat down across from Su Yen with her tray in hand, looking somewhat listless. Su Yen, how can there be such a big gap between people? Su Yen, busy eating, chuckled at her words. Even among emperors there are disparities. What more can we common folk say? Are you crazy calling Jean Mo a commoner? What else could he be? To me, Jean Mo is a freak, a huge freak. Su Yan's mouth twitched. If Jean Mo heard you say that, he would definitely take action against you on the spot. Humph, Jean Mo and we are not from the same world at all. How could he possibly hear it? The two miraculously avoided bickering. Su Yen, with his enormous appetite, stopped chatting and focused on eating. At that moment, his gaze caught Tang Xia's tray filled only with vegetables, and he couldn't help but frown. Xia, is that all you're eating? Yes, my dad said to eat healthily. Healthy? Are you sure it's not about eating less? No wonder your chest hasn't developed. Eating grass provides no nutrition. Su Yen, go to hell. Tang Xia instantly blushed. And who eats grass? Su Yen ignored her and took some chicken from his own plate. Come on, don't be shy, eat my chicken. Tang Xia instinctively replied. Get lost, I don't want to eat your chicken. What sounded like a dirty conversation immediately drew the attention of surrounding tables. The cafeteria fell into a dead silence. Not far away, Jiang Hao, who was eating, naturally heard it too. He was shocked on the spot. These two shameless people, do they have no self-respect in public? But then he thought, wait a minute, I am the one pursuing Tangxia, and although I haven't succeeded yet, Tangxia shouldn't be publicly discussing such a lewd topic with someone else at the same table, right? What does that make me? Slap. Jiang Hao's chopsticks snapped in half his eyes, showing a fierce glare as he gritted his teeth. Damn, Tangxia's tablemate is called Su Yan, right? How dare you compete with me, Jiang Hao, for a woman? I will make you regret it. Achoo! Su Yan suddenly sneezed. Frowning, he wondered what was going on. He had been sneezing a lot these days. Could it be that his rhinitis is acting up? Tangxia across from him was utterly embarrassed, being stared at by the burning gazes of classmates in the cafeteria, wishing she could find a crack in the wall to hide in, secretly kicking Su Yan under the table. Afterward, Su Yan proposed treating Tangxia to a big meal. However, she outright refused. Su Yan sighed. Despite Tangxia's lively personality and her Fulan Tsundere attributes, she was particularly strong-willed. Anything he offered her would be rejected, even though they were very close classmates. Currently, Su Yan had a few pieces of level 50's grade equipment in hand. It seemed he wouldn't be able to give them away, or rather he needed to come up with some ideas. After the afternoon class, the homeroom teacher Wang entered the classroom carrying a large cardboard box. The specially designed masks distributed by the Demon Slaying Institute HQ have arrived. Class monitor, quickly distribute the masks to avoid delaying everyone's leveling time this afternoon. After Teacher Wang gave his instructions, the class monitor immediately arranged for several group leaders to quickly distribute the masks to every student. At the back of the class, Su Yan held the mask, which emitted a faint lustrous glow, feeling cold to the touch. Following Teacher Wang's usage instructions, he put the mask on his face. A wave of coolness instantly penetrated his brow, and his face felt as if it were covered with a thin veil, providing a very comfortable sensation. Meanwhile, the mask transformed into countless strands of flowing light, vanishing from his face. It looks pretty good, Su Yan muttered without hesitation. He continued to enter the divine punishment land. Whoosh! In an instant. Upon re-entering the elf tomb dungeon, Su Yan discovered that his appearance and ID had indeed been concealed. After a bit of investigation, Su Yan leisurely opened the Void Rift package to check the clearance ranking rewards. Since the ranking rewards were distributed progressively, he could claim all rewards by directly reaching the highest tier. 150,000 gold, all attributes 500 dual shadow LV1. Hidden area unlock voucher. Soon after seeing the rewards, Su Yan's eyes suddenly brightened. For rewards again. This should be considered a hidden ranking reward, right? The 150,000 gold he skimmed over for him now. This amount of gold no longer brought him any surprise. That converts to 150 million in Huobi. Compared to all attributes 500, it is utterly incomparable. Su Yan was in dire need of attributes. Although his health and damage had increased, he still lagged behind in other attributes. He urgently needed to boost all his attributes. The ultimate goal, of course, was to become an all-around warrior, commonly known as a hexagonal warrior. At this rate, it shouldn't be far off. Su Yan brimmed with confidence. After calming his emotions, he continued to check the next skill reward. Dual Shadow LV1 SSS grade. Generate a controllable clone that inherits 100 of the main Bodis attributes. Moreover, within a 100-meter range, it can take a fatal hit for the main body once, lasting for 4 hours. CD 6 hours consumption, 4,000 mana. Is this a clone? But Su Yan quickly shook his head. This is more than just a clone, it's practically a lifesaver. According to the skill description, as long as the clone is within 100 meters of him, it can unreasonably take a fatal blow for him. With this dual shadow, who needs resurrection armor? One could even have fun in the real world. In the dark and eerie dungeon, Su Yan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Having received the dungeon ranking reward with Su Yan's output damage in the millions, there was no longer any need to continue farming the elf tomb dungeon. It's time to change the map again. Switching maps feels like a whirlwind. But before leaving, Su Yan opened his inventory and took out the hidden area unlock voucher. Without further hesitation, he used it directly. Hidden area unlock voucher successfully used. Hidden map elf ancient battlefield has been unlocked. Generating map. Generating boss. Generation anomaly. Regenerating. Generating rewards. Wow. A transcendent and majestic world announcement echoed above. Player Demon Slayer has unlocked the hidden map of the Forest Kingdom Elf Ancient Battlefield. Players can explore the ancient battlefield to assist the elf race in repelling monsters and earn substantial experience rewards. As the world announcement came out, all human players could no longer sit still. They had developed muscle memory for the world announcement from Demon Slayer, which occurred several times a day. As soon as there was a slight commotion in the sky above, they instinctively raised their hands and shouted, "Demon Slayer is amazing. I wonder how many secrets are still hidden in the land of divine punishment, and what's going on with this hidden map, the elf ancient battlefield. I feel like I've wasted my life before this. That's great. I was worried I wouldn't reach level 200 before I died. Now that there's this ancient battlefield, it seems I can live for several more years. Hey, how old is your grandpa upstairs? My dad is a funeral master and offers full services. Can I get a contact? Demon Slayer is so cool, I love Demon Slayer. The World Channel remained as lively as ever. Ever since Demon Slayer made his entrance, it had become his exclusive channel. As for this world announcement, Su Yen was neither surprised nor delighted. He had long guessed it. Like the eternal seal of the dungeon, this hidden area unlock voucher was also shared among all players. However, the announcement seemed to suggest that players could only earn experience rewards by exploring the hidden map. But for him, it was different. He could also gain items and attribute elixirs as rewards. That's how it should be. As the user, my rewards should definitely be better than those of other players. Su Yen was quite satisfied with this reward setup. Understanding this point, he thought, why wait any longer? He headed directly for the hidden map to fully explore the elf ancient battlefield. After gathering all the rewards, he would break through the dimensional barrier and head to the next level 500 map. Swish! A flash of white light flickered before the elf tomb dungeon. Su Yen exited the dungeon, and as expected, a large crowd of players was blocking his way. Look, it's Demon Slayer. Even though he wore a mask that concealed his appearance and ID, the glaring level 1 above him was too eye-catching. He was caught red-handed the moment he emerged. The players from the Forest Kingdom were just as enthusiastic, similar to those in the novice map. Su Yen did not feel impatient. He simply greeted them and used a teleportation scroll to fly back to the forest capital according to the map's directions. The newly unlocked hidden map, the Elf Ancient Battlefield, was located in the southwest direction of the Forest Kingdom. Flying back to the forest capital and then heading over would be significantly closer. In the next moment, after a brief lapse in consciousness, Su Yen found himself in the forest capital. The sky had changed from a deep blue to a vibrant green. The green was alarming. The tall and magnificent buildings perfectly blended with the ancient trees, forming the forest city before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yen stepped out of the city. According to the settings of divine punishment, whether using a teleportation scroll or a teleportation array, the prerequisite was that the destination must be a place the player had already visited. Thus Su Yen had no choice but to walk. It took him an entire afternoon to traverse the entire dark forest and finally reach the Elf Ancient Battlefield. This place was located at the very edge of the dark forest at the end of the forest. Right in that place that originally did not exist, a mist-covered area had suddenly appeared. The mist exuded mystery filled with the unknown. At this moment, a massive crowd of players had gathered before the mist, the lowest level among them being 100. Those above level 200 were numerous. Clearly, they had all come specifically from other high-level maps. But strangely, these players seemed to fear the mist, all encircling a distance of 200 meters from it, with no one daring to step closer. Whoosh! Suddenly the mist surged. 2 disheveled figures shot out like cannonballs and landed before the crowd of players. Cough cough, still no good, the mist is too thick inside, I can't see anything at all. Not only is the mist thick, but I also ran into several toxic substances and almost died in there. Both of these individuals were top-tier experts above level 1000 War King level. They had come to the Forest Kingdom map with the intention of easily crushing everything. Just stomping their feet would cause earthquakes and tsunamis. But now they had come for the hidden map, thinking the Elf Ancient Battlefield would be easy to explore. Little did they expect that they would enter with great momentum only to exit in such a disheveled state. Their words were filled with helplessness. Hearing this, the players were instantly very dejected. It's over. If even War King level experts can't explore, won't we be walking to our deaths? But it shouldn't be. This is a benefit provided by Demon Slayer. If we can't explore, why would it be released? Who knows? We've researched this for an afternoon and still no one can enter. What about Demon Slayer? Does anyone know if Demon Slayer has gone in? Players were discussing fervently, all uncertain. Yet despite this, everyone preferred to stay here rather than leave. The reason was simple. After all, given the previous benefit of the Dungeon Sword Seal, the experience rewards from this Elf Ancient Battlefield would surely be substantial. Perhaps they could level up several times. Holding on to this hope led to more and more players gathering at the Elf Ancient Battlefield. The number had exceeded 10 million. When Su Yen hurriedly arrived, he was immediately shocked by the sight of these 10 million players. He had a renewed understanding of the concept of a sea of people. Strange, why are so many people gathered here? Are they really queuing to enter a map? Thinking of this, Su Yen furrowed his brows. But soon he learned the general situation from the players' conversations. It turned out that this hidden map was shrouded in mist, and currently no one could enter, so they were all just staring at each other outside. Mist! Su Yen murmured, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Everyone step aside, let me through. Standing at the end of the sea of people, Su Yen suddenly raised his voice. His powerful voice resonated in the ears of every player. Upon hearing this sound, all players turned around with millions of pairs of eyes focused on Su Yen. Some were instinctively about to laugh, thinking, come on, if even War King level experts can't do it, who do you think you are to give it a try? But when they saw the newcomer was a level 1 player, all of them immediately felt a chill run down their spines and stood in respect, each one internally exclaiming with excitement, no way, Demon Slayer is here. In front of the ancient battlefield of elves, millions of players consciously made way, all paying their respects to Jean Mo. This could no longer be called a spectacle. It was a phenomenon of millions. If it weren't for Su Yan's strength and the formidable aura he exuded, he might have already felt his legs turn to jelly. With a smile on his face, he walked confidently among the crowd and soon reached the forefront. Great! Jean-Mo, you finally arrived. The two battle kings hurried forward to greet him, their faces revealing genuine joy and excitement. They were even more excited than during their first wedding night. Though both were over level 1000, they appeared to be mere level 1 novices in front of Su Yan. Su Yan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze turning towards the vast sea of mist ahead. This mere mist was nothing that couldn't be purified. The eye of the gods bestowed its guidance. Su Yan felt a sense of reassurance. It was time to unleash the power of the purification skill. Jean-Mo, are you saying you can clear this mist? A battle king beside him cautiously inquired. Su Yan glanced at the battle king and smiled nonchalantly. Yes. Heavens, he really can. The battle king's face immediately displayed shock and admiration, his gaze filled with wonder. The other battle king felt the same. Su Yan's casual yes caused an uproar among the surrounding players. Fantastic! Now we can finally explore the hidden map. The players cheered loudly. Not a single one questioned the truth of Su Yan's words. Not even a fleeting thought of doubt. Instead, the two battle kings watched in concern as Su Yan stepped towards the mist. They hurriedly followed, saying, Jean-Mo, are you really going in alone? There's no visibility in there and it's filled with toxic substances. Shouldn't we accompany you? Their intentions were clear. The mist was extremely strange and powerful. If they at level 1000 couldn't withstand it, how could Jean-Mo at level 1 dare to enter alone? Faced with their concerns, Su Yan did not stop, continuing to stride forward while waving his hand. It's just a bit of mist. It can't harm me. The two battle kings were taken aback upon hearing this. Their faces turned to infinite respect. This is the future human emperor, such powerful confidence. They both thought this, their respect growing even more profound. To their shame, as battle kings, they had been here for half a day and still couldn't solve the mist, leaving them in a state of despair. Yet, in the eyes of the level 1 Jean-Mo, this mist seemed trivial. At that moment, millions of players before the hidden map, including the two battle kings, stood silently ready to witness how Jean-Mo would break through the mist. Over the past 2 days, players had learned of Jean-Mo's strength from world announcements, but they had never witnessed it firsthand. Today, however, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps it was the only chance in their lives. An SS-level talent awakener, the future human emperor, was about to take action. For the eager crowd, Su Yan was not overly concerned. Under everyone's gaze, he held his staff and walked straight into the mist. In an instant, he seemed to pass through a thick layer of clouds surrounded by endless fog with nothing visible before him. Health 1000, health 1000. And his health was plummeting rapidly by the second. I see, no wonder even battle kings can't withstand it. Su Yan understood now. At this rate of losing health, not even a battle god could survive here for long. There's no time, I must purify quickly. Watching his health bar rapidly diminish, Su Yan dared not hesitate and immediately unleashed his exclusive skill as a mage of divine fury purification. Boom! As the skill was activated, the magical crystal embedded at the top of the Blood Dawn staff released a torrent of energy in an instant. This energy was almost akin to divine power, or perhaps it was divine power, though still in its early stages. The divine power radiated from the staff, centered around Su Yan, transforming into pure and powerful circles of light that swept outward. Purification. A mysterious and solemn divine voice suddenly resonated in the sky above the ancient battlefield of elves. This divine sound was heard by all the players present. Even players who had just arrived in the dark forest using teleportation scrolls heard it. What is this? Players were filled with wonder and excitement. But suddenly the dense mist enveloping the ancient battlefield began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if driven away by an unknown force. In just 10 seconds, the clouds parted, revealing the azure sky. The true visage of the ancient battlefield of elves was fully revealed on the map. It was a vast expanse of wilderness. The ground was barren, cracked with thousands of elven warriors resting here eternally. Some corpses still retained the stance of drawing bows and shooting arrows. There were elves and dark knight elves alike. Of course, there were also enormous skeletons of various magical beasts. These skeletons were tainted by dark magic, emanating a faint glow under the pale sunlight. After a brief moment of shock, the players couldn't help but turn their burning gazes towards Su Yan. Incredible, the mist really has been cleared. How on earth did Jean-Mo accomplish this? Countless questions hung in the air, but unfortunately no one knew the answer. Having purified the mist, Su Yan's rapidly depleting health finally stopped. He was left with only about 10. That was close, I nearly died. Su Yan sighed in relief, thankful that when he first entered the novice map, he had spent a day in the Blood Dawn dungeon, boosting his health to 100000. Otherwise, he would surely have perished here today. Because the mist's damage had lingering effects, Su Yan took out an ancestral dragon phoenix blood from his void pouch and consumed one directly. Now that he could freely use teleportation scrolls, this few hundred gold dragon phoenix blood was naturally nothing worth saving. The sooner he used it, the better. There would be more in the future. Health 5,000. Injury recovery 2,000. In an instant, Jean Mo's health recovered somewhat, and his injuries were alleviated. The dragon phoenix blood had a cooldown, so he could only use it again after 15 seconds. If Su Yan wanted to fully restore his health, he would need about a set 20 of them. It's just a few 100,000 money is no issue. Once his health was back to a safe level, Su Yan turned around. He found millions of players behind him gazing at him with admiration. Thank you, Jean Mo. Thank you, Jean Mo. Waves of cheers and expressions of gratitude echoed soon, synchronizing into a resounding chorus that filled the entire dark forest. Is this a grand gratitude ceremony? Facing such a scene for the first time, Su Yan felt a shiver run through him, and a hint of pride welled up in his heart. At this moment, if he didn't show off, then when? Thus he raised his staff high and proclaimed powerfully, "You don't need to thank me. Restoring the glory of humanity is our duty." With this statement, all the millions of players in front of the ancient battlefield were ignited with fervor, their eyes brimming with tears. For a long time, many people have been unaware of the reason for their existence. They have lost themselves wandering aimlessly. But from this day forward, the call to slay demons has awakened all players, helping them find their purpose. They shall live to restore the glory of humanity. From now on, every level they gain will increase the overall strength of humanity. At this moment, the mist that shrouded the ancient battlefield had been dispelled, and after a moment of excitement, millions of players began to orderly enter the map to explore. Su Yan was unaware that his casual bragging had such an effect. He was not in a hurry, as he planned to return home and then log back online due to school. In response to the violent crime incident, in order to ensure student safety, the school arranged for over 10 school buses to transport students. Each bus was equipped with experts of at least 5th rank soldiers to protect the safety of the vehicles along the way. After school, Su Yan and Tangxia took the same bus, which was somewhat convenient for both. Su Yan lived in the suburbs while Tangxia's home was even further in the outskirts, but they were heading in the same direction. "I'm getting off here, don't think of me," Su Yan joked to Tangxia as they reached the neighborhood entrance. "Hurry up and go," Tangxia replied politely. After Su Yan got off, only Tangxia remained in the bus aside from the driver. Tangxia rested her chin on her hand by the window, the evening breeze lightly tousling the hair on her forehead, making her feel a bit drowsy. But suddenly, her drowsy eyes widened in surprise as not far from the bus, a tall, beautiful woman with flowing long hair caught her attention. The woman was simply dazzling with exceptionally high beauty and a stunning figure resembling a big star. So beautiful. Tangxia's eyes reflected awe. "Su X." At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the beautiful woman. Although it wasn't quite clear, Tangxia was instantly taken aback. Did she just call out Su Yan? Unfortunately, the bus had already driven away, and for some reason Tangxia felt a sudden sense of panic. She quickly stood up from her seat and leaned her head out of the window, trying hard to look back at the entrance of the neighborhood. Her ponytail danced wildly in the strong wind, but the neighborhood was receding too quickly with too many pedestrians. She could no longer see the figure of that beautiful woman. "What are you doing, classmate? Are you trying to jump out? Hurry back and fasten your seatbelt." Amidst the buzzing noise, a motorcycle approached, and the fully armed school expert on it shouted while gesturing to Tangxia. "Sorry." Tangxia's face turned bright red, and she hurriedly shrank back into the bus. "I must have heard wrong. Humph, how could that guy Su Yan know such a beautiful woman?" Her heart continued to race as she muttered to herself. "Xuejie, why is it you?" Hearing someone call her from behind, Su Yan turned around with his hands in his pockets, humming a little tune, and was immediately surprised. In the crowd, a striking figure in snow white hurried over. Xiao Panchue was extremely stunning, her blouse tightly hugging her chest, standing tall, combined with her alluring face and slender straight long legs, along with the powerful aura and charm of a celestial beauty. She instantly became the brightest star in the crowd. Surrounding pedestrians cast burning gazes at her. Xiao Panchue seemed oblivious, lightly brushing her hair aside, and said indifferently, "I had some matters to attend to and was just heading back to find you." "What do you need me for?" Su Yan stopped in his tracks, looking puzzled. He wondered if it was about what happened in the park this morning, and that the Demon Slaying Academy had come to find him. Xiao Panchue approached him and asked, "Su Yan, what is your profession?" Su Yan was puzzled why she suddenly asked that, but after thinking for a moment he replied, "I'm a warrior, what else could I be?" Xiao Panchue nodded. "Then do you prefer a great sword or a battle axe?" I'd prefer a great sword. I'm better at wielding swords." "I see." Su Yan was confused. "Xuejie, are you asking this because you're planning to gift me a weapon?" Xiao Panchue shot him a sidelong glance, half smiling. "Stinky little brother, what do you think?" After saying that, her beautiful figure turned and walked towards the neighborhood. Su Yan was speechless. How could he guess? "Shouldn't you guess if I will guess?" "Hey Xuejie." Su Yan quickly chased after her, his expression becoming serious as he asked, "Do you know that a distinguished student is coming to our school tomorrow to provide guidance?" Xiao Panchue waved her hand. Your principal contacted me yesterday offering a hefty sum to invite me over, but I refused. It seemed his guess was right. The school had indeed contacted Shuijie. Su Yan couldn't help but feel relieved. As last year's provincial champion in the college entrance examination, and in class awakened combat talent, the school would definitely prioritize inviting Xiao Panxue, which made sense. But if Xiao Panxue had rejected the invitation then, he probably already guessed who the distinguished student coming to the school tomorrow was. Seeing him smiling without saying anything, Xiao Panxue frowned. Aren't you going to ask me why I refused? Su Yan shrugged helplessly. Sisters' matters are best kept private, isn't that your catchphrase from childhood? Ha, true enough. Xiao Panxue wiped her lips, a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. As they entered the neighborhood, the streetlights began to light up one by one. The dim yellow light pierced through the amber evening glow, casting a warm ambience over the siblings. Xiao Panxue suddenly spoke. Su Yan, I'm returning to the Imperial Capital University tomorrow. Oh, Su Yan responded lightly, then looked up in surprise. Wow, so suddenly? Xiao Panxue glared at him and said, this morning's violent crime incident, the teacher said it's highly likely that the Anti-Alliance organization has colluded with the demon race to carry out a terror attack targeting high school students. Su Yan knew of this Anti-Alliance organization. To put it nicely, it's an organization. To put it bluntly, they are traitors of humanity. They advocate surrender, believing that the demon gods will surely destroy this planet, claiming that surrender is the only way out. Thus, fewer lives of humanity would need to be sacrificed, preserving human civilization and so on. This is simply a joke. Su Yan's expression turned cold as he said solemnly, I heard about this too. They want to identify the demon slayer, right? Exactly. As the most likely residential area for the demon slayer, there have been frequent murders in the imperial capital these past few days, putting a lot of pressure on the guards. Therefore, the guard officials requested support from the Demon Slaying Academy, but all the experts from the academy have been dispatched to the front lines, and they can't spare anyone for the time being. Su Yan nodded in understanding. So they are pulling people from your Imperial Capital University. Xiao Panxue smiled. Su Yan being too clever doesn't win my favor. Yes, Su Yan replied perfunctorily, but then his brow furrowed slightly. Is it dangerous? It's just dealing with some simple matters. We students won't have to confront the Anti-Alliance organization directly. Su Yan probably understood. This was akin to an internship for college students, a good opportunity for experience. Back at home, after quickly finishing 10 bowls of rice and taking a shower, Su Yan greeted Xiao Panxue, especially noting that he would start his remedial classes. Under Xiao Panxue's encouraging gaze, Su Yan quickly locked his room, took out the linking crystal from the drawer, and entered the realm of divine punishment. The elven ancient battlefield, here I come. He cheered inwardly, and the next moment the figure of the demon slayer appeared before the ancient battlefield. Ha! What's going on? However, Su Yan quickly realized that something was off. The hidden map of the ancient battlefield of elves, though the mist had been purified by Su Yan, was now shrouded in a strange black aura. Su Yan checked the world channel, and quickly understood what was happening through the conversations among players. So it turns out the demon god responded to my provocation. Su Yan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat complicated. It was truly hard to imagine that his repeated provocations towards the demon god had actually drawn its ire. The black mist swirling above the ancient battlefield was indeed the work of the demon god. According to a war king player, the demon god had tampered with this map, replacing the bosses in the ancient battlefield with ones having mysterious powers. This resulted in the bosses being extraordinarily strong, exceptionally so, and they were 200 levels higher than the players. Since this map was a solo dungeon mode, the dungeon level was consistent with the player's level. Thus, a solo player facing a boss 200 levels higher had no chance of victory at all, including generals, war kings, and even war gods. Just a moment ago, a war king had successfully explored to the final boss. He had approached with a mindset of trying only to be instantly killed by the boss. Not only did he lose several 100 million experience points, but he was also weakened for 368 hours. The world channel was buzzing with discussions about this incident. It was said that the war king had gone into a state of despair and logged off. Su Yan withdrew his gaze from the world channel, silently mourning for 0.5 seconds for the war king before a faint smile appeared on his lips. It seems my method of provocation works. This discovery was enough to invigorate him. While he might still fear the demon god, in reality, in this divine punishment, he had never feared anyone. A boss 200 levels higher than myself. Let's go meet it. Under the cover of night, Su Yan raised his staff and entered the ancient battlefield engulfed in black mist. Upon entering the ancient battlefield, the solitary moon hung above, illuminating the parched earth, which appeared as pale as frost flowers. The ground was littered with corpses wrapped in black mist, giving off a chillingly terrifying atmosphere. Crack. As Su Yan walked through, he suddenly stepped on something that produced a piercing sound. Looking down, he saw a skeletal hand of a magical beast. Bang! At the same time, a skull of an elf rolled down from the giant skeleton of the magical beast. Ha! Just as Su Yan's attention was fully focused on this skull, a piercing scream suddenly came from behind him. A skeletal figure lunged at him with its wide, ghastly mouth. Su Yan reacted extremely quickly, his reflexes almost instinctual, as he unleashed a flash of fierce light. Whoosh! He swiftly dodged to the left. Bang! The skeletal figure missed its target and crashed to the ground. Su Yan looked closer and found it was the corpse of an elven warrior. However, at this moment the skeletal corpse was emanating black mist with the hollow eye sockets spewing out black smoke like chimneys. Has it been demonized? Su Yan immediately realized this. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment the surrounding corpses, whether scattered on the ground or standing upright, began to stir. Regardless of whether they were magical beasts, elves, or dark elves, they all came to life, their joints creaking eerily as their bodies began to tremble. Boom! Then black mist surged above, covering the moonlight. The night grew dark as countless skeletal magical soldiers surrounded Su Yan, whispering ominously. Demonized Elven Warrior level 210 life 125000, attack 13699, defense 9999, magic defense 11888, speed 1500, skills Elven chant chain arrow. Su Yan activated his talent, the Eye of the Gods. In an instant, the attributes of the densely packed skeletal magical soldiers were displayed. They ranged from level 200 to 220. This meant that the default minimum level for the solo dungeon was 200. Originally this dungeon, according to the system announcement, was for players to assist the elves and dark elves in repelling the assault of magical beasts. But after being tampered with by the demon god, it had now turned into a situation where players were being beaten up by the three factions. How dare you seize the will of the elven warriors? This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Then I, Su Yan, shall correct this error today by slaying demons. Su Yan raised his staff and solemnly declared this melodramatic line. The purpose was simple: to let the demon god hear. He believed that the demon god was watching everything. As countless skeletal magical soldiers surged towards Su Yan like a tide, he smirked coldly and waved his staff. Flames forbidden spell. Boom! In an instant, the area within a 100-meter radius of Su Yan transformed into a sea of flames. The forbidden level flames erupted from the cracked, parched earth, and the explosive fire elements burned and devoured wildly. 448,876. Critical hit. 982,156. 457394. Countless bright red numbers flooded Su Yan's field of vision. The skeletal magical soldiers howled in agony, having no power to resist against the burning of the flames' forbidden spell, and in an instant they turned to ashes. Experience 36,000. Experience 35,800. Su Yan's experience bar surged by several hundred million. 10 minutes later, under Su Yan's rapid and overwhelming monster clearing, there were no living skeletal magical soldiers left on the map. In such a short time, Su Yan gained a total of 2 billion experience. Moreover, his health limit increased by over 55000. His total health reached 160000. Su Yan, smiling, looked up at the black mist obscuring the moonlight. It seemed as though a pair of eyes was coldly staring at him. Thank you, demon god brother, for the experience. Su Yan sincerely expressed his gratitude, while giving a thumbs up to the night sky. Welcome to come again next time. After dropping this line, Su Yan ignored the demon god's feelings and hurried deeper into the ancient battlefield. Damn, where's the boss? However, when Su Yan reached the deepest part of the battlefield, he was surprised to find nothing here. The land was barren, not a single blade of grass. Rumble. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, the ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. A deafening roar came from the depths of the earth, as if something was about to emerge. Bang! As Su Yan steadied himself, the parched earth suddenly split open, revealing a huge crack. Molten lava surged forth, instantly heating the cool night air. Su Yan quickly dodged the lava, standing on a safe high ground. Where's the demon slayer? Where's the demon slayer? At that moment, a large black-brown hand reached out from the endless lava. One hand gripped the edge of the crack, as the lava surged like a terrifying wave, causing the ground to shake violently. In the next moment, a hulking bull-headed demon general crawled out of the lava wielding a sharp axe. Su Yan quietly watched this scene. I must say, the bull-headed demon general's entrance was quite spectacular, exuding an overwhelming presence. If it were any other player, they would have probably already trembled in fear. They might have even directly exited the dungeon. But Su Yan was different. He was not easily frightened. At this moment, as the bull-headed demon general was still emerging, Su Yan cursed, "Go to hell." He then waved his staff. Judgment, punishment. Boom. 2315674. Critical hit. 315728846. Bull-headed demon general. 3 million points of catastrophic damage exploded instantly within the bull-headed demon general's colossal frame. I am the 1,001st. Damn it. Rude, insignificant human vermin. I hadn't even finished my line. The bull-headed demon general continued reciting his lines even as he crawled. Yet after absorbing Su Yan's relentless combo, his health bar, stretching far beyond the edge of the screen, vanished entirely. This bull-headed demon general was level 450. Though that designation held meaning only relative to Su Yan's own level. Against a barrage exceeding 3 million damage, such a level proved utterly untenable. Thus the truth was stark: the bull-headed demon general had been obliterated before even fully emerging from the molten lava. Jean-Emo. So, you are Jean-Emo, but you're merely level 1. How dare you slay me with a single strike? Only then did the bull-headed demon general grasp the horror of his fate. His massive body sank slowly back into the seething magma, his eyes wide with shock, fury, and bitter, unyielding disbelief. What? Already over? High atop the ridge, Su Yan lowered his staff and smiled coldly. Have you learned your lesson? Next time you make an entrance, do it cleanly and swiftly. What's the point of mimicking flashy cinematic entrances when you lack even a proper cutscene? Do you want to get beaten senseless? Alas, you won't get a next time. A feral grin spread across Su Yan's lips, twisted, almost unhinged. The divine punishment lands were revered by humanity as a sacred miracle, hailed as the ultimate crucible for cultivating strength. Precisely because only humans could resurrect there. No, no. The bull-headed demon general writhed in agony, sinking ever deeper into the molten abyss. When only his skull remained above the surface, his lifeless eyes suddenly flared with an eerie crimson light. Behold me. A voice echoed, devoid of emotion, glacial and profoundly alien. Su Yan shuddered violently. What was this? At that very instant, heaven and earth convulsed. The entire elven ancient battlefield blazed bloodred, as if the world itself were collapsing into apocalyptic ruin. A cacophony of shrieks pierced his ears, piercing, agonized, threatening to rupture his eardrums and shatter his will. Are you the demon sovereign? Suffocating pressure bore down upon him, pain contorted his face. But beneath it burned fierce, exhilarated anticipation. No reply came. Those uncanny crimson eyes did not blink nor shift. They simply gazed, motionless, unblinking. A primal chill seized Su Yan. He felt utterly exposed, as though his very soul had been laid bare. I shall find you soon. The entity. It spoke those words once, then the crimson radiance vanished and reality snapped back into place. The suffocating pressure lifted. The bull-headed demon general sank silently into the magma, vanishing without trace. You wish to find me? Then come. I'll be waiting. Su Yan raised his middle finger toward the molten pool, unflinching, unafraid. Yet from that cryptic utterance, so likely the demon sovereign's, he had already deduced one irrefutable truth. His real-world identity, shielded by supreme system privileges, remained utterly impenetrable, even to it. Then what on earth is there to fear? Su Yan exhaled deeply, a serene smile blooming across his face. After a brief moment to steady his breath and calm his nerves, Su Yan turned his attention to the rewards earned from this expedition. Defeating the boss bull-headed demon general had granted him 3 distinct rewards. Attribute Pills 5000 Eternal Elven Guardian Skill Replication LV. 1. Whoa. 5,000 Attribute Pills. Now that's generous. Su Yan's spirit soared. He'd ventured into this hidden map precisely for these pills. If distributed evenly across his 5 core attributes, they would grant 1000 to each. Yet the true advantage lay elsewhere. He could instead invest all 5000 points into a single attribute, propelling it to terrifying, unprecedented heights. Which attribute should I enhance? After brief contemplation, Su Yan chose Constitution, though his maximum HP could already be infinitely scaled via the Blood Dawn Staff's affixes. Constitution conferred not only HP but also physical defense. 5,000 points meant 75000 HP and 5000 defense. Without hesitation, Su Yan consumed all 5000 attribute pills, channeling every ounce into Constitution. His stat panel now read: ID Jean-Emo level 1 class, First Ascension Divine Wrath Mage, secondary class Warrior, talents, Tenfold Absorption S-Rank, Otherworldly Hero SSS-Rank, Chosen of Heaven SSS-Rank, Void Rift SSS-Rank, HP 18400023950 MP 12100 Attack 2152 Spell Power 3890 Defense 6076 Spell Defense 1515 Speed 1237 Luck Max Charm Max Equipment Azura Blade Blood Dawn Staff Gale Stride Set Skills Judgment LV 2 Sanction LV 2 Purification LV 1 Azura/LV 1 Blazing Light Flash LV 1 Fireball LV 1 Flame Banishment LV 1 A Divine Domain LV 1 Summon Deity LV 1 Twin Shadow LV 1 Skill Replication LV 1 Constitution 6442 Spirit 1110 Strength 1110 Intelligence 1110 Agility 1177. Su Yan could only laugh aloud. Truly, this is me. Unbelievably powerful. Exquisitely overwhelming. A classic case of defense outstripping offense. With this monstrous defense, Su Yan knew even ordinary players below level 50 would struggle to land a single meaningful hit. What exactly is Eternal Elven Guardian? He quickly shifted focus to the second reward, murmuring softly, let's see. Right now, Eternal Elven Guardian, in gratitude for your aid upon the Elven Ancient battlefield, the Elven King himself has bestowed upon you this permanent protective buff. Grants 200 strength, 200 agility, and restores 1 of maximum MP per second. Yes, this reward is exceptional. Restoring 1 of MP per second was pure bliss for Su Yen. With this buff, I may never need to purchase mana potions again. After all, a potion restoring 2000 MP cost no less than 50 gold coins on the market, and 50 gold equaled 5000 credits. Conservatively, this buff would save him enough to buy several houses. Su Yen turned his gaze to the final reward. His eyes ignited with fervent intensity. Skill Replication LV. 1 SSS rank allows replication of a single rank or higher skill from a target. Of failure is possible, but so is permanent acquisition. Cooldown 2 hours. Cost none. Incredible. Even skills can be replicated. Su Yen stood stunned. And, if fortune smiled, he might even obtain the skill permanently. Fortune favors the bold. Doesn't it favor me? A spark of wild anticipation flashed in his eyes. He could hardly wait to test it on someone. Noticing time was growing thin, Su Yen exited the Elven Ancient battlefield map. And the moment he did, a worldwide announcement crackled across the night sky. Player Jean Mo has defeated the bull-headed demon general, SSS. Due to unauthorized incursion by an unknown force, emergency maintenance will commence in 5 seconds. All players must immediately evacuate the Divine Punishment lands. Countdown 5, 4, not again. Maintenance. Na world announcement boomed overhead, and Su Yen blinked his eyes open. But before astonishment could take root, a wave of dizziness seized him, and in the next instant he was thrust into the city of Azura. Damn it. Maintenance again? Looks like the system has detected the demon god tampering with the hidden map. They're almost certainly patching the ancient battlefield. That's fantastic. The system is truly extraordinary. But didn't the world announcement just say that Jean Mo had slain the Oxhead demon general? Did I imagine it? Brother, you didn't imagine it. I heard it too. That was Jean Mo himself taking action. And incredible, even the War King couldn't accomplish that. Only Jean Mo could pull it off. This sudden maintenance swelled the city of Azura, once more with human players. Crowds surged and jostled, voices overlapping in fervent discussion, punctuated occasionally by shrieks from female players. Thanks to the special Demon-Slaying Academy mask, Su Yen Warney's appearance and ID remained concealed, so no one recognized him immediately. He had originally planned to find a quiet corner to wait out the maintenance, nor simply head to the auction house to catch some tea from Wang Defa. But soon another system announcement echoed across Azura City. Emergency maintenance is scheduled for 4 hours. The duration may be adjusted forward or backward depending on actual conditions. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused and thank you for your enduring support of Divine Punishment lands. For hours. That's an eternity. Hearing the announcement, Su Yen felt all irritation drain away, replaced by weary resignation. And they'd better compensate us for this. 30,000 gold coins. Barely acceptable. 50,000. I'll scrub the floors myself. 100,000. I'll forget this ever happened. Sigh. Time to log out. With such a lengthy downtime, Su Yen had no intention of idling in Azura City, and he logged out instantly. Ni's consciousness returned to his bedroom. Cool air from the air conditioner washed over him. Every pore relaxed and he stretched luxuriously. Ni's joints cracked softly and a faint involuntary sigh escaped his lips. Every time he exited Divine Punishment lands, Su Yen could distinctly feel his cultivation strengthening. And this time was no exception, and the surge was especially pronounced. Most striking was his surging vitality, robust as a cockroach's. And he knew this was due to having just consumed 5,000 attribute pills. Rewards like hidden maps. Bring me more of those and I'll ascend in a single bound. And muttering this, Su Yen rose from his bed. Suddenly thirsty, he opened his door without hesitation and headed to the kitchen fridge for water. Gulp, gulp, gulp. In the living room, he sat on the sofa with a bottle of Pifu Mountain spring water and drank deeply. Footsteps approached. Nei turned his head, and there stood his elder sister Xiao Panchue emerging in her silk sleep dress. And she must have logged out when Divine Punishment lands went offline, and now sought a moment's respite. Sister Shui, want some water? Su Yen asked casually. And Xiao Panchue shook her head and walked straight toward the sofa. And beneath the delicate straps of her sleep dress, her bust rose high and full, always commanding Su Yen's gaze. It swayed gently with each step, like 2 proud snow-white rabbits. Yet this time Su Yen's attention reeled back unusually fast. Instead, he quietly retrieved the newly acquired SS-Steer skill replication and, half in curiosity, activated it upon Xiao Panchue. Was it his imagination? Or did the air ripple ever so faintly? And congratulations, you have replicated the SS-Steer skill Prairie Fire Big Dipper permanent. What the? Su Yen slapped his thigh and leapt to his feet on the sofa. Unbelievable. His very first attempt had struck true. He had just replicated Xiao Panchue's SS-Steer skill. Prairie Fire Big Dipper. The one she'd mastered by observing sword seals within a dungeon. And it was permanent. Which meant, from now on he possessed Prairie Fire Big Dipper too. And by then Xiao Panchua had already reached him, surprised by his sudden exuberant leap. She frowned, puzzled. Su Yan, what are you doing? And, choked on my water. And he quickly sat back down, offering an awkward smile. Xiao Panchua settled beside him on the sofa. And, I leave tomorrow. Don't you have anything you'd like to say to me? And Su Yan pondered earnestly, then replied, and, drive safely? Xiao Panchua rolled her eyes. I'm using a teleportation array. I'll arrive in the blink of an eye. That's meaningless. And then, Su Yan spoke with double meaning. Then thank you, Sister Shui, for gifting me the skill. You mean the S-tier skill? And Xiao Panchua, unaware that her prized S-tier skill, Prairie Fire Big Dipper, had just been copied by someone, wiped her lips with a gentle smile. But remember our agreement. You must get into university before I hand it over. And don't worry, I will get in. And Su Yan vowed firmly. Xiao Panchua studied him, uncertain whether to believe him or not. And then suddenly she reached out and ruffled his hair. And Sister Shui, I'm grown up now. Could you at least spare me some dignity and stop patting my head? Su Yan immediately protested. And Xiao Panchua laughed softly. You're my younger brother. If I don't pat your head, where else would I touch? And Su Yan thought to himself, and there really wasn't anywhere else appropriate to touch. Surely not that head. Just then Xiao Panchua's gaze grew tender and serious. And, listen carefully, Su Yan. This departure may keep me away for a long, long time. I won't be here to accompany you through the Gaokao. Su Yan nodded. It's fine. I'll handle the Gaokao alone. And Xiao Panchua looked at him intently. And, if you're absolutely certain you'll gain admission, then apply to a university in the imperial capital. Whether top tier or modest, it doesn't matter. So long as I'm in the imperial capital, I can watch over you anytime. And Su Yan nodded again. That's exactly what I plan. Either I won't attend university at all, or I'll go straight to the imperial capital. Hearing this, Xiao Panchua's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. Good boy, Su Yan. And, alright, I'm heading back to my room. Isn't your school hosting an event tomorrow? Get some rest early? And she rose from the sofa, her long hair cascading freely, her silk-clad figure revealing the elegant curve of her hips. Good night, Sister Shui. Na faint flush warmed Su Yan's cheeks. He spoke quickly to mask it, and then they sat alone on the sofa for a while, later stepping onto the balcony to breathe the cool evening breeze. Thoughts tumbled through Su Yan's mind. Visions of the future unfolding vividly. And after nearly half an hour, he finally returned to his bedroom. As Xiao Panchua had suggested, he abandoned waiting for maintenance, wrapped himself snugly in his air-conditioned quilt, and slept soundly until dawn. And the next day, having gone to bed early, Su Yan rose well before sunrise. And Su Yan, wait! Just as he slipped on his shoes and reached for the door to head to school, Xiao Panchua rushed out from her bedroom, calling urgently. And Su Yan turned surprised. Sister Shui, is something wrong? She stepped before him, her slender palm shimmering. And a brilliant sapphire greatsword materialized before Su Yan's eyes. And this is... And Su Yan stared astonished. Xiao Panchua smiled faintly. It's unsafe outside now. I'm giving you this weapon for self-defense. Protect yourself no matter what. And Su Yan fell silent for a moment, then lifted his gaze to meet his sister's face. Noticing her haggard expression, his heart ached. Did you stay up all night? She didn't deny it. I spent all my gold upgrading skills. When buying this sword, I came up short, so I pulled an all-nighter completing bounty quests. Su Yan said nothing more. He reached out, took the greatsword, and slung it across his back. And thank you, Sister Shui. And suddenly Xiao Panchua called out to him again. Su Yan listened attentively, and the space before the doorway felt slightly cramped. Xiao Panchua brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, as she whispered in, listen well, Su Yan, never pressure yourself for the Gaokao. Just give it your absolute best. And if despite everything you don't make it, that's all right. I'll support you for life. And Su Yan froze stunned into silence. Then he thumped his chest proudly and, don't worry, Sister Shui. I will get into university. If only to spare you the burden of supporting me forever. After a brief farewell with Xiao Panchua, Su Yan waited for the school bus at the neighborhood gate. While waiting, he stood by the roadside and drew the great sword she had gifted him from behind his back. Raging Waves, S-Rank, Constitution 25, Strength 35 N-Type. Greatsword level 20 N bonus, Attribute Health 2000 N. Upon seeing the weapon's attributes, without hesitation, Su Yan stowed the greatsword named Raging Waves into his inventory. Senior Sister Shui. She actually gave me an S-Rank weapon. For a moment he was at a loss for words. Clearly Raging Waves was no ordinary acquisition. He checked the auction house. Identical in level and rank, such a weapon fetched nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. Yet Raging Waves was exceptional, not only for its rank but for its bonus attribute. In the hierarchy of weapon affixes, dedicated skill, permanent prefix set, bonus attribute. Though bonus attributes ranked lowest in rarity, they easily doubled the price. A 2,000,000 gold greatsword. Su Yan clicked his tongue in quiet awe. Such high-value weapons were best kept out of sight. Especially here where the neighborhood gate teemed with unpredictable elements, attracting unwanted attention could invite serious trouble. A wry, bittersweet smile flickered across Su Yan's lips. Senior Sister Shui gives me skills and weapons. Just how little faith does she have in me? Yet deep within warmth bloomed. He knew full well that this S-rank raging waves represented the very finest gift Xiao Panchue could offer at present. And she'd pulled it together only after burning the midnight oil on bounty quests. Where else in this world would one find such a devoted elder sister? As for her promised SS-rank skill, well, that was best taken as pleasant hearsay. Don't be misled. The single rank gap between S and SS concealed a chasm in value. SS-rank skills were priced not in thousands but in millions, or even tens of millions, of gold coins. Su Yan doubted Xiao Panchue powerful, as she could possibly procure such a peerless artifact. In return, once I reach the imperial capital, I'll give Senior Sister Shui a gift of my own. With that thought, a faint quiet smile graced his face. Just as the school bus finally arrived. After a half-hour journey, it glided smoothly into Jiangnan No. 2 High School and came to rest in the parking lot. Students disembarked one by one. Su Yan and Tang Xia brought up the rear. The campus buzzed with palpable energy today. Faculty hurried about purposefully, and even the seldom-seen vice principal stood before the teaching building directing operations. Along the main thoroughfare, clusters of students gathered, voices rising in excitement. Hey, did you hear? The elite student invited by the principal isn't just anyone. It's Senior Jiang Yao from the Imperial Capital University. Whoa! Principal's amazing. Even Senior Jiang Yao agreed to come. And, of course he did. This is his alma mater. Without that connection, even an 8-man palanquin wouldn't coax him here. Having Senior Jiang Yao guide us. What extraordinary fortune. Listening to their animated chatter, Su Yan remained unmoved. No surprise, no elation. Only a cool inward scoff, just as I suspected. The elite guest was indeed Jiang Yao. Still, one question lingered: if Xiao Panchue had already been recalled to the Imperial Capital University, why hadn't Jiang Yao returned? At that moment, Su Yan reached the front of the teaching building. The class monitor supervising a group pasting banners spotted him and waved urgently. Su Yan, you're just in time. Come help us. Su Yan glanced at the banner. Its bold script declared, warmly welcoming elite student Jiang Yao of the Imperial Capital University for guidance at his alma mater. He was utterly speechless. Seriously, just guiding students warranted a banner. It felt absurd, as if some high-ranking official had arrived. Without a second thought, Su Yan feigned deafness. Was he truly expected to hang a banner for Jiang Yao? Impossible. Utterly impossible. The monitor shouted, lunch is on me today. And on my way. And, standing atop a ladder, Su Yan followed the monitor's directions, quickly aligning the banner's left and right edges with another classmate readying glue. What is this you're putting up? So low. Who's supposed to read it? Raise it higher. Suddenly Jiang Hao of Class 5 stepped forward from the crowd, frowning in clear displeasure. Recognizing Jiang Hao, the monitor hastily offered a nervous smile. Brother Hao. Surely it's high enough. It's nearly level with the second floor. Jiang Hao's gaze locked onto Su Yan, a cold mocking smirk playing on his lips. Who do you think my elder brother is? He deserves nothing less than the highest placement. And this is barely the beginning. Raise it higher. The monitor sighed helplessly. He simply couldn't afford to cross Jiang Hao. Jiang Yao's younger brother, an A-rank combat talent awakener, heir to Jiang family, the wealthiest clan in Jiangnan City. Any one of those titles alone made him untouchable here. Scratching his head, the monitor forced a smile. All right, brother Hao. We'll follow your lead. Su Yan Zhangyuan. You two raise it a bit more. And understood. No, still too low. And higher again. You two are clumsy and blind. Can't you see it's crooked? Jiang Hao continued barking orders, clearly provoking them on purpose. Su Yan saw through it instantly, and refused to indulge. Do you want a beating? With that, he hurled the banner to the ground and leapt off the ladder, planting his foot squarely atop it. Su Yan, don't act rashly. The monitor lunged forward, gripping him tightly from behind. Jiang Hao, however, didn't flinch. Only curled his lip in arrogant disdain, pathetic, impotent rage. Su Yan, you insignificant speck. Every word I speak to you is a privilege beyond your worth. Let me make this clear, never dare provoke my wrath. Tap tap tap. At that razor-edged moment, a figure in a short school uniform skirt and high ponytail dashed in, swiftly stepping between Su Yan and Jiang Hao. Eyes flashing with indignation, she challenged. Jiang Hao, I'm warning you, go too far and you'll regret it. Take it out on me. Not Su Yan. This sudden intervention by Tang Xia, so fiercely protective of Su Yan, so unafraid of antagonizing Jiang Hao, sent ripples through the onlookers. A murmur rose, tinged unmistakably with the sour-sweet scent of budding romance. Tang Xia. Jiang Hao's face flushed dark. Seeing the pair so intimately united ignited a fresh wave of fury surging from his chest. His glare swept contemptuously over Su Yan, Just a weakling hiding behind a woman. Fine. Fine. Tang Xia. You'll deeply regret this. Zhang Hao's voice turned icy as he turned to the monitor. Hear this clearly, if this banner isn't hung exactly right today, it's not merely disrespect toward my elder brother. It's disrespect toward me. And then Class 3 won't be permitted to attend the guidance session at all. With that, he strode away. Damn it. Just because you've got an elder brother doesn't make you royalty. Once Zhang Hao vanished from sight, the monitor exploded in furious curses. Tang Xia exhaled softly, her chest rising and falling, then turned to Su Yan. Are you all right? Meeting his deskmate's concern with a gentle smile, Su Yan replied calmly. You should ask Zhang Hao. Had the monitor not held me back just now, Zhang Hao would already be en route to the hospital in an ambulance. Tang Xia scoffed, rolling her eyes. Sure you would. Bragging again? And doubt it all you like. And as their familiar banter began to spark anew, a sudden commotion erupted at the school gate. Senior Zhang Yao has arrived. Creak. A luxurious black car slowly came to a stop at the entrance of Jiangnan No. 2 Middle School. A bright red carpet lay on the ground, surrounded by clusters of fresh flowers. A grand welcoming committee composed of dozens of students immediately waved their bouquets. Welcome. Warm welcome. At the forefront of the crowd, the elderly principal, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly led a group of school leaders forward to greet the guest enthusiastically. Student Zhang Yao, welcome back to your alma mater. The old principal was respectful, his face adorned with a flattering smile, as if he were genuinely receiving a high-ranking official not daring to show any negligence. In the old principal's heart, Zhang Yao held even greater significance than those high-ranking officials. It was because Zhang Yao's future achievements were destined to make him a powerful figure among humankind. At that time, everyone in Jiangnan City would take pride in him. Just then the car door opened and Zhang Yao stepped out with a smile. Today was a formal occasion, so he had dressed meticulously. His hair was meticulously styled, and he wore brand new ear studs. Dressed in an expensive custom-tailored suit, a golden watch on his wrist showcased his prestigious status. Handsome and wealthy. A quintessential rich and handsome young man. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yao discreetly scanned the welcoming scene, a satisfied look appearing in his eyes. While smiling and waving, he politely addressed the old principal. Principal, you are too kind. I am your student after all, back to guide my juniors. This is only natural. Please do come in. The welcoming ceremony at the school entrance was observed by Su Yan, Tang Xia, and others. The class monitor swallowed hard, nearly bursting with envy. But he quickly regained his composure and commanded. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and put up the banner, we'll be too late otherwise. Su Yan ignored him, thinking anyone who wanted to put it up could do so. He wouldn't do it again. The class monitor was anxious, not wanting Class 3 to miss out on the guidance activity, so he had no choice but to climb up the ladder himself. At this moment, Zhang Yao was walking towards the teaching building, chatting and laughing with the principal and other leaders. His ponytail danced in the wind as Tang Xia softly hummed, "They so ostentatious." Su Yan nodded with a smile. It is quite ostentatious, but that's just how social matters work. Su Yan, you seem to understand this quite well. What do I understand? I'm just speaking from experience. The two whispered to each other, ignoring everyone else. At this point, Zhang Yao and the old principal had already arrived in front of the teaching building. The class monitor had already put up the banner and was quietly wiping his sweat among the crowd. Zhang Yao wore a friendly smile throughout, constantly greeting the enthusiastic students. However, suddenly his smile froze for a moment. This was because he spotted Su Yan among the crowd. A hint of malice flashed in his eyes and his lips curled into a superior smile. What a coincidence. Zhang Yao casually commented. Su Yan, it seems I just saw Zhang Yao looking at you. This seemingly casual glance was keenly captured by the observant Tang Xia, who suddenly wore a strange expression. Su Yan, of course, was aware of it, and with a wry smile he said, maybe it's because I'm more handsome than him and he's jealous. Tang Xia, you've never met someone as shameless as me. Then just say I'm handsome. Handsome. Then that's settled. Su Yan shrugged, feeling very pleased with his female classmate's compliance. Tang Xia's cheeks turned slightly red and she argued, but what good is being handsome? Can it be eaten? Xia. Su Yan suddenly called softly. Please treat me to lunch today, okay? Okay. See, can't this be eaten? You're being unreasonable, you're cheating. Tang Xia protested angrily. Su Yan walked away, waving his hand. The guests have left. Let's head back to the classroom. In the school's VIP lounge, Zhang Yao lay alone on the sofa, comfortably crossing his legs and sipping high-quality tea. Buzz. The air in front of him suddenly distorted. The tea smells like it's from the great floating mountain in the Nine Nether realm. Just half a pound must cost tens of thousands of gold coins, right? It seems this broken school has put in quite a bit of effort to invite you. In the restless air, a ghostly voice could only be heard by Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes to enjoy himself, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest as if he hadn't heard anything. Zhang Yao, the boss asked me to tell you, if this doesn't succeed again, the consequences will be severe. The voice grew angry. Zhang Yao opened his eyes and sneered. You can leave now. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The crack in the air instantly vanished. Come in. Zhang Yao sat up straight and spoke. The door to the VIP lounge was opened and Zhang Hao walked in. Bro, you looking for me? Zhang Yao glanced at Zhang Hao and gestured. Take a seat. In front of the tall and imposing older brother Zhang Hao, who was of smaller stature and had a somewhat unkempt demeanor, appeared rather ordinary. This inevitably raised questions about whether the two were indeed born of the same father. Zhang Hao cautiously sat down on the sofa. Zhang Yao leisurely sipped his tea, his expression unreadable as he began. I heard you had a conflict with someone earlier. Zhang Hao's face turned pale at once and he lowered his head. It wasn't exactly a conflict, just a few words exchanged. Zhang Yao suddenly slammed the coffee table, sternly rebuking. Zhang Hao, how many times have I told you to keep your composure? Now that you have awakened your grade fire talent, as long as you work hard, even if you can't reach my level, you will certainly rise above millions. So what is your identity and what is theirs? Picking fights with trash lowers your status, do you understand? In the Zhang family, Zhang Hao was most afraid of and envious of his older brother Zhang Yao. Growing up under the shadow of his brother, he had finally awakened his grade talent thinking. He could finally stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother, only to realize he was gravely mistaken. He was still subject to his brother's lectures. Zhang Hao's hands trembled, but he mustered the courage to say, Bro, I understand everything you're saying. So when the other party provoked me like that, I held back and didn't strike out just to avoid being accused of bullying with my status. Zhang Yao's voice softened considerably. Then why did you still argue with them? Zhang Hao gritted his teeth. I have my eyes on a girl. She awakened with grade fire talent and could team up with me to level up faster, and she's quite pretty too. And then, Zhang Yao frowned. She was taken away by that guy. Zhang Yao asked, what talent did the other party awaken? Scrade, but it's a useless talent. So he's trash then. Is his family wealthy and powerful? I heard he's an orphan from an ordinary family. Zhang Yao fell silent after hearing this, rubbing his face with his hand, lying back on the sofa in contemplation. Zhang Hao sighed. Bro, am I really useless? Not even able to compete with a loser? You know you're useless. If I were you, I might as well just throw myself against a wall and die. Zhang Yao spoke without holding back. But regardless, he was still his younger brother, and that bond was thicker than water. After a moment, Zhang Yao took out his phone, checking messages while comforting him. Don't think too much. It's just a woman. Once you raise your strength to my level, what kind of woman can't you have? Remember, this competing with trash over women will ultimately make you trash too. Suddenly Zhang Hao felt his brother's words made a lot of sense and he was enlightened. At that moment Zhang Yao casually asked, by the way, what's that loser's name? Zhang Hao instinctively replied, oh, his name is Su Yan. What, Su Yan? Zhang Yao's expression darkened abruptly, and with a slight squeeze his phone shattered into pieces. Brother? Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned by Zhang Yao's reaction. Did he misread the situation? It seemed like his elder brother was quite angry, but weren't they supposed to keep their composure? The powder from the phone scattered in the air, and Zhang Yao's expression changed as he quickly regained his focus. To confirm the identity, he pretended to be indifferent and asked, what does this Su Yan look like? Though feeling a bit strange, Zhang Hao dared not ask further and replied, about 1.8 meters tall, short hair, wearing a white shirt, and he's quite handsome. Then it's him. Zhang Yao let out a cold sneer through his nose, feeling a deep disdain at the same time. Damn it, this guy named Su Yan, not only did he woo a heavenly beauty like Xiao Panchua, but he also dared to be flirtatious at school. It was undoubtedly a case of a scumbag. However, what puzzled Zhang Yao was how could this Su Yan, who was clearly a waste, have the capability to make Xiao Panchua fall for him? Just because he's handsome. Brother, do you know Su Yan as well? Zhang Hao finally sensed something was off and sat up straight to inquire. Zhang Yao snorted, let's say I know him, but that's about it. Of course Zhang Yao couldn't tell his brother that this Su Yan not only stole his woman but also took away his own. Both brothers had their women taken away by the same person who was just a talentless waste. This was unprecedented in the history of the entire Hua country. If this were to leak out, wouldn't it be embarrassing enough to lose face at home? And if it unfortunately spread further, their Zhang family would be nailed to the pillar of shame. Thinking of this, Zhang Yao raised his eyebrows, his voice growing colder. Zhang, how do you want revenge? I can help you. Revenge? What revenge? Zhang Hao was confused. He took your woman, can you really swallow this anger? But didn't you just say that if I compete for a woman with a waist, I will eventually become a waist too? But if you sit idly by, you'll be even worse than a waist. Zhang Hao's mind was momentarily in chaos, as he tentatively asked, brother, should I steal or not steal? Zhang Yao didn't answer. He stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the playground. His tall figure, dressed in a fitted suit, exuded a faint aura of menace. After a moment Zhang Yao said solemnly, remember this, whatever my Zhang family cannot obtain, we shall destroy it. Zhang Hao understood and stood up to join him at the window. But Su Yan is just a talentless waste. I am a dignified A-class fire element user, and I should become the top student in the college entrance examination this year. Won't attacking him spark controversy? Zhang Yao's lips curled into a cold smile. With me around, what are you afraid of? Zhang Hao trembled at his words, lifting his gaze to his elder brother's confident and powerful face. Indeed, with his elder brother around, even if he killed Su Yan, who would dare to say a word? Zhang Hao's face twisted into a malicious expression, his cheeks burning. Brother, tell me what to do. Zhang Yao leaned closer, lowering his voice. During the activity, I will arrange for you to spar with Su Yan. You can take the opportunity to strike. I understand. Zhang Hao's eyes lit up. This plan was great. As a sparring match between classmates, it would be quite reasonable if an accident occurred, right? Who would dare to say anything? Zhang Yao reiterated, remember, as long as I don't speak, don't stop. If someone dies, I will handle it. Alright? In the VIP room, the two brothers simultaneously smiled wickedly. When the school bell rang, all the students from the senior year entered the activity venue one after the other under the guidance of their respective homeroom teachers. They then formed a circle according to their class positions and sat on the ground. The activity venue was set in the basketball gym, an unprecedented grand event in the history of Jiangnan No. 2 High School. The old principal, full of excitement, concluded his speech and proudly announced, I believe everyone knows that today our school has invited a distinguished student to guide us who is none other than our very own senior, Zhang Yao. In the midst of applause, the old principal began to briefly introduce Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao is the most outstanding graduate since the establishment of Jiangnan No. 2 High School, bar none. He awakened a class combat talent with surging thunder. Last year, he was admitted to the Imperial Capital University with the second-best score in the province. During his time at the university, through relentless effort and persistence, his level skyrocketed. In just 1 year, he advanced from level 50 to level 160, with a rank as high as 6. This upgrading speed is virtually unheard of, ranking 3rd among all humanity. Boom! The last sentence completely ignited the basketball gym. 3rd among all humanity. That's incredibly impressive. The old principal clapped, saying, next let us warmly welcome the excellent student of the Imperial Capital University, Zhang Yao. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, applause erupted. At this moment, Zhang Yao smiled and stood up, stepping into the venue. His steps appeared slow yet fast, and in just a few flashes, he had already positioned himself at the center of the court. Good morning, students. I am your senior, Zhang Yao. With a simple greeting, the venue was immediately thrown into chaos. Zhang Yao gestured for silence, smiling, first I'll give you 10 minutes. If you have any questions about your studies, feel free to ask me. I will answer everything. In class 3, Su Yan, having benefited from Tang Xia's influence, was specially arranged by their homeroom teacher Mr. Wang to sit in the front row right across from Zhang Yao. Tang Xia quietly nudged Su Yan with her elbow, whispering, Su Yan, do you have any questions to ask? Su Yan whispered back, I already know everything. Is there a need? Tang Xia rolled her eyes. She was very aware of Mr. Wang's thoughtful intention in seating her in the front row. After all, inviting a young expert like Zhang Yao to guide them might only happen once in a lifetime. One question could be worth half a lifetime of effort. This was no joke. However, Tang Xia smiled sweetly. What a coincidence, I know everything too. I am truly impressed, Su Yan said in admiration, secretly giving a thumbs up. At this time in the basketball gym, senior me. All the students eagerly raised their hands, impatient to ask Zhang Yao questions, except for Su Yan and Tang Xia, who remained as still as turtles. Mr. Wang stood at the back of class 3, frowning at the scene. He muttered, what are these two kids, turtles? Then Zhang Yao randomly selected a few lucky students. Excuse me, senior Zhang Yao, how can I be as excellent as you? Excuse me, senior Zhang Yao, why is your leveling speed so fast? Excuse me, senior Zhang Yao. Most of the questions were utterly unnutritious. However, Zhang Yao still patiently answered, earning rounds of applause. Yet when answering why his leveling speed was so fast, a trace of unnoticeable strangeness flickered across his face, and he smiled. Perhaps it's because I'm relatively lucky and encountered a few fortuitous events. Alright, the 10 minutes are up. Next, Zhang Yao followed the activity schedule and began to impart his insights on leveling up and combat experiences in the land of divine punishment. Finally, when discussing real combat, Zhang Yao smiled and said, now I will randomly select a few students to come up and conduct a practical teaching demonstration. Saying this, he pretended to casually glance at Su Yan. The student, please come up. Zhang Yao called out. Tang Xia quickly pinched Su Yan's back. Is it over? Let's go eat. Su Yan immediately woke from his dream, ready to stand up. Tang Xia was speechless. Teacher Wang was speechless. Zhang Yao was also speechless. Laughter erupted in the venue. Su Yan was a bit confused, and when he looked up he met Zhang Yao's smiling gaze, instantly understanding what was going on. Damn, I knew it. From the moment Zhang Yao discovered it, he had already guessed how the plot would unfold. They are definitely going to set me up. At that moment, mocking voices came from the adjacent class. Senior Zhang Yao, just forget it. Su Yan is just a useless talent. Going into practical combat has no educational value at all. Let him go instead of me. Exactly, let's have Senior Zhang Yao switch places. Su Yan definitely can't do it. Jiang Yao's smile vanished and he shook his head seriously saying, "How can you think like that? Everyone needs to understand that real combat is cruel and opportunities are often scarce. The victor lives, the loser dies. In the eyes of the demon race, one cannot escape real combat just because one's talent is better or worse." This statement immediately garnered thunderous applause. The students in the adjacent class all lowered their heads in shame. Jiang Yao's words left even Su Yan convinced. "Don't say that, can I go instead?" Su Yan shrugged and stood up again. He wanted to see how they planned to set him up. Tang Xia looked worried and quietly asked, "Su Yan, what level are you? Can you do it?" "Don't worry, in this venue I am invincible." Su Yan made a reassuring gesture to Tang Xia. "Hey, what time is it? You're still bragging." Tang Xia rolled her eyes, naturally thinking he was just boasting. As Su Yan stepped forward, a glint of malicious joy flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes as he loudly asked, "Who is willing to come up and have a practical combat spar with classmate Su Yan?" I. Immediately, everyone raised their hands, including Tang Xia. It seems everyone thinks classmate Su Yan is easy to bully, right? Jiang Yao joked with a smile saying, "Since that's the case, I have no choice but to call names." With the plan already in motion, Jiang Yao no longer hid and directly called out, "Jiang, how you come?" Wow, the basketball court was suddenly filled with murmurs. "No way, let Jiang Hao go up. Do we even need to fight? I heard Jiang Hao is already level 20, fully equipped with grade gear. How can this be a fair fight? Are we supposed to use our heads?" It seems Senior Jiang Yao wants to demonstrate a one-hit kill technique. I mean, don't you think this seems a bit like personal vengeance? I feel the same way. By the way, didn't Jiang Hao just have a verbal spat with Su Yan? The discussions quickly reached Tang Xia's ears. Tang Xia couldn't help but remember that earlier Jiang Yao had glanced at Su Yan in front of the teaching building. Suddenly she realized her expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected Jiang Hao to level up so quickly, reaching level 20. While her grade fire talent, even after strenuous effort, was only at level 15. Su Yan's level would definitely be lower, and it was even uncertain if he could reach level 10. What should we do? Su Yan is in danger. Tang Xia was anxious. Suddenly she thought of something and hurried to the back to find Teacher Wang, wanting him to stop the spar. On the basketball court, Su Yan stood face to face with Jiang Hao with a distance of 20 meters between them. Su Yan had his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. Jiang Hao proudly raised his head and said, "Su Yan, don't say I bullied you. I'll give you 3 moves. If you can hit me once, then I lose." Su Yan refused to back down, saying, "I'll give you 3 moves. If I move even slightly, then I lose." Stubborn as a dead duck. You brought this upon yourself. Without further ado, Jiang Hao swung his fist, flames igniting as he stepped forward. With pity in his eyes, he thought, "Su Yan, do you realize you're about to die? Haha, you don't know, but you'll find out soon. This punch is a grade skill blazing fist." Jiang Hao held nothing back. The wind from his punch stirred flames, clearly a lethal move. Not far away, the principal, who had been watching with a smile, suddenly changed his expression. And a great skill. He turned to look at Jiang Yao. There stood Jiang Yao with a gloomy face at the front of class 3, yet he did not speak to stop it. Jiang Yao was furious, cursing Jiang Hao for being foolish in his heart. "I told you to take the opportunity to create a false impression of failure, not to kill someone in public. Using a grade skill against a useless talent, isn't that clearly an attempt to kill? Stop." However, just as the principal spoke, it was already too late. Jiang Hao suddenly accelerated, seemingly using a speed skill. His figure turned into an afterimage as he rushed in front of Su Yan. Boom! The blazing fist slammed heavily towards Su Yan's face. However, in the next moment, without moving, Su Yan suddenly extended his hand, effortlessly blocking Jiang Hao's fist. The fiery fist was tightly gripped, unable to move. This is impossible. Jiang Hao's eyes widened in shock, disbelief evident. His grade skill blazing fist was actually caught by Su Yan. But he was clearly at level 20. What level is Su Yan? What's impossible? At this moment, Su Yan spoke calmly, a mocking smile on his lips. But more than that was his anger, an endless rage, because just now this idiot Jiang Hao actually tried to kill him. Damn, who gave him the audacity? Jiang Yao, or the Jiang family? At that moment, Su Yan's eyes turned ice cold as he exerted a slight force. Sizzle. The ice element surged and rapidly consumed the flames on Jiang Hao's fist. Oh! As the flames extinguished, Jiang Hao let out a pig-like scream. The power of the blazing fist dissipated in an instant, and Jiang Hao's arm in front of the ice element crumbled like paper, his bloodied arm exploding into a mist of blood after being covered in frost. Stop! Su Yan! This sudden change in the scene made Jiang Yao's face change drastically, and he quickly shouted to stop. At the same time, he flickered and pounced towards Su Yan. Did you just try to kill me? However, Su Yan ignored Jiang Yao approaching from behind and coldly asked. At this moment, Jiang Hao no longer had his previous arrogance, his face filled with fear, trembling, and pale lips shaking from pain. Whether it was his illusion or not, he found himself feeling as small as an ant before Su Yan. Sensing a powerful wind approaching from behind, Su Yan knew that he had completely settled this grudge today. So without any hesitation before the wind could arrive, the ice element frantically gathered on his fist, and he punched Zhang Hao in the head. Bang! In an instant, brain matter and frost exploded like a torrential downpour, the gory mist causing all the students to scream. Su Yan. At this scene, Zhang Yao's eyes turned blood-red as he screamed hysterically. A large sword appeared in his hand, crackling with raging lightning, and he swung it down towards Su Yan's head. Zhang Yao, don't touch my student. However, just then a figure suddenly shot out from the side, a staff appearing out of thin air, clanging as it blocked Zhang Yao's sword. Get lost! Zhang Yao suddenly exerted force, causing the newcomer to retreat a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of their mouth. Teacher Wang. Su Yan was surprised to see that the one who intervened was their homeroom teacher Wang. Then, facing all the shocked and astonished gazes in the basketball court, he calmly said, I made a mistake. Punish me as you see fit. In Jiangnan No. 2 High School, inside the basketball gym, Su Yan's shout immediately stirred up a huge commotion. The atmosphere was filled with noise, shock reverberating to an extreme. This is outrageous. Not only did Su Yan defeat Zhang Hao, but he also killed him. Yet Su Yan was clearly a talent deemed useless. How could he suddenly become so strong? At this moment, in order to prevent the situation from escalating further, the school leaders rushed into the scene, quickly pulling Su Yan away from Zhang Yao. Looking at his younger brother's lifeless body in a pool of blood, Zhang Yao struggled fiercely and shouted angrily, You are talking nonsense. How can this be called an accident? Su Yan remained unfazed, retorting sharply, I just made a mistake, what can you do about it? Teacher Wang felt a headache coming on, quietly scolding, Su Yan, say less. He then turned to Zhang Yao and said sternly, This cannot be blamed on Su Yan. It was Zhang Hao who made the first move and everyone saw it. Su Yan can only be considered to have acted in self-defense at most. Zhang Yao glared fiercely at Teacher Wang, the veins on his face bulging. Get lost. I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Do you know the consequences of offending the Zhang family? Hearing this, Teacher Wang's face showed fear, but he quickly straightened his back with determination. So what? I will only stand on the side of justice. Today I say Su Yan acted in self-defense and it won't change no matter who comes. The homeroom teacher of class 5, who was also Zhang Hao's teacher, scolded harshly, Teacher Wang, how can you be so biased towards a student? Even if Zhang Hao struck first, did he cause any harm to Su Yan? Are you saying that Su Yan had to take a punch from Zhang Hao before he could fight back? You're twisting the facts. The scene descended into chaos. Everything was in a state of uncontrollable chaos. Everyone be quiet. The old principal was the only one with a clear mind among those present. He immediately gathered his strength and shouted to silence the gym. Principal, your student killed my brother. You must give me an explanation today. This is also an explanation to the Zhang family. Zhang Yao's eyes were bloodshot, and if he weren't being held back by the school leaders, he would have loved to tear Su Yan apart immediately. The old principal felt a pang of fear and hurriedly nodded. You can rest assured this is only natural. After saying this, he turned to Su Yan, his old eyes filled with confusion. Su Yan, what was that ice element you used just now? The old principal still had a deep impression of Su Yan. On the day of the talent awakening, Su Yan had awakened an S-level useless talent, nearly making him the happiest principal in Jiangnan City. Now a question arose. Clearly Su Yan had awakened a useless talent, so where did that ice element come from? The old principal's inquiry brought everyone to a sudden realization. Indeed, what was with that ice element? At that moment, faced with countless curious gazes, Su Yan calmly replied, Principal, that ice element just now was my talent. The old principal was taken aback. But didn't you awaken an S-level useless talent? Su Yan smiled slightly. That's true, but I awakened once again later. Awakened once again? Yes, I went to observe the sword marks left by the Demon Slayer in the Wolf King Valley dungeon, and was lucky to get a second awakening opportunity. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the gym was once again filled with uproar. No one expected that Su Yan had actually gone to observe the dungeon's sword marks. Moreover, he had also gained a second awakening opportunity. The old principal's face showed excitement as he asked, But your level is still very low. Who took you there? With the situation developing to this point, Su Yan decided to stop pretending and chose to reveal his identity. You've heard of Xiao Panxue, right? However, that was just one of many identities. His Xiao Panxue, the one who awakened in S-level combat talent last year, the provincial top scorer in the college entrance examination, the proud daughter of heaven, who is currently studying at the Imperial Capital University, and is under the tutelage of the war god mentor. Su Yan, what is your relationship with Xiao Panxue? Suddenly a flood of praise and doubt came pouring in as expected. But only Zhang Yao's face turned pale. Looking at Zhang Yao's distressed expression, Su Yan felt pleased and immediately decided to deliver another blow. With a smug demeanor, he said, Xiao Panxue, she's my girlfriend. Boom! The basketball gym immediately erupted. In the front row of Class 3, Tangxia turned pale. Frozen in place, unable to move. Xiao Panxue is actually Su Yan's girlfriend. In the crowd, the school leaders had thought of numerous relationships, but they never expected it to be something as outrageous as being boyfriend and girlfriend. The old principal and the others were left in a state of confusion. After a long time, the old principal nodded happily. Good. To be able to win over a proud girl like Xiao Panxue is enough to show your capability. Truly worthy of being our Jiangnan No. 2's campus heartthrob. Su Yan, well done. The matter was already quite clear. It was evident that Su Yan had his girlfriend Xiao Panxue take him to clear the Wolf King Valley dungeon and observe the sword marks. The students in the gym immediately drooled with envy. From today onward, they would call Su Yan the king of soft rice. And the old principal's inappropriate remark made Zhang Yao nearly spit blood, grinding his teeth and cursing. Su Yan, no matter what talent you awakened for the second time, I will not let you go. The Zhang family will not let you go either. To Zhang Yao, Su Yan certainly had no intention of letting go. However, with the demon god's probing eyes hovering overhead, he couldn't reveal his identity as the demon slayer just yet. But this was not a challenge for him. At worst, he could just lay low after school. If he didn't kill Zhang Yao, would he wait for him to come and kill me? Su Yan sneered and said arrogantly, "Are you sure?" "I am absolutely sure." Su Yan declared loudly, "All right, listen up, I have awakened the S-level talent Rage of Ice. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me." As soon as these words left his mouth, the scene fell into a dead silence. Hiss. Then gasps filled the air. Zhang Yao laughed mockingly. "Get lost. A useless person like you dares to awaken an S-level combat talent. To bring about his demise, he must first drive him mad. Don't believe me." Su Yan opened his palm upwards, gathering a bit of power. Suddenly cold ice surged from his palm, and the ice element grew wildly. In a brief moment, the ice element in his palm had condensed to about a meter long, resembling a long sword shimmering with the light of ice and snow. This time, the gym was filled with gasps once more, but this time Zhang Yao also gasped. No doubt, to condense the ice element to such strength, it was undoubtedly an S-level talent. At this very moment, all the school leaders of No. 2 High School were ecstatic. The old principal could hardly contain his excitement, finally able to raise his hands high and cheer loudly. "Great. This is wonderful. Our No. 2 High School has finally produced an S-level talent. Heaven does not forsake our No. 2 High School." The cheers from the crowd were like thunder and rain, yet Zhang Yao stood in the center of the field, his face pale. The rules of the Demon Slayer Academy state that anyone who awakens an S-level combat talent or higher enjoys the highest level of protection. If an S-level talent is killed, the murderer and their entire family will be eradicated. In simple terms, a genius with an S-level talent is untouchable. Once a super family in the imperial capital sent dozens of experts to kill an S-level talent due to personal grudges. The Demon Slayer Academy was furious and solved the case within 24 hours. Then annihilated the entire family. If a super family in the imperial capital could face such consequences, how could a mere Jiang family from a small town in Jiangnan dare to offend the dignity of the Demon Slayer Academy? In the joyous basketball gym, the old principal patted Zhang Yao on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Zhang Yao, I know you are a rational good kid. You should understand the consequences of offending an S-level genius, right?" After saying this, the old principal could no longer suppress the smile at the corner of his eyes. He stepped forward to grasp Su Yan's hand, growing fonder the more he looked. "Quick, let off fireworks. Money is not an issue. Keep it going until night. I want everyone in Jiangnan City to know that our No. 2 High School has produced a super genius with an S-level combat talent." The vice principal quietly asked, "Principal, what should we do about Zhang Hao's corpse?" "Ah, there's still a corpse. What else can we do? Just send the corpse to the Zhang family and let them mourn." With the emergence of an S-level genius, the old principal spoke with newfound confidence. As Su Yan revealed his S-rank combat talent, Jiangnan No. 2 High School fell into a state of jubilation. 18 saluting cannons at the school gate boomed into the sky, their thunderous sound resonating throughout the entire Jiangnan city. The Demon Extermination Institute and the municipal government were the first to learn of the news, promptly sending congratulatory messages. Interviewers from the television station were already on their way. Leaders from other schools such as No. 1 and No. 3 High Schools openly expressed their envy. Jiangnan No. 2 High School instantaneously became a star school, enjoying the highest level of recognition it had never experienced in the past 200 years. As for Zhang Hao's death and whether the activities guided by Zhang Yao should continue, these had already become irrelevant. No one would remember such matters anymore. Everyone's focus shifted entirely to Su Yan. By now it was nearing noon. The old principal was ecstatic, inviting Su Yan to his office and showering him with warm greetings, almost as if he wanted to enshrine him. After half an hour of conversation, the old principal finally calmed his excited emotions and cheerfully asked Su Yan, "You must have been able to defeat Zhang Hao with a single move. Your divine punishment level must be quite high as well, right?" Su Yan, sitting on the sofa and sipping on exquisite tea from Dafu Mountain, smiled as he replied, "It's alright, I just reached level 28 last night." "So high?" The old principal's face instantly radiated with immense surprise, clearly taken aback by this answer. Having been a principal for so many years, he was highly sensitive to students' levels. He knew exactly how many levels one could achieve on which day, his understanding as clear as day. At present, according to the information he had, the highest level in the school was Zhang Hao's level 20. It must be noted that this level was already quite extraordinary. At any time in Jiangnan No. 2 high school, this level would rank among the top 3. Even last year's Zhang Yao only reached level 22 during the same period. Yet here was Su Yan, who had already reached level 28. Is this the terrifying aspect of SSS-Rank talent? The old principal trembled as he adjusted his glasses, his face beaming with joy. A bold thought began to sprout in his mind. That is, Su Yan might be able to aim for the provincial top scorer in this year's college entrance examination, achieving another unprecedented feat since the school's establishment. Su Yan wasn't entirely aware of the old principal's thoughts, but seeing him appear as if he had never seen the world before, he smiled and said, "It's mainly due to the guidance of our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. He didn't give up on me during the lowest point of my life, giving me the courage to stand up again." "Oh, so it was Mr. Wang. Very well, he must be rewarded this time. I will promote him later." The old principal nodded repeatedly, and after making this promise, he asked, "By the way, Su Yan, do you need anything right now? Feel free to mention it. The school will support you wholeheartedly, even if it means selling everything we have." Su Yan thought for a moment and said, "I need a set of SS-level equipment." The conversation ended there. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a knocking sound echoed. Shortly after, Zhang Yao walked in. The 2 people in the room immediately stood up, somewhat surprised that Zhang Yao had not left. After all, given the situation, the Zhang family should have been furious and left long ago. "Zhang Yao, what brings you here?" the old principal asked with a frown. Zhang Yao looked at Su Yan as if he had turned into a different person, smiling kindly. "I apologize, Su Yan. I was impulsive just now. I've heard about what happened between you and my brother. He was in the wrong from the start. Moreover, he dared to attempt to kill you during a spar. That's entirely his fault." Looking at Zhang Yao's outstretched hand, Su Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. What kind of trick was this guy up to? He didn't respond, but instead used his SS-level skill replication on Zhang Yao. "Let me see what your trump card is," Su Yan thought to himself, and as the skill was released, the air instantly rippled. Originally, he held no expectations, just giving it a try. After all, the cooldown was there, so why not use it? But soon. "Congratulations, you have replicated the SS-level skill talents, Grief Permanent. There's even an SS-level skill." In an instant, surprise flashed in Su Yan's eyes, along with a peculiar expression. In the principal's office, seeing that Su Yan had no reaction at all, Zhang Yao awkwardly retracted his outstretched hand. The old principal's expression changed slightly, then he smiled to ease the situation. "So it seems this was just a misunderstanding. Zhang Yao, both you and Su Yan are the pride of Jiangnan City. You should unite and make progress together." "You are right, principal. I share that sentiment." Zhang Yao lowered his head in acknowledgement and turned to Su Yan, saying, "Su Yan, please believe me. That was truly a misunderstanding just now. To rectify this misunderstanding, my Zhang family is willing to offer a set of level 50 SSS-Rank equipment as compensation. How does that sound?" At this moment, Zhang Yao's subservient attitude made anyone watching feel like he was desperately trying to save himself. He was doing everything he could to please and flatter the genius with SSS-Rank talent. The old principal thought the same and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing that Su Yan remained silent, Zhang Yao quickly added, "Of course, if you have any requests, feel free to mention them. My Zhang family will do everything we can to fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Su Yan lifted his gaze slightly and finally spoke, "I need a set of SS-level equipment." The negotiation was declared a failure. Thanks to Zhang Yao's active apology and change of attitude, the afternoon guidance activity was able to continue. In the school's ordinary reception room, Zhang Yao sat on the bench, his face dark and gloomy. Hiss! Suddenly the air in front of him twisted and a ghastly voice emerged. No way, are you really planning to let that kid go? Well, it's not like he's dead. Who told your poor brother to listen to you so obediently?" "Shut up!" Zhang Yao shouted angrily, standing up and walking to the window. "Who told you I would let him go? I will show him goodwill just to let him lower his guard." SSS-Rank talent, the highest level of protection. At this point, Zhang Yao's eyes brimmed with infinite killing intent, his fists cracking ominously. "It's true that I can't kill him, but I can ruin him. Just watch, once I enter divine punishment this afternoon, I will make him a cripple again." Amidst the air, the ghastly voice erupted in laughter. This young man named Su Yan is truly an unexpected delight on this trip. After leaving the principal's office, Su Yan couldn't find Tang Xia in the classroom, so he headed to the cafeteria alone. He thought about quickly having lunch, as he would need to participate in practical training during divine punishment in the afternoon. With a slight movement of his consciousness, a light screen appeared before him. Talent's Grief SS level launch, a talent attack on the target causing talent damage or nullification based on the power disparity. Cooldown 2 hours. Cost 1000 mana. This SS level skill replicated from Zhang Yao cannot be said to be merely extraordinary. It is simply extremely extraordinary. This skill has been identified as originating from the demon race and is now classified as forbidden by the Demon Extermination Institute, the hint provided by the Eye of the Gods. Su Yan's mind stirred, and he then broke into a grin. It seems I have figured something out. After finishing lunch, Su Yan was about to return to the classroom. However, he was unexpectedly summoned by the old principal. The principal said, Su Yan, there have been frequent terrifying incidents targeting high school students lately. For your safety, you will join me in the divine punishment for practical training this afternoon, and I will personally protect you. Su Yan was a bit speechless. Principal, is it really necessary? Isn't there a mistake? This is still within the school. Do the rebels dare to storm the school? The old principal replied earnestly, it's better to be safe than sorry. In our school's 200 years, you are the only one with S-level combat talent. I must ensure your safety before the college entrance examination. With no choice, since the principal was so insistent, Su Yan reluctantly agreed. Soon it was time for afternoon classes. All the students in the senior year entered the divine punishment area one after another, gathering at the beginner village Nashi farm. In the principal's office, Su Yan greeted the old principal and touched the link crystal to enter the divine punishment. With a whoosh, the next moment the figure of the demon slayer appeared in front of the ancient elven battlefield. At this moment, the system maintenance had long been completed. In fact, after Su Yan killed the bullhead demon general, the demonic aura had already vanished from the divine punishment area. The subsequent maintenance was essentially the system's self-protection mechanism. It was like when a computer suddenly shows a virus warning and promptly scans the entire system. The 4-hour maintenance last night was the system conducting a self-check across the entire map, followed by repairing the hidden map of the ancient elven battlefield. Wow, the benefits from this Demon Slayer event are incredible. After exploring the ancient battlefield, I leveled up directly by 1 level. I can now take on breakthrough tasks. Haha brother, it's still too early for you to celebrate. Let me tell you, the system just issued maintenance compensation, increasing the number of explorations in the ancient battlefield to 5 times. No way, that's amazing. I hope there can be even more maintenance like this. Well, that depends on whether the demon god is willing to come again. Ha. Now that the ancient battlefield map had been completely repaired, countless high-level human players gathered here. One by one, they were grinding experience, and the scene was unprecedentedly lively. Su Yan listened, feeling a surge of joy. He never expected the system would actually provide compensation. The number of explorations in the ancient elven battlefield has increased to 5 times. Awesome, I shall call this the most generous system in history, Su Yan exclaimed. You see, as the benefactor of this hidden map's rewards, the rewards obtained after exploring the map were countless times better than those of ordinary players. Not only could he gain massive experience, but he would also receive attribute pill, skill equipment, and other item rewards. If he could do this 5 more times. Su Yan couldn't help but smile widely. Thinking of something, he checked his experience bar and found that he had gained an additional 2.5 billion experience. It was obvious that this was thanks to the dungeon sword imprint. With this, his total experience reached an astounding 10.3 billion, surpassing the 100 billion mark. He was truly not far from 99.9 billion. Please note, SS level talent descendant of the divine begins daily blessings. You have gained a permanent BUFF health 1. A new day began and the descendant of the divine started bestowing blessings again. Health 1 is still quite good. Hurry up, everyone is still waiting for me in the beginner village. At this moment, Su Yan decided without hesitation to head to the beginner village to join his classmates. However, he needed to make some preparations first. In the bustling crowd of players, Su Yan chose to enter the ancient elven battlefield before other players recognized him. He didn't grind monsters but switched to the secondary profession of a warrior. He then used the auction house pass to buy a set of level 20 grade warrior equipment from the auction house in an instant. It cost him over 300,000 gold. For him, 300,000 gold was just a drop in the bucket. Su Yan donned this level 20 grade equipment, replacing the Windwalker set. As for his weapon, he equipped the level 20 rampant greatsword gifted by Xiao Panxue. After doing all this, he no longer resembled a mage. Instead, he looked like a fully armed warrior. Anyone seeing this warrior with a large sword would find it hard to associate him with the Demon Slayer. Finally, Su Yan took out the SS level skill Twin Shadows. With a whoosh, as the skill was activated, a golden light suddenly flashed 2 meters ahead. Next, a warrior clone appeared in front of Su Yan. This clone looked exactly like him, same height, fully equipped, and also carrying a large sword. Moreover, due to wearing a special mask, it concealed its appearance and ID. Su Yan observed closely and realized that even he couldn't find any discrepancies. This clone is truly perfect. The skill description says it can exist for 4 hours, which is more than enough. Su Yan thought to himself. Without any hesitation, he quickly set the clone's level to 28. Soon after his adjustments, a level 28 warrior with explosive combat power emerged. What Su Yan needed to do now was to have the warrior clone impersonate Su Yan with level talent Ice Rage, going to the beginner village to join his classmates, while he himself remained as the Demon Slayer grinding in the ancient elven battlefield. This strategy was called multitasking, ensuring both objectives were met. Of course, Su Yan would keep a close eye on Jiang Yao, as long as Jiang Yao dared to cause trouble. His primary self, the Demon Slayer, would fly over to take action against Jiang Yao. It could only be the Demon Slayer character. Otherwise, a level 28 warrior would struggle to defeat a level 160 Jiang Yao. There was no way to justify that. After that, he prepared the clone's potions, teleportation scrolls, and other items. Go, if there's something, just call me directly. Su Yan calmly instructed the clone. At that moment, his consciousness split into two, entering the clone's body. He controlled the clone to move its body and nodded, "Let's go." After saying this, the warrior clone stepped out of the ancient elven battlefield, then took out the teleportation scroll for the beginner village and crushed it. In an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of light, disappearing among the vast crowd of players. In the beginner village at Nashi Farm, all 498 senior students from Jiangnan No. 2 High School had gathered here. Looking around, most were wearing beginner gear, drab and gray, with levels ranging from 3 to 15. While their overall appearance seemed rather shabby, each was a handsome young man or beautiful woman. It was evident that many had invested effort into cosmetic enhancements. At the forefront of the crowd stood Jiang Yao, level 160, with a silver greatsword on his back. Dressed in pitch-black armor, his appearance radiated a violent aesthetic, exuding an imposing aura that immediately attracted the attention of many novice players. The classmates waited for a while. Just then, a beam of light from a teleportation scroll suddenly flashed deep within the farm. "Look, Su Yan is here." The classmates immediately cheered in excitement. "Yengu is amazing, he must have flown back using a teleportation scroll." In a flurry of admiration, someone noticed Su Yan's level, and their eyes widened in surprise as they gasped, "No way, this is insane, Yengu is already level 28. Inside the Nashi farm, Su Yan, clad in level 20 grade equipment and carrying a deep blue great sword, approached his classmates of Class 2. "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting." Su Yan greeted the crowd. The classmates were still in shock over his level, quickly expressing that it was no trouble, just a few minutes. Here, brother Yan. Our Class 3 is over here." The class monitor excitedly waved from a prominent position in the crowd. Su Yan smiled and stepped into the Class 3 group without hesitation. The students of Class 3 immediately displayed proud expressions. They had previously watched students from Class 5 strut around the school, all due to Zhang Hao's great combat talent. Now the tides had turned, and it was finally their turn to boast. At the forefront of the crowd, Jiang Yao pulled his gaze away from Su Yan, with a mix of envy and malice flashing in his eyes. The jealousy burning deep within him flared up. But soon a barely noticeable sinister smile crept onto his lips. "Humph and scrayed talent, Ice Rage. I'll soon turn it into a useless talent. Everyone quiet down." At this moment, Jiang Yao clapped his hands, his expression serious, as he said, "Now that everyone is here, let me explain the content of this practical drill." In simple terms, the practical drill was quite straightforward. All students led by Jiang Yao would travel west from the novice village to the ruins of Gale City. Their practical teaching target would be the level 25 BOSS Black Wolf, lurking in the castle to teach everyone combat skills and teamwork awareness. Here are the various potions and novice village teleportation scrolls prepared by the school for everyone. Class monitors, please distribute them. Jiang Yao then pulled out a large number of potions and teleportation scrolls from his bag, handing them over to the class monitors for quick distribution. The school had really invested heavily in this guidance activity. Just the novice village teleportation scrolls, priced at 800 gold each, had cost a total of 400,000 gold. Converted into Huabei currency, that amounts to 40 million. Soon after the items were distributed, Su Yan received his share. The potions were all basic ones, incomparable to Dragon Phoenix blood. Consuming one wouldn't even affect his health bar. But better than nothing, or after all, it was all free, so why complain? Tossing these items into his void bag, Su Yan stood among the crowd, unable to help but glance around. "What are you looking for?" Suddenly a sweet voice came from his right. Su Yan turned to see a level 15 female archer, her plain novice outfit failing to conceal her stunning figure. Her ample bosom nearly burst through her clothing, complemented by a slender waist and curvaceous hips with long, beautiful legs. Even Xiao Panchue would have to envy such a figure. She carried a worn bow on her back and had a very eye-catching pink ponytail. Due to her special mask, her ID and appearance were obscured. "Beautiful lady, and you are?" Su Yan was taken aback. The archer playfully replied, "What do you mean, who am I?" Su Yan frowned, thinking, "Who is this? Am I close to you?" Seeing his reaction, the archer seemed somewhat angry. She stepped forward, removed her special mask, revealing an incredibly exquisite and beautiful face. "Isn't this obvious enough?" Upon seeing her stunningly beautiful face, Su Yan suddenly realized and confirmed, "I don't recognize you." He shook his head decisively. The archer's eyes widened in outrage as she exclaimed, "Su Yan, I'm your dad. Get lost, I'm your grandpa." Su Yan instinctively blurted out this retort. Once the words left his mouth, he was slightly surprised and turned to look at the archer again, feeling utterly speechless. "Xiao Xia." Tang Xia was furious, feeling greatly insulted. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Su Yen smirked. Why would I do that? You're the one who's shameless. You've had so much plastic surgery that you look like a different person, and you still have the nerve to say it was just a little bit. Tang Xia's face flushed as she argued. A little bit is still a lot. Ridiculous a little bit. Su Yen was speechless. And what's with this pink hair? Are you playing cosplay or something? Tang Xia proudly replied. Haven't you heard? The pinker the hair, the stronger the combat power. With this hair, it's so much easier to find a team. Saying this, Tang Xia crossed her arms and huffed. Humph, how can you say anything? You're the one who's shameless. No wonder you wouldn't let your dad take you. Turns out you have a girlfriend, Xiao Panchua. Su Yen, how could you have the nerve to say you were only level 1? You made your dad worry for nothing. Her voice grew softer, becoming nearly inaudible. Su Yen found it amusing and cautiously asked, Are you jealous? You're the one who's jealous. Regarding Xiao Panchua, Su Yen just used that to annoy Zhang Yao. He planned to find a time to explain everything clearly to Tang Xia after this practical drill was over. Meanwhile, under Zhang Yao's command, the team had already begun to set off. Let's go, Brother Yen. The class monitor stepped forward to greet him. Su Yen nodded to indicate he understood, then turned serious and quietly said to Tang Xia, Listen carefully, Xiao Xia, this practical drill could be dangerous. You should stick close to me throughout. Humph, who wants to stick close to you? I'm not as fragile as you think. Tang Xia naturally thought he was referring to the high level of the boss being very dangerous for players around level 10. Clearly, she was underestimating her own capabilities. Along the way with Zhang Yao, the 160 level big boss leading the charge, the team's pace was incredibly swift. But it wasn't merely a matter of rushing. During the journey, Zhang Yao shared a wealth of knowledge based on his divine punishment experience. He provided detailed explanations about skill combinations for various professions, attribute point distributions, and how to quickly enhance combat power relative to level, etc. This caused the students to closely follow Zhang Yao, fearing they might miss any important knowledge point. We have arrived. 2 hours later, the large troop finally arrived at the ruins of Gale City. It was a dilapidated and desolate city with many sections of the walls collapsed, gradually overrun by wild grass in the wind and sun. Su Yen led Tang Xia following the crowd into the city. At this point, 2 skilled students from the school had already set up a watch for the boss. Seeing them arrive, they immediately approached and said, You finally made it, hurry in and start in the castle. By the way, do you need us to join in and help keep watch? Zhang Yao shook his head without hesitation. No need, the practical drill is supposed to simulate real combat scenarios as much as possible. Their levels were still very low, and even if they died, they wouldn't lose much. It would instead be greatly beneficial for their future growth. Zhang Yao said this with a smile and added, Of course, if the situation becomes truly critical, I will step in. You two wouldn't doubt me, would you? The 2 skilled students exchanged glances and nodded. In that case, we leave it to you. After saying this, one of the skilled students stepped to the front of the crowd and announced loudly, This practical drill is limited to 2 hours. If you can kill the level 25 Black Wolf boss within that time, the school will reward everyone with a growth gift. However, if during the battle casualties exceed half, we will immediately intervene to rescue. Is that clear to everyone? Then, without further ado, let's begin. 10 minutes later, when all the students from Jiangnan No. 2 High School excitedly entered the castle, it signified that the practical drill had officially commenced. Rumble. Watching the slowly closing castle gate, a deep sinister smile appeared in Zhang Yao's eyes. Next, it was the hunting hour. The instant the castle gates slammed shut, the vast interior sank into gloom. Fine motes drifted through the air laden with the acrid stench of rot. Su Yen narrowed his eyes and instantly understood Zhang Yao's intent. The level 25 Hei Lang boss by design seals the castle's sole entrance once combat begins, rendering it impossible to open. Only by depleting its tens of millions level health could it be freed. In short, once the fight started, if Zhang Yao chose to move against them, there would be nowhere to run. A perfect trap sealing them in and slaying like a tiger in a jar. Su Yen sneered inwardly. It was plain Zhang Yao had gone to some trouble to choose the Hei Lang for this drill. A savage howl burst from the depths of the castle, a sound at once subterranean and omnipresent, tearing at everyone's eardrums. Adrenaline spiked. Some students grew nervous, swallowing hard and glancing about with unsettled eyes. A small-scale commotion rippled through the crowd. Zhang Yao strode at the front, his face shrouded in shadow as he urged them, Don't waste time. You only have 2 hours. Move. With Zhang Yao, a level 160 powerhouse, vouching for them, the students finally let go of much of their fear and tension. They hurried in single file behind Zhang Yao toward the hall. Inside the castle, the chamber was exaggeratedly vast. A single-eyed werewolf, coal-black and thick with fur, lay bound by 4 arm-thick chains around its limbs. The Hei Lang strained and snorted, roaring at the human players who had entered the hall. The students went pale with fright. Having only ever slogged through the newbie village, they had never met such a monstrous presence. Facing the ferocious giant so closely, their legs began to tremble. Only Su Yen and Zhang Yao remained unervingly composed. Zhang Yao stepped out of the crowd and called in a resonant voice, Are you all ready? Remember though, this is a drill, you get only 1 chance. I will explain specific combat techniques and the timing of skill use in real time during this boss fight, he said. All right, begin. With a sweep of his hand, the students quickly assumed formation. Priests and mages raised their staves and chanting light cascaded over the party. They applied a host of buffs and blessings to the group. Knights took the vanguard and cautiously closed on the Hei Lang, while whispers rippled through the ranks. That Hei Lang boss looks ferocious. Can we kill it within 2 hours? Who knows? Doesn't matter, let's just do it. This isn't real life anyway. If you die you just resurrect, so why fear? Have you forgotten? It's not the same as before. With Brother Yen here we can definitely take it down. Someone asked, by the way, where's Brother Yen? All eyes searched for Su Yen, and to their shock they found he had already dashed to the Hei Lang side. Su Yen, what are you doing? Come back! Tang Xia cried, stunned. He had been beside her a moment ago, warning her not to run off, and yet in the blink of an eye, he was at the boss' flank. Humans. Ants. Seeking. Death. The Hei Lang tore at its chains and emitted those ragged syllables from its throat. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Su Yen drew the Quanglon greatsword from his back with a metallic ring. Is he going to do what I think? Solo the boss? Nearby Zhang Yao first looked puzzled and then smirked. In his view, though Su Yen was level 28, the notion of soloing a level 25 boss was pure fantasy. Not even in SSS-Rank combat talent will save him. Zhang Yao's expression shifted. He did not want Su Yen to die and be resurrected and teleported back to Shilua City. If that happened, how would his plan be carried out? He was about to intervene, but at that moment Su Yen moved. Bang! The Quanglon greatsword slammed into the Hei Lang's knee. A critical hit. 999. A vivid damage number leapt up. That single strike shaved 4% off the Hei Lang's health bar. The beast howled in agonized fury and immediately went berserk. With a thunderous crack the chain snapped and 2 razor claws crashed down towards Su Yen's head. The boss battle had officially begun. For a moment everyone stood frozen, forgetting why they had come. The shock and dread were not because Su Yen truly intended to solo the boss. It was the ordinary auto-attacks damage that rewired their understanding. God, is Brother Yen cheating? 1 sword for 999. So strong. And SSS-Rank combat talent really doesn't treat the boss as a person. We feel redundant. Not just the SSS-Rank talent. Brother Yan's weapon must be high grade too, at least SSS-Rank. What, the level 20 already wielding and SSS-Rank weapon? Jealous. Comments cascaded. Zhang Yao's face flickered oddly, and as if compelled he stopped himself from intervening, wanting to see the limit of an SSS-Rank combat talent. After watching 10 seconds he realized Su Yen was dodging the Hei Lang's attacks while continuing to rely on basic auto attacks. Su Yen, don't you have any skills? Why aren't you using skills? Zhang Yao looked on as if at a fool. Su Yen leapt back in a flash, nimbly avoiding the Hei Lang's killing strike. He curled his lips in a mocking smile and said, if I unleash my skills you won't have any chance left. Zhang Yao frowned in incomprehension. What chance? Speak plainly. Su Yen offered no explanation. To him the Hei Lang boss was definitely going to die. After all, he would not miss an opportunity to exploit the school's resources. Yet Su Yen also knew that killing the boss had to be swift, or otherwise it would devolve into chaotic melee. If Zhang Yao moved unexpectedly, the students would suffer. He would not give Zhang Yao any opening. Without hesitation, Su Yen unleashed his skill. The Quanglon in Su Yan's hands flared into fierce flame, the blade pointing skyward. Ice and fire elements braided together with violent speed. In an instant, the Big Dipper manifested above the hall, its blue starlight wreathed in terrible flame. With thunderous impacts, the starfire began to rain down like meteors. The fire bombardment battered the Hei Lang's enormous black frame. Damage numbers bloomed: 3,565, 3,648, critical 8,152, and so on. 7 separate strikes of damage erupted almost simultaneously within the inferno. The Hei Lang was swallowed by starfire and without a sound was reduced to ash. All the students behind sucked in breath, eyes wide. The boss had vanished like that. Was this even allowed? In the crowd, Tang Xia covered her mouth, trembling, her gaze fixed on the handsome silhouette of Su Yen standing before the sea of flames. Not far off, Zhang Yao's face went pale and purple with fury. He recognized the terrifying skill as the same one Xiao Panxue had used in the park yesterday. His emotions frayed and he blurted, impossible. How do you know that skill? Su Yen turned and looked at Zhang Yao with a pitiful, scornful smile. Why not? As Xiao Panxue's boyfriend, would it be strange for me to know that skill? The remark landed like a ton of humiliation on Zhang Yao. Everything before him felt shattered. Zhang Yao's scheme was utterly disrupted. He could never have expected the Hei Lang boss to be annihilated like this. The conditions he intended to exploit to stage an accident no longer existed. As a result, the school's experts would soon come in to settle the outcome. Senior Zhang Yao, the boss is already dead. Does this drill count as over? A student still hungry for more asked. Zhang Yao's cheeks twitched and his aura turned dangerous. His face grew grotesque. He suddenly drew a great sword from his back and said coldly, No, it's not over. Today, every talent of rank and above will be destroyed here. At that proclamation, the students were struck with mortal fear. Senior brother Zhang Yao, what are you doing? In the grand hall of the castle, all students were stunned by the sudden turn of events, their faces pale with terror. What am I doing? Do my words not make it clear enough? And with no further pretense to maintain, Zhang Yao cast aside all restraint and laughed aloud. Cold, unrestrained, and utterly merciless. He thrust his great sword forward, his voice a guttural snarl. Listen well, trash. You are about to have your talents stripped from you? Na collective gasp tore through the hall. Panic erupted in waves. And senior brother Zhang Yao, you must be joking, right? But this is divine punishment. At worst we'll die and respawn. How could that possibly affect our talents? Yet confusion clouded their expressions once more. Zhang Yao knew well the villain's fatal flaw. Talking too much. But gazing upon his classmates' trembling fear, he felt an intoxicating surge of delight. A cruel, jagged laugh spilled from his lips. Ha ha ha. Fine. I'll tell you, you'll soon have your memories erased anyway, reduced to utter irredeemable mediocrity. Trash. Have you ever heard of the skill talent scourge? And the hall erupted again in shock. Tangxia's delicate face paled instantly. Talent scourge. That's a forbidden art of the Demon Subjugation Academy. I remember now. Na, student well versed in theory, recoiled in horror, lips trembling violently. I once read about it in a library tome. The demon clan launched a talent war against us a century ago. They used talent scourge to cripple countless rank talent holders, causing a catastrophic rupture in our race's elite ranks for years. After our victory, the technique was banned outright by the Demon Subjugation Academy, and never seen since. Zhang Yao raised a brow, genuinely surprised that anyone still recalled this buried secret. A frosty smirk curled his lips. Correct. It is the forbidden talent scourge. Do you understand now? But, senior brother Zhang Yao, how could you possibly possess? Meanwhile, Su Yan stood quietly calm and unruffled. As previously stated, this warrior avatar stands at level 28 only, and so far it has revealed but 3 traits: the S-Rank combat talent Frost Fury, the S-Rank weapon Raging Torrent, and the weakest among its arsenal, the SS-Rank skill Blazing Northern Dipper. And that is all. No more will be exposed. This is the absolute limit of what this live drill may reveal. Now then, it is time for the main avatar Demon Slayer to intervene. Bathed in the hall's dim amber light, Su Yan turned his gaze toward the castle gates. A flicker of eerie brilliance gleamed in his eyes. Just moments earlier he had activated his twin shadow ability, summoning his true self Demon Slayer from the Elven Ancient Battlefield directly to the Riftwind City teleportation array. 20 seconds until arrival. Zhang Yao offered no reply, and from his inventory he withdrew a scroll, and crushed it in one swift motion. And boom. An ear-splitting wolf howl shook the foundations as the Black Wolf boss reappeared in the Grand Hall. It's a boss resurrection scroll. Someone recognized it instantly. Shouts of alarm exploded across the hall. Nance respawned. The Black Wolf boss immediately re-engaged combat, and the castle gates slammed shut, sealed beyond passage. Terror seized every student. And they were trapped. There would be no escape. As Zhang Yao strode forward, dragging his greatsword behind him, murder blazing in his eyes, heading straight for Su Yan. Tangxia, standing amid the crowd, suddenly understood. Her fair features drained of color, and without hesitation she drew her bow and loosed an arrow. Blazing flame arrow? Zhang Yao, if you dare come strip my talent instead. And she cried out with desperate fervor, sprinting toward Su Yan. Su Yan had only just awakened his S-Rank combat talent for the second time. Whether for duty or loyalty, she would not let him be ruined. The blazing flame arrow struck true, sparks erupting across Zhang Yao's armor, but inflicted no damage whatsoever. It merely caught his attention. His gaze snapped toward her, his face contorted with fury, and for a fleeting moment he burned to shatter her talent before Su Yan's very eyes, then impale her with his blade, avenging his slain brother Zhang Hao. Yet he held back. Time was slipping away. His priority remained singular: Su Yan's annihilation. Erase their memories, now? Zhang Yao barked into the empty air before him, and ripples shimmered across the void. Tangxia continued her reckless charge towards Su Yan, and seeing this, Class 3's monitor gritted his teeth and commanded, all of Class 3, protect Su Yan. If you're a man, follow me. That instant, traitor Zhang Yao, release Su Yan. Face me if you dare. Not only Class 3. Every male student in the hall felt their blood ignite, and they surged forward en masse, rallying behind Tangxia, racing to shield Su Yan with their own bodies. After all, they were all low-tier talents, and many hadn't even passed university entrance. And losing them meant nothing, and saving Su Yan, worth every drop of blood. The sight made Zhang Yao frown, and Su Yan blinked, in genuine surprise. Crackle, crackle. Zhang Yao quickened his pace, lightning coiling around his wrist, his great sword roaring with thunderous energy, a sneer twisting his lips. Then Su Yan spoke at last. Ni's aura erupted, vast, commanding. as he thundered, "Do not approach." Naviri student froze mid-stride bewildered. Su Yen looked to Tang Xia, then to the class monitor and others, and smiled gently and, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Whether they believed him or not, he turned, calm, unwavering, and met Zhang Yao's gaze. Ni's eyes held no fear, only icy disdain, profound and absolute. "Zhang Yao, do you truly believe you possess the power to strip my talent?" And Zhang Yao faltered, briefly stunned, and though baffled by Su Yan's composure, he threw back his head and roared with laughter. "What else could it be? Su Yen, remember your level 28, who granted you the audacity to speak thus before a level 160 master. Crushing you is simpler than crushing an ant, let alone stripping your talent. And well then, ready to become trash once more." Su Yen shook his head and laughed softly. "And fool, your chance is already gone." And Zhang Yao frowned in confusion, and boom. At that very instant, a deafening explosion rocked the castle gates. Crash. And next. And the gates shattered inward, splintering into 1,000 fragments, scattering like shrapnel. And as a lone figure stormed through the breach. And who? Zhang Yao whirled around, startled. And impossible. And the gates possessed millions of hit points. How could they fall so swiftly? And was it truly done in a single strike? Through the haze of dust and ruin, and Demon Slayer, level 1, strode forward, staff Crimson Dawn glowing crimson in his grip, his presence radiating overwhelming authority. Though masked by a custom-forged visor, hiding both name and features, no one mistook his identity. And Demon Slayer. It's Demon Slayer? A wave of elation and awe crashed over the hall. Cheers erupted, thunderous and uncontainable. Su Yan's gaze locked onto Zhang Yao, his intent unmistakable. Damn it! Demon Slayer? And perhaps the sheer weight of that name struck too deep. Zhang Yao, level 160, actually flinched, his expression flickering with raw fear, but fury surged back, bitter, reckless. He muttered under his breath, "So what if it's Demon Slayer? If I can strip his talent too, I'll ascend beyond all limits." Su Yen heard him, his brows lifted sharply. "And ascend? And go to hell, and I'll make you explode." With a sweep of his staff, Su Yen unleashed a beam of sacred light, striking Zhang Yao square in the chest. And judgment. In the next heartbeat, Zhang Yao collapsed, kneeling helplessly, his skin sickly viridian, the word weakened blazing above his head. "And what's happening to me? Gah! My body feels hollow. I can't move." Terror twisted Zhang Yao's face. His voice quivered. "And I hear you enjoy stripping talents," Su Yen murmured, voice low and glacial. "Let's see how you like it. I hear you take pleasure in ruining people's talents." Su Yen lowered his voice and said coldly, "After the upgrade, the judgment's suppressive effect imposed a weakened state lasting 5 minutes. After struggling for a few seconds, Zhang Yao finally gave up. Terror gripped him and cold sweat broke out over his body. Only now did he truly comprehend how formidable a level 1 Janma could be. At that moment, he almost wanted to pound his chest and proclaim to everyone that no one understood Zanmo's power better than he did. "Janma, what are you? What do you intend to do?" Seeing Su Yen abruptly spread his palm, Zhang Yao stammered. Yet the judgment's suppression deepened, and his once fierce visage twisted into an expression of pain. Su Yen uttered no word as he stepped directly before Zhang Yao. In the hollow of his open hand, a swirl of purple mist rose, and at the sight of it, Zhang Yao was struck with sheer soul-shaking dread. "Impossible! How could you also possess the Tianfu Zhishang?" Su Yen replied evenly, "Is the fact that I am Janma not enough?" Zhang Yao was left speechless. Indeed, in the eyes of all the human players, Janma had become an almost omnipotent figure. It would not be surprising for such a one to wield a forbidden art. He finally realized what Janma intended to repay, like with like, to return the same treatment he had suffered. Janma meant to strip him of his talent. In an instant, a towering terror rose within him, and Zhang Yao screamed hysterically, "Janma, you cannot do this. I am a human elite." Su Yen bent his head and cast a cool, contemptuous glance at Zhang Yao. "And a rank piece of rubbish, worthy of being called a human elite." Having spoken, he grasped Zhang Yao's head with the hand that exuded purple vapor. "No! Save me! Help me!" Zhang Yao howled at the empty air, drowning in despair. Only a ripple in the air answered him as it sped toward the castle gate. A message from the gods. I warned that a myling was fleeing and urged someone to draw a void rod to teach her a lesson. At that moment, the god's eye flashed to prompt Su Yen was releasing Tianfu Zhishang upon Zhang Yao. The purple mist poured from his palm and sank into the other's body. Zhang Yao convulsed and wailed in agony. Under the vast gulf of power, his gifted surges were abolished in an instant. A thunderous impact sounded. Zhang Yao collapsed to the ground, utterly reduced to a wreck. Su Yen asked inwardly, myling, "What level?" The reply came, "Level 705. "Trash as well," Su Yen responded lightly and invoked his summoning skill. "Chensi, lock the myling down for me." "Yes, master," came the answer. In the next heartbeat, a divine force streaked forth and a piercing scream rent the air. At the hall's edge where the eye could not clearly see, a black silhouette was bound by that power and trembled in struggle. Can that thing strip talents too? Su Yen wondered. The god's eye replied that talents were exclusive to humans. This Myling was a minion of the Mozu and clearly could not. Su Yen, having understood, ordered, Chensi, annihilate it. Yes. The shadow was instantly consumed by divine power and turned to ash. All of this transpired in utter silence. Apart from Su Yen and his avatar, no one noticed. With the Myling dealt with, Su Yen lowered his gaze to Zhang Yao sprawled on the floor as if lifeless. Having ruined the man's talent, he hesitated not a moment and cast another sanction. Boom! A burst of holy light detonated within Zhang Yao's body. Critical hit. 33645,373 damage. A 30 million plus number flashed and Zhang Yao was blasted to nothing. He did not even have time to utter a sound before he was immediately resurrected. Su Yan's casual sanction and its monstrous 30 million damage opened the eyes of the Zhong students. One by one they widened their eyes and stared at Zhanma as though gazing upon a god. So this is Zhanma? Amazing! Tang Xia murmured involuntarily in the crowd. Only yesterday she had insisted otherwise. A peerless prodigy like Zhanma, once in a century, belonged to a different world from their someone they would never expect to meet in a lifetime. Yet now they stood before him. Su Yan's avatar beside Tang Xia smiled and said, Yes, Zhanma is certainly powerful. Was it acceptable for him to praise himself? Tang Xia glanced at Zhanma, withdrew her envious look and suddenly said, Actually, Su Yan, you were even more impressive just now. What did you say? Su Yan claimed his avatar must have poor hearing and had not caught it. Tang Xia's lovely face flushed. She turned away and huffed. Daddy says you're a bastard. When she turned back, Su Yan had already logged off. Are you all right? What happened here just now? The two school experts who had guarded the castle arrived in a rush. They stared at the hall littered with wreckage and roaring with flames, completely stunned. Jiangnan Zhong, the principal's office. Su Yan withdrew from the place of divine punishment, rose and strode out. The old principal, his protector, sat motionless at his desk like a statue, his right hand still touching the linking crystal. Presumably, he had heard of trouble in the place of divine punishment and hurried in to deal with it. Better this way, Su Yan muttered, and after leaving the office, he headed straight for the ordinary reception room on the 3rd floor. 2 minutes later, bang! Su Yan kicked open the reception room door. Inside, Zhang Yao, his talent destroyed and his power mismatched to his body, was suffering fierce backlash and lay weak and battered. He tried to rise from the bench, but was so startled by the noise that he toppled to the floor with a thud. Su Yan, I advise you not to act rashly. If not, the Zhang family will fight to the death with you and never let you go. Beads of sweat rolled from his brow as Zhang Yao groaned in pain. Su Yan crouched and sneered. Your Zhang family, the evidence of your collusion with the Mozu and use of forbidden arts is conclusive. The Zhang family is finished, understand? Zhang Yao glared with hatred and snarled. Whether the Zhang family survives, I do not know, but you certainly won't live long. Hear this: offend the organization, and even an S-rank prodigy will be placed on the death list. No forgiveness. Too many empty threats, Su Yan replied. Su Yan clenched his fist as ice elements crazily coiled and formed. Without hesitation, he drove his fist into Zhang Yao's skull. Bang! In an instant, his brain ruptured and a mist of blood filled the air. Zhang Yao fell dead on the spot. To Su Yan, Zhang Yao could not be spared. He had planned to act after school, but plans had been overtaken by events. For Zhang Yao to attempt to strip his talent was nothing short of suicide. Su Yan! Su Yan! At that moment, the old principal and a host of school leaders thundered down the corridor and rushed in. Seeing Zhang Yao collapsed on the floor with his skull burst open, their faces changed. Sorry, Su Yan said calmly, intending to pass it off as an accident. Unexpectedly, the old principal waved a large hand and said nonchalantly, No need to explain, I understand. If Zhang Yao is dead, then he is dead. So long as you are unharmed. The school's protection of S-rank battle talent exceeded Su Yan's imagination. Following that, he did not need to intervene at all. Everything was handled by the old principal, who took care of the aftermath. An ordinary guidance event for students from prestigious schools suddenly escalated into a significant incident, immediately alarming the entire Jiangnan city. The television station that had rushed to interview Su Yan quickly conducted a major report on the matter. Subsequently, it was revealed that Zhang Yao colluded with the demon race and used the forbidden technique Heart Sorrow, intending to eliminate the city's S-rank genius. This news rapidly became a hot topic. This not only shocked the city's demon-slaying institute, but also stirred the provincial demon-slaying institute. They immediately dispatched 2 king-level experts to Jiangnan City to oversee the situation. Meanwhile, the city's demon-slaying institute mobilized all its forces to promptly seal off the entire Jiangnan City, and proceeded to arrest and interrogate all members of the Zhang family. In Huagua, colluding with the demon race is considered one of the most severe capital offenses. Given the current dire situation of humanity, extraordinary measures must be taken. In cases like Zhang Yao's, being captured would mean immediate execution, and the family behind him would also face repercussions. Thus, the richest family in Jiangnan City, the Zhang family, faced annihilation. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon in the school infirmary, an expert from the city hospital was sent to conduct a full-body examination on Su Yan. After confirming he was unharmed, Su Yan was forced to lie on the hospital bed. He then underwent a follow-up interview by the television station. At this moment before his hospital bed, 2 king-level experts from the Provincial Demon-Slaying Institute and relevant leaders from the city government took turns expressing their heartfelt sympathy. After this series of processes, Su Yan was utterly speechless. He wanted to say, "Aren't you all bothersome? It was I who killed Zhang Yao, not the other way around. I have no injuries at all. I'm really fine, let me go back. I want to study." Su Yan helplessly attempted to get up. The leader of the city's Demon-Slaying Institute quickly stopped him, saying with a sigh, "Did you hear that? Not only does classmate Su Yan possess extraordinary talent, but he also loves studying so much. It's truly admirable." Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Yan could only silently complain. He glanced at the time and found that school was about to end, so he simply stopped struggling. At that moment, the 2 king-level experts from the Provincial Demon-Slaying Institute suddenly signaled everyone to be quiet and then touched their ears. A faint red light flickered near their ears. After listening for a moment, one of them spoke. "The Zhang family has confessed. They joined the anti-alliance organization 20 years ago, and over the years they have leveraged this organization's power to rise rapidly to become the richest family in Jiangnan." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. "Hiss, the Zhang family, actually. I didn't expect the anti-alliance organization to have infiltrated to such an extent. Damn it, how could we have been unaware for so many years, allowing the Zhang family to control Jiangnan's economy for so long? This is too negligent. The most serious issue is not this. The most serious issue is the reappearance of the forbidden technique Heart Sorrow. It seems that in the coming years a brutal talent war will erupt again." Everyone gasped at the mention of the talent war. Following that, after the condolences were completed, leaders of various levels gradually left the school infirmary. Only a burly king-level expert remained smiling at Su Yan and saying, "Classmate Su Yan, you have exposed the Zhang family, which has been lurking for many years, and have done a great service for humanity. The Provincial Demon-Slaying Institute has decided to commend you, and the reward will be sent over soon." Upon hearing this, Su Yan's eyes instantly lit up. "There's even a reward." On the surface, he waved his hand. "It's my honor to contribute to humanity, whether there's a reward or not. May I ask what the reward is?" The king-level expert was momentarily taken aback before smiling. "I don't know the specifics of the reward, but I can assure you that the Provincial Demon-Slaying Institute's rewards will not be lacking. In addition, to ensure your safety, my superiors have ordered me to provide you with close protection, which will continue until after the college entrance examination. Su Yan, I am pleased to be your bodyguard from today on." Close protection. Su Yan's brow twitched. Was it the kind of close protection he was thinking of? He looked up at the smiling, muscular man in front of the hospital bed and quickly spoke, "Sorry, you're celebrating too early." The king-level expert was puzzled. "Well, I would like to request a change of personnel." "Why? Do you dislike me?" The king-level expert was shocked. "I, a king-level expert ranked 3rd in the province, have come to provide close protection for a high school student. This is a super treatment that even the head of your city's Demon-Slaying Institute wouldn't enjoy, and this kid dares to dislike me. Is this even reasonable?" Su Yan explained, "Of course not. It's not that you're not excellent enough, but it's because of my own reasons." "What reasons?" "I prefer female bodyguards." Upon hearing this, the king-level expert fell silent. After a moment, he looked at him deeply. "All right, I will reflect this to my superiors. By the way, do you have any requirements for a female bodyguard?" Su Yan originally wanted to say he had no requirements as long as she was female, but the words changed to she must have high combat strength and big waves. "High combat strength, big waves. I understand." The king-level expert nodded, his expression becoming strange as he touched his ear and began to report to his superiors. More than an hour later, school dismissal time finally arrived. Su Yan was confirmed to be in good health and could finally go home. "Damn, this situation wasted so much of my time. It seems that next time I take action in reality I need to be more discreet." As he muttered, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Su Yan's mouth just as he stepped out of the infirmary. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed out. He immediately felt a waft of fragrant wind brushing against him. In the next moment, Su Yan was caught off guard and slipped. He crashed headlong into the soft area of the person that had appeared, and amidst the rolling waves a rich fragrance instantly filled his nostrils. "Damn, what a huge weapon!" Su Yan's heart screamed. His handsome face, buried in the waves, instantly turned red. "What is going on? Just stepping out and encountering such a big matter. Oh, are you so impatient upon our first meeting?" the newcomer said with a smile, her voice soft and alluring. Upon hearing this, Su Yan felt an ominous premonition and quickly straightened his body. He saw that the person was a hotly dressed sexy woman. The buttons on her shirt were wide open, revealing a deep valley. A pair of enchanting eyes gazed at him intently with a teasing smile at the corner of her lips. Su Yan, puzzled, asked, "Which one are you, beautiful?" The beauty smiled sweetly. "You are Su Yan, right? My name is Lin Qian. I am at the God Punishment level 702. currently a Tier 2 battle general, and I am your bodyguard indeed. Su Yen was stunned and quickly frowned. Did you all misunderstand? I wanted a bodyguard with high combat strength and big waves. May I ask what part of you fits that description? Lin Qian upon hearing this reached out and unbuttoned another button, showcasing her impressive figure. Ah, is this not big enough and not wave-like enough? Su Yen was deeply speechless and slapped his forehead. Did you misunderstand? I meant big waves and hair. I Su Yen am a serious person. Su Yen now feels very regretful, deeply regretful. If he had known that the Province Extermination Demon Institute had such a strong understanding ability, he wouldn't have dared to utter any more about the great waves. However, the boat has already been turned over. Since Lin Qian, the female bodyguard, has arrived, Su Yen can only accept it. Don't worry, I am a professional bodyguard. I will only appear when you are in danger or at other times. I will remain in the shadows, not disturbing your life, Lin Qian said with a charming wink, accentuating her impressive assets. Of course, if you specifically request it, I will make an exception. Su Yan's lips twitched, but he also sighed in relief. It seems that the Province Extermination Demon Institute has considered things quite thoroughly. A non-intrusive female personal bodyguard. He quite likes it. Shortly after Su Yen took the school bus home, Lin Qian pulled out a scroll from her package, crushed it, and her body vanished into the amber-colored glow of the evening sky. For Su Yen, during this critical period, having a master to protect him is indeed necessary. Moreover, Zhang Yao had threatened before his death, stating that those who offend the anti-League organization would face relentless pursuit. He is not sure if this is true, but he must prepare for the worst. Generally, school is safer. After all, the school always has masters protecting it, and now the old principal personally guards him. There's no need to worry about the safety of his real self after entering the God Punishment realm. However, returning home is different. His uncle and aunt's God Punishment level is only level 50. If anything unexpected happens after he enters the God Punishment realm, it could be very dangerous. Although Lin Qian, this female bodyguard, has a God Punishment level of only level 702, it should be more than sufficient in a small place like Jiangnan City. Soon Su Yen returned home. Now that Xiao Panxue has returned to the Imperial Capital University, the room suddenly feels much emptier. Just 2 months left, keep it up. Encouraging himself, he felt invigorated. After finishing dinner and taking a cold shower, Su Yen greeted his uncle and aunt, then returned to his bedroom and locked the door. Knowing that Lin Qian was hidden somewhere, he felt a bit shy about undressing. He could only dress neatly and sit at his desk, touching the linking crystal to enter the God Punishment realm. The next moment, the Demon Slayer is online. His figure appeared inside the castle of Rift Wind City. Not far away, the boss Black Wolf had already respawned and was being beaten by a group of players. No, it was Black Wolf who was unilaterally beating the players. Su Yen merely glanced and quickly took out a teleportation scroll to leave the scene. On the World Channel, people were discussing the events that happened at their school in the afternoon. It seems that the news of Zhang Yao colluding with the demon race and using the forbidden technique, the Gift of Sorrow, is known throughout the internet. He has become famous. As the discussion went on, everyone's topic eventually focused back on the Demon Slayer. I heard from a friend that when the Demon Slayer forcefully entered, he merely sneezed, and that traitor Zhang Yao was eliminated instantly. Nonsense, I was there at the scene. It was clearly the Demon Slayer who glanced at Zhang Yao, and Zhang Yao vaporized immediately. The exaggeration was getting out of hand, and Su Yen felt a bit embarrassed. In an instant, using the teleportation scroll, Su Yen returned to the forest city. He had already completed the 5 explorations compensated by the Elf Ancient Battlefield system in the afternoon. He also gained 25000 attribute pills and 10 billion experience. This way, the experience bar of the Demon Slayer has significantly increased again, and he no longer needs a magnifying glass to check it. Total experience 23 billion. As for the attribute pills, there is no doubt that they were all added to his constitution. Here Su Yen must boast about his level talent, tenfold absorption. Normally players can't consume 25000 attribute pills at once. Even if they don't explode, they would die in the real world. But with tenfold absorption, he can easily consume them and fully absorb the effects of the attribute pills, instantly increasing his constitution by 25000. Su Yen summoned the attribute panel ID Demon Slayer level 1 class, first transition God Fury Mage, secondary class Warrior talent, tenfold absorptions level, otherworldly hero SS level, chosen 1 SS level. Void Rift SS level, health points 6145006, 61450 mana points 121001, 2100 attack 2552 magic power, 3890 defense, 31076 magic defense, 1515 speed, 1437 luck, max charisma, max equipment Shura sword, Blood Dawn, Gale, Wind Set Storm, secondary class level 20 warrior gear, secondary class skills, Judgment LV2, Punishment LV2, Purification LV1, Shura/LV1, Fiery Light Flash LV1, Fireball LV1, Flame Forbidden Spell LV1, A Domain of the Gods LV1, Summon God LV1, Twin Shadows LV1, Skill Replication LV1, Northern Dipper LV1, Gift of Sorrow LV1. Constitution 31442, Spirit 1110, Strength 1310, Intelligence 1110, Agility 1377. After consuming the attribute pills, one can see the results. The health points of the Demon Slayer skyrocketed by 370000 and defense increased by 25000. The total health has reached over 610000. Under default critical conditions, the additional damage from punishment can reach a terrifying 1.2 billion. It's getting more and more powerful. Becoming a god is just around the corner. Su Yen felt delighted inside, but his expression remained calm. This time in the Elf Ancient battlefield, in addition to attribute pills and experience rewards, he also obtained 2 SS level weapons. Wrath of the Dragon SS level Intelligence 888, Spirit 855, Magic critical damage 500. Equipment type Staff equipment level 200 permanent affix adds 3 layers of Dragon Anger with each attack. When Dragon Anger reaches 100 layers, the next skill cast deals 1000 of self-damage as additional damage. Heart of the Fire Phoenix SS level Constitution 955, Strength 811. All resistance 500. Equipment type Knight Sword equipment level 200 special weapon skill Fire Phoenix Rebirth. Fire Phoenix Rebirth revives immediately upon death and gains a shield equal to 1000 of one's health. CD 24 hours consumption none. These 2 weapons are simply artifacts for the level 200 range. One has a permanent affix and the other has a special weapon skill. From the effects, it can be said to be both offensive and defensive. One accumulates Dragon Anger layers. When filled to 100 layers, it deals 10 times additional damage. The other one revives after death, making it impossible to kill. Su Yen has already made plans for these 2 weapons. The Staff Wrath of the Dragon is of course reserved for his own use. As for needing level 200 to equip, that is completely not an issue for him. Su Yen directly took out his SS level talent Elemental Conversion, changing the equipment condition equipment level 200 to health points 200. Now he can equip it. He also changed Intelligence 888 and Spirit 855. All to Constitution 888 and Constitution 855. Thus, with Wrath of the Dragon, the additional damage from punishment can increase the base damage by 5 times under critical conditions. When Dragon Anger is filled to 100 layers, it can add 10 times additional damage. 1.2 billion damage instantly becomes over 6 billion. In the future, Blood Dawn will continue to be used to accumulate health, while Wrath of the Dragon will be for output. Perfect. Not bad. Finally feeling a bit of security, Su Yen exhaled lightly. He plans to give the Heart of the Fire Phoenix to Xiao Panxue after arriving in the imperial capital. Consider it a return gift for Storm, although this return gift is worth billions parentheses still in gold. After spending more than 2 hours, Su Yen finally reached the border leading to the next map from the Forest City. That's right, he is going to forcefully break the wall again. It seems quite lively ahead. However, just as Su Yen crossed the end of the forest and arrived at the grand shimmering barrier, hundreds of human players were gathered here, all firing at full capacity, the explosive light dazzling and magnificent, constantly bombarding the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Colorful skills lit up the heavens and the earth, constantly striking against the barrier. The barrier immediately erupted with a deafening roar and damage numbers rapidly sprang up. On a nearby high ground, Lin Nan, the leader of the Demon Slaying Academy, wore a proud expression as he gazed at this magnificent scene. He hailed from the main academy of the Demon Slaying Academy in the imperial capital. This time, under the orders of the main academy, he led all the available war general level experts from the Demon Slaying Academy to gather here. There was only one purpose. That is to concentrate all forces and launch an attack on the barrier of the Forest Kingdom map, intending to break through the 200 level barrier for human players after slaying the demons, to elevate the overall strength of humanity to above level 200. How it seems this mission can be successfully completed. At this moment, witnessing the smooth progress of the barrier-breaking plan, Lin Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured. After speaking, he turned his head to the right, focusing on the middle-aged man in front of him, whose strong physique and the sword mark between his brows emitted an aura of respect as he asked, "Senior, what do you think?" However, the middle-aged man maintained a relaxed posture with his hands behind his back, his aura restrained, and his expression indifferent, as if he had not heard him at all. Lin Nan couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart, but he dared not show any disrespect on the surface, as the man's status in Huagua was extraordinary, indeed a figure of great distinction. Divine Punishment Level 2150. Private Rank War God 3rd Stage. Human Total Combat Power Ranking 33rd. Title granted by the Demon Slaying Academy Northern Border War God. Every war god has a title. This not only recognizes their strength, but also signifies their status. Upon reaching the war god level, which is supreme, it represents the pinnacle of human combat power. One person can annihilate an entire demon army. With a top expert like the Northern Border War God overseeing this barrier-breaking operation, this was the most crucial reason for Lin Nan's confidence. What the hell is going on? However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The crowd suddenly erupted in exclamations. Lin Nan was taken aback and quickly looked around. he saw countless green numbers jumping up on the radiant barrier. 999999999, 999999999. The barrier was actually healing. Impossible, how can it heal? This sudden change caught Lin Nan off guard, and he became flustered. The research results provided to him by the Imperial Capital University did not mention that the barrier could heal. Could it be that the mechanism was altered during maintenance? Lin Nan suddenly realized, yes, after the last time they broke the novice map barrier by slaying demons, the system underwent maintenance. It seemed that during that maintenance the system secretly added a healing feature to the barrier. Damn that sly system. Lin Nan gritted his teeth and his expression grew increasingly grim. Considering the urgency of the situation, he could no longer care about offending anyone, and hurriedly turned to the Northern Border War God asking, "Senior, the barrier suddenly healed, what should we do now?" The Northern Border War God remained calm and finally spoke indifferently, "No worries, I will take action myself." Upon hearing this, Lin Nan's body trembled, and he felt a sense of reassurance, as if he had swallowed a calming pill. In front of the barrier, hundreds of human experts grumbled, their faces filled with frustration. They had been attacking with all their might for a long time only to see the barrier regain its health in mere seconds. This is ridiculous. Quick look, the Northern Border War God is making a move. At this moment someone cheered. All the experts suddenly felt a suffocating pressure bearing down on them, and they collectively gasped in shock. In an instant, the Northern Border War God shot into the sky like a cannonball. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out as the Northern Border War God's form transformed into a tempest that connected the heavens and the earth with winds reaching tens of thousands of meters. The storm swept and devoured everything, plunging the entire area in front of the barrier into an eye of the storm. The ground shattered and the void tore apart. Even the nearby forest was uprooted and flattened, creating a scene akin to hell on earth. So powerful is this, what S-level talent looks like. The experts hid in a corner trembling and looked up at the relentless storm crashing against the barrier. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted. The storm violently collided with the radiant barrier, but the barrier remained utterly unmoved. It merely lost 100 billion health points only to see countless green numbers jump up again. It was back to full health. The human experts exchanged glances. The barrier could not even be broken by the Northern Border War God. However, the storm high above showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it grew fiercer, and a loud cold snort from the Northern Border War God echoed through the heavens and the earth. Interesting, I will get serious now. As he spoke, the storm suddenly intensified, the winds becoming devastating, plunging the world into chaos. Hiss, the Northern Border War God's wind talent has actually attracted the resonance of thunder elements. At that moment, someone screamed in surprise. Above the storm, thunder rumbled. The howling thunder elements manifested in this realm, swirling around the tempest. Wind and thunder rolled like lightning, continuously producing piercing, explosive sounds. Boom! Soon after, the wind and thunder struck the barrier once again. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny fissures began to appear on the barrier. Yay! The human experts were about to raise their hands in celebration, shouting, "Northern Border War God is amazing." But it turned into, "Damn it," because that damned barrier had once again returned to full health. At that moment, while the Northern Border War God was bombarding the barrier, Su Yan, who had just arrived at the edge of the forest, was protected by the divine power of the Dawn Goddess, staring wide-eyed. Which big shot is undergoing tribulation here? But he quickly realized this is no tribulation. Clearly someone powerful is breaking the barrier. Su Yan couldn't help but silently complain, is it possible that in this day and age even breaking a barrier could lead to competition? Fortunately, soon the wind and thunder in the heavens gradually dissipated and the pressure receded like a tide. Standing under the silver moon, the barrier sparkled brilliantly, remaining intact. Su Yan immediately smiled. "Ah, so it turns out to be a joke. I was wondering when breaking the barrier became a divine punishment game. Do they really think anyone can do it?" Su Yan shook his head and stepped towards the barrier. At the same time, he tossed the Eye of the Gods towards the crowd ahead and soon received feedback information. 205 war generals at levels 700,800, 112 war generals at levels 800,999, 15 war kings at levels 10001100, 4 war kings at level 1201, war god at level 2150. Hiss, what a powerful lineup. Upon seeing this group of people, Su Yan was astonished. Not only were they all high-level players, but there was also a war god among them. At this moment, the crowd over there was filled with grumbles. "Damn it, we can't break it, it just won't break." I was wondering, with so many of us from the Demon Slaying Academy joining forces, even the Northern Border War God is involved, how can this featherweight barrier show no reaction at all? So how did they manage to slay demons back then? In my opinion, the divine punishment system just can't handle it. If it weren't for the healing mechanism added to the barrier during the last maintenance, how could it be impossible to break with the Northern Border War God present? Exactly, with the healing now, there's no way to break through. Not to mention slaying demons, even if the human emperor came, it wouldn't work. Then why waste any more time? Let's hurry and clock out at lightning speed. My wife is still waiting for me to come home and cook. The voices were numerous and very noisy. Listening to all this, Su Yan felt relieved. It turned out that these experts were all organized by the demon-slaying academy. At this moment, he looked up to see the war god high in the sky, his expression quite grim. Su Yan sighed. All right, it's my turn to make an appearance. At the border of the forest kingdom, suddenly the level 1 demon slayer intervened at the scene of the wall breaking at the Demon Extermination Academy, an event that was explosively significant in the entire history of divine punishment. Coincidentally, the northern battle god soaring high in the sky had just confidently stated the fact has been proven that the barrier can be breached. This bug has been fixed by the divine punishment system. Even if the Emperor of Humanity were to come, it would be of no use. Shaolin, you can announce that this wall-breaking operation has failed. The conclusion drawn by the battle god was undoubtedly a truth for Lin Nan and the experts at the Demon Extermination Academy. Since the northern battle god had said so, it indicated that the barrier truly could not be breached. I understand. Lin Nan lowered his head in despair, feeling hopeless yet unwilling. According to the latest frontline news, the Divine Strategy Corps, engaged in a bloody battle in the land of the rising sun, was once again facing unfavorable conditions. Under the command of Emperor Yi Jibai, they had voluntarily contracted their defensive line, retreating entirely into the territory of the Han Kingdom. Of course, both the land of the rising sun and the Han Kingdom had long been destroyed. This meant that if within the next year the overall strength of humanity did not increase by over 200 levels and the frontline troops were not replenished, the Divine Strategy Corps would have to retreat back into the Hua Kingdom. At that time, the flames of war would ignite the homeland of the Hua Kingdom and humanity would face its darkest hour. Damn it, can the barrier really not be breached? At this moment, not only Lin Nan but all the human experts present echoed this unwilling question in their hearts. Then, in their minds, there was a sudden flash as if a light bulb had gone off and everyone thought of the same person. Demon Slayer. If Demon Slayer is here, can the barrier be breached? At that moment, amidst everyone's hopes, Su Yan entered the scene. Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer. Is this an illusion? Demon Slayer actually came. With Su Yan's arrival, Lin Nan and the experts at the Demon Extermination Academy were all overjoyed, staring at him in disbelief. It seemed they could hardly believe that Demon Slayer had indeed appeared here, fulfilling their wishes. At this moment, the northern battle god slowly descended from the sky onto the ravaged earth, his aura retracting. With a steady gaze, he looked over the Demon Slayer, revealing a hint of confusion, and asked, Demon Slayer, what brings you here? Su Yan stepped forward with a steady pace, raising his staff, the Fury of the Dragon. I have naturally come to breach the barrier. Boom! Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement. Lin Nan's gaze towards him became even more fervent. The northern battle god shook his head. Go back, the barrier bug has been fixed by the system. It will never be breached again. To which Su Yan had also heard. It was said that after the last maintenance, the system added a healing mechanism to the barrier. As long as a certain amount of damage was inflicted, it would trigger healing. But in his view, things might not be so simple. Perhaps the system had also increased the barrier's health. With this in mind, Su Yan looked directly at the northern battle god and calmly said, it doesn't matter, since I'm here, I want to give it a try. Why bother? Knowing it won't succeed, trying it 1,000 times will yield the same result. With this time, you might as well focus on leveling up. With your talent and strength, you could raise your level to 200 within half a year. Then you can attempt again, perhaps that will lead to a breakthrough. The northern battle god had never spoken so much to anyone before, but he had already given enough respect to the Demon Slayer, who was merely at level 1. Level up? Su Yan, with tears in his eyes, expressed, I want to level up too, but my strength doesn't allow it. Su Yan smiled slightly. Thank you, battle god, for your guidance. I will only try once. If it doesn't work, I will go level up. Since you have said so, the northern battle god did not say anything further. However, he also showed no intention of leaving, seemingly wanting to see what level the SS level talent awakener, Demon Slayer, who had been trending across the internet for days, had grown to, or rather to see what he was capable of. Thus, whether Su Yan wanted it or not, he quickly became the focal point of everyone's attention. Soon Su Yan strode to the barrier. Looking up at the barrier, he heard Lin Nan's anxious and worried voice behind him. Demon Slayer, there are only 30 seconds left before the deadly poisonous mist envelopes this place. You only have one chance to strike. One chance. Su Yan nodded. I understand. After saying that, his gaze suddenly sharpened. No further words were wasted. He directly used the summon god. Help me, Dawn. Full power output. In an instant, yes, master. As this gentle and melodious voice sounded, a divine power hundreds of times more terrifying than the last time surged from his palm, enveloping Su Yan's body as he soared into the sky. At that moment, dawn shattered the darkness, and the light of dawn instantly illuminated the entire night sky. What is this? The northern battle god's eyes widened in shock, looking up at the changes in the sky, utterly astonished. The experts from the Demon Extermination Academy, including Lin Nan, were also filled with awe, all stunned. What kind of skill could turn night into dawn? This had far exceeded their understanding. Even the northern battle god was no exception. At this moment, the divine power burned wildly within Su Yan's body as he raised his staff high. He gently waved towards the radiant barrier. Fireball spell. He casually conjured a fireball and threw it out. Boom! The fireball exploded on the barrier in an instant. Critical hit. 999999999999999. Instantly a damage number that exceeded the visible range jumped up in everyone's eyes. Boom! Immediately after the barrier of the Forest Kingdom deemed unbreachable by the Northern Battle God, had no means of resistance against this absolute damage and collapsed violently. Crash! The shimmering barrier shattered into pieces all around. The deadly poisonous mist that had been spreading from all sides completely dissipated. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? At that moment all the experts from the Demon Extermination Academy were left stunned, as if they had just seen a ghost. Lin Nan's eyes brimmed with tears as he murmured the barrier. It really has been breached. Thank you, Demon Slayer, you have saved the Divine Strategy Corps, saved the entire Hua Kingdom. Gulp. The Northern Battle God swallowed hard, his expression changing dramatically. Finally, with immense excitement, he declared, "Heaven bless our humanity, a new era belonging to the Demon Slayer has arrived." Meanwhile, the dawn quietly receded and the sky turned back to night. In the night sky, a resonant and ethereal world announcement echoed, "Player Demon Slayer has shattered the barrier of the Forest Kingdom. The level restrictions of the Forest Kingdom have been lifted and players at level 200 can proceed to the next map at will. Players who have leveled up to 200 and completed the breakthrough mission will receive compensation rewards. The green and healthy environment of the land of divine punishment requires every player to help maintain. Wishing travelers a pleasant journey and hoping they reach the sacred capital soon." As the tranquil night unfolded, this world announcement was released. Instantly, it exploded the world channel for the nth time. Wow, the barrier of the Forest Kingdom has been breached. Demon Slayer is awesome. Great, this is fantastic. I was stuck on the breakthrough mission for 60 years. But I didn't expect to wait for another chance to level up. Thank you, Demon Slayer. Woo-woo, is the Demon Slayer big shot here? When will you also break the 500 level barrier? Is it a bit quiet tonight? What is everyone up to? Gu Xingxia looking for a wife online, just anyone will do. As for the barrier, after Su Yan broke it, he was about to say, "Wasn't this pretty simple?" Suddenly a charming yet urgent voice rang in his ears. Su Yan, log off quickly, something happened. Su Yan was startled. That voice belonged to his bodyguard Lin Qian. A moment of disorientation washed over him. In the next instant, Su Yan had exited the divine punishment and returned to his bedroom. As soon as his awareness returned, Su Yan quickly stood up and asked urgently, "What happened?" Lin Qian dispelled her invisibility, revealing her mature and alluring figure clad in a fitted black battle suit, holding a slender blade. This female bodyguard had completely lost the enchanting charm from the afternoon, her expression serious as she quickly said, "Su Yan, a spatial rift suddenly appeared above your school's playground 5 minutes ago. The Demon Extermination Institute of Jiangnan City has urgently activated a level 1 combat readiness requiring all experts of the battle general rank and above in the vicinity to assist. Level 1 combat readiness." Although Su Yan didn't quite understand what a spatial rift was, he did comprehend the gravity of a level 1 readiness. Once level 1 combat readiness is activated, it indicates that Jiangnan City is facing a severe war crisis and every effort will be made to respond. In the past 200 years, Jiangnan City had never activated level 1 combat readiness. Su Yan's complexion changed drastically as he realized the seriousness of the situation. "Sister Qian, are you going there?" As a 2-tier battle general, Lin Qian's urgency in calling him out of divine punishment spoke volumes. Lin Qian responded, "Although I have a protection duty and am not required to respond, I." Su Yan understood her meaning and dashed toward the door. "So what are we waiting for? Let's go together." "You're going too?" Lin Qian was surprised. Su Yan smiled. "As my bodyguard, how can you go if I don't? Besides, I want to broaden my horizons." Her enchanting eyes carried a hint of deeper meaning as Lin Qian revealed her signature alluring smile. "Su Yan, Ilo, you won this time. Just remember to repay it." As they spoke, the two had already burst out the door. The night breeze was gentle and the bright moon hung high. At this moment, the sky above Jiangnan City suddenly twisted. A shadow flickered in and out of view, emitting a chilling and ghostly voice. "Has the Jiang family been destroyed? What a pity to arrive too late. A mere Demon Extermination Institute of Jiangnan City dares to provoke my anti-alliance organization. This spatial rift is a warning to you. By the way, the report mentioned that someone here has awakened and SSS-Rank combat talent. Killing and SSS-Rank talent genius, the Jiang family hasn't perished in vain." With a sinister laugh, the black mist vanished into the moonlight. Under the moonlight, 2 figures, one white and one black, raced down the road, their speed akin to a car going 60 miles per hour. This speed was far from Su Yan's limit. His face remained calm, and his breathing steady as he ran, asking, "Sister Qian, what's a spatial rift? What is it?" In his memory, he had no knowledge of spatial rifts. Lin Qian, cloaked in her black battle suit, holding the long blade behind her, replied, "It is said to be a special tool used within the demon clan which when activated can open a portal in the void typically used by the demon clan to transport troops. However, it had previously been used only on the front lines. I don't know why it suddenly appeared here. Upon hearing this, a subtle glimmer flashed in Su Yan's eyes. He thought to himself, could it be that the demon god has discovered his identity as a demon slayer? Otherwise, why would this spatial rift appear specifically at Jiangnan Second High? If he thought it had nothing to do with him, he would never believe it. At this moment, Lin Qian's ears flickered with a red light. News from the school indicates that a large number of demons have already surged out from the spatial rift. Your city's Demon Extermination Institute is organizing personnel to eliminate them and prevent the demons from spreading from the school. Su Yan's complexion changed as he cautiously asked, is the situation serious? For now it's fine, as 2 Battle King seniors from the Provincial Demon Extermination Institute are stationed there. But no one knows the strength of the spatial rift or what level of demonic soldiers will emerge next. The two quickly crossed the traffic lights, and under the streetlights, they were about to enter the city center. Then why not destroy this spatial rift? Su Yan thought of this and asked again. Lin Qian shook her head. The spatial rift belongs to the realm of void abilities. As long as the user is alive, even if it is destroyed, it will regenerate. I see now. The user? Who could it be? Su Yan suddenly slowed down, looking up at the clear night sky. Did you feel it? Indeed, there's a pair of eyes watching you. The warning from the Eye of the Gods made Su Yan shudder. Just a moment ago, he felt something sinister above him staring at him. He quickly glanced at Lin Qian, only to find that this female bodyguard seemed completely unaware. Could the power be enough to overpower Lin Qian? Who is it? Su Yan questioned in his heart. Do you remember that spirit? This one is too. However, judging from the aura of the void, its strength must be at least 10 tiers higher. The previous spirit was level 705. If it's at least 10 tiers stronger, that would mean over level 1200. It's such a high level. Oh ho, she looks quite anxious, as if she can't wait to devour you. Seeing the seemingly gleeful warning from the Eye of the Gods, Su Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Su Yan, what's wrong? Lin Qian curiously halted, the long blade resting behind her, scraping against the road. Su Yan calmly said, from what you said, the situation at school is too dangerous. I should stay home. You go alone, Sister Qian. Lin Qian slightly furrowed her brow but quickly nodded. That works. Just remember, once you get home, don't go anywhere and don't enter divine punishment to level up. I will be back soon. Once she finished speaking, Lin Qian no longer held back her curvaceous form in the black battle suit, slightly crouching before springing into the air, quickly flying towards Zhang and Second High. Su Yan withdrew his gaze, his expression changing as he turned and ran in the opposite direction. Due to his incredible speed, afterimages flickered behind him. A few minutes later, Su Yan had reached a vast open area on the outskirts of the city. This place was far from residential areas and very secluded, particularly suitable for carrying out plans. What a considerate child you are. The spirit above chuckled, delighted by his cooperation. Then the void trembled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the spirit dove down behind Su Yan. However, at that moment, pretending to be unaware, Su Yan's eyes suddenly turned golden, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A spirit over level 1000. Playing with the void. Do you know who your grandfather is? My grandfather is the nemesis of the void. Su Yan suddenly turned around. He reached out his hand and gripped fiercely. Crack. In an instant, the void in front of him twisted, rotated, and tore apart. In the blink of an eye, the countless spaces woven by the laws of the void, which were invisible to the naked eye, shattered with a bang. Ha! The spirit hidden within let out a tragic scream. Soon the void vanished. The spirit's figure was exposed. It was a stunning woman in a red dress. The woman had long hair reminiscent of seaweed, painted with fiery red lips, and a delicate face that was as pale as paper. Due to her overly seductive nature, she looked like a fairy. Now, having lost the protection of the void, the spirit seemed like a fish out of water. The red dress twisted and struggled in the air before landing clumsily on the ground. You can actually control the void. The spirit was utterly stunned, her red lips parted as she exclaimed in disbelief. A high school student who had just awakened his talent could actually control the void. Who can explain to her why this is happening? At this moment, Su Yan stood tall, coldly smiling. The SS-level talent Void Rift granted him the power to control the void, so dragging the spirit out from the void wasn't difficult at all. Surprised, are you? Not only can I control the void, but I can also. However, before he could finish, the angry spirit in the red dress suddenly lunged at him. Even without the protection of the void, her strength diminished, but the speed of Mei Ling remained as swift as lightning. The next moment, the air exploded. Su Yan had promised with utmost sincerity, yet he remained still, but suddenly a delicate white hand gripped his neck. Kid, what if you can control the void? You can't escape before my mighty power at level 1215. Just a flick of my finger and you shall die. Mei Ling transformed her rage into delight, letting out a series of giggles. With her other hand, she suddenly pinched Su Yan's chin, her peach blossom eyes appraising him closely, sighing, "Tsk tisk, such a handsome face, what a shame. But who asked you to awaken and level combat talent? Humph, just be a useless person in your next life. Upon finishing her words, Mei Ling exerted a little more strength. Bang! Su Yan didn't even make a sound before his body exploded. Indeed, Su Yan had burst apart. Mei Ling was taken aback. She had merely snapped his neck, so how did he explode? Was this person made of balloons? Suddenly realizing something, Mei Ling's face turned pale, and she hurriedly turned around. Discovered. But it's too late. Judgment. A clear voice suddenly echoed from the void. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, piercing directly into Mei Ling's crown. Her seaweed-like long hair flew up. Mei Ling's face changed drastically, and she immediately felt an intense pain radiating from within her, causing her face to turn green. But it wasn't just her face that turned green. It was her entire body that turned green. A feeling of extreme weakness overwhelmed her. Her legs went soft and she collapsed to the ground. What is this? Mei Ling exclaimed in fear. In front of her, the void rippled. Su Yan revealed himself, still maintaining the motion of swinging his staff. Max luck is truly incredible. Even those above level 1200 must kneel before me. Su Yan smiled lightly, feeling relieved. The one who exploded earlier was of course the SS level skill, Dual Shadow's doppelganger. Earlier on the way, he had manipulated the void to conceal his presence and quietly released the doppelganger. As for how he was able to emerge from the void, that truly wasn't his fault. Just moments ago, the doppelganger had pulled Mei Ling out from the void and had instinctively used the skill replication ability. Unexpectedly, he directly stole a permanent S-level skill, Void Concealment. As the name suggests, it allows one to hide within the void. Non-void type opponents would have no hope of sensing his presence unless the level difference exceeded 500. Such a cunning ability indeed. Whoosh! At this moment, Su Yan activated the domain of the gods. Waves of light shimmered, and a transparent glass bowl descended from the night sky, enveloping both Su Yan and Mei Ling. Within the domain, Su Yan was nearly invincible. Moreover, the staff in his hand, the Fury of the Dragon, had already stacked to 100 layers. The next skill release would deal 10 times extra damage. Su Yan grasped the judgment in his hand, looking down at the weak Mei Ling in her red dress with long hair, coldly asking, "Are you the one who released the void rift?" Mei Ling knelt in pain but smirked coldly. "So what if I am? Although I don't know how you weakened me, do you really think you can kill me?" Su Yan, undeterred, waved his staff, preparing the skill judgment. "Come, lift your head and look, then you can talk to me." Mei Ling struggled to raise her head, her pupils narrowing in shock. Above her, under the brilliance of the moonlight, hung a colossal sword of light 20 meters tall and 5 meters wide. The giant sword emitted an aura of the divine, an overwhelming pressure radiating from its blade. Mei Ling was terrified, an unprecedented sense of death enveloping her heart. You are the demon slayer?" Mei Ling exclaimed, her face filled with shock. She finally realized. A high school student so strong, who else could it be but the demon slayer? Su Yan neither confirmed nor denied, simply saying indifferently, "Die. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. I'm also human. I was forced to become this way by the Divine Lord. No, by the Demon Lord. Demon Slayer, as long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to do anything you ask." Mei Ling trembled in fear, pleading repeatedly. "I have special skills, those who have been served by me all say it's good. You will definitely like it too, Demon Slayer." Suddenly remembering something, Mei Ling quickly parted her fiery red lips, revealing her delicate long tongue. The tongue split in two, skillfully flicking, hissing like a snake's tongue. "Damn." Su Yan felt a chill down his spine, coldly saying, "Serve me. You think you are worthy." Boom. He swung his staff and judgment came crashing down at Mei Ling. 684-311-1873. 8 billion damage surged into the body of the girl in the red dress. A strong level 12-15 Mei Ling was instantly turned to ashes under the divine light of the sword. Not a trace remained. In the empty grassland, the wind howled, leaving only Su Yan alone. Plop. A crystal rolled out from the grass that had been burned by the divine aura. Su Yan grasped the crystal in his hand, quickly realizing that this was Mei Ling's loot from the divine punishment. Loot! His eyes showed delight as he quickly stored the loot away. After quickly cleaning up the scene, he withdrew the domain of the gods and hurriedly left. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan No, 2 middle school's playground, the blade flashed. Lin Qian sliced a demon in front of her in half, causing a wave in her chest. Why did the void rift disappear? Just then, the people from the City Demon Extermination Institute noticed. The void rift that had been hovering above the playground suddenly vanished. Soon, without a portal, all the demons on the playground were wiped out. Fortunately, they were merely low-level demons, not even reaching the demon soldier level. Aside from their numbers, they posed no threat to the City Demon Extermination Institute. After clearing the demons, everyone gathered in one place, gazing at the remnants of the void rift that had completely disappeared overhead. Everyone was astonished and puzzled, discussing among themselves. Strange, why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that the user died? But I heard that those who can use this special item must be at least level 1200, a top-tier powerhouse of the Battle King level. How could they just die? Then what could it be? Could it be a new scam tactic invented by the demon race? For a moment no one knew the answer. After the Void Rift appeared, the City Demon Extermination Institute regarded it as a grave threat. They immediately activated a state of emergency, sounding the air raid alarm. 2 battle kings from the Provincial Demon Extermination Institute also joined the fight, and even Lin Qian, who was protecting Su Yan, responded. Initially they thought Jiangnan City would face catastrophe, but unexpectedly the Void Rift appeared suddenly, and vanished even more suddenly. Suddenly one of the battle kings seemed to have received some news, speaking in a deep voice. Everyone listen, there's a situation in the northern suburbs of the city, hurry over now. Yes. Everyone was taken aback. Following that figure's shot into the sky, the 2 battle kings flew the highest and fastest, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. 5 minutes later the 2 battle kings, and everyone from the City Demon Extermination Institute, stood in the barren grassland after the great battle. Each one gasped in disbelief. Because after the battle king's assessment, the person who had used the special Void Rift item had indeed fallen here. A top-tier powerhouse of at least level 1200, a battle king died here. Who killed him? In the next moment everyone thought of this question, their eyes shining with intense light. The 2 battle kings, with faces filled with shock, said, "This formidable enemy must be far stronger than the 2 of us. Only the war god could achieve such a swift kill." War god? Upon hearing this everyone exclaimed in surprise. Here, Su Yan quietly returned home and locked himself in his bedroom, pretending as if nothing had happened. Even now he still felt a surge of excitement from single-handedly slaying a war king-level opponent. He gained a significant amount of practical combat experience. The reason he was so bold was of course because he was confident of victory. With billions in damage already dealt, killing a war king was no problem at all. Moreover, he had the dual-born Shadow Clone and the Heart of the Fire Phoenix for resurrection. With 3 lives in total, how could Mei Ling possibly compete with him? Mei Ling only realized I was the demon slayer just before her death. It seems she will come looking for me, thinking I am merely an class talent, wanting to kill me to take credit. On the soft bed Su Yan let out a heavy sigh, the worries in his heart dissipating. He knew it. As the demon slayer he possessed supreme authority for protection. There was no way he could be exposed. Damn the anti-alliance organization, thinking they can kill me. My grandfather will eventually uproot you. Su Yan remarked fiercely, rubbing his face. He then shifted his gaze to the crystal package belonging to Mei Ling, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. A war king level expert's package must contain plenty of good things. While Lin Qian had not yet returned, Su Yan wasted no time and immediately attempted to connect with the crystal. Since Mei Ling was dead, the crystal package had become unclaimed. As he attempted to connect, he found that the binding permissions had been lifted. Connection successful. There was no difficulty at all. He directly connected to the package. Su Yan quickly checked it out. The package wasn't large, at least not compared to his infinite space. But it was packed to the brim. Wow, this Mei Ling must have been a hoarder. Upon seeing the contents of the package, Su Yan exclaimed in surprise. It was stuffed full of various materials. A dazzling array neatly arranged with at least 20 of each item. There were even over 40 types of SS-grade rare materials. Earth Soul 25, Dragon Scale Fragrance 35, Blood Silver Flower 40, Blue Sea Pearl 42, etc. This was no mere package. It was essentially a treasure trove of materials. The hoarder mouse is terrifying. With such a generous drop rate from divine punishment, how could there be so many materials without storing a few for a lifetime? Su Yan was nearly grinning ear to ear, quickly wiping away the non-existent drool from his mouth. Sorry, but these materials will all be his from now on. If he remembered correctly, upgrading the summoning god skill required blood silver flowers. This was indeed a huge profit. In addition to the dazzling array of materials, the package also contained several weapons and gear, various scrolls, health potions, blue potions, and so on. However, they were all quite ordinary. The highest quality of the weapons and gear was only scrayed. They hardly caught Su Yan's eye. Since this can hoard so much, could there be gold coins as well? With that thought, Su Yan immediately went to check the gold coins. Gold coins 1056250000. What the hell? Su Yan gasped, afraid his vision was failing him, so he took out a magnifying glass to count carefully. Indeed, it was 100 million gold coins. 10 billion huabei. This Mei Ling, I shall call her the strongest hoarder mouse. Breathing a bit heavier, Su Yan's face was full of joy. But he quickly calmed down, saying little, and hurriedly transferred the loot. He moved all the gold coins and items from Mei Ling's package into his own void package. By the time he finished transferring, nearly half an hour had passed. He felt reassured. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly a series of knocks sounded from the window. Su Yan had sensed it long ago. The energy signature was very familiar. It was the female bodyguard Lin Qian returning. Without any hesitation, he jumped off the bed and went to the window, opening it. Lin Qian, standing in the air, rolled into the room. The slender blade in her hand turned into a flash of white light and disappeared. Sister Qian, how did things go at school? Su Yan asked knowingly. Lin Qian leaned against the wardrobe, her expression unusual, her chest heaving beneath her battle attire, seemingly still in shock. The school is fine and the enemies using the Void Rift have been eliminated. Su Yen pretended to sigh in relief. That's good. So classes will resume as normal tomorrow, right? Su Yen, aren't you curious how the enemy died? They were over level 1200. How did they die then? Lin Qian stood up straight, her gaze trembling, her alluring lips excitedly said. It was the battle god. The battle god intervened secretly. What? Su Yen nearly laughed out loud. Did he just become the battle god? Afterward, Lin Qian detailed the events, her spirit appearing exceptionally high. Su Yen could easily see the battle god's esteemed status in Lin Qian's heart. The emergence of the battle god is second only to the awakening of an SS-grade talent. The existence of the battle god not only represents immense strength, but is also a spiritual pillar for humanity, a series of monuments in the history of war. There is a saying in textbooks, the human emperor protects the blue star, and the battle god protects humanity. Both the human emperor and the battle god are indispensable. In her concluding remarks, Lin Qian looked at Su Yen meaningfully. Su Yen, although the talents of all previous battle gods have been class, I believe that as long as you work hard and never give up, you too could become a battle god in the future. If that happens, I will take pride in you. After all, I used to be a battle god's bodyguard. Although Su Yen knew Lin Qian was trying to motivate him, he thought, become a battle god? Are you insulting me? I, Su Yen, am meant to become a god. The next day, Jiangnan City, which had been on alert all night, shifted from a level 1 to a level 2 state of readiness. Jiangnan No. 2 Middle School became a key protection target for the Demon Slayer Institute. The incident with the Void Rift from last night quickly escalated into a hot news topic online, its popularity nearly rivaling the destruction of the Forest Kingdom's barrier. Su Yen arrived at school early in the morning. The classroom was in an uproar, everyone discussing the Void Rift from last night. Su Yen, Su Yen. In the last row, Tangxia, unusually awake today, stood up and waved excitedly at him. Her ponytail shone brightly in the sunlight, as if draped in a layer of fine gauze. Su Yen, looking as if the sun had risen in the west, quickly walked to his seat. You seem quite energetic today, he joked, tossing his backpack onto the desk. Tangxia urged. You still dare to come to school? Don't you know the anti-alliance organization is looking for you? News had already spread throughout the school. The Void Rift from last night was caused by the anti-alliance organization. The first reason was to take revenge for the destroyed Jiang family. The second reason was to eliminate Su Yen, the class combat talent. Of course, the matter regarding the battle god intervening was classified as SS-grade secret. Students like them definitely did not have the clearance to know. Hearing this, Su Yen raised an eyebrow and chuckled. If I don't come to school, where else would I go? Why not go hide for a while? Come back when the situation is safe. Xia, you aren't trying to trick me into leaving, so you can inherit my top spot in the college entrance exam, are you? Su Yen jested. Get lost. Tangxia appeared serious, gently biting her lip, and said, if you're worried, my dad can accompany you to hide. Worst case, we won't take the college entrance exam. Damn, I treat you as a brother and you want to elope with me. Su Yen bantered, and predictably, he received a kick from Tangxia on his leg. However, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the spring scenery beneath her short skirt. Hiss, she wasn't wearing safety shorts. Pink panties. When the class bell rang, Teacher Wang hurried into the classroom, her gaze fixed on the last row. Su Yen, Tangxia, come out for a moment. As Su Yen and Tangxia arrived outside the classroom, they saw Teacher Wang standing in the corridor. Su Yen blurted out, Old Wang, did you call for us? But quickly realized he had misspoken and promptly shut his mouth. Teacher Wang chuckled. It's alright, Old Wang is just Old Wang. After today, you two will no longer be my students in class 3. These seemingly familiar words startled Su Yen, who exclaimed, did we do something wrong? Why are we being expelled? Tangxia, having been through it before, nudged him with her elbow, exclaiming in disgust, dumb, can't you see what's going on? Teacher Wang meant that they were moving to the rocket class. He shook his head with a smile, saying, not the rocket class, but the top scholars class. Top scholars class? This time not only Su Yen but even Tangxia was stunned. What was going on? Why the sudden change? Teacher Wang explained, it's like this. Su Yen, you have now awakened your S-class combat talent and the rocket class no longer befits your status. Therefore, the school has specially tailored the top scholars class for you, investing resources and funding 20 times that of the former rocket class. The principal will personally serve as the homeroom teacher, safeguarding your college entrance examination throughout. Su Yen was at a loss for words, replying, that's unnecessary. I think class 3 is just fine. Teacher Wang was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes turned slightly red. Your words are the greatest affirmation for me as a homeroom teacher. I am content for life. However, heed my advice, you must go to the top scholars class. It will have a profound impact on your future. Don't be like last time. Tangxia quickly interrupted. Yes, Su Yen, you should listen to Teacher Wang and switch to the top scholars class. To be honest, Su Yen did not want to go. He did not lack resources. The main issue was that the old principal was too enthusiastic, always presenting a face that looked like it was blooming like a chrysanthemum. It was tiring, very tiring. How could staying in class 3 and bickering with Tang Xia be more comfortable? Teacher Wang saw through his thoughts and his smile turned mischievous. Su Yan, rest assured, Tang Xia is going too, and you two will still be desk mates. Humph, who wants to be desk mates with him? Tang Xia huffed, turning her face away. Su Yan immediately became displeased, asking, Then are you going or not? Of course I'm going, why wouldn't I? Tang Xia pouted. Then that's settled. As Tang Xia returned to the classroom to gather her books and link crystal, Teacher Wang suddenly called out to Su Yan, Wait a moment. Su Yan smiled and asked, Teacher Wang, is there something else? Teacher Wang showed a grateful expression, saying, After I finish this batch, I'm going to be the principal at 4th High School. Unexpectedly, after a lifetime of teaching, he would be promoted directly to principal for the first time. Thank you, Su Yan. Su Yan immediately understood what was going on and smiled slightly. No need to thank me. I just casually mentioned it in front of the principal. Teacher Wang rubbed his hands, hesitating as he said, There's one more thing. When I get to 4th High, can I claim that you were my student? Su Yan appeared slightly surprised and replied with a smile, Of course, I am your student after all. Teacher Wang was immensely grateful, saying, Thank you, truly thank you. A genius with S-class talent, barring any accidents, his future achievements would undoubtedly rival those of the War King. To have such a prominent figure as one student was the greatest honor of Teacher Wang's life. Next, after Su Yan, Tang Xia and their classmates from class 3 said their simple goodbyes, they followed Teacher Wang to the top scholars class. The top scholars class was established in a separate teaching building. To counter the attacks from anti-alliance organizations, the classroom walls were constructed with special materials reportedly capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 5th-tier battle general. Moreover, the school partnered with the City Demon Extermination Institute to equip the class with over 100 defense personnel, and with Lin Qian providing protection in the shadows, the top scholars class was well guarded. Su Yan, it's Su Yan who has arrived. As the two walked into the classroom, a warm cheer erupted from within the top scholars class. There were not many students, only a dozen or so. All with B-class talents, they were the strongest among this year's cohort from Jiangnan No. 2 Middle School. However, in the presence of the S-class Su Yan, they were clearly just here to accompany the prince. Su Yan, Tang Xia, you two sit in the front row. The front row in the center was purposely left empty, clearly prepared for Su Yan and Tang Xia. Su Yan was not modest, taking a seat beside Tang Xia. Teacher Wang diligently set up the link crystals for them, and after confirming everything was in order, he quietly reminded them. You two must help each other and work hard. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to come to my office. Alright, I wish you both good results in your college entrance examination. I'm off now. After saying this, Teacher Wang turned and left. His slightly lonely figure quickly disappeared at the classroom door. Before long, the new homeroom teacher, who was also the old principal, walked in with a bright smile, his shiny bald head glistening. After conducting a brief class opening ceremony, amidst the warm applause, the old principal excitedly declared, Students, do you know why I named this class the top scholars class? Immediately a student excitedly replied, I know, because Su Yan is going to aim for the top scholar of Jiangnan City. The old principal shook his head, saying, Wrong, terribly wrong. Then what is the reason? The students expressed their confusion. The old principal passionately declared, Students, the times have changed. With Su Yan's S-class combat talent, the top scholar of Jiangnan City is already within reach. What we aim for in the top scholars class is the provincial top scholar. Wow! When the title of provincial top scholar was mentioned, all the students instantly became enthusiastic. Su Yan, do you have confidence? At this moment, with the old principal's question, all eyes turned to Su Yan. Su Yan just wanted to quickly enter the judgment zone. He still needed to rush to the next map for a second job transfer. He could only raise his head and say, Provincial top scholar. I could achieve that with my eyes closed. Good, well said. The old principal's face flushed and his excitement made his beard stand on end. A moment later, the old principal took 3 items out of his bag and placed them on the podium, cheerfully saying, This time Su Yan exposed the traitor Jiang family among us, contributing greatly. The Provincial Demon Extermination Institute has specially awarded him these 3 prizes. The first item, 100,000 gold coins. Wow! The classroom erupted with envious exclamations. Tang Xia's eyes widened, swallowing hard. 100,000 gold coins, that equates to 10 million Hua currency. Tang Xia's heart raced, her eyes sparkling, as she secretly glanced at Su Yan, wanting to say they had struck it rich. But she noticed Su Yan seemed not too satisfied. The second item, 50 attribute pills. Oh my! The envy grew even more intense, with everyone's eyes turning red. The third item, SS class skill sky walking technique. Boom! The classroom exploded. The envy transformed into gasps. The SS class skill was something the students present would never be able to touch in their lives. And Su Yan, who hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet, had already obtained it. Sky walking technique. Is it a flying skill? Only upon hearing about the last reward did Su Yan reveal a hint of expectation. There was no helping it. He had just caught a stocky rat last night. He thought little of the rewards from the Provincial Demon Extermination Institute. He received all the prizes from the old principal. Su Yan immediately checked the skywalking technique. Skywalking technique SS class walk through the sky traveling millions of kilometers a day. CD none. Consumption none. Wow, this is quite impressive. Seeing the introduction of the skywalking technique, Su Yan's eyes brightened. Without any hesitation, he directly used the skill scroll. Congratulations, you have learned skywalking technique LV1. On the podium, the old principal was still explaining the rarity of the skywalking technique, saying, as far as I know, the skywalking technique is a treasure kept deep by the Provincial Demon Extermination Institute. Don't confuse it with B-class or A-class flying skills. The skywalking technique can fly higher and farther with a more stable posture, and requires no consumption. Millions of kilometers only take the time of a meal. However, its learning requirements are very high. You must reach the strength of a 500-level battle general before you can learn it. But for you, Su Yan, that won't be a problem. By the time you graduate from university, you'll be close enough. After hearing the old principal's words, Su Yan glanced at the already learned skywalking technique and felt a bit awkward. Damn, why didn't he mention the learning requirements earlier? He almost revealed his hand. Two incidents erupted in Jiangnan City yesterday. First, Zhang Yao, a student from the Imperial Capital University, used a forbidden technique, the loss of talent, intending to disable Su Yan's class combat talent from Jiangnan No. 2 Middle School. After the family's downfall was exposed, a Battle King-level expert from the Anti-Alliance organization launched a surprise attack on the school that very night, once again pursuing Su Yan. These two incidents escalated online, drawing significant attention from the headquarters of the Demon Extermination Institute in the Imperial capital. Consequently, the institute immediately issued a first-level war order. A nationwide indefinite search and purge of anti-alliance organization hideouts was mandated with the goal of completely eradicating these human pests. Simultaneously, to prevent a potential talent war, the Demon Extermination Institute required local authorities to enhance protection for schools and public crystal link locations. Additionally, the headquarters dispatched a group of experts led by Lin Nan to patrol the new player map, the Land of Divine Punishment, day and night without interruption. At Jiangnan No. 2 Middle School, in the top class, after awarding Su Yan his prize, the old principal distributed the growth gift pack from the practical training held the previous afternoon, as well as the resource supplies for the top class for the week. This immediately elicited cheers from all the students. After all, compared to the unattainable super prizes Su Yan had just received, these rewards from the school felt the most tangible to everyone. The growth gift pack included 1 random level weapon or equipment of level 20, and 2 teleportation scrolls. The weekly resource supply for the top class included 3500 gold coins, 1 teleportation scroll, and 1 set each of blood and blue potions. This year, in order to help Su Yan strive for the provincial first place, Jiangnan No. 2 Middle School had spared no effort. They went all in. Alright, I won't disturb you any longer, hurry up and level up. Having finished his instructions, the old principal moved a stool to sit at the classroom door, taking on the role of a guardian. At that moment, Su Yan declined his classmates' invitations to team up and eagerly reached out to touch the crystal link. Whoosh! His consciousness flew away. The next moment, Su Yan's figure appeared before the boundary of the Forest Kingdom. At this point, the boundary had already shattered and the path to the next map was clear. Let's try the sky control technique first. Su Yan, feeling restless, quickly walked to a flat area and used the sky control skill. Buzz! In an instant, a force of lift surged from beneath him and Su Yan's figure soared into the sky. Wow, I'm flying so high! In just a few seconds, Su Yan found himself at an altitude of 10,000 feet. Surrounded by a sea of clouds, the golden sunlight of the morning shone from afar, resembling a dream. This exhilarating sensation was unprecedented. After acclimating slightly, Su Yan spread his form and flew over the boundary of the Forest Kingdom. His speed was as fast as lightning. Above the dome, Su Yan's fleeting figure left a long trail of flames behind him. In the sky, 1,000 meters high, several players using the flying technique were en route when they looked up and gasped in astonishment. Hiss, which Battle King is visiting our Forest Kingdom? It should be an expert from the Demon Extermination Institute, right? I've heard that the Anti-Alliance organization has been too arrogant lately, and many experts have been sent to patrol the Land of Divine Punishment. So cool. I want to become an expert from the Demon Extermination Institute too. As he flew over the Forest Kingdom, Su Yan officially entered the new map, Endless Desert. This map has a maximum level of 500. According to the textbook, the Endless Desert, true to its name, is entirely composed of desert. After the human race fully withdrew from the new player map, they briefly stationed here with the help of their ally, the elf race, establishing the Sea of Sand City. However, the desert overlords, the lizardmen, allied with the Sandworm army to launch a swift attack on the Sea of Sand City. The human garrison ultimately could not withstand it and was forced to retreat from the Endless Desert once again. It seems that whether in reality or in the Land of Divine Punishment, the human race is having a tough time. Su Yan lamented, facing the swirling yellow sand, as he swiftly flew towards the main city, Sea of Sand City. Before this, in the Land of Divine Punishment, he had spent most of his time just traveling. But now, with the sky control technique, his travel speed was maxed out. In just a few minutes, Su Yan arrived above Sea of Sand City. Boom! Like a cannonball landing in the city before surrounding players could recognize him, Su Yen hurried towards the job-changing location. The God Fury Mage can now undergo a second job change. Soon Su Yen arrived at the job change venue where there were no NPCs and everything needed to be operated by the players themselves. This was something he was very familiar with, and he directly accepted the job change task. Job change task accepted successfully. After accepting the task, Su Yen quickly checked the materials required for the job change. He immediately wanted to curse. It required a full double the amount compared to the first job change, needing 10 pieces of SS level rare materials. These materials cost at least 1 million gold coins at the auction house. Moreover, the blue sea pearl and dragon scale fragrance were not even available for sale. Fortunately, I have a solid financial background. I still have plenty of SS level materials. Su Yen rummaged through his bag. A smile immediately appeared on his face. I must say the material treasury left by the hoarding rat is truly invincible. For the 10 pieces of SS level rare materials required for the job change task, he had them all. Awesome, I just saved over 10 million gold coins. Only I could enjoy a free second job change. Su Yen instantly felt elated. With the SS level materials easily resolved, the job change task only remained to kill the outdoor boss. Let me see who the unfortunate victim is. Opening the taskbar, he found he needed to kill the BOSS Lizard Emperor level 255. Simple. Su Yen smiled slightly, turned around and exited the job change venue. Then, in front of several players, he used the sky control technique again. Boom! With a sonic boom, his figure soared straight up towards the Lizard Emperor's location. 5 minutes later, deep in the desert, Su Yen stood tall above the sea of sand. Suddenly, the yellow sand in front of him exploded upward, forming a terrifying sandstorm that swept towards him. Within the sandstorm, a lizard man over 10 meters tall slowly emerged, wearing a crown and golden armor. Like a mountain towering over Su Yen, its eyes radiated golden light. You small human dare to awaken me from my slumber? Prepare to face my wrath. The Lizard Emperor declared ominously, waving the massive staff in his hand forward. Bang, bang, bang. Countless projectiles composed of wind and sand rained down on Su Yen. The sea of sand immediately surged with tidal waves. Su Yen, like a small boat, remained unmoved, allowing the wind and sand projectiles to crash against him. It was painless. Finished. Now it's my turn. Su Yen also waved his staff forward. A fireball shot instantly towards the Lizard Emperor. Humph, a mere fireball dares to challenge me. The Lizard Emperor scoffed. However, as he spoke halfway, a loud explosion occurred. The fireball exploded within the massive body of the Lizard Emperor. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the desert. Impossible. This cannot be. The Lizard Emperor, who had ruled the endless desert for 200 years, rapidly crumbled into sand. He was deceased. Done. Su Yen smiled lightly, pretending to head back to Sea of Sand City to turn in the task. He was already looking forward to how much the damage of the God Fury Mage would increase after the second job change. Congratulations, you have triggered a desert adventure. Do you see the desert storm ahead? Boldly walk in and there will be unexpected rewards. You tell me this thing is a fortuitous encounter. In the depths of the endless desert, Su Yen pointed at the storm area ahead, filled with swirling sands and darkness, and asked with a twitch of his lips. Before coming to this map, he had already done his homework. Thus, he was well aware that the storm area before him did not appear suddenly but had always existed. It was called the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. For 200 years, human players had tried to enter, eager to explore. But upon entry, they were consumed by the swirling sands raised by the storm. Players below level 1000 would be instantly killed. Even a level 2000 powerhouse would lose direction and become lost due to the chaotic magnetic fields and the overwhelming darkness. Ultimately, they could not escape death. As a result, humanity remained ignorant of the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone. Later, a professor from the Imperial Capital University classified it as a no research value area. It was believed that the existence of the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone was merely a decorative element of the endless desert map, akin to a tree in the Forest Kingdom or a pond in a novice map. Other than illustrating the harshness of the desert and the severity of the environment, it served no other purpose. Gradually, the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone fell into obscurity, and all high-level human players grew accustomed to its presence. Of course, it's a fortuitous encounter. Speaking of which, it's been 200 years. Don't you want to see what's inside? The eye of the gods tempted Su Yen. As the sand and wind whipped at his face, just standing on the edge of the Forbidden Zone, he could feel a strong sense of suffocation, as if he could be torn apart by the storm at any moment. Su Yen hesitated for a moment and then nodded firmly. All right, if it's death, then so be it. Then how do I get in? Without the protective power of the Dawn Goddess, Su Yen didn't believe he could survive even 10 seconds inside. Use potions. You have so many healing potions saved as family heirlooms, don't you? Su Yen glanced at the 200 sets of superior healing potions left by his storage mouse, smiling awkwardly. Indeed, it was just over 1 million gold coins. Grandpa could afford it. Remember to close your eyes once inside. No matter what you hear, don't open them. Fly forward according to my instructions. This ticket is definitely worth it. I understand. With the assurance from the eye of the gods, Su Yen felt no more worries and was eager to try. He quickly walked to the sandstorm forbidden zone, looking up at the terrifying sandstorm that isolated the heavens and the earth. Taking a deep breath, he used the skyward technique to fly into the sky. With eyes closed, he flew into it. Upon entry, Su Yen was immediately engulfed by the sandstorm. The air was filled with swirling grit obscuring the sky and plunging it into darkness. Su Yen tightly shut his eyes, covering his face with his hand, and quickly flew as per the eye of the god's instructions. The fierce sandstorm whipped against his entire body, and a tearing pain erupted from every pore. His vitality was rapidly declining. You have consumed a superior blood recovery potion, restoring 50 vitality. Used outside of combat, no cooldown. You have consumed a superior healing potion, restoring 5 vitality per second for 15 seconds. Su Yen was frantically using potions. 1 per second he kept on consuming. Ahead is a hallucinatory vortex. Prepare to turn left for a perfect dodge. After 2,000 meters, turn right. Fortunately, the eye of the gods kept providing hints. But what Su Yen did not know was that around his body countless undead were drifting in the sandstorm, gathering more and more. They emitted piercing, mournful howls. After flying for 2 minutes, the world suddenly became quiet and everything disappeared without a trace. We have arrived, open your eyes. Seeing the hint from the eye of the gods, Su Yan's anxious heart finally settled, and he slowly opened his eyes. The sky was clear and the sandstorm was nowhere to be seen. It's actually a hidden map. Su Yen looked at the brand new map below, immediately realizing this fact. Joy flashed in his eyes like a cannonball hitting the ground. It was as if he had found a paradise in the desert. Though not an oasis, it was far superior to one. A dilapidated temple stood ahead with crumbling walls exuding both sanctity and decay. Su Yen knew that this fortuitous encounter was surely within this temple. What will be inside? He couldn't help but feel a surge of eager anticipation as he cautiously stepped forward. Boom! Just then the temple before him suddenly began to shake violently, or rather, to be precise, the entire desert trembled. Divine domain, mortals forbidden. Suddenly a voice of ethereal authority echoed from all directions. The desert beneath his feet abruptly transformed into a surging wave, overturning the heavens and the earth. Su Yen had long been prepared mentally. Seeing this, he quickly flew into the sky. At that moment, a divine light suddenly pierced through the quicksand, and a terrifying divine power enveloped the world. Amidst the raging sandstorm, a long-haired beauty with a serpent's tail flew out of the temple. Dare to intrude into my divine realm, die. Su Yen only saw the words, Desert Goddess Fallen Deity, above her head when he heard this authoritative shout. Damn, another deity. Su Yen was instantly dumbfounded yet secretly delighted. This ticket was indeed worth it. In this moment of crisis, he hesitated no longer and immediately used the skill to summon a deity. Save me, Dawn. In an instant, another divine power appeared in the world, and as soon as it emerged, it began to visibly devour the original divine power. The next moment, a sea of flowers suddenly bloomed in the desert, and the Dawn Goddess, dressed in a milky white gown with silver hair and snow-white skin, appeared. A mere fallen deity dares to harm my master. The Dawn Goddess opened her golden eyes, her noble and beautiful face exuding an unmatched coldness as she uttered this sharp rebuke. With this shout, the light of dawn illuminated the desert, and the divine power of the Dawn Goddess gained a clear upper hand, gradually taking control of the area, while the sound of the void shattering echoed like firecrackers. Within that void, countless undead wailed, turning to ashes. You are actually a mid-level deity with a level 12 divine rank. At this moment, the Desert Goddess was shocked by the sudden appearance of the Dawn Goddess. She never expected that this mortal could summon a mid-level deity even stronger than herself. She had been careless. Master, bind her. Once she completely took control of this divine domain, the Dawn Goddess reminded Su Yen. Coming. Su Yen indicated that he was already prepared. Mortal, what do you want to do? The Desert Goddess, restrained by the divine power of the Dawn Goddess, was unable to move. Seeing Su Yen approach with excitement, she panicked and shouted, What are you doing? You will know soon. The chains in his palm shimmered and Su Yen smiled slightly. Then he thrust his palm towards the Desert Goddess, shouting, Chains. Boom. In an instant, 2 blood-red chains crossed each other, flying out from his palm, the runes on the chains glowing as they shot towards the Desert Goddess. Ah! The rules of creation descended, and a massive black serpent woman's phantom appeared behind the Desert Goddess, screaming and struggling as the divine power clashed with the rules of creation. But it was immediately suppressed. Swish, swish. The blood-red chains transformed into 2 beams of red light, locking the phantom's wrists and slowly pulling upwards. Half a minute later, the black serpent woman's phantom gradually stopped struggling and became quiet. The chains have been completed. Seeing this hint, Su Yen smiled. The Dawn Goddess withdrew her divine power and floated behind him, her holy form radiating dazzling brilliance. Once the phantom disappeared, the Desert Goddess lost all her ferocity. She flew in front of Su Yen, crossing her hands over her chest, and bowed respectfully, saying, Please give me your commands, Misa, my master. At this moment, a world announcement suddenly rang out in the sky. Player Slayer of Demons has defeated the Desert Goddess. Mysa Fallen Deity in the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone, the sandstorm has disappeared, and the explorable area of the Endless Desert has doubled. All Lizardman Sandworm tribes and Serpent Folk experience reduced by 50, and experience increased by 20, lasting for 48 hours. In the land of divine punishment, silence reigned an eerie stillness. All players stood frozen, gazing up at the azure sky, convinced they had misheard. What the hell, the sand explosion restricted zone? Isn't that off limits? It must be noted that this was the consensus of numerous experts and authoritative institutions. They had firmly believed in this truth for 200 years. Yet just moments ago the Demon Slayer had actually entered and had slain some kind of desert goddess. In that moment players' perceptions were shattered yet again after the dungeon's sword mark, the strong breach of barriers, and the ancient elven battlefield. Their minds were reeling. This was truly outrageous. Instantly the world channel erupted into its usual chaotic state. He's coming, he's coming. The Demon Slayer has arrived in the Endless Desert map with a world announcement. So strong. Does anyone know how the Demon Slayer managed to enter the sand explosion restricted zone? Will the desert goddess respawn? No other meaning, I just want to die under the skirt of the desert goddess. Haha, I thought the Demon Slayer was just joking about slaying gods, but now I realize my perspective was too narrow. The Demon Slayer can truly slay gods. By the way, why is the Demon Slayer still level 1? Is there a rhythm of being level 1 and breaking through the land of divine punishment? At the Imperial Capital University in the president's office, two elderly friends with gray hair were seated at a tea table, discussing the current situation between humans and demons, as well as the upcoming National College entrance examination. By the way, Old Lee, are you really going to retire? One of the old men, resembling a principal, suddenly set down his teacup, his expression somber. The man referred to as Old Lee had a face full of wrinkles, wearing a pair of reading glasses with his gray hair meticulously combed. He chuckled and said, "Yes, I have led the research in the land of divine punishment for a lifetime. Now I have completed all the research that needed to be done, and even tackled some that shouldn't have been done under pressure. It's time for me to retire and enjoy my old age." The principal lowered his gaze and nodded. "Indeed, you have dedicated your life to the land of divine punishment, establishing a treasure trove of knowledge for humanity. You truly deserve a break." Old Lee took a sip of tea, his gaze drifting to the window, his eyes slightly squinting. "The main reason is that there is nothing left for me to research in the land of divine punishment. The maps below level 1000 are nearly exhausted by me, Old Lee. As for the maps above level 1000, my disciples are currently tackling them, and I believe strategies will soon emerge. In this life, I, Old Lee, have no regrets." The two men sighed. The principal leaned over to brew tea and casually changed the subject, asking, "Old Lee, you have an eye for talent. So do you have any good candidates to recommend for this year's college entrance examination?" With a flash of light in his eyes, Old Lee suddenly perked up. Sitting up straight, his old face beamed with a smile. He mysteriously extended two bony fingers. "If you insist, I do have two recommendations." "Oh, come on, stop teasing me, just tell me." "First, it's undoubtedly the Demon Slayer, that goes without saying." "And what about the second?" Old Lee feigned profundity. "The second is a student with S-level talent named Su Yen from Jiangnan City." The tea brewing motion froze in midair as the principal glanced up, a look of surprise crossing his face. "Isn't that the high school student who made headlines yesterday and was targeted by the anti-league organization?" "Exactly." The principal burst into laughter. "I thought you would mention the Wang family's S-level genius, but I never expected it to be in S-level 1. This is indeed remarkable. For you, Old Lee, to highlight this, it seems this S-level talent is extraordinary." Old Lee's eyes gleamed with excitement, his expression serious. "Old Xie, if you trust me, you must do whatever it takes to bring Su Yen to the Imperial Capital University. You must not let other universities snatch him away, especially those foreign fly-by-night schools." "Hee, let's talk about it later." The principal chuckled, lightly brushing it off. Clearly, he did not take it to heart. And S-level talent, although it may be considered a prodigy among humanity, is not particularly rare at the Imperial Capital University, the best institution in the Blue Star. To put it bluntly, and S-level talent has not yet reached the level that would prompt the Imperial Capital University to compete fiercely for him. Everything must be judged by the college entrance examination results. When the time was right, the principal stood up and tidied the tea set before returning to his desk to pick up the retirement application that Old Lee had brought. "Old Lee, let me ask you one last time, are you really sure about retiring? You must know that after retirement you will no longer enjoy the special expert status of the Demon Slayer Institute, nor can you conduct research related to the land of divine punishment." Although aware that Old Lee had made his decision, the principal still went through the procedures before signing. Old Lee hesitated for a moment before saying, "I am sure. Do you not regret? Even if the sky were to fall before me, I would not regret it." "All right then." The principal nodded regretfully, the pen tip producing a rustling sound as it swiftly signed the retirement application. "Teacher, something big has happened." Just then, a middle-aged man burst excitedly into the principal's office. Old Lee frowned and scolded. "What's the rush? Didn't you see I was discussing matters with the principal? The middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly. Just now the demon slayer entered the sand explosion restricted zone. Teacher, that sand explosion restricted zone can actually be entered, and there lives a desert goddess. What? Trembling Old Lee pushed up his reading glasses. His complexion changed dramatically, and his mind buzzed as if a new world had opened up to him. Let's go, hurry up. You need to get the research team ready. Everyone gather in Sand Sea City in 5 minutes. Yes, teacher. Saying this, the two hurriedly left the principal's office. I say, Old Lee, are you still going to retire or not? The principal was at a loss for words. Old Lee waved his hand. Retire what? Old Lee can still fight for another 10 years. But I've already signed the application. The principal mumbled, lowering his head only to burst into laughter. On the desk, the retirement application had already been reduced to ashes by a flicker of flame. As the world focused on the demon slayer in front of the temple, Su Yen directed his attention to the desert goddess before him. Although she was a fallen deity stripped of her divinity, her divine power still remained. Her aura and presence exuded an air of unattainable grandeur and sacredness. The desert goddess had a head full of genuine wavy long hair, her divine features radiating endless beauty and nobility. Her chest was exceptionally ample and her waist particularly slender. However, she had a snake tail. This completely hindered any possibility of deep communication. Retracting his gaze from the scaled snake tail, Su Yen asked, Misha, is it? As the desert goddess, what abilities do you possess? In response, my master, I can summon the power of the desert at any time, opening a realm of shifting sands. Additionally, the races within this desert regard me as their faith. With you possessing me, you are the sovereign here. The desert goddess replied respectfully. Su Yen asked uncertainly, sovereign. So if I command them to die, will they die? Of course. Su Yen was instantly stunned. Joy welled up in his eyes. If that's the case, wouldn't the completion time for the level 500 dungeon be even quicker? I see. With that, Su Yen quickly gathered his thoughts. He retrieved the two major goddesses back into his palm shackles, one in each hand, just right. Then he used a teleportation scroll to return to Sand Sea City. Without further ado, he headed to complete the job transfer quest, becoming a second-tier God Fury Mage. In the blink of an eye, Su Yen, using the teleportation scroll, returned to Shahai City. At this moment, the number of human players in Shahai City had noticeably increased. It was much livelier than when he had arrived in the morning, with almost everyone forming teams and calling for others. Su Yen did not need to think to know why. Currently, in the Endless Desert map, all wild monster attributes had been reduced by 50, and experience points had increased by 20. This was an unprecedented leveling opportunity for all players on this map. Moreover, the buff lasted for only 48 hours. And naturally, no one wanted to miss out. As Su Yen walked among the crowd, he noticed that there were many elderly players with gray hair. It seemed they wanted to level up as much as possible in these 2 days to extend their lifespans. As expected, Su Yen was soon recognized amidst the enthusiastic calls of Slayer Master, and quickly made his way to the job change location. Upon arriving at the job change location, he submitted his task. Congratulations, you have successfully changed jobs. A glimmer of joy flashed in Su Yen's eyes as he opened his character attributes panel. ID Slayer level 1 class, second transition, God Fury Mage, secondary class, warrior talent. Health. Skills Judgment LV2 upgradable, Condemnation LV2 upgradable, Purification LV1 upgradable, Void Concealment LV1, Sky Control Technique LV1, God Fury Mage, successfully transitioned to second transition, God Fury Mage. 3 exclusive skills could be upgraded again. Without hesitation, Su Yen chose to upgrade his skills. You will spend a total of 15 million gold coins to upgrade the skills Judgment, Condemnation, and Purification. Do you confirm? Seeing the confirmation prompt from the system, he thought it's really expensive. Upgrading 3 skills costs 15 million gold coins. Robbing a bank doesn't make money this quickly. Su Yen had looked into this before. For other ordinary classes, upgrading skills after the first transition would only cost about 100,000 gold coins. After the second transition, it wouldn't exceed 500,000 gold coins. So the 15 million for the God Fury Mage was somewhat unreasonable. As I said, fortunately, I Su Yen have a solid financial background, otherwise I couldn't afford it. Su Yen smacked his lips and chose to confirm. Skill upgrade successful. Judgment LV3 ignores the target's level to mark for judgment. If the target's luck is less than his own, the judgment succeeds. The target enters a weakened state for 20 minutes, dealing 1,000 health magical damage. CD 2 seconds. Magic cost 100. Condemnation LV3 executes judgment on the target, ignoring magical defense, and all buff effects, dealing 10,000 health magical damage. If the target is in a judgment state, it adds the condemnation effect, dealing 30,000 health magical damage. CD 5 seconds. Magic cost 200. Purification LV2 releases intermediate divine power to purify an unknown area, within a 1,000-meter radius, removing all dangerous auras in the area and transforming it into an explorable zone. After purification within that area, health, defense, magical defense, and speed increase by 200, and the experience and rewards are doubled. CD 20 seconds. Magic cost 3,000. Upon seeing the skill upgrade effects, Su Yan expressed once again how worthwhile it was. Not only were the skill CDs significantly shortened and the effective range increased tenfold, but the duration of the weakened state also lasted for a full 20 minutes. Of course, the most important thing was that the damage had once again received a qualitative boost. Based on Su Yan's current health of over 600,000 with full critical hits and equipped with the Dragon's Wrath Staff, he could deal 460 million damage just with Judgment. The additional damage from Condemnation was even as high as 28 billion. This is the joy of transitioning. Su Yan felt great, believing that spending 15 million gold coins was incredibly worthwhile. After all, it wasn't his own money being spent. With this second transition, Su Yan also received a All Attributes 200 attribute pill. For other second transition players, this would be a massive boost, significantly widening the gap in strength against players below level 200. However, for him, the gain was not substantial. After consuming the attribute pill, his talent for tenfold absorption stirred. Now that the second transition is complete, I should go claim the dungeon ranking rewards. After leaving the job change location, Su Yan thought without hesitation. It was quite amusing, really. He had originally planned to stay in the level 500 dungeon and grind until the end of the exam. He intended to use Blood Dawn to push his health to over 100 million. But he never expected the damage boost to be so rapid. With his current damage, the level 500 dungeon could no longer satisfy him. He still had to break through to the next map and grind in the level 999 dungeon. Therefore, Su Yan thought that as long as he could continue to progress, he would not waste any time. He would take the rewards from the level 500 dungeon ranking and leave, because as the map levels increased, he would eventually get stuck on a particular map. Just like the three human emperors, as far as Su Yan knew, the levels of supreme human powerhouses like them had long become a mystery, yet they were still stuck on a certain map. The land of divine punishment has still not been cleared, and no one has reached the so-called holy capital. The level 500 dungeon is called Desert Cavern. When Su Yan arrived, the place was bustling with players. It was evident that these players were also drawn by the monster debuff buff, and those whose strength met the dungeon requirements were all gathered here. Level 500 dungeon speedrun team. 40 minutes speedrun. Only seasoned players. Seasoned players. Seasoned players. Complete the dungeon and get level combat talent rewards. With monster attributes, have hurry up seasoned players and experts. Hey, the youth of today really have no shame. Clearly shouting for seasoned players. Am I not old enough at 125 years old? Why does everyone want me to get lost? Listening to the commotion around him, Su Yan almost burst out laughing. Damn, a 125-year-old seasoned player. Before the players recognized him, Su Yan swiftly made his way to the NPC at the dungeon entrance. He didn't even bother to check the historical ranking for this dungeon run. After all, the first place would soon be his. However, what he cared about was whether he could improve his dungeon completion time. And if he could progress by how much. Right now, in the bustling crowd of players, Su Yan directly used the skill Summon God. He chose to summon Desert Goddess. Wow. Master Misha is honored to serve you. A voice filled with charm echoed in his ears, as if someone was gently licking his eardrum. It felt warm and cool, a delightful tingling sensation. At that moment, an invisible desert divine power rapidly spread, enveloping the entire dungeon area in an instant. The Desert Goddess did not physically appear, but merely released her presence and divine power. Su Yan attempted to give her a command. Misha, for the next minute, let all monsters on the map commit suicide. Understood, Master. As the command was issued, the divine power buzzed and spread outward. Immediately after, long live the goddess. In my next life, I want to be a dog of the goddess. Nearby, the lizard elite warriors and serpent warriors suddenly, without warning, began to draw their blades and slit their throats. Puff, puff, puff. Blood spattered and corpses lay everywhere. What the hell is going on with these wild monsters? Are they collectively committing suicide? Could it be another bug? All the players in front of the dungeon were shocked, filled with questions. No one knows what happened. These wild monsters are usually fierce and brutal with high health and defense, especially the lizard elite warriors, which players vividly refer to as mud trucks. They charge in, recklessly attacking anyone they see. Once entangled, they are particularly difficult to kill in a short time. But unexpectedly, they suddenly began to commit collective suicide. This mysterious incident can only be explained by a system bug. Before the desert cave dungeon, all the players were drawn by this sudden change. In an instant, everyone forgot about farming dungeons and curiously approached to check it out. No, we need to go faster. But Su Yan, standing in front of the dungeon NPC, shook his head. Misa, can we go faster? The alluring voice of the desert goddess echoed in his ears. Master, I just demonstrated the power of belief to you. The suicide process can be omitted. That's good. Upon hearing this, Su Yan felt completely relieved, a smile appearing on his lips. What are we waiting for? Let's enter the dungeon. Please Please note your level is far below the dungeon level, and your party does not have 5 members. Are you sure you want to enter the desert cave? Confirmed. World announcement. Congratulations to player Jean-Emo for solo clearing the desert cave dungeon. Time 0. 78 seconds. Clearance evaluation. In the dim and dry desert cave Su-Yen had just entered. His consciousness was still in a chaotic state, unable to see the surrounding scenery clearly. Suddenly this ethereal world announcement rang out above his head. Su-Yen. He was instantly bewildered. This was the dungeon cleared. 0. 78 seconds. Seeing the clearance time, Su-Yen couldn't help but gasp. Then he was filled with joy. Incredible. The power of belief was terrifying. It actually brought the clearance time under 1 second. The system's evaluation changed directly from to. Perhaps even the system found it absurd. Well done, Misa. Su-Yen praised the desert goddess, feeling exceptionally pleased. With this, the first place on the historical leaderboard was secured. Moreover, it was unlikely that this ranking would ever change. After all, he did not believe that anyone could surpass him in the future. As soon as the world announcement rang out, the channel of the punishment world exploded as usual. In perfect alignment with the system's clearance evaluation, the world channel was immediately flooded with exclamations. Everything was unsaid. 0. 78 seconds. This speed was astonishingly nerve-wracking. Even hacking couldn't achieve such speed. Though through these days of exposure Jean-Emo had already become a regular at breaking dungeon clearance records. But when Jean-Emo presented this 0. 78-second achievement, it still immediately left the players in strong shock and immense satisfaction. Everyone was ecstatic. That's incredible. The last world announcement seemed to have been just a few minutes ago. I would call Jean-Emo the fastest man ever. Of course. Even the Emperor of Humanity Yiji by Mo1 and Dugu, when they teamed up, took a full 3 minutes to clear it. May I ask if the great Jean-Emo can see this? My great-grandfather is 135 this year, and his punishment level is 500. He is currently in the intensive care unit, and the doctor said if he doesn't break through soon, he won't last 2 months. So may I ask when Jean-Emo will break through the endless desert boundary wall? Please save my great-grandfather. In response to this kind of situation, I recommend preparing for the worst in advance. Well, my dad is a funeral master and offers a honest-stop service. Can I leave a contact number? Gu Xingxia. Looking for like-minded friends, no restrictions on gender. This day the world went crazy for Jean-Emo. But just then the world channel suddenly fell silent and all the human players' freedom of speech vanished. It was as if the chat permissions had been revoked and the channel abruptly became empty. Such a strange scene lasted for about 2 minutes. Mo1 Jean-Emo not bad. In the world channel, which was as clean as a face, this phrase suddenly appeared. Just 4 short words seemed to possess endless magic, capturing the attention of all players. But it was only fleeting. As soon as this phrase appeared, it was as if the permissions were released again and the world channel exploded with noise, returning to chaos. Hiss, that person just now was the Emperor Mo1. Mo1. Is he the one in charge of Shura City, responsible for guarding the land of punishment? Exactly. But I heard that Mo1 is the most taciturn of the 4 emperors. I didn't expect him to come out. Holy shit, Jean-Emo is incredible. At that moment, the appearance of Emperor Mo1 in the world channel pushed the atmosphere to a new height. Inside the desert cave dungeon, Su-Yen naturally saw Mo1's words. Is this recognition from an emperor? Su-Yen chuckled in disbelief. It seems that Mo1 has been watching all the commotion he has caused in the land of punishment these days. Of the 4 emperors, apart from the already fallen Dugu, Su-Yen finally saw a living one. Mo1. Historical records say he was the second person after Yi Bai to awaken an SS-level talent. At the time of the demon race's large-scale invasion of Blue Star, the human race's front line was completely collapsing. An elite legion of the demon race charged straight in from the Mao country, invading the border of the Hua country. In a national crisis, it was Mo1 alone with a sword, wielding a 3-foot azure edge, writing the legend of a sword saint, using the heavens and earth as a chessboard with the demon army as pawns. Mo1 with his own strength turned the tide and set up an incredible reversal. In that battle, 1,000,000 elite demons were annihilated, never daring to set foot in Hua country again. From then on, Mo1 became the emperor and settled in Shura City, guarding the land of punishment. As Su-Yen recalled this, he sighed. No wonder he is the strongest among the emperors. Mo1's path of growth is simply legendary. Yet, even so, he still hoped to gain recognition from another emperor, Liu Qing. Not for any other reason. Those who understand will understand. Quickly shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Su-Yen hurriedly shook his head and began to check the dungeon ranking rewards. 2. 5 million gold, all attributes, 700 damage, overload LV1. Levelless breakthrough certificate. Just a glance at these, Su-Yen immediately burst into laughter. Without saying a word, he directly pulled out the last reward from his bag. Levelless breakthrough certificate. Special item. With this item, players will no longer be restricted by level and can directly receive the breakthrough mission. Upon completing the breakthrough mission, the next map can be unlocked. Remaining usage times 5 times. Goodness, I can't believe it. After reading the description, Su Yan nearly laughed out loud. Even a fool could see that the system's meaning was clear. Jean Mo, you can't level up forever stuck at level 1, alright? No worries, I've now arranged a levelless breakthrough certificate for you, and you can still break through even at level 1. So let's not break the wall, okay? Respect the game mechanics, okay? In the dungeon, this special item rewarded by the system. Su Yan examined it in his hand for a moment, then tossed it directly into the trash bin of his void bag. As for the remaining rewards, too. 5 million gold coins and a 700 boost to all attributes. Su Yan barely blinked. To one who had seen the world, such gains elicited no flicker of surprise. He accepted them with quiet satisfaction. Su Yan's attention focused intently on the skill reward damage overload LV. 1. Damage overload LV. 1 SSS rank. Passive skill. Upon learning the skill, damage inflicted upon a target does not vanish upon its death. Instead, the target continues suffering that damage upon resurrection, until the full amount is exhausted. Does this mean, if I unleash a single skill and instantly obliterate my foe, they'll owe me several lives in return? Su Yan stroked his chin in contemplation. If true, this ability would be nothing short of extraordinary. After only a moment's reflection, he ceased hesitating. After all, an SS-Rank passive skill was the pinnacle of rarity, something others could only dream of acquiring. Without delay, he learned it. Skill acquisition successful. Upon mastering damage overload, every one of his skills now carried its passive effect. Next, Su Yan exited the dungeon. Thanks to the recent world announcement, all denizens of Divine Punishment Lands knew that Jean Mo was inside the Desert Cave dungeon. Thus, the instant Su Yan emerged, players lying in wait at the dungeon's entrance seized him immediately. Jean Mo has emerged. Master Jean Mo was 0. 78 seconds, your absolute limit. Can you go even faster? Master Jean Mo, how long do you plan to remain in the endless desert? Master Jean Mo, please save my great-grandfather. Today's players were unusually fervent, perhaps inspired by his astonishing 0. 78-second clearance of the Desert Cave dungeon. Voices overlapped in a chaotic clamor, rendering comprehension nearly impossible. Su Yan offered only a brief courteous greeting before proceeding, surrounded by an admiring crowd, toward the nearby monster-infested wastelands. He intended to test whether the passive damage overload functioned precisely as he understood it. These wild beasts had previously perished and mass-driven to suicide by the desert goddess's faith energy. Now resurrected, they stood poised, clenching fists, sharpening fangs, ready to reclaim their dominion. Amidst the onlookers' curious gazes, Su Yan raised his staff Dragon's Wrath and hurled a flame banishment curse into the throng. Boom! Critical hit. 12785292212. Critical hit. 12433563334. In an instant, a searing mushroom cloud erupted from the beast horde, blasting forth a wave of incandescent fury akin to a miniature nuclear detonation. Within the inferno, colossal damage numbers, each exceeding 1 billion, sprang forth like bamboo shoots after rain. Lizard elite warriors, serpent folk champions, sandworm chieftains, all were reduced to ash in a heartbeat. The sheer magnitude of this devastation. Every player present froze, jaws agape, breaths drawn in unison. Yet just as all assumed Jean Mo was merely calibrating his skill's potency, something profoundly eerie unfolded. Minutes later, serpent folk champions began rising again from the obliterated horde, only to draw their first breath of air before a new terrifying damage number burst above their heads, and they crumbled once more to dust. What the hell? Why did this slippery serpent die again? It's definitely faking death. Download the Anti-Fraud Center app immediately. Report this monster relentlessly. Players cried out in shock. Su Yan observed silently and smiled faintly. His understanding was confirmed. Indeed, damage overload functioned exactly as he'd surmised. Thus, barring unforeseen complications, these beasts now owed him over 20,000 lives. Even assuming a 3-minute resurrection cycle, 20 revivals per hour, 480 per day, they would need over 40 days, fasting, sleeping, doing nothing but resurrecting, to fully repay his damage. Heh! Did you think becoming a wild beast exempted you from debt collection? How naive. A quiet chuckle rose in Su Yan's chest. The purpose of damage overload was now unmistakable, supremely effective against foes clad in resurrection armor, or wielding rare artifacts granting second chances. Once damage was dealt, survival was no longer an option. Without further pause, Su Yan activated Sky-Soaring Artifice and shot upward with a thunderous burst. In an instant, he soared 10,000 zhang into the heavens, leaving behind a stunned audience gazing skyward in silent awe. At that very moment, precisely half an hour had elapsed since Su Yan entered the endless desert. For any other player, this would be the time still spent journeying toward the city of Shanghai. Yet Su Yan was already preparing to depart, bound for the next realm. Thus, history's fastest map transitioner was born. At the boundary wall of the endless desert, Su Yan stood at the precipice, gazing upon the dense, virulent mist veiling the threshold, and sighed wryly. TCH. Looks like luck isn't on my side this time. Clearly no player had opened a stargate here. The toxic fog remained, thick impenetrable, sealing the boundary completely. He briefly considered forcing passage, then recalled he had just summoned Dawn Goddess and Misha Goddess, both now locked in cooldown. Resummoning them would require 2 hours, until their cooldowns reset. Fine then, Su Yen muttered, clicking his tongue. There was no help for it. His summon deity skill was still only level 1. Its cooldown was comparatively long, and both goddesses endured for only 5 minutes each upon manifestation. I'll need to level up summon deity soon. Yet Su Yen knew well the route, cause his map transitions were simply too swift. Even lovers checking into an inn rarely left within half an hour. No matter. While waiting, I might as well complete the Ascension quest. It'll save me precious consumables. And so he resolved. True, the quest served only to dispel the toxic mist, facilitating entry. But breaching the boundary itself remained essential. Action followed thought without delay. Su Yen swiftly returned to Shanghai City, located the Ascension quest kiosk, and presented his rankless Ascension voucher. Attention, you have accepted the Endless Desert Ascension quest. Proceed immediately to the trial grounds, the desert ruins, and clear the trial within 12 hours. Failure to do so will result in Ascension failure. The quest had been successfully accepted, and at that very moment, a world announcement echoed once more across the heavens of divine punishment lands. Player Jean Mo has successfully accepted the Endless Desert Ascension quest using a rankless Ascension voucher. We wish Jean Mo safe passage and swift arrival at the sacred capital. Within 30 minutes, 3 world announcements, each concerning Jean Mo alone. But this time no cheers rose from the human players. Only profound desolation. Did I hear that right? Master Jean Mo has accepted an Ascension quest. Wawawa, is this truly the end? Well, of course, he's powerful, yes, but even Jean Mo has limits. He must have given everything he had. Thank you, Jean Mo. In these past days your radiant deeds lit my life, and gave this depressed soul the courage to keep living. It's over. All over. If even Jean Mo cannot shatter the endless desert boundary wall, my great-grandfather is lost. Fine. I'll pull his oxygen tube now, so he won't suffer any longer. Jiang Shaoli, don't pull it. Absolutely not. Please trust me. The story of Jean Mo has only just begun. Having accepted the breakthrough mission, Su Yen flew directly to the desert ruins according to the map markers. This was the first time he had undertaken a breakthrough mission since entering the realm of divine punishment. He felt rather nervous. The desert ruins, as a trial ground for players' breakthroughs, was originally located in the southwestern corner of the Endless Desert map. However, with the opening of the Sandstorm Forbidden Zone, this map had expanded significantly. The desert ruins had now become the center of the desert. Normally, it would take half a day to travel there, but Su Yen arrived in just a few minutes due to his high-speed flight. If I remember correctly, it was said on the forums that this level 500 breakthrough mission is exceptionally difficult. As the sandstorm raged around him, Su Yen landed in front of what resembled a pyramid at the desert ruins. He vaguely recalled seeing a post that criticized this mission while browsing the forums. But at that time, the level 500 breakthrough mission felt too distant for him, so he had only glanced at it. The gist of the post was that level 500 served as a dividing line for human player strength, marking the crucial distinction between soldiers and generals. The breakthrough mission was said to be 10 times more difficult than the level 200 mission. Although there was no official statistical data, the person who posted claimed that at least 90 of the players in the Endless Desert had been stuck on this breakthrough mission. Is it really that difficult? I don't believe it. Gazing up at the grand and imposing structure towering in the desert, Su Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Soon he found the entrance and stepped inside. Please note you have entered the breakthrough trial ground. Please find and defeat the desert idol within 12 hours. Good luck. After entering, the system issued this reminder and fell silent. In the confined air, only Su Yan's breathing could be heard. So I need to find the desert idol, huh? This won't be a problem for me. Su Yan murmured, a smile appearing on his face. He was quite good at hide and seek. Looking around, he found himself in total darkness. Suddenly, one by one, the wall lamps flickered to life in the narrow pitch-black passage. The lights illuminated the path beneath his feet, revealing the interior contours of the desert ruins. What is this, a maze? As he saw the scene before him, Su Yen couldn't help but complain. He saw that he was in a long and narrow passage with 3 openings to the left, right, and ahead, all blocked by walls that bent inward, making it unclear where they led. This was undoubtedly a maze. Su Yen finally began to realize why the level 500 breakthrough mission was so difficult. With a maze and a time limit, wasn't this just purely annoying? Moreover, following this trend, it was obvious that the maze would likely be long and stinky. Each time he entered it might be different, making it impossible to strategize. This was what made players in the Endless Desert voice their complaints. For a moment, Su Yen also felt quite frustrated and sympathized with the players. If it's truly a matter of insufficient strength, then it's understandable to be stuck. But what about players who clearly have the strength yet are trapped here for life just because they are directionally challenged? Who will take responsibility for that? Thinking of this, a glint appeared in Su Yan's eyes. He was determined to break through this endless desert barrier. To hell with this ridiculous breakthrough mission. It's just a mere maze. As long as I act according to my instincts, I can easily break through it. So do you need my guidance? A prompt from the Eye of the Gods appeared before him. Su Yan slowly shook his head. No need, I can handle this. By force. He simply uttered these two words, then strode forward with his staff. He arrived at the maze wall and waved his staff. Punishment. Boom. A colossal sword of light descended from the heavens, striking the seemingly indestructible wall of the maze. Critical hit. 46526789110. In an instant, the wall could not withstand this terrifying damage and destructive power. Under the absolute pressure of 4.6 billion damage, the wall crumbled and collapsed like a dam broken by floodwaters. Before Su Yan, a new path appeared. What the? All right, you understand mazes. The Eye of the Gods had nothing to say. Who said I had to follow the maze? If this had been in the past with this trash setting, I'd be able to rant for a whole day if you gave me a keyboard. Su Yan said dismissively. He directly stepped over the collapsed wall and continued forward. Thus, in the desert ruins, the sounds of explosions echoed, continuously transforming the previously winding and complex maze paths. After Su Yan's 2 hours of bombardment, the maze had become a pitiful sight. It was filled with collapsed ruins and the corpses of monsters. Finally, Su Yan reached the end of the maze, the place where the BOSS, the desert idol, resided. The end of the maze. It was a void. The passage was gone, and there was no huge stone chamber as he had imagined. Instead, it was a white expanse with a white sky, white surroundings, and even the ground beneath him was a mosaic-like white. Here, besides the white, there were only 2 statues. One gold and one silver, both incredibly lifelike. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently. The earth shook. The lifeless eyes of the golden and silver statues became animated, their pupils turning as they fixated on Su Yan. Their stone layers began to peel away, limbs moving, and they swung their sharp axes. God! Ruins! Both statues spoke simultaneously. Please note the golden and silver statues possess the power of mutual resurrection. Both must be defeated simultaneously, or the one killed will immediately revive. At this moment, the system issued a reminder. Su Yan looked on in silence. For the breakthrough mission, players could only enter the desert ruins alone. Setting aside the previous maze, just the fact that these 2 bosses had to be killed simultaneously was already extremely difficult. Human, why have you come? The golden statue began to speak with authority, but before it could finish, Su Yan raised his staff and waved it. Don't dawdle him in a hurry. The punishment came crashing down, and the holy sword of light instantly struck the golden statue's body. Boom! Tens of billions of damage erupted, and without any surprise, the golden statue exploded on the spot. Mutual resurrection. However, a beam of divine light shot up and the silver statue shouted loudly. He saw the shattered body of the golden statue quickly restore itself, coming back to life. Little human, stop wasting your effort. You cannot kill me. The golden statue sneered, looking down on him. Su Yan chuckled coldly. Are you sure? Of course. The golden statue was about to say something, but due to the overload of passive damage, its body suddenly exploded again. Mutual resurrection. Bang. Mutual resurrection. Bang. Then a comical scene unfolded. The silver statue kept shouting mutual resurrection, while the golden statue perpetually revived and exploded. What? Brother, what's wrong with you? Can you stop exploding? After several explosions, the silver statue finally exclaimed. The 2 statues began to bicker, hurling the most vulgar insults at each other. Su Yan ignored the farce before him, showing no mercy in his eyes as he waved his staff again. Judgment, punishment. Bang. At this moment, the rage of the divine anger mage surged towards the void's peak. Nearly 30 billion terrifying damage surged into the silver statue's body. The silver statue couldn't even grunt before it exploded into dust. At the same time, the golden statue could no longer revive, fading into oblivion. And it wasn't just the 2 statues. Su Yan's combination of skills possessed overwhelming destructive power, causing the entire white space to collapse with a deafening roar, rapidly disintegrating. Boom, boom, boom. The glaring white faded quickly. World announcement: congratulations to player Jean Mo for completing the breakthrough mission, successfully clearing the endless desert. Detecting anomalies in the desert ruins? The system will initiate emergency maintenance in 10 seconds. All players, please exit the realm of divine punishment immediately. Countdown: 10 seconds, 9 seconds. As the world announcement was made, Jean Mo's figure shot out of the desert ruins. Meanwhile, the grand structure, resembling a pyramid, began to collapse with a thunderous roar. Massive clouds of sand surged into the sky, and in just a few seconds the desert ruins completely crumbled into a true ruin. Not far away, a group of players preparing to undertake the breakthrough mission witnessed this scene. They all widened their eyes and stopped in their tracks, simultaneously exclaiming, "Holy crap!" The sudden maintenance of the god punishment land sent all players to the Azura city after a 10-second countdown. In the classroom, most students had logged off and gathered together to discuss the reason behind this maintenance, as well as how swiftly the Demon Slayer completed the breakthrough task. Hey, why hasn't Su Yen come out yet? Someone noticed Su Yen was still in the god punishment and exclaimed in surprise. Immediately someone nonchalantly laughed and said, "Isn't it obvious? She must be shopping extravagantly at the auction house in Azura City after just receiving the bonus from the Demon Slayer Academy. 100,000 gold coins. Just how many good things can that buy?" They wished they could have it too. At that moment Tangxia was leaning sideways on her desk, tilting her head to face Su Yen. One hand cradled her delicate face, while the other quickly scrolled through the God Punishment forum on her phone. The ponytail fluttered with each swipe, softly brushing against Su Yen's arm. Su Yen, Su Yen. Suddenly seeing a group of classmates rushing this way, Tangxia was afraid of disturbing Su Yen, and quickly put down her phone, gesturing for silence with a finger to her lips. "She'll keep it down. It's fine, I'm done." Unbeknownst to her, Su Yen had already exited the God Punishment land and turned around with a smile. The two were so close that their heads almost bumped together. Tangxia's charming face flushed red, and she hurriedly retreated to her desk as if escaping. "Oh!" The classmates immediately erupted in a chorus of teasing. "Oh, you lot, crawl back to your dads." Tangxia's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she glared with wide eyes, her heart racing. After a while, Tangxia secretly glanced at Su Yen, only to see him completely unfazed, engrossed in searching for something on his phone. Suddenly she realized something. That's right, Su Yen has a girlfriend, and she's as dazzling as Xiao Panchua. Su Yen. Tangxia suddenly nudged Su Yen with her elbow. Su Yen was looking up on Qian. What to do if I accidentally blew up the desert ruins? The answer he found was, while you're young, confess quickly. If you're lucky, you might get a chance to be released in your old age. Damn it! Su Yen cursed under his breath and closed the webpage. What's wrong, Xia? Tangxia asked with a grin. Were you looking at that post on the forum? Forum? What post? About this maintenance. Su Yan's curiosity piqued as he quickly opened the God Punishment forum. He immediately spotted a pinned post. The post was in a fiery red color with several flame markers behind it indicating its current hot status. Tangxia explained nearby. Here's the thing, someone saw the desert ruins collapse before logging off. The desert ruins is simply understood as the location for the level 500 breakthrough task. So now many people are panicking, fearing they won't be able to complete the breakthrough task after receiving it, which would prevent them from moving on to the level 999 map. What? There was actually a witness to the desert ruins being blown up. Su Yen felt a bit guilty upon hearing this, awkwardly scratching his nose and smiling. Don't worry, it's all been maintained now. It will definitely be fixed. Besides, even if it's not repaired well, the Demon Slayer will step in, and we can still proceed to the next map after breaking through the realm wall. Tangxia shook her head. But the Demon Slayer has started doing breakthrough tasks himself. Xia, you're so annoying. Su Yen interrupted directly. You dare say I'm annoying? I won't talk to you anymore. As expected, Tangxia got angry. Dismissing her, Su Yen quickly resumed browsing the post. The replies on the post were overwhelmingly about worries regarding the blown-up desert ruins and what to do about the breakthrough task. A few people focused on why it exploded and whether it had anything to do with the Demon Slayer. After all, the Demon Slayer had just succeeded in his breakthrough when the system maintenance began. Wait a minute. It was at this moment that Su Yen realized he was merely waiting for the summoning cooldown and doing a breakthrough task. He didn't expect to attract so much attention and suspicion. Everyone unanimously believed he was doing the breakthrough task because he couldn't break through the realm wall of the endless desert. This misunderstanding is quite significant. This maintenance lasted much longer than Su Yen had anticipated. It continued until the afternoon just before school was about to end. When Su Yen logged back in, he appeared at a player camp a kilometer away from the desert ruins. To his astonishment, he discovered that the desert ruins had not been repaired. From a distance, it still remained in a state of collapsed ruins, standing out prominently in the desert. What's going on? What was the system doing during the half-day maintenance? Su Yen was speechless. Meanwhile, the World Channel was in an uproar. It's over, it's game over. The system says it can't fix the desert ruins anymore and has simply given up. Then how are we supposed to break through? Is everyone in the human race stuck at level 500 from now on? Great-grandfather, my great-grandfather. Is the funeral master still around? If you see this, please contact me. I want my great-grandfather to leave in style. I'm here, bro. I'll private message you. Don't worry, my dad is definitely a professional and he has many returning customers. While the World Channel was noisy, Su Yen had already flown near the realm wall, preparing to put an end to this incident. Having completed the breakthrough task, the poisonous mist that enveloped the realm wall began to dissipate rapidly upon his arrival, having confirmed his presence. Soon Su Yen flew low and arrived at the realm wall. The realm wall shone brilliantly under the evening glow, sparkling like a flowing water surface, creating layers of golden waves. At this moment, a golden stargate was slowly rising on the realm wall. This was Su Yan's stargate. As long as he crossed the Stargate, he could leave the endless desert and head to the next map. However, he did not do so, nor could he do that. Even if the Creator God came today, Su Yen will definitely break through this realm wall. With a loud roar, Su Yen pushed his palm forward and shouted, "Morning dawn, unleash your full power." This time he held nothing back. Divine light illuminated the heavens and the earth. The light of dawn descended and the goddess of dawn appeared in a milky white gown. "Yes, master." The goddess of dawn replied softly, her graceful figure radiating sacred light, dazzling and captivating. Barefoot she stood on the sea of flowers in midair, her noble and sacred form towering before the realm wall. Slowly the goddess of dawn suddenly extended her jade-like finger and softly said, "Break!" Boom! With this single gesture, countless divine powers gathered at her fingertip and struck toward the realm wall. 999999999999999. A string of shockingly long damage numbers appeared. Buzz! The realm wall suddenly emitted a thunderous explosion and spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across the wall. Ha! It didn't break. Su Yen was slightly surprised. The realm wall before him withstood the full force of the goddess of dawn's strike. Damn it, did the system actually maintain the realm wall for half a day? Considering this possibility, Su Yen couldn't help but look down on the system. To prevent me from breaking the wall, it seems the system went to great lengths. Su Yen smirked, no longer hesitating, and immediately summoned the desert goddess. "Misa, you come too. This is your home turf. I hope you won't let me down." For the first time, Su Yen summoned two deities simultaneously. "Dear Master, Misa will not let you down." Whoosh! With this utterance, the air shimmered, gradually coalescing into a wonderful figure with a serpentine tail. Immediately after, all the wild monsters on the maps of the endless desert bowed their heads in reverence, directing a continuous flow of faith power toward the desert goddess. The barrier is still frantically healing. The cracks in the web are slowly mending, but the destruction caused by the dawn goddess' last strike is unparalleled. Even with the system's forced healing mechanism, it cannot be fully repaired immediately. Meanwhile, the desert goddess' most powerful strike is ready to unleash, with the power of belief in her hand burning as fiercely as the sun. Under Su Yan's command, the two deities stand side by side, ready to strike together. Break! Faith! In the next moment, two powerful shouts pierced through the heavens and earth, echoing in the high sky of the barrier. The sound was ancient and profound, filled with divine power, rapidly spreading across the endless desert map. On this day, all players heard the voice of the gods. One by one, they were shocked and terrified, believing that a deity had descended upon the land of divine punishment. Dawn illuminated the world, and the desert erupted with a thunderous roar. Two beams of light more dazzling than the sun struck the barrier in an instant. The barrier emitted a mournful wail, and the cracks that had not yet healed exploded with a bang. Then the explosions continued one after another as the towering barrier walls erupted with countless cracks. Creaking. After 2 seconds of teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom! The barrier wall finally could not withstand such immense power and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Like a row of dominoes, it shattered from top to bottom. In the sky, dawn began to fade. A cool wind swept across the desert. Before the shattered barrier, the dawn goddess and the desert goddess stood in midair, their silken sashes fluttering and long hair flowing, exchanging smiles. Right beneath the two deities, Su Yen looked up at the countless fragments of the barrier dancing in the sky. Those shards were crystalline and bright, reflecting the brilliance of the evening glow, as if a colorful rain had fallen. "This is a world with deities," Su Yen murmured to himself, his eyes growing ever brighter. "So it's impossible to stop me." He tightened his fist, feeling an urgent need to upgrade his summoning skills. The power of the gods, of course, far exceeds this. It was merely limited by the level of summoning. Only by raising the skill level could the two deities unleash greater divine power. Of course, Su Yen knew very well that the two deities before him were most likely just avatars. And the true gods, where they truly resided, could probably only be known upon reaching the so-called holy capital. As the barrier was breached, the world announcement once again echoed above the land of divine punishment. Player Slayer of Demons has shattered the barrier of the endless desert. The level restriction of the endless desert has been lifted, and players at level 500 may proceed to the next map. Players who have reached level 500 and completed the breakthrough task will receive compensation rewards. The green and healthy environment of the land of divine punishment requires every player to maintain it together. Wishing travelers a pleasant journey and a swift arrival at the holy capital. This world announcement lingered in the sky, its echo stretching far. In Shura City, at the top of the sky, a figure hidden in the void holding a 3-foot azure blade slowly turned and left. Slayer of Demons, impressive. The void exploded into smoke and dust, leaving only this intriguing remark. As a result, the direct leveling for human players would soar to 999 levels. What does this mean? Although in the limited lifespan of humans, even if the level restriction is lifted, very few could reach level 999. However, players with a grade talents or above could generally reach it as long as they endure hardships. This means that in the near future, the number of human warriors will experience explosive growth, increasing several-fold. An era belonging to humanity is about to arrive. At this moment in the land of divine punishment, all players were frozen in place, looking up at the sky, some unable to believe their ears. What did they just hear? The Slayer of Demons actually breached the barrier of the endless desert. Wasn't it said that it couldn't be broken? Clearly, even the Slayer of Demons had just completed the breakthrough task. In the next moment, shock and confusion turned into ecstatic joy and astonishment. The world channel erupted in endless celebration, even more frenzied than when the Slayer of Demons first breached the wall. Slayer of Demons. Awesome. Ha 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 ha. So impressive. Damn. That's so satisfying. I always said the Slayer of Demons is invincible. Who said Slayer of Demons couldn't break the endless desert barrier? Come out and take a beating. Enough said. The Slayer of Demons is our human god. The only god. Thank you, Slayer of Demons. Thanks to you, my great-grandfather has finally been saved. Wherever the Liu family in the Imperial capital can be of help, please feel free to ask Slayer of Demons. Damn, I'm getting excited again. The celebration on the World Channel quickly surged into the real world. The barrier for human players at level 500 was lifted. The Demon Slaying Institute urgently summoned the leaders of various departments, requiring them to prepare for relevant responses after the recent wave of resignations. Some advanced regulations also need appropriate adjustments and remakes. At the end of the meeting, the Demon Slaying Institute sent this joyous news to the frontline Divine Strategy Corps, receiving approval from the human Emperor Yi Jibai. The might of the Slayer of Demons is worthy of celebration. These 8 short words represented the highest honor for humanity at the moment. Class is over, everyone go home and rest. Remember, with your current physical strength, do not stay in the land of divine punishment for too long. The school bell rang, and the old principal struck the podium, calling all students out of the divine punishment. Once all the students gradually left the classroom, Su Yen packed his bag and glanced at Tang Xia, who was still engrossed in her phone. What are you so fascinated by? School's over and you're not leaving. Tang Xia turned around. Mind your own business. Still angry? Su Yen smiled and moved closer, intending to apologize for what he said wrong in the morning, but accidentally caught a glimpse through her collar of her ample bosom beneath the school uniform. Ahem. Su Yen was already accustomed to it and quickly coughed to avert his gaze. Then he looked at Tang Xia's phone, noticing it was a poorly drawn comic. In the comic, a big head figure not much better than a stick figure wielded a staff and pointed it at a high wall, declaring with righteousness, "So what? History is rewritten by people, and as the future human emperor, shouldn't I stand up to rewrite it all? I, Slayer of Demons, today shall break this barrier and lead humanity towards revival." At the end of the comic, the high wall collapsed. The Slayer of Demons stood tall before the ruins, a bright red cloak inexplicably fluttering behind him. The story ends here. The tale of the Slayer of Demons continues. Please stay tuned. I am Zhang Xiaoli, a soul artist skilled in storytelling. Well, not only is the art style terrible, but the dialogue is also particularly cringeworthy. Su Yen frowned in discomfort. Seriously? You can actually stand to read this trash comic? Tang Xia put away her phone, glancing at him sideways. What do you know? This is the hottest comic online right now. Although the art style is a bit abstract, it's super passionate, showcasing the heroism of the Slayer of Demons in vivid detail. Su Yen shook his head and smiled, unsure of what to say. In this day and age, there truly are all kinds of people. Someone actually secretly turned themselves into a comic character. Did they notify him? Did they pay him royalties? And please, can we get a more reliable artist? What kind of nonsense is this soul artist Zhang Xiaoli? Su Yen, why don't you take a look too? I'm telling you, it's super good. Tang Xia clearly had forgotten about being angry, enthusiastically recommending it to him. Su Yen immediately scoffed. No way I would read this kind of trash. Absolutely not. On the school bus home, Su Yen and Tang Xia sat in the last row. Neither of them spoke, each absorbed in the comic on their phones, thoroughly enjoying it. Not sure how long they had been reading, suddenly a poop-colored button appeared before Su Yen. Damn! Just when he was enjoying it, he felt utterly annoyed. Without thinking, he reached out and clicked the update button. Update 1. Humph, Slayer of Demons is online, urging updates. Author, you better recognize the favor and update quickly. Returning home. It had been 5 minutes since the update request. Su Yen glanced at the comic. Even the author had yet to update. I'm back. After changing his shoes, Su Yen habitually spoke to the living room. However, the room was eerily quiet. Ever since Xiao Panxue returned to the Imperial Capital University, his uncle and aunt had stopped pretending. Having spent the last couple of days at work without returning home. Sigh, I might as well whip up something to eat. Su Yen sighed, tossed his backpack on the coffee table, and walked toward the kitchen. Fortunately, before leaving, his uncle and aunt stocked up on a lot of food in the fridge. He simply prepared dinner for 10 people. And sat alone in front of the sofa, eating while watching TV, feeling quite content. However, it was strange. Due to his recent continuous breakthroughs in divine punishment, he was profoundly affected by the reality around him. Many office workers have experienced a resurgence of divine punishment. resigning en masse and withdrawing all their savings to rent a room at the Crystal Hotel, focusing solely on leveling up. After all, money can be earned again if lost. But if one loses their lifespan, that is truly gone. Thus Su-Yen felt a bit puzzled. Why were others resigning to pursue divine punishment while his uncle and aunt were working even harder? What kind of job requires such dedication? Su-Yen subtly complained, recalling that his uncle and aunt worked in a public institution. But he wasn't clear on which unit in Jiangnan City. Ever since the original owner arrived in this family, he had been living like a salted fish, indifferent to everything. This led to his unfamiliarity with many aspects of this household. No, when they come back, I must ask them clearly. Su-Yen thought without hesitation. If it wasn't an important job, then he could also resign. He needed to ensure his uncle and aunt could level up their divine punishment as much as possible. After dinner and a shower, Su-Yen returned to his bedroom and habitually locked the door. Swoosh! Just as he was about to take off his pants and get into bed, he suddenly heard a sound of someone swallowing in the air. Damn, I almost forgot. Su-Yen jolted, suddenly remembering he had a female bodyguard. He quickly pulled his pants back up, blushing as he said, Sister Chen, you little rogue. Why didn't you warn me before I was about to get undressed? A giggling voice came from the air. Ah, did you undress? I didn't see anything. There's no one at home, you don't need to hide. Come out. With Su-Yan's call, there was a ripple in the air before the wardrobe. Lin Qian's voluptuous figure suddenly appeared, uncertain if it was the moment of her emergence that disturbed the magnetic field. Her characteristic ample bosom swayed dramatically. Without raising his head, Su-Yen said, Tonight I'm giving you a night off, you don't need to guard me anymore. Really? Lin Qian exclaimed in delight. Of course it's true. Then I'll go take a shower first. At this, Lin Qian flirtatiously winked. By the way, where will sister sleep? Su-Yen pointed outside the door on the sofa. Lin Qian was momentarily stunned. After sending Lin Qian away, Su-Yen locked the door again. Then he comfortably lay down on the big bed in his bedroom. Being alone is so comfortable. After enjoying a moment of solitude, Su-Yen took out the crystal link and began to enter the realm of divine punishment. Whoosh! In the next moment, his consciousness rapidly reshaped onto the demon-slaying body. Su-Yen had already appeared in front of the endless desert boundary. The boundary was shattered and the path to the next map lay before him. Whether it was Su-Yan's illusion or not, he just logged in and saw a group of players ahead, taking shields as stretchers, carrying a gasping frail old mage as they hurried toward the next map. What the heck, they are so dedicated. Su-Yen stared wide-eyed, finding it quite amusing. Then, without stopping, he used the skyflight technique to soar into the air. Crossing the endless desert boundary, he headed for the next map, the Sea of Lava. The Sea of Lava, as the name suggests, was filled with lava composed of various volcanic groups throughout the map. However, due to its abundant mineral resources, it was fiercely contested by multiple races. Humans, dwarves, goblins, beastmen, etc. all had established bases here. The highest level in the Sea of Lava was level 999. 5 minutes later, Su-Yen arrived above the main city of the human race in this map, Lava City. This was a massive city built on the slopes of a dead volcano, with its towering white walls appearing particularly grand and eye-catching against the darkened sky. Traveler, welcome to Lava City. As Su-Yen entered the airspace of Lava City, a human patrol officer riding a dragon soared close and greeted him warmly. Phew, finally seeing humans. This is truly not easy. At that moment, Su-Yen couldn't help but feel emotional, finding it quite familiar. Hello. He lowered his flight altitude and greeted the officer. Roar. However, at that moment, the dragon under the patrol officer suddenly became restless. It panicked and struggled as if wanting to flee from Su-Yan's presence. The patrol officer was astonished, having guarded Lava City for over 30 years, he had never encountered such a situation. He hurriedly controlled the dragon and looked at Su-Yen with a curious gaze, inquiring. Though it's a bit presumptuous, may I ask where the esteemed guest comes from and where you are headed? Why does this line sound somewhat familiar? Su-Yen didn't care, blurting out. I come from Nashi Farm, heading to the holy city to seek the truth of life. The patrol officer gasped, his gaze towards Su-Yen filled with respect. I see, I wish you a smooth journey. Su-Yen smiled slightly and descended directly into the city. With a clear target, he headed straight for the job transfer center. Please note you have received the job transfer mission. After accepting the job transfer mission, Su-Yen eagerly checked the materials required for the task. Level 9 Magic Eye. What is this? For this third job transfer mission, a total of 15 SS level materials were needed. He had the other 14, but he lacked this last item, the level 9 Magic Eye. Damn it, I can't even get a hoarding mouse, looks like I'll have to spend money. With no other choice, Su-Yen reluctantly used the auction house pass, inputting level 9 Magic Eye into the auction house. Upon searching, he was instantly disheartened. There were no listings in the auction house either, just like the SS level material, the magic core heart needed for summoning upgrades. As expected, it stuck. in front of the job transfer NPC. Su-Yen didn't feel much frustration. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. In fact, even before arriving at the Sea of Lava map, he had a faint premonition. He would get stuck on this map. Now, wanting to promote the Divine Fury Mage to the 3rd level, he would likely have to wait until after college to earn credits to exchange for these rare SS level materials. Or more boldly, to venture deep into the demon tribes, lair the 9 nether realm and hunt for them there, according to the boundary strength of the previous map. The boundary of this map must be unbreakable, unless the summoning skill level is increased. Su-Yen stroked his chin deep in thought, although he possessed the unlimited breakthrough certificate, which would allow him to complete breakthrough tasks to clear the map that was not his personality. A breakthrough was impossible and it would never happen in this lifetime. Alright then, I'll go into seclusion for a while, take this opportunity to solidify my strength and prepare for the college entrance exam. Su-Yen muttered to himself. Goal level 999 dungeon. For the time to come, he was going to grind experience like crazy, stacking his health to over 100 million. Because he went to bed early the night before. The next day, Su-Yen was full of energy and arrived at school early. As soon as he entered the top class, he heard the discussions of his classmates. Something big has happened. Brothers, something big has happened. What's wrong? Did your dad go out partying again last night? Get lost him talking about serious matters. Yesterday afternoon, our province produced another genius with S-level battle talent. Damn, was it also from the demon-slaying instance? Not exactly. I heard that he was sick on the day of the talent awakening and only got out of the hospital yesterday. Then he was arranged for awakening alone, unexpectedly soaring to greatness. Awesome. What kind of talent is it? How does it compare to Su-Yen? That's why I said it's something big. Do you know? This genius awakened and S-level void talent. His void talent. That's even more impressive than fire talent. We're done for. It seems that Su-Yen's ice talent is going to be quite challenging. This year, the provincial top student is in danger. Amidst the tense discussion, someone quickly noticed Su-Yen and made a shushing gesture. Su-Yen, you're here. The classmates greeted Su-Yen with smiles. Morning. Su-Yen also greeted them, pretending he didn't hear what they were talking about. He leisurely walked to his seat, threw his backpack on the desk and sat down. S-level void talent. This small place has quite a talent pool this year. Muttering softly, Su-Yen's eyes displayed a hint of surprise. But soon he lost interest and stopped paying attention. After all, it's just an S-level talent. It's still far from enough to attract his attention. Compared to this, Su-Yen turned to his left, and as expected, Tang Xiaolei was still slumped over the desk napping. Her striking high ponytail, form-fitting school uniform, and the delicate curves hidden between her arms oppressed by the desk's edge created the most beautiful scenery of this summer morning. What a pity it would be not to play a prank on such a good opportunity. So Su-Yen reached out and patted Tang Xia's face, whispering, "The principal is coming." He expected Tang Xia to be startled. But unexpectedly, this girl suddenly opened her eyes, wrinkled her nose, and stared at him. Damn, Xia, you're not playing fair. You pretended to be asleep. Su-Yen was shocked and stumbled back. Tang Xia lazily stretched her uniform, sliding up with her chest, revealing a glimpse of her delicate waist, and coldly snorted, "Humph, you think you can tease me? Dream on." Under her ponytail, a hint of blush appeared on Tang Xia's graceful neck. Yes, every morning she indeed pretended to be asleep. Because this way she could squint and openly steal glances at Su-Yen. Su-Yen is the most handsome man she has ever seen in her life. Su-Yen. At this moment, several male classmates hurried over. Su-Yen looked up. What's up? One of the classmates hesitated for a few seconds and said, Su-Yen, we discussed carefully. There are 19 students in our top class. Should we form a team to farm monsters? Look, we all have level talents and Tang Xia is still a very powerful fire type. If she partners with you as the main DPS while we assist, the leveling efficiency will definitely improve a lot. Another student said, Yes. As long as we unite, that S-level void talent means nothing. Hearing this, Su-Yen immediately understood what everyone meant. They were feeling anxious because of that S-level void talent that appeared out of nowhere, worried that he might take the provincial top student title from Su-Yen. Then he could only say, their vision was too narrow. Su-Yen smiled and was about to speak, but unexpectedly Tang Xia interrupted. Tang Xia pouted and said, No. Who came up with this terrible idea? Su-Yen is already so high level. Do you expect him to go kill black wolves with us? This would only hold Su-Yen back, and I won't agree. After Tang Xia said this, several others nodded in embarrassment. Well, we will think about it again. These students mumbled and went back to discuss. Su-Yen looked at Tang Xia in surprise, teasingly saying, Oh Xia, didn't you used to call for me to team up every day? Why don't you wanna now? Tang Xia lowered her head, her eyes drifting, and huffed, Don't act dumb. Haha, you don't think I would look down on you, right? Don't worry, I Su-Yen value brotherhood the most. You never gave up on me when I was down, so of course, I won't abandon you now that I'm successful. How about this? Let's secretly form a SB. Cough BS talent team and make a final push before the exams. Just think about it, or with me protecting you in the divine punishment, Want your dream of attending a top university come closer? Su Yan said, noticing that Tang Xia was silent, so he intensified his persuasion. Then we could attend the same university and be desk mates for another 4 years. Wouldn't that be? Ouch! Suddenly he was kicked on the leg. Oh, you dare kick me? Su Yan couldn't believe it. Tang Xia angrily retorted. Su Yan, can you have some ambition? With your S-level battle talent, your only goal for the entrance exam should be won the Imperial Capital University. What's wrong with that? I can help you. Let's both go to the Imperial Capital University together. Su Yan's expression became serious. He didn't seem to be joking. Tang Xia looked at him and suddenly flashed a look of despair, softly saying, No, you can't help me. Su Yan, the gap between us is too big. Su Yan was slightly taken aback, but soon Tang Xia regained her proud smile, confidently saying, Hey, don't underestimate me. I can also get into a top university on my own. Su Yan smirked. Okay, but don't come crying to me later. Originally he planned to use his clone to help Tang Xia, but since she was so stubborn, he decided to let it go. Level talent, ordinary family aiming for a top university. That could only be said to be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. In the principal's office, the air conditioning was blowing, yet the old principal was restless, scratching his balding head. It shouldn't be like this. How could we be so unlucky? Another genius with S-level battle talent awakened in the province, and it was an exceptionally powerful void type. For Jiangnan No. 2 High School, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Creak. At this moment, the head of the teaching department hurried in. Principal, we've found out. The old principal stood up immediately. Quick, tell me. The teaching director said. Because the anti-alliance organization has been rampant recently, the other side has taken measures to keep it confidential. But this is no challenge for me. I just slightly used some connections and easily acquired the other side's intelligence. Get to the point. Yes, the person is from the provincial capital city, Jinling, a student in class 6 of the senior year at Jinling No. 1 High School, consistently ranking first in theoretical classes throughout the school. Oh, a top student. What's their name? Yi Yuan. The surname Yi. What's the relationship with the Yi family of Jinling? The old principal's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The teaching director lowered his head. He's the second son of the Yi family. What? The old principal gasped in shock, slumping into his chair, his face turning pale. The Yi family in Jinling is one of the foremost families in Jiangdong province. Their family business spans all aspects of life, with the Crystal Hotel being one of its many enterprises. The scale of their influence is 100 to 1,000 times greater than the recently eradicated Jiang family, making them a formidable presence even on a national level. Moreover, the current head of the Yi family is a battle king. It is important to note that a family with a battle king is worlds apart from one without. At this very moment, within the principal's office, the director of education let out a heavy sigh and suggested pitifully, Principal, I think we should give up. To say something you may not want to hear, Yi Yuan's awakening of class combat talent means the Yi family will undoubtedly spare no resources to aid his growth. From the tidbits I have gathered, the Yi family has long since ceased to regard the provincial top scholar with any importance. Instead, they aim to claim the title of national top scholar. Upon hearing this, the old principal's dim eyes grew even more vacant, resembling a person suffering from dementia remaining silent. The director continued, let's not even mention that Yi Yuan's awakened talent is inherently stronger than Su Yan's. What kind of family does Yi Yuan belong to? And what about Su Yan? Is there any basis for comparison? Moreover, Jinling No. 1 middle school is financially robust, having trained several battle kings, and they certainly do not lack funds. For us at Jiangnan No. 2 middle school, trying to compete with them is akin to a chicken attempting to clash with a stone. It will only end in bloodshed. After a moment of silence, the old principal suddenly shook his head. No, you are overlooking something very important. What am I overlooking? The old principal stated emphatically, Su Yan's girlfriend is Xiao Panxue. The director was momentarily at a loss for words. Principal, first of all, personally, I do not advocate for boys to depend on women. This isn't about depending or not. This is Su Yan's unique ability. Tell me, if Yi Yuan can rely on his family, why can't Su Yan rely on his girlfriend? The director had no response. It made perfect sense. The old principal said solemnly, with Xiao Pangshu's talent, she would certainly not allow her boyfriend to fall behind. Perhaps this explains why Su Yan's level has been rising so quickly. I see now. The director suddenly understood. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy, thinking how nice it would have been if he had a girlfriend like that back in his day. But Xiao Panxue is still in college. The assistance she can provide Su Yan is limited at best. Compared to the support the Yi family provides for Yi Yuan, it's like a drop in the bucket. As he thought of this, the director's face revealed a look of concern. The old principal said, I am fully aware of this, but I do not intend to simply give up. Principal, you. The old principal walked to the window, his voice becoming more somber. I in this lifetime am nearing the end. Having finally encountered a talent like Su Yan with class combat capabilities, I must wager everything and take a chance. The director looked at the old principal in surprise, feeling that his image had grown larger than life. Principal, how do you intend to bet? I will go all in. The old principal revealed a look of contentment and asked Yi Yuan awakened his talent yesterday afternoon, and he can only advance in the divine punishment today, right? Yes. The old principal's eyes sparkled with determination. Then I bet that Yi Yuan will never catch up to Su Yan's level. This way, during the college entrance examination, Su Yan can leverage his level advantage to secure the provincial top scholar title. The director's mouth twitched. He had expected the old principal to propose some earth-shattering stakes, but this was it. Isn't this a fantasy? One must understand that behind Yi Yuan there is the formidable alliance of the Yi family and Jinling No. One middle school providing terrifying resources. How could his level possibly not catch up to Su Yan? Is it solely because of Su Yan's ordinary family? Or Jiangnan No. 2 middle school, which is financially strained? Principal, where are you going? Suddenly seeing the old principal standing up to leave, the director hurriedly followed to inquire. The old principal replied, I'm going to the bank to take out a loan. I'm going to compete with the Yi family. The director was taken aback, quickly trying to dissuade him. Principal, have you lost your mind? Even if you borrowed all the money from the bank, it would still be far from being comparable to the assets of the Yi family. Then what can we do? Are we just going to give up? The Yi family never lacks for a provincial top scholar, but for Su Yan and for us at Jiangnan No. 2 middle school, this could change our fate. At this point, the old principal turned and said, by the way, I have already decided to sell my house. Are you also going to sell? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The class bell rang. In the top scholar class, the students' idle chatter gradually faded and the atmosphere turned quiet. Su Yan glanced at the classroom door, somewhat puzzled as to why the old principal was absent today. Where did that old fellow go? Yet he didn't dwell on it, reaching for the crystal link. Whoosh! In an instant, his consciousness flew away. Su Yan appeared in the molten fire city. The heat waves from this map were overwhelming, much hotter than the endless desert. Here, whether it be NPCs of the human race or players, their attire was generally quite cool. In just this short time, Su Yan saw at least 5 or 6 female players in swimsuits rush past him. This made him feel that sometimes teaming up with female players could actually be quite nice. Let's head to the level 999 dungeon. After some contemplation, Su Yan left Molten Fire City and headed towards the location of the strongest dungeon on this map. The level 999 dungeon, named the Lava Mine. It took him merely 5 minutes to arrive at the entrance of the dungeon. Since he would be staying in this dungeon to fight for the next 2 months, he had prepared accordingly since last night. Su Yan was well acquainted with the Lava Mine dungeon. At present, the number of players at the dungeon entrance was not many. After all, those who could reach this level were just a step away from becoming a level 1000 Battle King. If this were in reality, they would be a gathering of strong individuals. Su Yan quickly walked up to the dungeon NPC. This time he wasn't in a hurry and opened the historical clearance leaderboard to check. First place, Yi Jibai Mo1, and the Dugu team with a time of 9 minutes and 16 seconds. Clearance evaluation SSS level. Second place, Lai Weking team with a time of 26 minutes and 32 seconds. Clearance evaluation SSS level. Third place, Shen Xiu team with a time of 42 minutes and 48 seconds. Clearance evaluation SS level. 10th place, Lin Nan team with a time of 51 minutes and 36 seconds. Clearance evaluation SS level. After briefly reviewing the clearance rankings, there wasn't much to say. The only thing Su Yan found slightly odd was a team that had forcefully entered the top 10 in both the level 50 Wolf King Valley and the level 200 Elf Tomb dungeons, known as the Shui Wuyue team, surprisingly hadn't even made it into the top 500 in this level 999 dungeon. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the team that was ranked in the 500 level dungeon Desert Cave also seemed to have not made it into the leaderboard. Logically speaking, once reaching the level of the overall top 10, there shouldn't be such a significant change in strength. Su Yan pondered, immediately thinking of 3 possibilities. The first possibility, the members of this team, after clearing the level 200 dungeon ranking, either all perished or several members did on the battlefield. This possibility is quite large, because during the early days of the demonic invasion, many early masters of the human race were urgently sent to the front lines after reaching level 50. The number of casualties is incalculable. The second possibility, this is a new team that has not yet reached level 500 and thus cannot clear the level 500 dungeon. The third possibility, team members, fearing being summoned by the Demon Extermination Institute, purposely kept a low profile and did not dare to push for clearance rankings. But what the ultimate truth is, Su Yan felt indifferent. He merely engaged in some random speculation. Subsequently, Su Yan summoned the Morning Dawn Goddess and the Desert Goddess, entering the dungeon to claim a ranking reward. And soon the world announcement rang out again: congratulations to player Demon Slayer for clearing the Lava Mine dungeon solo. Time 0. 45 seconds. Clearance evaluation SSS level. 0. 45 seconds. This completion time has once again shattered the record set before by the Demon Slayer. Despite the bombardment of 5 world announcements yesterday, the moment this world announcement was issued, all human players in the land of divine punishment erupted with excitement. Incredible! The Demon Slayer has once again tackled the Lava Mine dungeon. First of all, the Demon Slayer is truly amazing. Dog head for safety. However, I have a small question. While others grind dungeons, as the dungeon levels increase and the difficulty rises, the completion times generally get longer. Even the Emperor of Humanity is no exception, but why does the Demon Slayer's time decrease with each run? Yeah, the key point is that 0.45 seconds is just absurd, and the Demon Slayer is still only level 1. This makes me more inclined to believe that the Demon Slayer is not just one person. So what is it? A god? An NPC? Or a collective of our yearning for an SS-level talent awakened? Wow, you guys have such rich imaginations. But I suddenly remembered the 2 divine voices from yesterday. Does anyone recall them? Now that you mention it, I almost believed it. The world channel was in chaos. The completion time of 0.45 seconds was simply beyond comprehension. The topic gradually developed in an uncontrollable direction, with players beginning to doubt the true identity of the Demon Slayer. After all, up until now there hadn't been a shred of evidence about the Demon Slayer's existence in reality. It was as if the Demon Slayer did not exist at all in the real world. Meanwhile, within the lava mine dungeon, Su Yan was still marveling at the terrifying killing speed achieved by the combined efforts of the 2 gods. Almost the moment he entered the dungeon, it was completely cleared. Congratulations, you have completed the lava mine dungeon. Completion ranking rewards have been distributed. Seeing this system notification, Su Yan couldn't help but feel elated. Besides the basic rewards for completing the dungeon, the ranking rewards were undoubtedly his favorite. At this moment, he noticed discussions in the world channel. Players were doubting their true identities. There were all sorts of doubts. It was simply outrageous. Su Yan felt it was time to say something, so he directly appeared in the world channel. Demon Slayer, I am human, thank you. One could imagine. After he said this, the world channel erupted. Wow, the Demon Slayer actually spoke. Haha, the power of the masses is truly great. It even forced the Demon Slayer to reveal himself. I just want to ask, is this clarification from the Demon Slayer enough? Demon Slayer, I am your female fan. Do you remember the 9-headed serpent? Demon Slayer, I am also your female fan. My name is Zhang Xiao Li. May I request an interview? No need to meet in real life. Su Yan watched his mouth twitching. Demon Slayer, so Zhang Xiao Li, has the comic been updated? How dare you ask for an interview? The world channel fell silent for a few seconds. Zhang Xiao Li, oh, I'm sorry. They'll go update it right now. The soul artist seemed surprised that the Demon Slayer was actually looking at her comic. Moreover, he even called her out publicly. After saying this, it seemed she really logged off to update. This small interaction instantly sent the human players into a frenzy. The public screen was bustling. Wowo brothers, help me out, my great-grandfather is about to pass away. May I ask, when will the Demon Slayer break through the lava sea boundary? Suddenly Su Yan accidentally saw this. In fact, he had already guessed that after finishing the dungeon completion ranking, someone would definitely ask when he would break through the boundary. To this, Su Yan did not hide anything and typed in the world channel. Demon Slayer, starting today, I will enter seclusion for 2 months, and after the college entrance examination I will break through. Swish, swish, swish. Following that, the world channel was orderly. Received. 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 Then everyone began to send off the Demon Slayer, offering blessings and wishes, and anticipating his return as a king, etc. After resolving these trivial matters, Su Yan sat cross-legged in the lava mine dungeon, checking the completion ranking rewards. 300,000 gold, all attributes 900, Divine Emperor Armor Revival Wind Usage Coupon 300,000 gold, another 300 million Huabi has arrived. He opened his personal account. Gold 955,75990. Huabi 32. 5. Not bad, I still have over 90 million gold. Seeing the amount of gold, Su Yan felt the joy of being a tycoon. He planned to purchase a set of top-notch equipment before going to college. The level 1 Swift Wind set he was currently wearing was clearly too outdated. After pocketing the gold, Su Yan consumed the additional 900 points to all attributes. This way his attribute panel received a new boost. ID Demon Slayer level 1 Profession Second Turn God Fury Mage Sub-Profession Warrior Talent 10-fold Absorptions level Otherworldly Hero SS level Chosen 1 SS level Void Rift SS level Health 642250 642250 Mana 301 003 0100 Attack 6152 Magic Power 11090 Defense 32926 Magic Defense 4215 Speed 3237 Luck Max Charm Max Equipment Azura Sword Blood Dawn Dragon's Fury Phoenix Heart Skills Judgment LV3 Punishment LV3 Purification LV2 Damage Overload LV1 Physique 33292 Spirit 2910 Strength 3110 Intelligence 2910 Agility 3177 No way, my health is still too low, severely limiting my output. Su Yan grinned, already unable to restrain the desire to boost his health to over 100 million. His gaze shifted to the third reward. Divine Emperor Armor SS level Physique 9999 Strength 8888 Reflect Damage 200 Equipment type armor. Equipment level 999. Special weapon skill Divine Emperor's Protection. Additional attributes defense 10,000. Magic defense 20,000. Divine Emperor's Protection enters invincible state. Immune to all effects. Cannot be targeted. Lasting 15 seconds. CD 10 minutes. Consumption none. After reading this equipment, Su Yan suddenly stood up in excitement. Wow, this SS level equipment is incredible. It even comes with 2 suffix attributes. As everyone knows, having 1 suffix attribute is already a rare occurrence, let alone such a high-level SS level equipment of level 999. However, this Divine Emperor armor has achieved that and comes with 2 suffix attributes. I say the Divine Emperor armor is the number 1 divine armor in the world, right? Su Yan's eyes sparkled as he boldly made this claim. The name Divine Emperor armor sounds quite imposing. Its attributes are especially impressive. In addition to the increased basic attributes, it has a double reflect damage effect. This means that when enemy skills hit him, they might not deal any damage but would instead harm themselves. The 2 additional suffix attributes include the strongest suffix, special weapon skill. This special weapon skill, Divine Emperor's Protection. Once used, it grants true invincibility. In the future, when facing powerful enemies, as long as I can kill them within 15 seconds, there will be no danger to my life. Su Yan stroked his chin, reflecting. After the clone and revival, he finally felt a bit more secure. My trump cards are increasing. Nice. Without hesitation, Su Yan immediately used the SS level talent elemental conversion, converting the 2 attributes of the Divine Emperor armor. Strength 88-88, physique 88-88. Equipment level health conversion complete. Perfectly donning the Divine Emperor armor. In an instant, the armor on the Demon Slayer transformed from a tattered black to a dazzling golden hue. He looked like a true Divine Emperor. Meanwhile, his physique soared by 18,887. His health skyrocketed by 280,000. One final reward remains, a Vernal Breeze activation coupon. And inside the Lava Mine dungeon, Su Yan felt elated as he reviewed his last reward. Vernal Breeze activation coupon special item and instantly heals all targets within a 1000 square meter area and purges all negative effects. HSS. This seems astonishingly potent. And as Su Yan drew a sharp breath, and the healing power of this coupon was nothing short of miraculous. And its radius spanned a staggering 1 million square meters, large enough to envelop an entire legion. How many clerics would it take to match such efficacy? And he carefully stowed the item away. And the ranking rewards from dungeon completions had never disappointed him, nor did they this time. And as Su Yan exhaled softly, his composure gradually returning. And shortly thereafter he exited the dungeon. And now the sword mark he had left in the level 50 Wolf King Valley dungeon no longer yielded experience points. His experience bar currently read N245778243299999999999 seemed he would have to wait until this year's senior high students leveled up before he could harvest another effortless wave of XP. All remaining gains would now depend solely on his own grinding. And at that thought, Su Yan offered a faint smile and re-entered the dungeon. And from his inventory he retrieved the long unseen Crimson Dawn staff. No more preamble. Time to grind relentlessly and stack vitality. And the Lava Mine dungeon features minor foes, Goblin Miners. Elite foes, Beastkin Overseers. Two bosses await, the Goblin King and the Beastkin Prince. Neither posed the slightest challenge to Su Yan. Even wielding the Crimson Dawn staff, his damage output remained extraordinarily high. Mere minutes. Just 6 to be precise. Ney had already vanquished the final boss, the Beastkin Prince, and cleared the dungeon. So how did the 3 human sovereigns, Yi Ji by Mo1 and Du Gu, take 9 whole minutes? Were they idling? And after completing this run, he earned 4 million experience points, 52 goblin horns, and a vitality boost of 1500 points. And this result was exceptionally favorable. Yet Su Yan suddenly furrowed his brow, and he glanced at the affix displayed upon the Crimson Dawn staff. Then slapped his forehead. Right, why not convert the life stat on this affix into Constitution instead? The Crimson Dawn's affix read, each successful hit grants 10 permanent maximum life. And if converted to Constitution, however, those same 10 Constitution would grant both 150 life and 10 defense. And I truly am a genius. Su Yan couldn't help but feel immense relief at having spotted this critical insight in time. Nor else he'd have squandered an opportunity so colossal it might have cost him his very undergarments. He activated his talent elemental transmutation, once more converting the staff's maximum life affix into maximum constitution. And thereupon Su Yan performed a quick calculation, and one dungeon run took 6 minutes, yielding 4 million XP and 1500 constitution points. Thus he could complete 10 runs per hour. And assuming 14 hours online daily, 140 runs per day. To err on the side of caution, avoiding burnout or premature demise, he settled on 135 runs per day. And with 55 days remaining until the Gaokao, he could theoretically complete 7425 runs, yielding a total of 52 billion experience points and 11,375 million constitution points. Multiplied by 15 constitution translated directly into life, yielding nearly 170 million life points. An excellent mission accomplished flawlessly. Having completed his calculations, Su Yen surged with renewed vigor. And not only would he now stand just over 200 billion XP away from divinity, but his life pool would also breach the 100 million threshold, in therapy elevating his divine punishment bonus damage to an unprecedented 5 trillion. And no more talk, straight to dungeon grinding. And so from that day onward, Su Yen immersed himself wholly in grinding the lava mine dungeon. And watching his experience accrue steadily, Ni's life and defense rising incrementally. The more he ground, the more exhilarated he grew. Ni's daily dungeon time soon far exceeding 14 hours. Yet thanks to his tenfold absorption trait, Ni's constitution vastly surpassed that of peers of equal strength. Even under such relentless exertion, he felt scarcely any physical strain. And after over a week of non-stop grinding, the headmaster approached him after school. Su Yen, what level is your divine punishment rank? Su Yen had anticipated this question and prepared his answer in advance, and progress has been smooth lately. I'm now level 35. The headmaster nodded approvingly. Excellent. Maintain this momentum. And he ushered Su Yen into the principal's office and poured him a cup of tea and smiled warmly. Su Yen, I have some good news for you. Today our school received a top scorer fund, and I intend to invest every cent of it in you. Endure hardship these coming days. Make Jiangnan know. 2 High School and Jiangnan City proud. Secure the provincial top scorer title no matter what. Yet the moment the headmaster finished speaking and the eye of the gods flashed a warning, and do not trust this top scorer fund. In truth, the old man persuaded school leadership to sell off all campus properties, and then secured a massive bank loan. Blimey, that's ruthless. Su Yen gazed at the smiling headmaster, eyes shimmering with reluctant admiration, and he mused, lucky it's me. He'd have bankrupted himself otherwise. Rest assured, principal, I won't let you down. Su Yen set down his teacup and solemnly pledged, and good, excellent. The headmaster's spirit soared. He was already envisioning the grand spectacle of Gaokao Day, and time flew, and before he knew it, June 6th had arrived. That meant the Gaokao would begin tomorrow. And after dinner, Su Yen sat on the sofa silent and pensive. And it may sound unbelievable to some, but his uncle and aunt had not returned since leaving for work that day. And initially Su Yen suspected an accident had occurred. He tasked Lin Qian, the female bodyguard, with investigating. And yet the Municipal Demon-Slaying Bureau confirmed Jiangnan City's public order remained unblemished, with no accidents reported recently. Thereupon Su Yen ceased further inquiry. And for this scenario struck him with eerie familiarity. And the parents of this body too had vanished without trace years ago. Sigh. Tomorrow's the Gaokao. Won't you even come back to see me once? On the sofa, Su Yen waited a while longer, murmuring softly with a faint shadow of melancholy crossing his face. Not quiet, fleeting sorrow. But swiftly he rallied, his spirit rose and stretched his limbs. And crack, crack, crack. Ni's powerful frame responded with a cascade of resonant, joyful joint pops. And schlurp. Na faint, almost imperceptible sound of swallowing echoed through the air. Though subtle, Su Yen detected it instantly, and he smiled faintly and addressed the empty space. Senior Sister Qian, thank you for your protection these past days. I'm not accustomed to farewells, so tomorrow morning once I arrive at the examination venue, you're free to depart at your leisure. And of course Su Yen always repays kindness in full. Should you ever need anything, contact me directly. And having spoken, Su Yen turned and headed toward his bedroom. And before tomorrow's Gaokao, he still needed to procure armaments within Divine Punishment. After entering the Divine Punishment, Su Yen first used the auction house pass to open the auction house and contacted Gijwu. He had been rapidly farming the lava mine dungeon for nearly 2 months. In addition to gaining a vast amount of experience and physical strength, he also obtained a mountain of dungeon materials. Goblin horns, thanks to his max luck. Previously, Su Yen had promised to collaborate long-term with the player Gijwu. They agreed to trade tonight. Jean Mo, are you there? After sending the message, the other party almost immediately replied. Gijwu, I'm here. Great, Jean Mo. Su Yen quickly typed, how many goblin horns do you need for the Demon Extermination Institute? Gijwu, as always, great Jean Mo, we will take as many as you have. Although Gijwu represented the Demon Extermination Institute, there was no doubt about their financial strength. However, Su Yen still made a final confirmation. I might have a bit too many this time, are you sure you have the authority to take them all? Gijwu, don't worry, as a master-level alchemist's apprentice I have that authority. Alright. Su Yen stopped wasting words. I will list them now specifically for you. Okay. He sighed, realizing that dealing with the Demon Extermination Institute would save him a lot of trouble. Su Yen listed all of his goblin horns for sale at a market price of 500 gold coins each. However, he didn't expect it would be so quick. Gijwu, oh my god. 441,000 goblin horns. I'm sorry, great Jean Mo, I take back what I just said. I must consult my teacher's consent for this. What the heck, turns out they were just bluffing. How could they call themselves an apprentice? Yen couldn't help but curl his lip at Gij Wu's message. However, he also admitted that he indeed had a bit too many goblin horns this time. 416000 of them. There was no helping it, his luck was just too high. It was as if they were guaranteed to drop one after another. Unknowingly, he had amassed so many. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Gij Wu finally returned. Gij Wu, sorry great Jean Mo for keeping you waiting. My teacher said that while goblin horns are essential for crafting high-level healing potions, the Demon Extermination Institute doesn't need as many as 410000. Otherwise, even if the teacher crafted until his death, he wouldn't be able to use them all. Yen was about to joke that, if they couldn't use them all, they could just pass them on to him in the future. But then he saw Gij Wu type. However, my teacher also said that if it's for Jean Mo, the Demon Extermination Institute must buy this batch of goblin horns. The teacher only has one wish: if great Jean Mo comes to the Imperial capital in the future, he can come to the alchemy department of the Demon Extermination Institute. The teacher wants to meet you. A master-level alchemist wants to meet me. Yen chuckled. You tell your teacher I've agreed to it. After chatting with Gij Wu ding dong, the auction house trading system popped up a message. The goblin horns 416000 you listed have been purchased by player Gij Wu. 208000000 gold coins have been deposited into your account. As you are a distinguished past user of this auction house, this transaction is exempt from handling fees. Nice 208 million gold coins have arrived. Although he was mentally prepared long ago, Yen couldn't help but hold his breath upon seeing such a long string of numbers. With this plus the over 90 million gold coins, he originally had his total assets had reached nearly 400 million. As for why he hadn't spent any money in the past 2 months, even though he had a huge appetite and could eat enough for 10 people in one meal, it was because the Jiangnan No. 2 high school had covered those expenses. Moreover, the school, in addition to the original weekly supplement of 3500 gold coins for the top scholar class, had also granted Yen an additional 20000 gold coins as a top scholar encouragement fund. Thus Yen not only enjoyed free food and drink for 2 months, but he could also receive 80000 gold coins every month, equivalent to 8 million Huabei currency. This was the most extravagant school Yen had ever seen. No exceptions. The principal was impressive. At that moment his wallet was bulging. Without hesitation, Yen began purchasing military equipment. Due to his talent descendant of the divine, he was blessed daily and lacked for various healing, mana recovery, injury treatment, and negative effect removal potions. In fact, it could be seen from the goblin horns sold above that potions were the most liquid hard goods in the auction house, accounting for the bulk of revenue. High-level potions are not cheap. Unless a family has some background, they truly cannot afford such things. The blessings of the divine undoubtedly saved Yen a significant amount of money. At present, what Yen needed to buy was a full set of armor. He already had the Divine Emperor armor and still needed to replace the armor for other parts. Having already determined his target, Yen opened his collection in the auction house and added all 4 pieces of equipment he had collected to the shopping cart. One-click purchase. Ding dong. 97261450 gold coins. Instantly, over 90 million gold coins vanished. Yen felt a pang of pain, but there was no way around it. He had to spend this money. It's just a small sum. With my current strength, several hundred million gold coins are nothing. This statement from Yen was not a joke. Just selling the lowest level dungeon materials would net him 200 million gold coins. So as long as he wanted to make money, earning several hundred million gold coins was still a piece of cake. The 4 pieces of armor he purchased were all level 700 grade equipment. Why not buy higher grade ones? Because the auction house only had level 700 equipment for sale, while there were only 6 S-grade items, and the prices were outrageous, with the cheapest one costing 100 million gold coins. Yen admitted that an ordinary family couldn't afford such items. With that money, he naturally chose to buy a top-tier set among this grade. Thus, all 4 pieces of armor were top-tier existences among this grade, each with permanent suffixes. They provided, when receiving damage from enemies of higher level, immediately gain a spell shield equal to 200 of health. The attack carried a destruction effect, dealing massive damage. The attack also had a bleeding effect. The levels of sky control, air flight, and flying arts increase by 1 level. These suffixes were perfectly balanced in offense and defense, completely sufficient. Yen even had 300 million gold coins left for emergencies. What a deal. Once the equipment arrived, Yen routinely used his talent elemental transformation to change all the armor attributes to physique. Wearing them afterwards, Jean Mo, standing in the lava mine dungeon, looked completely renewed, exuding an exceptional demeanor. Yen admired his own handsomeness for a moment before quickly opening his character attributes panel. ID Jean Mo, level 1 profession, 2nd rebirth, furious mage, secondary profession, warrior, talent, 10-fold absorption, grade, otherworldly hero, SS grade, chosen, 1 SS grade. Void Rift, SS grade, health 195524500196588790, mana 3010030100, attack 6152, spell power 11090, defense 1202467, magic defense 24215, speed 3237, luck max, charm max, equipment Azura sword, blood, dawn dragons, fury, phoenix heart. Skills, judgment, LV3, Punishment LV3, Purify LV2. Damage Overload LV1 Experience 75617782432999999999999. My attributes are insane. Looking at his attributes, Su Yen couldn't help but smile. Nearly 200 million health and over 12 million defense. How many could physically break through his defense in the entire Blue Star? That night Su Yen went to bed early, recharging his energy, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's college entrance examination. On June 7th, the day of the college entrance examination, all the candidates from Jiangnan No. 2 High School gathered in front of the teaching building. In preparation for this important exam, everyone wore their best clothes filled with energy, ready to showcase their talents in the examination hall. Only Su Yen still wore his usual white shirt, hands in pockets, appearing indifferent. At that moment Tang Xia hurriedly approached from the school gate. With a high ponytail dancing under the morning sun, her school uniform skirt, replaced by a flowing purple long dress, the hem fluttered in the breeze, revealing her delicate white calves. Su Yen watched and couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Tang Xia had a very good figure. Her so-called small chest and less curvy backside were merely comparisons against the devilishly attractive Xiao Panxue. Among girls of the same age, her figure was already quite remarkable. Similarly, Tang Xia's face was also quite pleasing to the eye, surpassing 91.6 of girls. Under everyone's gaze, Tang Xia naturally walked up to Su Yen. Although the morning sun was not hot, it was still quite glaring. At that moment, a breeze blew, causing the white outfit and purple dress to flutter. In the cool shade of the building eaves, Su Yen looked down at Tang Xia, who was also looking up at him. Oh, the crowd immediately erupted in a stir. However, Su Yen then opened his mouth and said, "Are you a pig? It's the college entrance exam and you still overslept." Tang Xia's neck immediately flushed red, puffing out her chest like a bun. "You are the pig. Dad is just too happy." TCH. The crowd let out a chorus of hisses. Everyone had expected something more thrilling like a graduation confession, but it turned out they were mistaken. It was just a graduation spat. What time is it? Why hasn't the principal arrived yet? The classmates once again shifted their focus back to the anxious waiting. Tang Xia seemed a bit unhappy, lifting the hem of her dress, with her delicate hands, deliberately keeping a few steps away from Su Yen. Su Yen, thick-skinned, stepped forward and whispered, "So how was it? Did you gain anything from observing the dungeon sword imprint last night?" "None of your business," Tang Xia muttered, walking a few steps away again. Su Yen followed. "Come on, as your good brother, I'm quite interested in this." At this point, Su Yen genuinely admired her. Despite having level talent, Tang Xia had managed to reach level 50, without anyone's help, solely relying on the resources provided to the top class by the school. Just yesterday, she had leveled up to 50 right before the end of school. It is known that level 50 meets the admission criteria for first-rate universities. As long as Tang Xia can pass the difficult examination assessment, she would be admitted to a top university. But, still the same issue. In the past 200 years, only 5 students with level talent have been able to enter a top university, and none of them came from ordinary families. Furthermore, although the admission criteria for this year's universities haven't changed due to the influence of the demon slaying, the overall strength of this batch of candidates has increased. This has led to a corresponding increase in admission standards, especially for top universities. This means that Tang Xia's level talent will only make it harder for her to succeed. The chances are very slim. Just last night, Tang Xia sent him a message saying she wanted to grind the level 50 Wolf King Valley dungeon at the library. She wanted to observe the dungeon sword imprint before the college entrance exam. However, since Su Yen fell asleep, she missed out on the results. Under Su Yan's persistent questioning, Tang Xia quickly surrendered. All right, I'll tell you. I obtained an S-level skill." Tang Xia's beautiful face revealed an unmistakable joy. Su Yen was also surprised. "An S-level skill? Does it match your fire element?" Tang Xia placed her hands behind her back, accentuating her chest, and blinked. "Guess." "There's nothing to guess. The S-level skill is Infernal Flames of Destruction." A prompt from the Eye of the Gods appeared before them. Su Yen shrugged, looking regretful. "I want to guess, but unfortunately someone won't let me." Tang Xia looked puzzled. Are you going to say it or not? If you don't, we are changing the topic." Su Yen feigned indifference. Yet he was genuinely happy for Tang Xia. This observation result might not be the best for her, but it was definitely the most suitable. With the Infernal Flames of Destruction S-level skill, Tang Xia's chances of getting into a top university have returned. At 7:30 a.m., the old principal, along with several school leaders and class advisors, finally walked out of the meeting room. This college entrance examination will take place in Jinling City, the capital of Jiangdong Province, lasting 5 days. The first day will test cultural knowledge, the second day will cover the theory of divine punishment. Starting from the third day, the most important combat assessments will begin. Assessments will evaluate levels, combat power, damage, defense, response, combat skills, and many other aspects, ultimately yielding the assessment results. This score accounts for 80 of the college entrance examination results. To ensure the safety and smooth conduct of this exam, Jiangnan City's Demon Slaying Academy has mobilized 200 elite soldiers for security. Everything is now ready. The old principal confidently arrived at the teaching building, delivered a brief motivational speech for the college entrance examination, and then arranged for all candidates to board the school bus to the teleportation array. Su-Yen was specifically arranged to sit in the principal's car. Su-Yen, you've worked hard these days. However, the results are promising. Your level 90 is likely already the best in the province. In the back seat, the old principal was in high spirits, seemingly 10 years younger. Level 90 was the divine punishment level that Su-Yen had reported just yesterday. This level is crucial for enrollment. Compared to past years, this year's candidates have seen a rapid increase in level. It is said that there is an S-level super genius in the imperial capital whose level has already surpassed 100. He was admitted to the Imperial University 2 weeks ago, and is the most popular candidate for this year's national top scorer. Su-Yen's reported level of 90 is above average. Securing the top score in Jiangdong province should not be a problem. Of course, if there are issues, it wouldn't matter. After all, the enrollment is in the hands of the old principal. He can adjust it as needed. At this moment, the old principal grew happier as he continued that Yi Yuan from the Yi family in Jinling said he would compete for the national top scorer. I thought he was impressive, but now he's only at level 85. At this point, the old principal deeply felt the allure of money. He believed his financial prowess had put the Yi family and Jinling No. 1 high school at a disadvantage. Su-Yen wanted to say something, but seeing the old principal lost in the joy of nearly securing the provincial top score, he couldn't bear to interrupt. At this moment, the director sitting in the front passenger seat suddenly received a phone call, and his expression instantly darkened. Moments later, he hung up. The director turned back, tears almost flowing from his eyes. Principal, it's over, we're finished. The old principal immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean it's over? It's the road to the college entrance exam. Can't you say something auspicious? I want to say, but the latest news from Jinling No. 1 high school says that Yi Yuan is actually not level 85, but has intentionally hidden his strength. What? The old principal's mind exploded and his face instantly fell. The car fell into a dead silence. After a long time, the old principal trembled and asked, what is the real level? Level 95. Damn, that old 6. The old principal exclaimed a curse, suddenly slamming his hand on the table, causing his head to hit the roof of the car. Creak. The sudden sound of brakes filled the car, turning everything into chaos. The driver quickly pulled over. This unexpected change left Su-Yen calm as usual, because he had already guessed it. He smiled and said, it's okay, principal, I actually over-reported my level 2. However, what surprised Su-Yen was, what awaited him next was not the old principal's renewed jubilation, but the director looking at him with despair in his eyes and saying, Su-Yen, it's already too late. Just now, Jinling No. 1 high school announced that Yi Yuan has been admitted to the Imperial University early. If we still want to reclaim the provincial top score, we can only aim for the national top 3. But how is it possible to secure a spot in the national top 3? So we lost. My personal savings, my house, all gone. The old principal and the director slumped down, looking completely defeated. Su-Yen seemed to ponder for a moment before seriously saying, all right then, let's go all out for the national top score. The old principal. The director. Su-Yen's voice was astonishing. Inside the car, the old principal and the director widened their eyes in shock, and the atmosphere instantly turned eerie and silent. However, the old principal forced a smile on his withered face, sighed lightly, and patted Su-Yen on the shoulder. Su-Yen, I know you're trying to comfort us, but please don't put too much pressure on yourself. Being the national champion is something we never dared to dream of. The director nodded, regaining his composure, and said, the principal is right, Su-Yen, just do your best. You are already very excellent. It's just that your luck was a bit lacking encountering this opponent, Yi Yuan. Su-Yen frowned instantly. You don't believe in me? Of course we believe in you. The two immediately nodded. Well, that still seemed like disbelief. Seeing this, Su-Yen found it both amusing and exasperating. In this situation, he knew that unless he revealed his identity as a demon slayer on the spot, even if he were to defeat the principal and the director, they would never believe he could become the national champion. After all this year, with the emergence of the demon slayer, talents were abundant. In Huagua alone, there were over 10 S-level talents stronger than Su-Yen in both talent and family background. Not to mention, there was also a super genius with S-level talent above them. Well, it is what it is, Su-Yen shrugged, deciding not to say more. Anyway, there were less than 2 hours left before the college entrance examination would begin. By then, if he became the national champion, it would be more useful than anything he could say. Thus, the atmosphere in the car gradually became quiet. The old principal sighed, and the director wore a dazed expression. Only the driver remained diligently focused on the road. 20 minutes later, the school bus arrived at the southern square of the teleportation array. They would travel to the provincial capital Jinling City via the teleportation array. This was an epoch-making transportation tool created 100 years ago by over 1,000 array masters from the human race, costing 2 billion gold coins and taking 10 years to construct. Depending on the level and scale of the teleportation array, the distance to the destination also varied, as did the number of passengers it could transport. For instance, the only level 1 teleportation array in Jiangnan City. If the destination was just Jinling City within the same province, it could transport 600 passengers at once. However, for far-off cities like the imperial capital, it could only transport 15 at a time. This year, Jiangnan No. 2 High School had a total of 499 candidates. Along with the school leaders and teachers, they would fit perfectly into one teleportation array. Because the other schools No. 3 and No. 4 were also waiting to use the teleportation array, the homeroom teachers dared not be careless, and as soon as they arrived at the southern square, they quickly arranged all the candidates in front of the array. In no time, the crowd grew dense. Su Yan protected Tang Xia in a corner, his chest facing her face. He looked up at the teleportation array. Before him, all the students stood on a giant circular platform facing a pitch-black opening. The gears on either side of the opening were intricately complex, exuding a strong sci-fi vibe. Dear travelers, hello. The teleportation array is headed to Jinling City. Teleportation array activation countdown 10 seconds, 9 seconds. A celestial voice echoed above. Then the lights turned on and all the gears began to spin rapidly. The old principal's booming voice rang out. Everyone listen carefully. As soon as the teleportation array activates, all students must enter the array in an orderly manner. Do not rush. As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound was heard. The countdown reached the last second. The massive pitch-black opening before the circular platform suddenly lit up, becoming brilliantly radiant. It seemed as if boundless energy was erupting from within, white energy, swirling rapidly, forming a whirlpool like a sea of clouds. Hurry, enter the array. Someone shouted. All the candidates from No. 2 High School began to enter the whirlpool in an orderly fashion. As soon as they made contact, they vanished into thin air with a whoosh. Wow, this is amazing. Many candidates came from ordinary families and had never taken a teleportation array before. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. Su Yan felt the same way. This level 1 teleportation array lasted for 2 minutes each time it was activated. Soon it was Su Yan's turn. In an instant, a fierce energy rushed towards him, causing his clothes to flutter and his eyes could hardly open. Su Yan. Suddenly Tang Xia exclaimed beside him. Su Yan turned to look and grabbed Tang Xia's hand. Let's go, college entrance examination. Pulling Tang Xia into the teleportation array, his eyes sparkled with fiery light. This is a world inhabited by deities. Su Yan marveled again. Because of the uniqueness of S-level talent, historically those with S-level talents were not included in the national rankings during the college entrance examination. This year, the Demon Slayer was no exception. However, beneath the Demon Slayer, there were hundreds of millions of candidates taking the college entrance examination nationwide. Among these candidates, the top performers not only had to get into their ideal universities, but also had to strive for city rankings, provincial rankings, and even national rankings. Striving for rankings is essential both for the school and the individual. First, from the school's perspective. Once candidates enter the above rankings, the Ministry of Education will grant the school a generous funding bonus based on the rankings. Moreover, it will enhance the school's reputation and place it on the prestigious school rankings. Relevant school leaders and teachers will also enter the list of distinguished teachers, becoming stars in the teaching profession. All this will attract more students to the school. Secondly, from the individual's perspective, it is even more necessary, because the ranking of college entrance examination scores directly affects the choice of mentors during university and the level of resource support. In university, a powerful mentor is worth everything. The better the college entrance examination score, the stronger the mentors one can choose. And if one can enter the top 30 nationally, there is even a chance of being selected by a God-level mentor to become a member of the God-level class. Of course, the level of resource support is equally important. The level of resource support in higher education not only affects the resources obtained, but also influences the acquisition of credits. These are only available in universities. Moreover, the stronger the university, the rarer the materials that can be exchanged. In short, strength determines everything and ranking determines everything. All of this made Su Yan feel that becoming the national champion was indeed necessary. He could only begrudgingly concede the position of S-level super genius to the one from the imperial capital, as being second nationally isn't too bad either. If he had to blame someone, it would be Yi Yuan from Jinling No. 1 High School. After all, he originally aimed for provincial champion. Who knew Yi Yuan would be such a formidable opponent? Swish. In the blink of an eye, it seemed like only 10 seconds had passed. A warm and subtle sensation surged through his joints, and then the scenery before his eyes changed rapidly. Su Yan slowly opened his eyes. Students, welcome to Jinling City. An hour later, all the candidates from Jiangdong province gathered at the college entrance examination venue. The so-called exam venue was a massive open-air venue specifically built for the college entrance examination. The venue was under constant surveillance with security at its highest level. Even a mosquito wouldn't be able to enter without prior notification. On the first day, the cultural exams were held. Su Yan was assigned to examination room number 9. Before the test papers were distributed, a bespectacled female invigilator handed each candidate an identity card, which they needed to fill out with their personal information. Please fill out your personal information truthfully. During the college entrance examination, we will verify the cards. If there are any exaggerations regarding strength levels that affect the final score, those serious cases will be handed over to the Demon Extermination Institute, and the consequences will be borne by you. After reminding in a procedural manner, the sound of pens scratching on paper filled the examination room. Su-Yen glanced at the card in his hand and began to fill it out as required. Name Su-Yen. School Jiangnan City No. 2 High School. Class Grade 12 Class 12 Champion Class. Examination ID 659 XXXXXXX 3425. Punishment ID Yen Huang. Punishment level 150. Occupation Berserker. Is it a hidden occupation? Yes. Job change status first change if none, please fill in none. Have you observed the subinstance sword mark? Yes. Subinstance sword mark obtained second awakenings level ice talent if none, please fill in none. College Aspiration 1 Imperial Capital University. College Aspiration 2 Imperial Capital University. College Aspiration 3 Imperial Capital University.